Lin Yuan had died once before. Not on some glorious battlefield, but in utter helplessness, forced to watch as his family was massacred before his very eyes. In his past life, he was a nobody, completely useless in a brutal apocalypse. But fate, somehow, decided to give him a second chance. Reborn in the past, right before the cataclysm began, his memories of the end of the world became his ultimate weapon. Without wasting a single second, Lin Yuan completely abandoned his fake, peaceful life. He trained like a man possessed, day and night without rest, pushing his body and his mind to their absolute breaking points. Everyone else just saw a quiet young man obsessed with training. They had no idea his mind held a world in ruins and a vow that was written in blood. This life, he had to be stronger, faster, and far more ruthless. Anyone who dared to threaten his family would be made to pay a price they couldn't possibly imagine. The tragedy of his past life would never be allowed to repeat. The scene opens on a rocky desert in a town called Black Sand, within a cultivation-style fantasy world. Amidst the dead silence, a desert lizard suddenly jerks its head up, on high alert. A moment later, a terrified scream shatters the calm. "Run!" followed by the frantic footsteps of someone fleeing. The chasers? A pack of level 3 desert demon wolves with 80 HP, 20 attack, and 3 defense. From the distance, a group's desperate cries for help echo out. "Help me! Somebody, please, save us!" The fleeing party consists of a priest, a mage, and a warrior, all of them only level 3. The blonde girl panics, yelling, "We're so unlucky. We were just supposed to be hunting level 1 sand scorpions. How did we run into a whole pack of level 3s? She then turns to their leader. "Captain, what are we supposed to do now?" The captain points ahead. "Just a little further, everyone. There are some sandstone pillars up ahead. Desert demon wolves can't climb those. If we can just make it up one of those pillars, we might actually have a chance to survive this." But she couldn't hide her own worry, thinking to herself, "Damn it. These desert wolves are savage. Once they've chosen a target, they never give up." Making matters worse, she knew they were all still injured from a previous battle. The only 2 pieces of black iron equipment they owned were already broken. A wave of despair washed over her. Are we really going to die out here today? Just then, the pink-haired mage unfortunately trips and falls to the ground. Her 2 teammates whip around in horror, screaming her name. "Xiaohei." The wolves were right behind her. "Xiaohei, look out." Xiaohei looks up, her eyes filled with absolute terror. The reflection of a snarling wolf, claws extended, is perfectly mirrored in her panicked gaze. In that split second, right as all hope seemed lost, a streak of blue light flashed through the air. It sliced clean through the wolf, sending blood spraying everywhere. The demon wolf took a fatal hit, its body collapsing right beside Xiaohei. The wolf's corpse lay motionless on the hot sand. Xiaohei, still completely stunned, looked up at the figure who had just appeared to save her. She couldn't believe her eyes. Did he just save me? Suddenly, a system panel pops into view above the stranger, on full display. Level 1. Xiaohei gasped out loud. A level 1 player? Is he a complete newbie? She trailed off in shock as she saw the young man's face, his mysterious red eyes boring into the distance. He calmly stood there, shielding Xiaohei. Facing the rest of the enraged, snarling demon wolves, he glanced at them and said coldly, "Level 3 monsters aren't that tough." Provoked, the rest of the wolf pack charged at him in an absolute frenzy. The young man simply tightened his grip on his sword, his gaze unwavering as a blue. Lightning-like energy enveloped him, and he charged right into the pack. The demon wolves all leaped at him at once, trying to tear their enemy to pieces. But in the blink of an eye, 2 slashes of brilliant blue light tore through the air, effortlessly cutting 2 of the wolves clean in half. A final, decisive strike took down the last wolf. All 3 girls stood frozen, completely unable to believe what was happening right in front of them. The young man stood coldly in the middle of the battlefield, his blood-stained sword resting on the corpse of a wolf. The female leader was in shock, sweat pouring down her face. Did he really just kill 4 desert demon wolves with a starter sword? But their relief didn't last. Xiaohei suddenly pointed forward, her face filled with panic. "Oh God, look!" In the distance, a much larger pack of wolves was charging toward them. Their blood-red eyes glowed in the sunset. It was an entire horde. The blonde girl was frantic. "What is happening? Where did all of these wolves come from?" Xiaohei answered, trembling. "It's probably because the other wolves in the area smelled the blood of their dead packmates." The captain desperately shouted at the young man, who was still standing there calmly. "Run. That's a pack big enough to wipe out an entire starter village. I'm not kidding. You'll be torn to shreds." He slowly turned his head, a smirk playing on his lips. "Is that so?" Instantly, a mysterious green energy swirled around him as several glowing cards materialized in his hands. A system notification panel appeared right in front of him. Player Lin Yuan, do you wish to summon a skeleton warrior? His eyes flashed with a determined green light as he gave the silent command, sending cards flying from his hand. They plunged into the ground, erupting in a brilliant light as a complex magic circle etched with ancient runes covered the area. Beneath the charging wolf pack, the very ground began to shake under a downpour of green energy. From the sand, a glowing skeletal hand clawed its way out, followed by an army of level 3 skeleton warriors, 100 HP, 35 attack, 5 defense, and a head chop skill. The demon wolves didn't even flinch, continuing their ferocious charge as if nothing had happened. He just cracked a slight smirk, his eyes ice cold. Time to see who would be torn to shreds first. The Bone Army let out a silent war cry as the battle exploded, one skeleton warrior instantly blocking the lead wolf's pounce. At the same time, another used its shield to deflect an attack from the side. The skeleton army moved in perfect sync, effortlessly halting the savage pack. 15 minutes later, the fight was over. Lin Yuan coldly pulled his sword from the last wolf's corpse as blood splattered, surrounded by a field of dead beasts. A series of notifications appeared. 16 desert demon wolves killed, 160 experience points gained. And with it came the loot, 16 desert demon wolf pelts, 16 fangs, and 16 of their claws. Right then, glowing orbs of light, the spoils of war, began to hover over the dead wolves, waiting to be collected. Lin Yuan calmly sheathed his weapon, absorbing the streams of glowing essence from the monster corpses into his waiting hand. Behind a nearby rock, a female mage was still in shock, stammering to her teammate. "Captain, am I dreaming? Did he really just wipe out all 12 of those desert demon wolves by himself?" The pink-haired girl slowly approached, her curiosity burning. Excuse me, are you a mage? Was that a summoning skill?" "I'm a mage too, but I've never seen anything like that before." Lin Yuan turned his head slightly, his eyes glowing with a mysterious red. "And who said I'm a mage?" The girl was completely stunned, her eyes wide with shock. "Then you're a..." As she trailed off, his lips curled into a confident smirk. Behind him, a massive system data panel blazed to life. "It's because I possess a forbidden SSS rank profession." The system screen clearly displayed his unprecedented information. Player, Lin Yuan. Level 2. Class, Necromancer. His talents were Dark Summoning and Hellgate, with stats of 5 Strength, 25 Constitution, and 30 Spirit. His name is Lin Yuan, from the planet Blue Star. And he is a regressor. 3 years ago, scientists observed a mysterious, giant planet named Demon Star suddenly appear next to their world. Then, 3 months ago, an unknown company released a virtual reality game that completely shook the globe. After entering the game world with VR headsets, people were assigned a wide variety of classes and professions. By leveling up, they gained the power to fight the game's monsters, and slowly, the line between virtual and real began to fade. At first, nobody took it seriously, thinking it was just a game. Until one day, people started using their in-game abilities in the real world. These superhumans became known as the Chosen. But with their arrival, the real catastrophe began. A fanatical cult, calling themselves followers of the evil god, began to invade reality from the game, slaughtering people without mercy. He watched as the cities of Blue Star were torn apart, crumbling under the assault of giant, monstrous tentacles. Lin Yuan's eyes filled with despair as he recalled holding his family's bloody bodies. His parents died in that disaster. Humanity gathered every last bit of its strength from across the planet for one final counterattack. But in the end, they were all annihilated by the cultists, and he himself died in that final battle. But unbelievably, just an hour ago, he was reborn, sent back to the exact moment he first logged into the game. This time, the system granted him something incredible: a forbidden SSS rank profession. Congratulations. You have received the unique forbidden class, Necromancer. Your talent is SSS rank Dark Summoning. Your skill is SSS rank Hellgate. Hearing this, Lin Yuan's eyes hardened, radiating pure killing intent. This time, he vowed to level up faster than ever before, all to protect his family and Blue Star. Back in the present, Lin Yuan coldly pulled his sword from the body of the final wolf. He extended a hand toward the corpse, and a stream of green miasma flowed out, wrapping around the body with a demonic hiss. The tendrils of energy branched out, instantly connecting to every single corpse scattered across the battlefield. As the dead wolf's eyes flashed green, a system prompt appeared. Use Dark Summoning on Desert Demon Wolf Corpse? Yes. The monster's claws scraped the earth as the corpse began to force itself to its feet. Lin Yuan considered his new class. Its special trait was granting him the physical stats of a warrior, but at the same time, it gave him the power of dark summoning, turning monster corpses into undead soldiers to fight for him. The entire pack was rising again. These zombie monsters didn't just inherit their previous levels and skills either. The system shows the stats for the level 3 Demon Wolf Zombie. 80 HP, 20 attack, 3 defense, and a bite skill that deals 200% damage. Their new deathly body skill made them immune to fear, poison, blindness, and even bleeding effects. He moved his hand, drawing a gorgeous magic circle, gifting them that new skill, making them immune to almost all negative effects. The ground then cracked wide open, bursting with a blinding blue light. This was his other talent, the Gate of Hell. It could be used to store any monster he resurrected, and its capacity would grow right along with his level. From deep underground, a colossal, bizarre gate wrapped in chains began to rise. An eerie creak echoed as the gate slowly pulled apart, unleashing a brilliant stream of light from within. The pack of zombie wolves obediently marched forward, stepping into the world inside the gate. Amidst the magical storm, Lin Yuan stood surrounded by dozens of monster phantoms. He knew if his level was high enough, he'd have an invincible army of the dead. Seeing this terrifying sight, the female mage paled and stepped back. "Are you raising the dead as zombies? Who are you?" But Lin Yuan ignored the girl's fear, simply looking up at the changing sky. He looked at the time. It was almost here. The scene suddenly turned crimson, and bloody text appeared in the air, announcing the arrival of the world boss. Lin Yuan's eyes filled with a mix of excitement and pure killing intent. Time to kill a boss. From the horizon, countless blood-red lightning bolts crashed down with insane destructive power, forcing other players to watch in terror. The blood-red sky suddenly cracked like glass, spreading with crimson veins. In the center of the rift, a pair of demonic red eyes appeared, staring down at the terrified players below. They screamed, "The giant death wolf is here!" The game's website said its attack range is 50 meters, one player yelled while running. "We better get as far away as we possibly can." Desperate screams for help echoed as chaos erupted, players scattering in every direction. But the boss was too fast, tearing through the crowd and spreading death. 2 players hid behind a rock, watching the horror unfold. Right before them, the giant wolf chomped down on an unlucky player, standing tall amidst a field of bodies. Its info panel appeared. Giant Death Wolf, a level 6 lord with 2400 HP. As it appeared, one player tried to rush out, but his friend held him back. "Brother, are you crazy? A single player can't kill the giant Death Wolf. You're just throwing your life away." The 2 players behind the rock trembled. This is a world boss, the giant Death Wolf. How could anyone possibly kill a monster that terrifying? Then one of them pointed. "Look, what is that guy doing?" Amidst the absolute chaos, a lone figure was calmly walking toward the boss. It was Lin Yuan. He strode forward with his sword in hand, his cloak whipping in the wind. His red eyes shone with cold, hard determination. The blonde player spoke up. "Look at that sword. He's definitely a newbie." The other agreed. "Exactly. The giant Death Wolf is a level 6 lord. Without help, all of us combined wouldn't be enough to even scratch it." An information panel appeared, explaining the monster hierarchy in this world. Monsters were ranked from weakest to strongest: common, elite, chieftain, lord, royal, monarch, and god tier. Among them, a lord-level monster, even a low-level one, was a massive threat to any new player. Lin Yuan stopped, now facing the colossal beast alone as another player's desperate shout echoed from behind. "Hey, are you insane? Get back here, you're just going to die." He looked up at the monster, muttering, "A level 6 world boss." Then, with utter contempt in his voice, he said, "Looking at you now, you're nothing at all." As if provoked, the wolf let out a furious roar. A powerful shockwave erupted as the system announced the boss had activated its howl skill. Lin Yuan swiftly dodged out of the way just as the boss swung its massive, sharp claws down. The world boss activated Death Claw. His eyes sharpened as memories from his past life flooded his mind. He recalled that in his previous life, this level 6 giant death wolf only had about 3,400 HP and 510 attack power. For the adventurers in this desert, whose highest level was only 3, it was an impossible challenge without a full party. Remembering that bloody past, he thought about how he and his entire team had nearly died fighting this very beast. Back in the present, the giant claw descended, but he faced it with absolute calm. But now, he has been reborn. After countless life-or-death battles, he was no longer the weakling from his past. Razor-sharp claws slammed down, sending stone and dirt flying everywhere. But with nimble grace, Lin Yuan dodged. his sword gliding effortlessly through the space under the monster. The players hiding behind a nearby rock were absolutely stunned. His speed was just insane. Furious that it missed, the monster let out a wild roar, its whole body glowing with a murderous red aura as a notification popped up. Warning. The world boss is now enraged. Faced with this insane power, Lin Yuan just smirked, then slammed his hand onto the ground. Instantly, a massive magic circle, glowing with a deadly green light, spread out beneath him. From its center, a strange, colossal gate wrapped in chains rose up at his command. The Gate of Death stood tall and imposing. It blotted out the entire sky, making even the giant death wolf growl with caution. As the gate slowly creaked open, Lin Yuan's eyes turned ice cold. "Rise, my army of the dead." Answering his call, a horde of zombie desert wolves with eerie, glowing eyes poured out of the green portal. The players watching from the distance were completely floored, stammering to one another, "What in the world is that freaky door? Are those zombies? They look just like desert wolves." "Wait, desert wolves, you say? How did he turn so many Tier 3 wolves into zombies?" As his undead army charged, Lin Yuan calculated he'd hit Tier 3 from all the monsters he'd killed on the way. The capacity of his Hellgate had also increased to 30. It was a little late, but the level up was definitely worth it. The horde of zombie wolves ferociously lunged at the colossal monster, tearing it to pieces. According to this world's aggro mechanics, when a summoner is stronger than their summons and they both appear at once, the monster will always attack the summoner first, unless the summons land a hit. Otherwise, the boss won't switch its target. Swarmed by the undead, the giant boss furiously swiped its claws, scattering them. However, one zombie wolf with an immortal soul stood its ground, its roar defiantly drawing the enemy's attention. The boss immediately raised its claws, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the tiny, ragged zombie. Seizing that opening, Lin Yuan's eyes flashed. This was his chance. He pushed off the ground and shot into the air, perfectly exploiting the aggro mechanic. When the boss starts to attack a summoned monster, you pull the aggro back to yourself, interrupting the attack mid-swing. Streams of blue sword energy slashed into the wolf's enormous body, completely breaking its rhythm. Hit unexpectedly, the giant death wolf threw its head back and roared out in pure agony. The moment Lin Yuan landed, the boss whipped around, its blood-red eyes locked onto him. But he already knew the rules of this fight. When the boss focuses its hate on the summoner, you just use the summoned monsters to redirect its attention. And right on cue, the pack of zombie wolves leaped forward, sinking their teeth into its body. With the boss distracted, Lin Yuan gracefully leaped back to a safe distance. Thinking with confidence, even ants can kill an elephant. Even if each zombie desert wolf only deals 15 damage, the death wolf's 3400 HP wouldn't last forever. Watching the monster struggle hopelessly against his undead swarm, he coldly noted, it wouldn't be holding out for much longer. This masterful strategy left the two players behind the rock totally in awe. That was amazing. Yeah, and against a Lord-class world boss, no less. However, they had no idea that from right behind them, a group of 3 players with wicked smiles had appeared, whispering to each other. A few minutes later, a powerful attack slammed down, kicking up a cloud of dust. The battle was nearing its end as the system announced the boss's HP had hit 500. Lin Yuan leaped high, raising his sword for the finishing blow on the beast's battered body, just as it bit down on a zombie wolf. Not wasting the opportunity, while the monster was distracted, he brought his sword down for a direct hit. The system immediately announced a critical hit, causing its health to drop like a rock. Boss HP 500, then 300. The monster threw its head back and let out agonizing screams that echoed across the entire desert. Its colossal body lost balance and crashed to the ground, sending sand flying everywhere. Lin Yuan calmly approached the dying beast. The system screen flashed. Boss HP 10. Death was near. He coldly looked down at his defeated opponent, waiting for the final strike. Suddenly, from behind, came the sound of footsteps rushing through the sand. The group of 3 robbers who'd been hiding suddenly jumped into the air, swinging their weapons at Lin Yuan and shouting, "Now's our chance! Kill him, and the world boss's treasure is all ours. His zombie army is gone now, so die." Even ambushed, Lin Yuan didn't panic. He just glanced back, his eyes glowing with a murderous red aura. From a distance, the player hiding behind the rock yelled a warning, "Hey, young man, be careful!" But Lin Yuan didn't need the reminder. He had already spun around in a flash. He swung his sword in a single, fluid motion. He unleashed a massive, crescent-shaped wave of sword energy that swept through the 3 bandits, sending them flying with pathetic screams. All 3 bodies hit the ground with a sickening thud, blood pooling under the tip of his dripping sword. Standing over their corpses, Lin Yuan sneered, Don't overestimate yourselves. The crowd of players watching was frozen solid, a cold sweat breaking out as they stared in disbelief. Hey, what just happened? He took out 3 level 3 bandits with a single move. An instant kill. With the trash out of his way, Lin Yuan casually turned back to the giant dire wolf, which was groaning as it tried to stand, and swung his sword, gathering all his power into a brilliant green aura. The merciless finishing blow split the massive beast in two, and the system once again registered a critical hit. At the same time, a radiant notification confirmed his victory. The world boss's HP had just dropped to 0. You have successfully defeated the boss, receiving 480 XP and 1 soul gem. He watched as the giant corpse began to glow with brilliant golden light. Lin Yuan wondered with anticipation what kind of rewards the first world boss in the entire game would drop for him. From within the Pillar of Light, a silver-plated chest and a refined blue gemstone floated down gently. Lin Yuan reached out and grabbed the gem, carefully reading its attribute panel. Soul Gem. A gem containing soul power. After collecting a certain amount, you can go to the Eternal Council to exchange them for legendary equipment. He clutched it tightly. He thought back after reaching level 60, players had to visit the Eternal Council, where the elf race lived, to keep leveling up. It was still way too early for that. However, this gem was the easiest path to getting his hands on legendary gear. Memories of the game's systems flooded his mind. Equipment ranks in this world went from low to high, starting with white, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, then epic, legendary, and finally, mythical. Glowing illustrations of the weapons appeared on screen. New players usually only had white-grade gear, and a black iron piece was considered a rare find. Snapping back to reality, he took stock of his own inventory. 2 hours ago, using his past life experience, he'd controlled 2 skeleton warriors to lure away an elite black sand lizard. That gave him the perfect chance to open the bronze chest they had been guarding. Inside was the black lizard cloak, a bronze tier item. Its stats popped up. Bronze cloth armor, defense plus 30, spirit plus 10, and agility plus 10. He also glanced at a title he had just received, the Hunter title. After equipping it, his attack power increased by 10%, critical hit rate by 10%, and magic damage by another 10%. He nodded, satisfied. In this world, different titles could add special attributes or statuses. The bonus effects from this Hunter title were incredibly good. Turning back to his loot, he had just touched the chest when a system announcement popped up. You are the first player to defeat a world boss. You receive a bonus reward, 1 silver chest. He let out a small gasp. Oh, a silver one. The lid flew open, revealing a whole spread of priceless treasures inside. A silver moon sword, a silver tier weapon that pulsed with moonlight energy. Attack power plus 100, agility plus 10, an eye of death, a silver tier accessory, spirit plus 40. It also had a bonus skill, level 1 corrosive ray, dealing 200% corrosive damage to a single target, and a recovery potion. It instantly restores 20% HP and mana, a level 1 skill scroll, granting 100 skill proficiency points, and a monster essence. This essence, which only drops from powerful monsters, could be used for alchemy or consumed directly. Using it grants 10 permanent attribute points to strength, stamina, agility, and spirit. Looking at the 5 incredible items filling his inventory, Lin Yuan was beyond pleased. What an amazing haul. The first world boss in the game, and the rewards were truly generous. Just then, his entire body was engulfed in the bright green light of a level up. The system announced that his XP was calculated and player data was being updated. He smiled, feeling the power surge. Not bad, he jumped from the start of level 3 to nearly maxing out level 4. Each level up gave him 5 free attribute points. He decided to put 3 into spirit and 2 into strength. His personal status window instantly refreshed with the new stats. Player, Lin Yuan. Level 4. Class, Forbidden Necromancer. Talents, Dark Summoning, Gate of Hell 40 out of 40, Strength 10, Stamina 10, Agility 25, Spirit 35, XP at 512. Seeing his stats skyrocket, he smiled with absolute confidence. Perfect. After this level up, his attributes were now the highest among all players in the Gravel Desert. His eyes were drawn to his talent line. The Gate of Hell was now maxed. He pulled up the data panel and began analyzing his next moves. Plus, even though all his zombie wolves died in that battle, his Gate of Hell was now big enough to hold 40 undead monsters. With a truly insane idea in mind, he strode right up to the boss monster's corpse. He reached out, casting a green spell, and a prompt appeared. Do you wish to use shadow summoning on the giant death wolf? His eyes blazed with a hunger for ultimate power. He firmly confirmed it. Instantly, The corpse's lifeless eyes shot open, blasting a brilliant blue light that tore through the night. The transformation was a success. A massive, armored claw pulsing with dark energy slammed into the ground. A roar echoed from the newly summoned giant zombie wolf, revealing its terrifying stats. Giant Death Wolf level 6, HP 2400, attack power 360, defense 48. Its skills: Demonic Wolf's Howl, Heart of the Evil Beast, Death Claw, Undead Body, and Death's Wrath. Demonic Wolf's Howl deals 400% attack damage to surrounding enemies and stuns them for 5 seconds. Heart of the Evil Beast increases its HP by 1000. Death Claw boosts its attack power by 150. Death's Wrath buffs all allies with 10% attack and 20% critical hit rate. Looking at his new war machine, Lin Yuan thought to himself with satisfaction. Just as he'd expected from a world boss, it had both wide area damage and incredible crowd control. Plus, after becoming a zombie, on top of its undead body, it gained the brand new skill, Death's Wrath. The giant beast obediently stepped through the glowing light of the Hellgate. He continued to scheme. With the help of this giant death wolf, he could quickly build up the number of zombies in his Hellgate. In the distance, a group of players watched the whole thing, trembling and whispering in total shock. Oh my god, that's horrifying. Did he really just turn a world boss into a zombie monster? And what was up with that strange gate? I remember that pack of zombie wolves came from there too. This guy is even scarier than the world boss. As he prepared to leave, Lin Yuan heard the whispers, glancing back with a flicker of suspicion. Two figures immediately vanished. He let out a soft sigh, muttering, "Oh, so they were still here." After those 3 bandits were killed, they actually dropped a black iron sword, a decent weapon for a low-level player. But he already had the Silver Moon sword. He reached out and grabbed the hilt of the black iron sword. Seeing him walk towards them, the hiding players quickly backed away, stuttering in fear. He's coming this way with the sword. He's not going to kill us for our gear, is he? Right? It's not too late. We can still make a run for it right now, can't we? But with his superior speed, Lin Yuan was already standing before the player in the headband, asking in a cold voice, "You were the one who shouted earlier, correct?" The headband guy broke out in a cold sweat, his face pale with fear as he stammered a reply. Yeah, that was me." Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan held out the hilt of the black iron sword towards him, saying simply, "Take it." The player's eyes went wide, unable to believe what was happening. This is... After handing over the weapon, Lin Yuan decisively turned and walked into the sun-scorched desert, waving as he left a final comment. "Thanks, maybe this will be useful to you." The players all rushed over, their jaws on the floor. "What? No way. He came over just to give you that sword? Look closely, that's a black iron-grade sword. It's worth a fortune." 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan was still walking alone across the barren, windswept desert. Suddenly, his body began to glitch, flickering with waves of static. He flinched, his brow furrowing. Huh? This feeling. Instantly, the entire virtual space shattered, replaced by bright green static on a black screen. A piercing warning beep sounded as a bulky VR headset with a flashing red light appeared on his head. Back in reality, Lin Yuan frowned. He pulled the headset off, letting out a sharp breath. Just as I thought. Not enough battery, it kicked me out. He sat quietly in the gaming chair in his tiny room, carefully placing the VR headset on his computer desk. His expression turned determined, yet worried. He told himself he had to earn money quickly to buy a proper gaming pod. He looked up at the huge computer monitor, which was brightly displaying the splash screen for the game, World of Immortals. The screen shifted to a graphic of Earth covered in a digital network. He recalled the game's basic info. World of Immortals was a hyper-realistic 3-dimensional game. It was divided into multiple login regions based on different countries. On top of that, each login region contained different in-game kingdoms for players to choose. Take the Elp district where he lived, for example. It had 4 nations. Images of the kingdoms appeared, each with its own majestic architecture: the arid, rocky, ancient kingdom of the West, the grand and glorious Southern Empire, and the Northern Ming Empire, buried in ice and snow, and one final kingdom, completely surrounded by the vast ocean tidal island. The memory took him back to his first character creation. Please, select your birthplace. A. Ancient Kingdom of the West. B. Southern Empire. C. Northern Ming Empire. D. Tidal Island model. Facing the virtual console, he murmured to himself. He had another chance at life, and he was making the exact same choice as before. Without hesitation, his finger pressed the interface labeled Western Desert Ancient Nation as his mind drifted back into the past. because just before he died, he discovered a terrible secret. The memory threw him back to that moment. The sky was torn open by a giant, crimson demon eye, unleashing hell on earth amidst endless, agonizing screams. Buildings collapsed into fire and smoke. People scattered in absolute desperation, running for their lives. "Help me." In his previous life, Lin Yuan lay helpless under the rubble, covered in blood, the screams echoing all around him. "Somebody, help." Right at the edge of death, the corner of a cloak fluttered into his field of view. He struggled to open his blood-soaked eyes, staring up in absolute shock. There, framed against the fire and the evil god, stood the majestic silhouette of a cloaked figure. Lin Yuan's gaze locked onto the emblem on the man's chest. Was that golden jade? The insignia of the Western Desert Ancient Nation Guild? The badge was a single golden eye. The first believer of the Demon Lord, the memory shifted, showing that figure kneeling before a massive evil entity, before snapping back to reality a player in a dimly lit room. Lin Yuan, chin in hand, thought deeply. He remembered it all too well. That first believer was the key to the final ritual, the one that summoned the evil god to Blue Star. He still had 3 years before the evil god would descend. If he could eliminate that traitor in time, he might just be able to stop the tragedy. His eyes blazed with resolve, the golden badge burned into his mind. The only clue he had was that insignia. Clasping his hands, a plan began to form. Only guilds in the main city of the Western Desert used golden jade emblems, and getting in required level 10. To expose this rat's true identity, he had to level up. And fast. At that thought, his gaze hardened into pure steel. That was it. Suddenly, he raised his hand. A magic card, glowing with an intense green light, materialized between his fingers as a powerful aura enveloped his entire body. He stared at the card. Had he really just summoned the skeleton card? He clenched his fist, crushing the card into a burst of brilliant energy. In this world, certain players could manifest their in-game powers in reality, right from the very beginning. These people were called the Chosen, or sometimes the Children of Fate, their power like an echo of ancient, mighty warriors. Every one of the Chosen possessed a powerful, hidden class and ridiculously high luck stats. They were humanity's main line of defense against the evil god. In his past life, he only gained his powers in the real world when the Blue Star catastrophe had already begun. But this time, it was happening so much sooner. It seemed his Forbidden Soul Summoner ability was anything but normal. He just wasn't sure how it compared to the hidden classes of the Chosen. Lost in thought, a sudden click from the door snapped him back to attention. He immediately shot to his feet. He glanced at the wall clock before stepping out of his bedroom, right on schedule. He walked into the dining room to find his father and sister staring in bewilderment at a lavishly prepared feast. "Yuan, what's all this?" But he just placed a hot plate of roast duck on the table with a warm smile. "Everything's ready. Just eat," his sister grinned, nudging their father who was still in a daze. "Dad, don't you get it? This is a rare gesture from Yuan. Let's eat." Their father finally nodded. "Ah, okay then." He stood there silently, watching his family alive and real enjoying the meal, overcome with an emotion that caught in his throat. It's a sad truth about people. You only realize how precious something is after you've lost it. Only then do you try to make up for it. In his past life, he had lived in complete ignorance, taking these peaceful days for granted. Dark memories surfaced of him hiding in his messy room, consumed by a VR game, ignoring his father's worried sighs from outside the door. If that boy keeps this up with his gaming addiction, he's going to completely ruin himself. Can't you stop? You'll just make Yuan angry again. It was only when disaster took everything that he painfully realized just how foolish he had been. Staring at his reflection in a dark screen, a single tear traced a path down his cheek. His expression was bitter, but filled with absolute resolve. He served some more food and asked, "Today is Sunday. Isn't little Dan coming home?" His mother smiled at his father. Dan said she's preparing for a practice exam, so she took food with her to study at school. "Oh, right. If you have time later, you should bring some of this to her. The food she brought can't be as good as this," his father teased, smiling warmly. "I never thought our Yuan would actually learn how to cook. These chicken wings are incredible, Han. Don't even think about fighting me for them." His mother laughed. All right. They're all yours. All yours." As his father took a bite, a look of pure, surprised happiness spread across his face. He looked at his parents gently, making a soft promise. "I'll learn how to cook more dishes for you both." Hearing that, his parents just froze, completely stunned into silence by their son's sudden and heartfelt gesture. His mother reached up, wiping away a tear of pure joy, while his father just smiled proudly and nodded. "Yeah." A moment later, Lin Yuan was running relentlessly up a massive flight of stairs, his breathing heavy and ragged. He was training like a madman, covered in sweat. He knew if he wanted to control the game's power in reality, he needed a body strong enough to handle it. No time to be lazy. He immediately switched to a heavy bag, throwing powerful punches that tore through the air. After the brutal session, he stretched and wiped away sweat, his physique now toned and rock solid. He glanced down at the stopwatch on his wrist. 50 meters in 5.5 seconds. Not bad, he thought with a slight frown, but there was still plenty of room to improve. Just then, the digital watch on his wrist started beeping insistently, the alarm he'd been waiting for. His eyes hardened as he looked up and muttered, "Well, I guess it's time to head back in." Logging into the game, his figure materialized from a blinding pillar of digital light. You have entered the gravel desert. The desert sky was instantly blotted out by the massive shadow of a winged creature. With a world-shaking screech, the dark shape plummeted toward the ground at a terrifying speed. Its shadow was large enough to swallow him whole. Lin Yuan just narrowed his eyes and looked up, completely unfazed. In the sky, a whole flock of bizarre red-feathered monsters were diving straight for him. He faced the oncoming swarm without flinching, standing his ground. With a single, fatal slash, he cleaved the lead monster bird in two. Its info panel popped up. Normal weeping bird. Level 2, with 4 HP and 20 attack power. 2 defense. Skill. Beak assault. Blood sprayed as he struck a heroic pose on the rock. System notification. 15 experience points gained. Watching the monster corpses fall to the ground, he glanced over his shoulder with a look of disappointment. Just 15 experience points. His crimson eyes narrowed in calculation. Without a second thought, he turned the corpse into a new summon. At that exact moment, a massive wolf paw slammed down hard onto the brutal desert sand. From the shadows, an entire pack of desert demon wolves charged out, dozens of blood-red eyes glowing with hunger. Lin Yuan just leaned back calmly, smiling to himself. His new summon immediately attracted the entire massive wolf pack. It's no surprise this was one of the desert demon wolf's favorite meals. Preparing for the slaughter, he decisively popped the top off a magic potion. He stood his ground, facing the furiously charging wolf pack head-on. Then he calmly downed the entire vial. Raw power surged through his body as a notification appeared. Monster essence consumed. All stats +1. He shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Then I'll take advantage of this. The savage wolves bared their death-wreaking fangs, but his blade instantly and ruthlessly pierced the lead beast's jaw, just to get things started. This. Brilliant arcs of blue sword energy lashed out from his blade, completely shattering the pack's attempt to surround him. Lin Yuan landed gracefully, flicking blood from his sword as the system announced, "You have successfully slain Desert Demon Wolf ×4. But there was no time to rest. 2 more enormous, enraged beasts dove straight from above, trying to tear him apart. He met them with a perfect, destructive slash of his own. He sliced them both in half in midair. System notification. You have successfully slain Desert Demon Wolf ×10. His boots hit the cracked earth hard, radiating a menacing green sword aura and overwhelming killing intent. Dodging a vicious pounce from above, Lin Yuan quickly fell back, immediately unleashing a wave of green energy that tore the pack's formation apart. Gripping his weapon tightly, he muttered, "Here they come." A cold, sharp light flashed in his eyes. Perfect timing. His blade became a blur, parrying and slicing through the charging beasts. He cut through them all in a torrent of black blood, clearing everything in his path. System notification. You have successfully slain Desert Demon Wolf ×20. The slaughter continued. The numbers kept climbing. You have successfully slain Desert Demon Wolf ×30. He ended it with a massive spinning strike, unleashing a devastating area of effect attack. The final system achievement appeared. You have successfully slain Desert Demon Wolf ×40. Congratulations. You have advanced to level 5. Instantly, a hellgate opened, releasing 7 zombie wolves. Looking at his new undead army, he made a quick calculation. After just 2 battles, the hellgate was already overflowing with zombie monsters. Standing on the cliff, he checked his player status. Lin Yuan. Level 5. Class. Forbidden Summoner. Shadow Summoning Talent. Hellgate 50/50. Strength 22, Physique 20, Agility 45, and Spirit 48. He confidently sized up his current power level after boosting his 4 main stats with that monster essence. His combat power was now high enough to take on elite-level monsters of the same rank. Gazing into the distance, he made a decision. It was finally time to find that person. His destination, Black Sand Town. Pulling his hood low, he quietly melted into the bustling crowd. He suddenly stopped, standing before the wooden door of a small house. With a creak of old hinges, he pushed his way inside. Inside, an old NPC called out to him as a status window appeared. The mage instructor of Black Sand Town, Lin Yuan, got straight to the point. "Instructor, I'm here to learn skills." He recalled the rules from the game, Xianxia World. Usually, skills came from books dropped by monsters or found inside treasure chests. Images of players collecting skill books flashed through his mind, along with that basic rule. But on top of that, every profession also had its own dedicated instructor to teach new players. Facing the NPC, he thought to himself, this was his instructor from his past life as a mage. What was his name again? The old man, meanwhile, replied with glee, "Excellent. Teaching you will earn me enough coin for wine for the next half a month." Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed as he analyzed the situation. In his past life, he was a mage, so he knew very little about his new necromancer abilities. However, their fighting styles were similar, both relied heavily on magic. He pulled out a small bag of coins. He mused that he needed to learn the general mage skills that fit his necromancer style before he could find any specialized ones. Then he spoke clearly. "I want to learn Spirit Flame, Art of Healing, and Art of Stealth." He tossed the coin purse to the old man, who snatched it with a satisfied hiccup. "Hey, as long as you have the money, the rest is easy." The fabric parted to reveal glimmering silver coins in the NPC's hand. After receiving his payment, the instructor condensed a brilliant magic orb and spoke. "Do your best, young man. The glory of the mages will shine brightly upon you." A dazzling blue orb of magic flowed into him, followed by a system notification congratulating the player. He had just acquired 3 mage skills. First, Spirit Flame, Black Iron rank 1. It dealt damage equal to 100% of his magic power. 10 mana cost, 10-second cooldown, 0 out of 100 proficiency. Right below, the info panel listed the others. Art of Healing, Black Iron rank 1. It restored 10% of the target's health. 10 mana cost, 3-minute cooldown, 0 out of 100 proficiency. And finally, Art of Stealth, Black Iron rank 1. This skill let the user enter a stealth state for 5 seconds. 10 mana cost, 3-minute cooldown, 0 out of 100 proficiency. After reading the stats, he stroked his chin, lost in thought. He assessed that Spirit Flame gave him a ranged attack, while healing could patch up him and his allies. As for stealth, that was a lifesaver for emergencies. But these were just the basics, simple skills. If he wanted to learn higher-level abilities, he'd have to find more resources. With his goal set, a determined glint appeared in his red eyes. All right, time to move out and level up. His next destination appeared under the crimson evening sky, Black Sand Mountain. Crossing the slope, he moved silently until he stopped at the mouth of a dark cave. Staring into the darkness, images of half-wolf, half-human creatures instantly popped into his mind. Kobolds. They were around level 5 and lived in the nearby caves. Their keen sense of smell allowed them to hunt prey even in total darkness. And they were cunning, preferring to ambush their targets. A single one of their packs usually numbered around 100. After finishing his analysis, his eyes sharpened with cold calculation. So, in terms of both numbers and level, the kobolds were the perfect monsters to level up his new zombie army. To prepare, he took out a potion he'd bought from an NPC a half hour ago and drained the vial. The system immediately confirmed the night vision potion's effect, granting him vision within a 3-meter radius in the dark for 30 minutes. With everything ready, he summoned his gate. He'd use these kobolds to max out the proficiency of his stealth and spirit flame skills, and maybe open some chests along the way. Holding a blazing torch, he led his army forward, clearing the path ahead while taking advantage of the item's effect. A normal torch. Its effect increased vision by another 5 meters. "By your command, Master." The zombie wolf pack, their ghostly eyes glowing with menace, charged deep into the cave. Some time passed. The sound of his footsteps echoed as he descended through the narrow rock walls. 15 minutes later, his face grew wary under the flickering firelight. He stops dead in his tracks. A frown, a signal to his wolves. Something's moving. Without a word, he whips around, hurling the torch forward. Its flame cuts through the darkness, revealing monstrous shapes slinking up the stone steps, trying to stay hidden. From the shadows, a deep, guttural growl echoes out. Then, bloodshot red eyes snap open, filled with hate. Suddenly, countless wolf-like shadows burst from the night, all fangs and claws, lunging straight for him. Seeing his enemy clearly, he just smirks. The kobold miners have appeared, their stat window popping up right beside them, showing they're just common mobs. Level 5, HP 120, Attack 30, Defense 6. Skill, Mining Attack. With a wave of his hand, he gives the order, "Kill them all." leave none alive. The battle erupts. One reckless kobold leaps down from above, swinging its pickaxe right for his head in a deadly arc. At the same time, a brawny monster raises its sharp claws, letting out an enraged roar. But he doesn't even flinch. A blur of green sword energy slices through the enemy, sending blood flying. A notification pops up. Kobold Miner ×2, eliminated. As they fall, another one charges forward, activating its shatter skill. The attack leaves deep scratches across his summoned wolves, a brutal counter. Lin Yuan ignores it completely. He unleashes a ruthless sword strike, slicing the beast clean in two while it's still airborne. The system reports, Kobold Miner ×8 defeated. He comes to a quick conclusion: these mobs aren't strong, but dodging their pickaxes is the absolute key to winning this. Just as he thinks that, 3 more kobolds descend upon him, wildly swinging their pickaxes in a frenzy. Reacting in an instant, he just smiles. His body dissolves into a hazy smoke, vanishing completely. The system instantly displays, stealth skill activated. Because he's gone, the monster's attack misses, their pickaxes slamming hard into the stone floor. One of the monsters turns back, confused, searching for him. But Lin Yuan is already there, reappearing right behind it. You fool, I'm right here. Instantly, he unleashes a fatal strike, his sword tearing the monster apart. It lets out a horrifying scream, its mouth wide open amidst a spray of blood. As the enemy's corpse collapses to the ground, the system reports the bloody results. Kobold Miner ×20, destroyed. Standing on a high ledge, he looks down at the pile of corpses below and calmly sheathes his sword. The corner of his mouth lifts into a satisfied smirk as he sees the new status update. Stealth Art, Experience. 5 out of 100. He mutters to himself that his stealth art experience has increased, but that flicker of satisfaction quickly dies out, because he's looking at the army of monsters, now reviving in a ghostly, skeletal mist. He realizes the stats on these common kobolds are still way too weak. Leveling them up is going to be a slow grind. The zombie stat panel pops up, confirming his thoughts. Normal zombie kobold miner. Level 5, HP 120, attack 30, defense 6. Skills include dig, shatter, and death's body. The shatter skill's damage is capped, not exceeding 5% of the target's max health. Shaking off his disappointment, he quickly gives his new undead minions their orders. From now on, he declares, you will replace my zombie demon wolves. He presses forward, thinking to himself that he needs to find the leader of this place. And fast. With his new kobold escort leading the way, he strides deeper into the dark crevice of the cave. But then, suddenly, he freezes, his feet planted firmly on the cold, rocky ground. In front of him, a massive cavern opens up, its walls pocked with jagged, dark pits. A fork in the path. He suddenly senses a killing intent in the air, glancing to the side with a hum. His gaze fixes on a silent, pitch-black crevice. He can feel it, a trap is waiting there. He's not scared at all. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he condenses a brilliant spirit flame in his hand. Found you, he says. He hurls the fireball forward. It impacts and erupts in a blinding flash of blue light, incinerating the slimy monsters that were lying in wait for an ambush. Even so, from deep within another tunnel, 2 mysterious red eyes suddenly flare to life, burning with pure rage. Lin Yuan and his zombie horde don't panic. They simply stand their ground, waiting for the enemy to reveal itself. With an enraged roar, a muscular beast leaps into view, swinging a massive whip as the system window instantly appears. Elite Kobold Supervisor. Level 6, HP 350, Attack 100, Defense 10. Skill, Whip Strike. Facing this powerful foe, he calmly analyzes the situation. From time immemorial, the weak have always been the prey. It's an unbreakable law of nature. And in the end, the hunter is always destined to become someone else's prey. It's just how the world works. His thoughts are illustrated by a scene. A giant viper, silently slithering up right behind a wolf on the hunt. The snake opens its venomous jaws and strikes the wolf. Because absolute danger is always lurking, hiding in every corner, at every single moment. Back to the fight. The supervisor cracks its steel whip against the ground with devastating force. The impact creates a deafening explosion, kicking up a massive cloud of dust that completely obscures his vision. Using the image of that defiant wolf biting back at the giant snake, he continues his line of thought. But sometimes, the hunter can disguise themselves as prey, appearing when you least expect it. His sharp eyes pierce right through the thick dust cloud, just like this very moment. From within the thick mist, he calmly reaches out a hand and effortlessly catches the monster's spiked whip mid-air. He grabs the deadly weapon with his bare hand, completely ignoring the pain. The supervisor freezes, horrified, as a voice cuts through the air. Gotcha. Before his enemy could even blink, Lin Yuan made his move. He swung the whip with devastating force, sending the massive monster crashing back onto the stone floor. The monster scrambles to its feet, letting out a furious roar and slamming its fist down. But the punch hits nothing but an afterimage. High above, Lin Yuan appears, plunging his sword straight through the monster's skull. The system window flashes. Supervisor CB X-Zone eliminated. With its life gone, the colossal body of the beast topples over, hitting the floor with a heavy thud. But the fight's not over. Deep within the cave, menacing growls echo. Lin Yuan's eyes dart towards the darkness, his guard up. The roars intensify as an entire legion of kobolds emerges from the shadows, each one gripping a pickaxe. There he stands, a lone figure against a horde of monsters, led by two whip-wielding bosses. The entire swarm of monsters charges straight for him. As the monsters roar, a system alert pops up. Supervisor has activated the frenzy skill. Miners have entered a bloodthirsty state. Bloodthirsty state. Attack speed up 40%. Movement speed up 25% for 60 seconds. Facing the army, he makes a quick calculation. 40? No, closer to 50. A huge number, but his own forces could easily match them. With that thought, he summons the gates of hell. A deathly wolf's howl echoes from within. All right, all of you, get out here. Time for some fresh air. A pack of zombie wolves with glowing eyes pours out, obeying his every command. He smirks, the giant death wolf at his side. The hunt, he announces, has officially begun. Answering the call, his summoned wolves let out a unified, powerful howl. The kobold army stands its ground, roaring right back. Led by the death wolf, his undead army tears into the horde in a shower of blood. The alpha wolf howls, unleashing its skill. A shockwave of sound rips across the entire battlefield. One of the kobolds is caught in the blast, stunned on the spot and debuffed. Stunned and bleeding heavily, the kobold is helpless. Lin Yuan's eyes flash with killing intent. He waves his hand. Kill them all. The system explodes with alerts. Supervisor Kobold X5, X10, X20, X40 eliminated. Congratulations, you have reached level 6. Amidst the carnage, he begins his shadow summoning. One by one, kobold corpses rise, their eyes glowing blue, with new skills: mining, whip, and undead body. While his new undead clean up the mess, two survivors try to make a run for it. But a huge shadow suddenly looms, blocking their escape. And behind it, Lin Yuan's ice-cold voice. Going somewhere? He raises his sword, a sharp arc of energy humming. Ask my sword first. Suddenly, a massive hammer smashes down from above. He leaps back just in time. System alert. Boss has activated decisive blow. A massive kobold boss appears, roaring with absolute fury as its info panel pops up. Kobold boss. Level 7. HP 1000. Attack 150. Defense 80. Lin Yuan, completely unfazed, lands gracefully on a ledge with a confident smile. I've been waiting for you. The boss charges, swinging its hammer wildly. The heavy weapon smashes into the cliff face, sending cracks through the rock. But it misses. The hammer gets lodged in the rock, leaving the boss stunned for a moment. Lin Yuan sees his opening, instantly raising a battle axe he'd just acquired. He dives, bringing the axe down hard on the boss. The impact rings out, but the blade can't pierce its tough hide. Just as he suspected. A boss's defense is no joke. He can't even scratch it. Enraged, the boss swings its hammer in a furious counter. Lin Yuan's eyes widen in surprise. The massive hammer barrels straight towards him. But he just watches it come, completely unfazed. With a roar, the boss smashes its hammer down. Lin Yuan dodges and counters, noting this creature's attack patterns are far from simple. This thing is way beyond your typical elite monster, based on the power it's showing. At least 2 or 3 times stronger, in fact. A blue flame appears on his fingertip. The plan is simple. Keep his distance and chip away at its health. He gives the command. Arise. His entire undead army materializes, surrounding the boss. Just then, a system alert flashes. Boss activates finishing blow. The death wolf leaps forward to intercept. The system flashes. The next finishing blow will deal double damage. Seeing this, he immediately gives the order to attack. His zombie army swarms forward, pinning down the massive boss. Right after, his death wolf roars, activating a party skill. The death god's rage kicks in, attack power up 10%, crit rate up 20%. Fueled by the buff, the zombie horde's assault becomes even more ferocious as they let out a unified roar. The death god's rage is active. The all-out attack lands for colossal damage, forcing the boss to shriek in agony. Negative 150. Under the constant barrage, the boss staggers from the sheer force of the zombie swarm. Lin Yuan seizes the opportunity, conjuring a fireball and activating his magic skill, Spirit Flame. He soars into the air and unleashes countless blue fireballs. This rain of fire engulfs the restrained boss, who howls in pain from the continuous hits. Negative 20. Negative 30. Another 30. He thinks to himself that if he remembers right, the kobold boss has incredibly low magic resistance. Engulfed in flames, the boss lets out a final, furious roar. It charges madly at Lin Yuan for revenge, but he just smiles and activates his stealth skill. Instantly, he shoots into the air, circling around behind the charging beast. Since you insisted on coming to me, I won't be holding back. He aims for a weak spot right there, a patch of flesh unprotected by armor. He dives down, plunging his sword straight into the back of the boss's neck. The blade tears through flesh, dealing a critical wound. Blood sprays as the boss roars in pain. Negative 100. With one last scream, it swings its axe in desperation, but Lin Yuan has already snapped his fingers. Go, he commands. A zombie leaps forward as he instantly jumps onto his wolf's back. The entire undead army now swarms in, tearing the exhausted boss to pieces. The boss struggles to defend itself. He notices its armor has been completely shattered. Immediately, he summons countless dazzling magic orbs around himself. The next attack will unleash his full firepower. He delivers a cold, final judgment. I'm taking your life. A cascade of damage numbers appears. Negative 30, negative 40, negative 40. Burning alive, the boss screams in absolute agony. Seeing their leader fall, the remaining monsters roar in a frenzy and charge forward. Looking at the remaining mobs, his expression doesn't waver. This is just a desperate last stand. The slaughter continues, and it is over quickly. The system notifications roll in. You have successfully defeated 18 kobold supervisors. You have successfully defeated 20 kobold miners. You have successfully defeated 35 kobold miners. Seeing its kin slaughtered, the last boss panics and turns to flee for its life. But it doesn't get far. It freezes in its tracks, spotting a cloaked figure blocking the path. He draws a sword crackling with blue lightning, his voice ice cold. Trying to run? His hand tightens on the hilt. Leave your life here first. He leaps, bringing a thunderous strike crashing down on the enemy. The kobold's head flies into the air in a spray of bright red blood. The headless body collapses onto the stone floor with a heavy thud. He sheathes his weapon and gets the notification. Boss defeated. Experience points plus 50. At the same time, the light of a level up envelops his body. Congratulations, you have reached level 7. Looking at his updated stats, he smiles, satisfied. Level 7 perfect. Player: Lin Yuan. Level: 7. Class: Necromancer. Taboo. Talent: Shadow Summoning. Hellgate, 20 out of 70. Strength, 27. Stamina, 23. Agility, 45. Spirit, 50. Experience, 68 out of 2,745. His eyes hold a distant, calculated look. With this, he's one step closer to level 10, which will let him enter the main city of the Western Desert. He checks his skills again and nods to himself. Both his Stealth Art and Spirit Flame had maxed out their proficiency. They'd leveled up to rank 2, and their effects had doubled. The stat boxes confirm it. Lost in thought, his attention is suddenly pulled towards something on the ground. Walking over to where the boss fell, he spots a bronze-tier treasure chest. Without hesitation, he reaches out and opens the lid. As the lid cracks open, a blinding golden light shines out. The system sends a flood of loot notifications. Kobold leather pouch obtained. Unextinguishable torch obtained. Skull mask obtained. Shadow gloves obtained. He opens the pouch, and another notification pops up. Opened kobold leather pouch. Received 20 gold coins. He does a quick calculation. He remembers that soon, major world banks will open currency exchanges between reality and the game. 20 gold coins is equivalent to 200,000 yuan in the real world. Not bad at all. He inspects the other items. The system displays Unextinguishable torch. Effect: provides a 3-meter radius of vision in dark environments. No time limit. Skull mask. Bronze. Armor. Its effect reduces incoming physical damage by 5%. Stamina plus 10. Strength plus 10. As his hand touches the final item, his eyes flash with surprise. Oh! He slips on the silver-blue gloves. Shadow gloves. Silver. Armor. Effect: the gloves' power scales with the user's physical strength, just like a kobold's. Defense plus 30. Attack plus 30. He let out a small laugh. His luck was pretty good. pulling a silver-tier weapon from a bronze-tier reward. The gauntlets pulsed with the power of a kobold. He couldn't wait to test them out. At the same time, near the kobold cave, a hulking warrior surveyed the battlefield. This was Huang Feilong, guildmaster of the Bloodscar Guild, a level 8 warrior. The man beside him boasted smugly, "Our recent training paid off. We wiped out 30 phantom desert demon wolves in under a minute. As long as you and I work together, brother," he continued, "nothing is impossible for us." This was the vice master of the Bloodscar Guild, Huang Feihu, a level 5 rogue. Behind them, the other guild members were quick to flatter. As expected of our guildmaster and vice master, taking out that many phantom wolves in a single blow. "Your power is astounding." One of them gushed. "That's right. If we ever run into that scum from the Thunder Guild again, we'll wipe the floor with them." They all cheered. Indeed. But Huang Feihu was still fuming. If that Lin Yuan hadn't appeared out of nowhere, we would have claimed the first world boss kill. No other guild would dare to look down on us then. He recalled the world announcement. The giant wolf world boss had been defeated by the player Lin Yuan. The image of Lin Yuan standing over the giant wolf's corpse made him relive that initial shock. What the hell? Huang Feihu was still seething. "I don't know what kind of ridiculous luck that bastard has, but the moment I find him, I'm going to unleash hell on his head." Huang Feilong's face hardened as he reprimanded him. "Feihu, how many times have I told you not to act so recklessly?" The guildmaster's voice dropped as he analyzed the situation. "Lin Yuan is ruthless, and his strength can't be underestimated. So, it's better to recruit him than to fight him." With that settled, Huang Feilong shouldered his axe and left. He remembered there was a kobold dungeon nearby. "I'm going to check its location. The rest of you stay here and recover." His underlings bowed respectfully, waiting until he was gone. Huang Feihu gritted his teeth in frustration. His own brother had scolded him 3 times over that lone wolf. It felt so unfair. He gripped his dagger tightly, roaring in his mind. "Just you wait, Lin Yuan. I'll rip your fangs out in front of my brother, and then take your head to prove who's truly the strongest." Seeing his boss in a rage, a lackey quickly ran over to suck up, pointing, "Vice Master, don't waste your anger on that trash. Look over there." Following his finger, Huang Feihu frowned, asking, "What is it?" Elsewhere in the same forest, a young woman was walking, and completely unaware she was being watched. She was a mage dressed in purple, enjoying a leisurely stroll under the setting sun. Huang Feihu and his men started to stalk her, a sinister smirk spreading across his face. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was heading toward the cave. He was looking at a system window with satisfaction. Kobold Zombie, level 7, HP, 1000, attack, 1 to 150, defense, 80, skills, Death Corpse, Dig, and Crushing Blow. The Crushing Blow dealt 200% attack damage and had a 10% chance of landing a critical hit. He silently calculated that he had just added a boss-level zombie with considerable combat power to his collection. Even better, the number of zombie monsters in his Hellgate had now reached 70. He was going to keep going just like this. Suddenly, he froze, turning his head as a panicked scream echoed nearby. "You, all of you, stay away from me." A female mage was stumbling backward in terror, clutching her staff. "Don't come any closer. If you take one more step, I won't spare you." She watched in despair as Huang Feihu and his men tightened their circle around her. He let out a sleazy laugh. "Well now, what incredible luck. To think we'd run into such a beauty out here." He advanced, his eyes filled with greed. "Don't worry, sweet thing," one of his men added. "Just entertain the brothers a little. Instead of suffering, you should just try to enjoy it." "That's right. Just make our vice master happy, and you'll be rewarded handsomely." Unable to stand it, she raised her staff defensively. "If you come any closer, I swear I won't hesitate to attack." But the blonde man simply slapped her weapon away. It flew from her hands with a loud clang. "Let's see you try to attack us now," he sneered, making her cry out in pain. "Ah!" In a flash, he brutally grabbed her by the hair, his voice dripping with contempt. "Just a low-level mage. You really think you can hurt us?" He yanked her close, ignoring her pained grimace. "You're seriously that stupid, huh? If you still haven't given up, then by all means, try again. Go on, keep struggling. The more you resist, the more exciting this gets." She squeezed her eyes shut, letting out a scream of pure despair. He began to manically tear at her clothes. Suddenly, a steel-clad fist slammed directly into his face with bone-shattering force. The armored shadow gauntlet flexed under the sunlight, making the chilling sound of metal grinding on metal. Huang Feihu took the full impact of the punch, flying backward with a blood-curdling scream of agony. His underlings watched the lightning-fast attack in horror, screaming, "Vice Master!" His body slammed hard into the cliff face. kicking up a massive cloud of dust. He lay broken inside a deep crater in the rock, bloodied and battered as loose stones rained down around him. Lin Yuan slowly rose to his feet, calmly inspecting his gauntlet. The effect wasn't bad, easier than he'd imagined. One of the thugs was so terrified he immediately turned and fled for his life. He had to warn the guild master. The remaining two trembled, pointing their swords at him as they stammered. "Who are you? You've angered the Bloodstained Guild. Your fate is death." His only reply was a cold glare from his blazing red eyes. Their guild emblem instantly flashed in his mind, the Bloodstained Guild. In the early days of the game, they were the #1 guild in Black Sandtown's starting village, filled with red-named players. They loved causing chaos. He recalled images of brutal killers in heavy armor and evil mages carrying player skulls, spreading terror everywhere they went. These so-called red-named players were a special breed. They were classified by the system as dangerous once their crime points hit 10 or more from unprovoked attacks, theft, and looting. The evil god had yet to invade the world, so player death wasn't permanent yet, but losing gear and levels was still a devastating blow. Lin Yuan's expression was pure ice. A faint smirk touched his lips as he asked them, "You guys are from the Bloodstained Guild?" In his past life, these cowardly rats had caused him endless trouble. Hearing him speak, the thug with the ponytail just frowned. The arrogant bald one put his hands on his hips and shot back. "That's right. We're the #1 guild in Black Sandtown. You messed with our vice guild master. Bet you're getting scared now." He growled, tightening the wraps around his wrists. The threats continued. "It's too late for you now. But if you don't want to die a miserable death..." The thugs grinned maliciously, continuing their insults. "Cut off your own arms, then kneel like a dog and call me Grandpa." He didn't let them enjoy the moment for long. With a flash of cold fury, Lin Yuan lunged forward. His weapon unleashed a green, murderous aura, tearing a decisive slash through the air. In the blink of an eye, blood sprayed everywhere as both thugs' arms were sliced clean off, sent flying into the air. The two goons fell backward, screaming in agony. Lin Yuan stood over them coldly, passing judgment. "Thanks, but I'll handle cutting off your arms myself. As for your dog-like barking, save it for your trip down to hell." Watching the scene, the female mage clutched her tattered robe, completely stunned. He's so strong," she stammered. At that same moment, deep in the ravine, the blonde vice guildmaster who'd been sent flying was sliding down a dusty slope. His trembling hand lay next to an empty potion bottle as he gasped and wheezed in pain. A system notification immediately popped up. He had used a health potion, recovering 20% of his HP and magic power. He staggered to his feet, clutching his battered body, his eyes burning with rage. You miserable bastard." A blazing red killing aura erupted around him. He gripped his weapon and stalked into the darkness, growling each word, "Your fate is definitely death." His heavy footsteps echoed. "Let's see who's got the guts to cross me. Who doesn't want to live anymore?" Instantly, one of the goons pointed him out. "Guildmaster, he's over there." Hearing the noise, Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. He glanced back to see the female mage behind him jump with a start. The thug pointed right at him, shouting his report. "It's this punk. He nearly killed the vice guildmaster." The burly guildmaster beside him glared and asked, "Who?" But when he got a clear look at his opponent's face, the armored guildmaster froze. Breaking out in a cold sweat, he raised his weapon defensively and yelled, "Hold on!" He stared in terror at those blood-red eyes. The rumors were true. They were cold and emotionless, but radiated an insane amount of pressure. His gaze then dropped to the weapon in his opponent's hands, and he began to tremble. It looked as if it were forged from moonlight, a blade shimmering with a light so cold it seemed capable of slicing through anything. A brilliant, terrifying green aura now pulsed from Lin Yuan's entire body, striking pure fear into his enemies, and the sheer power radiating from him created an unbearable, suffocating pressure. While the leader was backing away in sheer terror, his clueless underlings behind him were still shouting and cheering him on. "Guildmaster, hurry up and show this punk our power, you damn blind dog. You dare provoke us? Do you have a death wish? You bastard, just wait for death." The armored guildmaster, drenched in sweat, bit his lip and thought to himself, "Damn it, that aura, plus a sword that must have dropped from a boss-level monster. There's a 99% chance this is Lin Yuan." He gripped his greatsword in desperation, cursing the stupid lackeys who were still cheering behind him. Of all the people these idiots could have picked a fight with, they just had to provoke him. They were good for nothing but making noise, their minions still screaming, "Just wait! You've been sentenced to death." Lin Yuan ignored the rabble. His gaze locked calmly onto their massive leader as he spoke softly. "Are you the master of the Vileblood Guild?" Cornered before his own men, the leader gritted his teeth, his pride on the line. His eyes narrowed, filled with tension, preparing for a life-or-death battle. A fight was unavoidable. But as tensions peaked, Lin Yuan glanced up, hearing a sharp whistle of wind from the cliffs above. The female mage also looked up. Spotting a dark figure plummeting toward them, she screamed out a warning in pure terror. "Watch out behind you." It was the guild's vice master, golden-haired and dual-wielding swords, diving at insane speeds with a furious roar. "Die, you scum." His face was a mask of pure hatred and killing intent, roaring with everything he had. "Die." The guildmaster joined in, swinging his massive axe with a smug grin, sneering that making an enemy of the Vileblood Guild was the dumbest mistake of his life. They both lunged, blades aimed for Lin Yuan and the mage. But what their opponent did next stopped the leader cold in his tracks. What? To their utter shock, a massive werewolf spirit erupted behind Lin Yuan, glowing with a menacing green aura. The beast flashed a chilling grin before swinging its energy axe down with thunderous force, blasting them both backwards. Its attack unleashed a green shockwave that smashed into the cliff face with devastating power. Seizing the chance, Lin Yuan lunged forward like the wind, his blade aimed at the panicking guildmaster. His blade flashed. Lin Yuan stared at his target and declared coldly, "You're next." The guildmaster's eyes went wide, his face paling with sheer, absolute terror. Without mercy, Lin Yuan unleashed a flurry of brilliant slashes, ending his enemy's life with a series of fatal cuts. Death was instant. The guildmaster collapsed in a pool of blood as Lin Yuan turned and walked away. He glanced back at the body with disdain. This guild wasn't even worth his time. And then, the red system window flashed a warning for killing a player. His crime value had just increased by 2 points. His expression remained calm. The points would just disappear on their own, as long as no more points were gained within 1 week. The mage watched the surviving Vileblood members scrambling away up the rocks. "Oh no, they're escaping. Should we go after them?" Lin Yuan stood calmly, sword in hand, and replied, "They're just small fry, no need." With that, he walked to the Vice Master's body as it dissolved into particles of glittering data. The loot drops appeared instantly. First up, a silver-grade explosive battle axe that deals area of effect damage. Next, a pair of silver-grade crossed dragonfang blades, glowing brightly with a continuous burn effect. And finally, a bronze-grade thorn shortsword, a compact weapon that boosts agility. Lin Yuan rubbed his chin, assessing the loot. The stats are pretty good. Even if I don't use them, they'll sell for a nice price. After collecting everything, he turned on his heel, ready to leave the area. The mage finally snapped out of her daze, blushing. "My hero. Thank you for saving me today." She stepped closer to her hero, shyly asking, I don't know your name yet." Lin Yuan paused for a moment before turning back with a confident smile. "My name is Defiance." He glanced over his shoulder, leaving her with a bold promise. "One day, you'll see my name at the top of the world's top 10 list." His sheer arrogance left the mage stunned, whispering in complete awe, "The top 10. But seeing him walk off into the sunset, she desperately ran after his silhouette. Who cares about some stupid list? "My hero, please, take me with you." The scene suddenly shifts to the Weeping Desert, a barren wasteland stretching beneath a dust-filled sky. Here, Lin Yuan faces a giant, armored creature that just erupted from the sand. A level 6 Weeping Thunder Scorpion. It raised its dark purple, venomous tail threateningly. Lin Yuan's gaze instantly sharpened. He crouched, drawing his weapon, ready for another battle. The scorpion's stinger shot out, fast as lightning. With incredible reflexes, he easily dodged and countered, slicing right through the monster's tough shell with green sword energy. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as immense magical power erupted, surging around his entire body. Twisting in midair, Lin Yuan unleashed a massive green whirlwind, shredding all 7 scorpions around him to pieces. Immediately, the system interface lit up with victory notifications. A total of 60 Weeping Thunder Scorpions had been eliminated. Your level has increased to level 8. He touched his blood-stained shirt, a smirk of satisfaction at leveling up straight to 8. Sure, gathering the paralysis herbs was a bit of a hassle, but a reward this good was more than worth the trouble. The scene fades, his mind flashing back 2 days earlier to a dark castle hallway where a mysterious mage was approaching him. The old mage with a long purple beard spoke in a low voice, bowing slightly. "Hero, we finally meet." A green system notification popped up instantly. "A quest has been detected from Alchemist Imo. Do you accept?" His eyes scanned the quest details. Quest name, Amo's Will. Quest objective, head to the Weeping Desert, collect 100 paralysis herbs, and deliver them to Imo. 1-day time limit, Iron Rank quest. Lin Yuan stroked his chin, his mind racing, remembering events from his past life. He knew that soon, a special dungeon would open up in the main city. In his memory, a cave crackling with blinding blue lightning appeared. That dungeon was swarming with lightning-type monsters. To clear it, players needed an incredibly high resistance to lightning attacks. Because of that, the demand for lightning resistance potions would skyrocket, their price soaring into the thousands of gold. In his past life, someone else made an absolute fortune from that exact opportunity. And completing this herb collection quest would grant him the recipe for that very potion. And Imo had just arrived today. Once this quest was turned in, the alchemist would disappear from the game forever. Without a moment's hesitation, he slammed the glowing red accept button. This was the one and only chance to get that recipe. Accept. The memory faded, snapping him back to the present in the Weeping Desert. There, the glowing herbs were surrounded by monsters level 6 Weeping Thunder Scorpions, guardians of the paralysis herb. Quick as lightning, he brought his foot down, a devastating stomp that instantly crushed the head of a charging scorpion. He was calm, almost bored. At his current level, these things weren't even a warm-up. After clearing out the small fry, he knelt on the sand and reached for the glowing plant. Since he'd successfully snagged this quest, he'd use the opportunity to max out the proficiency of his new collection skill. Blue magic swirled around his hand as a notification popped up. Iron Rank Collection Skill, Level 2. It boosted collection speed, with a 5% chance of gathering a rare quality herb. 1 mana point cost, 3-second cooldown. He stood, his cloak whipping in the desert windstorm. He gazed towards the hazy dunes. Time to go deeper. Lin Yuan strode forward, his boots sinking into the dry sand. Suddenly, the ground beneath him trembled violently, making him leap back as his hand instinctively shot to his sword hilt. A massive purple stinger tore through the sand, erupting into the air with a deafening roar of shattered earth. The beast's arrival kicked up a colossal cloud of sand and dust, completely blotting out the sun. Instantly, Lin Yuan launched himself backwards, expertly dodging the attack. The scorpion's silver slash missed, his feet carving deep trenches in the sand as he slid to a stop. He slowly raised his head, his eyes narrowed to cold slits, a sharp, cautious red glint flashing within them. A colossal creature rose from the earth, its overwhelming presence triggering a flood of red warning alerts. Mutant monster. Crystal Devil Thunder Scorpion has appeared. Danger. Staring up at the immense shadow that covered the entire area, Lin Yuan frowned, thinking to himself, a mutated devil monster, all the way out here? The monster's status window appeared clearly before his eyes. Crystal Devil Thunder Scorpion, Level 10, HP 2800, Attack 400, Defense 55. Skills: Paralyzing Thunder, Poison Sting, Earth-Rending Claws. Even though he was facing a beast far beyond his level, he simply lowered his head and let out an arrogant smirk. The situation was tough, sure, but green mana exploded around Lin Yuan as he shot forward like an arrow. Killing intent filled the air. Today, he would use this monster as a whetstone for his brand new silver slash. He unleashed a devastating slash, aimed directly at the scorpion's massive pincer. The attack created a violent shockwave of crackling black and green energy that erupted outwards. But his powerful attack was useless, recoiling with a sharp clang against the beast's diamond-hard shell. He scanned its armor, not a single weak spot in sight. Just then, the monster's entire body began to crackle with surging blue lightning. The system immediately screamed a warning. The boss was activating its paralysis lightning strike skill. A deadly grid of electricity exploded outward, trapping Lin Yuan. He could only grit his teeth and raise his sword, bracing for the destructive power of the lightning. And at that exact moment, another system warning the boss was now using its poison needle stab, forcing Lin Yuan to quickly adjust his defense. The beast lunged forward, unleashing a blindingly fast lightning-infused stab. He managed to parry the blow just in the nick of time. But it didn't stop there. The giant scorpion then fired a destructive lightning beam that tore through the air toward him. As he dodged, Lin Yuan's mind raced, analyzing the overwhelming assault. Its power was far beyond his expectations. First, he had to divide its attention. Through the dust, the monster charged forward relentlessly. His eyes began to glow, and an ominous green mana radiated from his body as he spoke a single command. Arise. With that one word, a glowing green portal ripped open in the air. A pack of ghost wolves armed with hammers and picks swarmed out, attacking the beast. One of them landed a solid hit, sending sparks flying and chipping off 200 health points. Observing the attack, Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes with a calculating look. No critical hit. Enraged, the boss immediately activated its earth-rending claw skill. It slammed its massive pincer down, shattering the sand and sending the ghost wolves flying. As the monster was distracted, glowing green soul fireballs were launched through the air. The fireballs shot straight into the scorpion's open mouth, erupting in a brilliant magical explosion. He ignored the monster's continuous health loss from the burning effect. He coldly taunted it, "Taste my upgraded soul fire." Lin Yuan raised a hand wreathed in eerie green flames, ready to give the order. Suddenly, a shimmering rope snapped tight around the monster's claw. His ghost wolves had acted, binding the beast with enchanted ropes, desperately trying to drag the giant creature to the ground. Seizing this golden opportunity, the alpha wolf leaped high into the air, wielding a massive warhammer and aiming straight down. The hammer connected with devastating force, a heavy strike that triggered a critical hit. Lin Yuan let out a satisfied sigh. Finally, a critical. Roaring in agony, the scorpion thrashed wildly as unstable lightning arced from the fresh cracks in its body. Immediately after, he launched himself high into the air. The scorpion looked around, confused, as Lin Yuan gathered crackling blue lightning in his fist. A system notification popped up. The hunter title had been detected. Attack power increased by 10%, critical chance by 10%, and magic damage by 10%. With his eyes burning red with killing intent, he poured all his power into his raised fist. "I'll smash you and turn you into dust." He plummeted like an arrow, aimed directly at the core of the monster's lightning. He let out a final war cry. The impact created a colossal explosion of light that tore through everything, followed by his sharp declaration, "Shatter." The scorpion's seemingly impenetrable shell finally gave way, a long crack revealing the brilliant energy source pulsing inside. Unable to handle the overload, the monster's body erupted, shattering into a million sharp fragments that flew everywhere. Just then, the system announced that he had defeated the mutated Crystal Thunder Scorpion and gained 560 experience points. But the boss's silhouette immediately reformed, resurrecting as a level 10 Crystal Thunder Scorpion zombie, with all its skills intact. Just then, he suddenly noticed another scorpion quickly burrowing into the sand. Behind Lin Yuan, the giant Crystal Thunder Scorpion zombie now stood tall, completely under his command. Suddenly, countless scorpions charged from the distance. He was surprised for a moment, but that surprise quickly turned into a cold, calculating glint in his eyes. Perfect timing. Capitalizing on their attack, he ordered his new pet to wipe out the surrounding monsters. At the same time, the system announced that Crystal Thunderstorm had been activated. He shouted, "Come on, I'll play with you all using my new pet." A barrage of crystal lightning beams shot out from the undead creature, tearing across the landscape. The devastating attack rained down on the smaller scorpions, with damage numbers popping up constantly: 50, 60, 60. In perfect sync, Lin Yuan, his eyes glowing red with killing intent, leaped into the air with his greatsword, unleashing a flurry of lightning-fast strikes on the horde below. The system pinged repeatedly. Weak point hit, weak point hit. His blade plunged deep into a monster's tough shell. Another weak point hit. A brilliant light erupted from the wound as the armor was pierced through. After the perfect finishing blow, he landed gracefully on the ground in a heroic pose. His cloak billowed in the wind. He stood amidst a battlefield of fallen scorpions as brilliant golden notifications began to appear one by one. "Level up. You have reached level 10. Congratulations." Lin Yuan pulled up his glowing blue status window to check out his character. Level 10. Class: Forbidden Necromancer. Talent: Dark Summoning. Hellgate: 20 out of 100. Strength 32, Constitution 28, Agility 47, and Spirit 53. His HP was 152 out of 5,159. A satisfied smile crept across Lin Yuan's face. Yeah, leveling up twice in a row felt absolutely amazing. Just then, the boss rewards flashed on screen. He quickly sized up his haul, a silver-grade weapon and a thunderclap item, leg guards, a paralysis ring, and the phantom hand crossbow. Every single piece of loot he got from the treasure chest was silver-grade. Selling it all would definitely help his family's situation. The desert wind whipped at his coat as he stood on a sand dune, sword in hand. Below him, monster corpses littered the ground, and a system notification confirmed the area was cleared. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light enveloped his hand as a new notification popped up. "Congratulations, you have received a gold-tier class skill book." An ancient grimoire, a creepy red eye staring from its cover, slowly descended into his hands. Golden magic immediately flowed from the book, spreading through his entire body. The information display flashed: "Dark Curse. Requires Necromancer." Lin Yuan clutched the book to his chest, smiling. He really was lucky. The golden light exploded. The system announced the skill book would be automatically added to the player's memory database. A massive pillar of light shot straight into the desert sky. A message followed. "Congratulations, you have received an exclusive skill for the Necromancer class. The skill details appeared, surrounded by images of gloomy green skulls. Dark Curse. Dark Curse. Gold tier. Level 1. It deals damage equal to 20% of the target's health or restores 20% to an ally. It costs 100 mana with a 10-second cooldown. A blue soul flame ignited in his palm. He analyzed the skill. This meant he could restore 20% of his undead summon's health. Lin Yuan's eyes sharpened as he focused on the new power dancing in his hand. He turned towards his scorpion zombie, which stood by a cliff with its health bar at 60%, and fired a blast of bright green energy. "Let's give this a try," he said decisively. The energy blast hit the monster's head, creating a shining recovery crown icon. The scorpion zombie tilted its head back and let out a revitalized roar. Its health bar instantly jumped to 80%. He clenched his fist, withdrawing the magic. Lin Yuan gazed into the distance, his eyes filled with determination. All right, warm-up's over. It was time to head to the main city and find his first subordinate. The scene instantly shifted. In the real world, Lin Yuan removed his VR headset with a dry click. A look of shock spread across his face, as if he just realized something incredibly important. Wait a minute. In the living room, his mother stood behind the gaming chair, looking worried. "Yuan, your father's back hurts. Go give him a hand." He was startled. He and his mother quickly rushed to help his father, who was grimacing and clutching his back, and eased him onto the sofa. His mother said gently, "Slowly now." While massaging her husband's back, she started to lecture him out of concern. "Why are you so reckless at your age? Trying to fix the air conditioner. You should have just called a repairman. Now look at you. You've gone and hurt your back." His father lay face down, his forehead beaded with sweat, but still forced a smile to calm his wife down. "We have to save every penny we can. The washing machine broke last week, and I fixed it just fine, didn't I?" Standing quietly in the doorway, Lin Yuan heard his father's optimistic voice continue. "Besides, it's just a minor injury. I'm fine. I'll just take a short nap and be good as new. I still have to pick up Xiao Tan from school tomorrow." Lin Yuan's eyes fell, his mind racing as he silently watched his hardworking father, unable to say a word. The next day, under the clear blue sky of the bustling apartment complex, in the bedroom, his father was still fast asleep, while his mother frowned, annoyed by a noise. Hearing a constant racket from the living room, she cracked open the bedroom door. "Yuan, is that you?" she called out sleepily. "Why are you making so much noise this early?" Stepping out, both parents froze in shock when they saw two workers mounting a huge new television on the wall. The whole living room looked sparkling and luxurious. A worker walked over and grabbed the father's hand, causing both parents to cry out in surprise. He said, "Excuse me, are you Mr. and Mrs. Lin? These are the new items that Mr. Lin Yuan purchased. We brought and installed everything as quickly as we could. Please confirm the delivery." Standing stunned in the living room, his father started sweating bullets. "Wait a second. Am I dreaming? What in the world is going on?" The scene cuts to a high-end gym. Lin Yuan is doing sit-ups on an incline bench, his muscles flexing as sweat drips down his body with each steady breath. He moves over to the treadmill. He kept his pace steady, running without effort before speaking. "Sorry for the disturbance." The beautiful manager smiled and asked, "Would you like to sign up for our VIP package? We just need to charge the full amount for 1 year up front." Without hesitating, he decisively held out his bank card in response. "All right then, here's my bank card." He thought to himself that after selling some old gear, he'd renovated the house and bought a family membership here. A deep, calculating look filled his eyes. After all, his parents and Lin Tan needed to start training early, so they could adapt faster when the immortal phase began. Holding the card, the beautiful employee's face flushed a faint pink as her heart began to pound. My God, this man has been training for so long, but his face isn't even red, and he's not even out of breath. Plus, his physique is just so athletic. Suddenly, her eyes widened in pure shock. Her hand began to tremble. She thought in amazement, "Is this the premium VIP card? Only issued to those with over 5 million in their account?" Ignoring the employee's surprise, Lin Yuan calmly took out his phone to make a call. "Hello? Yes, that was the prize money from a gaming tournament. Right, you two just rest at home today and leave Lin Tan to me." Watching his strong figure leave, the employee clutched the card to her chest, sighing in admiration. For a guest this young, he was truly an extraordinary man. At the same time, at the school gate, the final bell rang and a crowd of students rushed out. "School's out. Come on, let's hit the internet cafe and squat up. Wait up, let me come too." Amid the bustling crowd, a girl with brilliant blonde hair and a blue ribbon gracefully descended the steps. That was Lin Tan, Lin Yuan's younger sister. She had a sharp, captivating beauty, looking pristine in her school uniform. Two of her friends cheerfully ran over, saying, "Hey, it's my birthday, so come to my house today. My older brother bought my favorite strawberry cake and tea. You're so lucky. Having a brother is the best. I'm so jealous. I wish I had a big brother too." Lin Tan's expression darkened as she thought to herself, an older brother? Is that really something to be so jealous about? An image of her lazy, messy-haired brother, glued to his video games, flashed in her mind. The sound of his keyboard clacking in their cluttered room. Snapping out of her flashback, she adjusted her backpack and strode forward, thinking with gritted teeth, I absolutely do not need a brother. Suddenly, a young man stepped out to block her path with a smug attitude. Well, if it isn't school beauty, Lin Tan, you're pretty arrogant. He and 3 other thugs surrounded her with sly grins. The leader continued, We've sent you invitations through others many times, but you never bother to reply. But this time, we're inviting you personally, so you should at least be polite. Cornered, Lin Tan glared and snapped, What do you people want? Her 2 friends nervously hid behind her, trembling. Class president. Who are these guys? Huh. The smug thug brazenly reached a hand toward her face, saying, Look at this smooth skin. Let your big brother here have a little touch. Furious, Lin Tan forcefully slapped his hand away with a sharp movement, shouting, Don't touch me. Get out of my sight right now. She waved her hand, pointing right at the hooligans. If you touch me again, I will call the police. The furious thug swung his hand, slapping her hard across the face, making the girl cry out in pain. He yelled, Damn it, you're not worth my respect. The blow was so strong it sent Lin Tan stumbling to the ground with a cry, as her 2 friends screamed in horror. Class president. The thug aggressively raised his hand to strike again, shouting, Is a little touch too much for you? Why pretend to be so pure? Unable to dodge, Lin Tan squeezed her eyes shut and raised her hands to shield her face, bracing for the impact. But in that exact moment, a firm hand shot out. It caught the thug's wrist in a powerful, bone-jarring grip. Startled, the girl slowly opened one eye in disbelief. From behind her, the tall figure of a young man appeared, his eyes glowing red with killing intent as he spoke in an icy voice. Who gave you permission to harass my sister? The boy stepped forward steadily, causing Lin Tan to look up in shock at that familiar face, barely able to speak. Caught tight, the delinquent struggled furiously, yelling, Damn it! Where the hell did this stray dog come from? At the same time, his 3 cronies aggressively moved forward to surround them, shouting threats. If I don't knock out all your teeth today, I'm not a man. Are you looking to die? Stop wasting words, just break his arm first. Responding to the threats, Lin Yuan threw a lightning-fast punch straight into the leader's face, sending a spray of blood through the air. He immediately followed up with a vicious uppercut, launching the second guy completely into the air with its immense power. Not giving them a chance to recover, he spun around and delivered a thunderous kick, sweeping the 3rd thug off his feet. He ended the lightning-fast combo with a brutal stomp straight down onto the last man's face, causing a final, devastating injury. Lin Yuan stood there, an absolute powerhouse. The force from his last move shattered the ground beneath him. At his feet, the thugs were sprawled out, groaning in agony. Pathetic. With the trash taken care of, he turned to the 3 stunned girls and casually said, They're gone now. On the way home, the 2 siblings walked side by side. Lin Dan, full of curiosity, asked, Why'd you show up today? She couldn't help but wonder this guy does nothing but play games all day, so why come get her from school? He just stared straight ahead, replying softly. Dad pulled a muscle in his back, Mom's home taking care of him. Hearing this, the girl's face filled with worry as she asked, Is it serious? He calmly reassured her, It's not a big deal. After that, silence fell between them, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing on the pavement. Lin Dan glanced secretly at her brother, thinking how long it's been since they talked like this. The whole situation felt so awkward. The afternoon sun cast a warm glow on Lin Yuan's sharp, chiseled features. It highlighted his rugged, steady, and incredibly calm demeanor. But the silence was broken when 2 of her classmates ran up, waving and calling out, Class president! Class president! As they caught up, the 2 girls were practically swooning. Class president, is that really your brother? He's nothing like the lazy bum you always talk about. Exactly. I had no idea Senior Lin Yuan was so capable and handsome. Why have you never mentioned him before? Lin Dan was just baffled, staring at her 2 best friends. Handsome? This guy? Seriously? Under the bright sun, Lin Yuan offered a slight smile, causing a stir among the nearby female students. Whoa, who is that guy? He's so handsome, right? He's one of the seniors who already graduated. He's way better looking than any of the guys at our school. Seeing her friends mesmerized by her brother's tall figure, Lin Dan blinked, surprised by his sudden popularity. One underclassman was even bold enough to run up to him, bashfully saying, "Hi, senior." He politely replied, "Hello." This left Lin Dan, walking behind, completely stunned. Wait a second, has he always been this tall? Why hadn't she ever noticed this before? Her eyes lingered on his broad shoulders and well-built frame. A million questions flooded her mind. He even has muscles now? When did he start working out? No wonder he handled those thugs so easily. But he's definitely still the same person. An old memory surfaced: a scrawny, listless Lin Yuan, hoodie pulled up, face buried in his phone, totally closed off from the crowded subway. A complete 180 from the shining figure he was now. The Lin Yuan of the past was just a shut-in locked away in a dark room. Unshaven, sluggish, controller in hand, surrounded by a mess of snack wrappers. Lin Dan frowned. She stared at her brother's strong back, thinking, why does this sudden drastic change feel so real? Her friends waved goodbye, chirping happily. See you tomorrow. See ya. She flinched at the sound of a familiar voice, turning around in confusion. Lin Yuan bent his knees slightly, ignoring the admiring gazes of the schoolgirls around them, and offered his back. Get on. She waved her hands frantically, her cheeks flushed red. I can walk on my own, she protested silently. There was no way she'd let him carry her in front of all these people, but a sudden, strong pull yanked her forward, causing her to stumble and cry out. Before she could even finish her protest, she found herself lying perfectly on her brother's broad back right in the middle of the school hall. Lin Yuan easily adjusted her on his back and started walking, calmly stating, Your classmates have all gone home. Don't push yourself if you can't walk properly. His sharp eyes had already spotted the bloody bruise on her ankle. He continued, You got pushed down earlier. Did you sprain it? Lin Dan rested her chin on his shoulder, eyes wide with pure shock. How did he even notice that? Reaching their front door, he announced, We're home. Lin Dan timidly greeted her parents. The two of them just stood there, completely frozen by the bizarre scene, staring at each other without a word. He walked right past his parents' shocked expressions, calmly carrying his sister through the living room, which now had all new furniture. With his strong, capable hands, he expertly washed a sink full of soapy dishes under the running faucet. Their mother smiled warmly, whispering to her husband, Honey, look at our son. Doesn't it seem like he's become a completely different person? The father nodded, equally surprised. You're right. He cooks, does the dishes, and he even replaced all the furniture in the house. Meanwhile, the mom gently patted her daughter's hand. And it seems you two are getting along like you used to. Much better now. The girl, holding a warm glass, coughed awkwardly. Ah, is that so? She gently blew on the hot steam from her cup, her eyes downcast in thought. He really is a different person. Has he truly changed? All done, Lin Yuan announced, dusting off his hands in front of the sparkling sink. He casually untied his apron, then turned and left without another word. I'm heading back to my room. Lin Tan stared at the closed door, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. What was she even hoping for? He was still just a game addict. She flinched as a hand suddenly appeared right in front of her, holding out a bottle of medicine. He stood there, instructing his younger sister. This ointment is really good. Remember to use it after you shower. He pushed the door open once more, stepping back into his own world. I'm gaming, he said coldly. Don't come in unless it's an emergency. She sat silently on the chair, her hands unconsciously gripping the cool bottle of ointment. Closing her eyes, she savored a distant warmth and smiled softly. I know. Nobody wants to go in your room anyway. A rare smile bloomed on her face, melting away the cool, arrogant look of the campus belle. He stood hidden behind the door, rubbing his forehead and sighing as he heard his mother's voice. See? I told you their relationship was getting better. So, what happened at school today? He heard, followed by his sister's evasive reply. Nothing happened, Mom. I'm going to take a shower now. He leaned back into his comfy gaming chair, feeling a weight lift. The recent family troubles, he thought, might finally be settling down. He pushed his messy hair back, his gaze slowly regaining its usual sharp and determined focus. He decisively placed the VR helmet on his head, preparing to connect. All right then, he muttered. Time to get back in the game. The scene flared to life as a colossal pillar of energy slammed down into the desert. A notification appeared. Main hub, Sandstorm City. Beneath his tattered cloak, his eyes glinted with cold calculation. Time to go catch that rat. He strode towards the majestic towers in the distance. The edge of his cloak whipped around in the sandstorm as a system message popped up. You have entered Sandstorm City. In another corner of the city, a man cried out as a brutal kick slammed into his face. Ah, please, Your Eminence. I swear to God it's all a misunderstanding. An armored guard pointed a razor-sharp spear at the man on the ground and roared, "Shut your mouth. You can save your filthy lies for when you're rotting in prison." From a hidden corner, Lin Yuan quietly stopped, watching the entire brutal arrest unfold in the sun-drenched square. The guard suddenly froze, his eyes darting to the side with suspicion. He whipped his head around, staring into the empty space with a confused murmur. "Strange. Did I just see something?" Lin Yuan's figure had completely blended into the shadows of the hallway, hidden behind a giant stone pillar not far away. He furrowed his brow, analyzing the game's rules, patiently waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The patrol guards in this city were extremely sensitive to anyone with a criminal record. After a quick calculation, he knew it would take 3 days for his crime points to reset. Lin Yuan stood tall in the middle of the square, lightly adjusting his cloak and muttering that this was the perfect time to meet his old friend. The scene shifts to a magnificent cathedral as text appears on screen. Church. Father Lauren stands at the pulpit, arms outstretched, baptizing a kneeling believer. "In the name of the Lord, the darkness of your past has been washed away. From now on, your soul will be as pure as the driven snow, and holy light will illuminate your path. Now I will baptize you." Lin Yuan stepped into the cathedral, announcing, "I've come from the poorhouse." The old priest offered a gentle smile, his eyes showing a spark of interest at the newcomer's words. Lin Yuan calmly walked through the crowd gathered in the church, his voice ringing out clearly. "I heard there is a patient here in critical condition, and I have come to treat him." The voice of a doorman echoed from behind the massive wooden doors. "Then we'll have to trouble you to heal Knight Darkway," he said, getting a simple okay in reply. The view changes to a room where a muscular man lies unconscious, a green wound spreading across his chest. Darkway, former member of one of the strongest Knight orders in the ancient Western Desert Kingdom, the Scorpion, Lion Knights. Lin Yuan recalled a vision of a mighty Darkway riding a scorpion lion beast in the past. He thought to himself that in his previous life, he was level 15 and barely managed to get a single gold-level weapon from the man. A pop-up confirmed it. Darkway, former Scorpion, Lion Knight. Lin Yuan stood beside the sickbed. With a calm expression, he looked down at the man and said, "Sir Darkway, I came here specifically to treat the poison in your body." Darkway's tired eyes fluttered open, sweat beading on his forehead as an info panel showed the young man was only level 10. The old priest standing nearby scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. You? Just a level 10 mage? Even the city guards are a higher level than you." Suddenly, Darkway erupted into a violent coughing fit. He spewed a mouthful of blackish-green blood and poison onto the blankets, his breathing becoming incredibly labored. Lin Yuan laid it out plainly. "The poison is already eating away at your internal organs, and if you refuse my treatment..." Leaning down, he stared at the patient, wiping his mouth, and delivered the cold truth. "You won't live for more than a month." The words left Dak speechless. Dak gritted his teeth through the pain, shouting back, "To cure this poison, you need 1,000 grams of rotgill fish fat. If you're not afraid to die, go try your luck in the desert mire." Instantly, a system notification chimed, and a series of green information panels popped into view. A new quest appeared. A gold-level mission. Retrieve 1,000 grams of rotgill fish fat and cure the poison. The system simply asked, "Will you accept?" Under his hood, a confident smirk formed on Lin Yuan's face. He gave a short, simple answer. "Of course." The scene shifts to a murky swamp, littered with floating human skulls and bizarre fish breaking the surface. In the desert mire, strange creatures slithered across the dry, cracked sand under a blazing sun, making wet, sickening sounds as they moved. Suddenly, a giant fish erupted from the mud, its maw filled with razor-sharp teeth, lunging at a screaming guard. A quick system scan identified the threat. Rotgill fish, an elite monster, level 15. Its stats were terrifying: 3,500 HP, 300 attack power, and special skills like Tail Whip Leap and Gill Curse. Just then, a valiant blonde knight leaped into the air, swinging his sword with all his might. He yelled orders to his men below. "Hold your positions! The teeth on these things are sharp, don't let them bite you." "My back." A massive beast whipped its glowing tail, slamming the ground and creating a deafening, earth-shattering shockwave. The blonde knight and his entire team were sent flying into the air. They screamed in pure agony as the brilliant explosion of energy blasted them backward. The soldiers began to sink into the mire, calling for help as the fish swarmed them. Meanwhile, the monster's massive tail began glowing again. A system alert flashed. Skill activated. Tail Whip Leap. The giant rotgill fish opened its black mouth wide, let out a furious roar, and charged straight for the knight. Gritting his teeth, the blonde knight desperately raised his sword in a last-ditch effort to block the attack. His world went dark as the giant mouth, with its slimy tongue and rows of sharp fangs, completely filled his vision. The knight's eyes widened in sheer terror, his mud-caked face breaking into a cold sweat. This is it, he thought. I'm dead. But then Lin Yuan shot down from the sky like a meteor, his eyes glowing red with killing intent, a blur of pure speed. Lin Yuan's hand shot out with lightning speed, grabbing the knight's sword arm in an iron grip. He yanked the knight back, unleashing a torrent of blue flame as he growled, "Don't get in my way." He charged forward, the brilliant blue fire reflecting in his confident and unyielding eyes. The fish monster's eyes went wide with shock as the blue fire slammed right into its eyeball. It let out a horrifying shriek of pure pain as the flames erupted on its head, creating a massive, ground-shaking explosion. Lin Yuan landed gracefully, leaving the stunned knight to collapse to the ground behind him. Kneeling, the blonde knight clutched his throat, his face a mask of shock. He whispered, "Am I still alive?" Suddenly, he whipped his head around, his eyes wide with disbelief as he called out, "Wait a minute." The knight looked up toward where Lin Yuan stood, thinking to himself, that incredible hero was right here just a moment ago. Like an arrow, Lin Yuan dove down from above, trailing a brilliant stream of green magical energy through the air. He swung his arm, unleashing blades of green magic that tore through the swarm of fish monsters, landing critical hits. A giant fish with blood-red eyes took a direct hit and let out a horrible, gurgling scream. It suddenly jumped like a frog. Then countless others followed, leaping into the air, their jagged mouths aimed at Lin Yuan. The blonde knight stared in horror, desperately screaming out a warning. "Great hero, be careful." Another huge fish slid through the thick mud, moving toward him with incredible speed. Lin Yuan simply backflipped to dodge the attack, a taunting smirk playing on his lips. "Is that all you've got?" He landed perfectly, his expression calm and cold as he planted his feet firmly on the ground, ready for more. In an instant, he summoned his sword, gripping it tightly as a blue light radiated from his hand. Trash that gathers together is still just trash. He raised the sharp weapon, a murderous light flashing in his red eyes. He thrust his weapon straight into the monster's eye, creating a blinding flash that completely destroyed the eyeball. The swarm of bizarre fish took one critical hit after another, writhing in agony. The knight could only watch from a distance, completely dumbfounded. The knights couldn't help but gasp, "Damn it, what in the world is this hero even made of?" The 8 of us were nearly crushed, yet he single-handedly slaughtered 5 of them. His power is incredible, but killing those fish alone should be impossible. The blonde knight broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes wide with remembered terror. In the end, the most terrifying thing about those monsters was their group attack skill. The school of fish opened their mouths in unison, gathering green lightning for a massive combined blast that shook the heavens. Lin Yuan stood motionless on the high cliff, calmly facing the colossal tsunami of toxic energy rushing toward him. He just narrowed his crimson eyes, a strange, unnerving calm settling over him as he spoke. Oh, right as the system notification popped up, the moldfish were casting their group skill, Cursed Fang Echo. All enemies in range would be hit with a poisonous fog, triggering debuffs like confusion and auditory hallucinations. He raised one hand, forming a glowing, star-shaped magic seal as he muttered with a contemptuous smirk. "Just a cheap little trick. I'm not falling for that again in this lifetime." He focused his power, unleashing his magic and roaring a command as a giant wolf rose from the magic circle. "Arise!" He thrust his hand forward, giving a sharp order to the phantom wolf materializing behind him. "Use the Howl of the Hungry Wolf skill." The spirit wolf threw its head back and let out a long, powerful howl, sending out a sound wave that swept over the fish. Target has been hit. The moldfish have entered a stunned state. He touched his face as shimmering blue data blocks appeared. He spoke calmly as the system panel glowed in mid-air. So, now, it displayed the details of a summoned item, the Awakening Mask, a one-time use defensive item against poison mist. With the gas mask now equipped, Lin Yuan leaped from the cliff, brandishing his sword as he dove into the battle. Lin Yuan shot through the air, the tactical mask covering the lower half of his face. He descended like a comet, trailing green magical energy, swinging his blade in a flurry of powerful strikes and delivering a cold judgment. "Lie down and accept your death." The glowing green blade pierced right through the giant eye of a fish, triggering the system's cold notification. Critical hit. He used the momentum to flip through the air, completely fluid. In a single slash, he split another monster's head in 2, and again the screen lit up. Critical hit. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes as he brought the sharp weapon down again, aiming straight for another enemy with a low growl. "Die." He plunged his sword straight down the massive, waiting throat of a monster, landing another precise critical hit. The grotesque fish thrashed its enormous body, twisting and contorting. It screamed in absolute agony, taking another critical hit in rapid succession. Completely overwhelmed, another fish desperately turned tail, trying to escape up the muddy slope away from the man standing proudly above. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on his weapon, which now glowed with a powerful green aura. He glanced at his prey with disdain. Too slow. You like acting like filthy bugs in the mud, huh? He flipped his blade, unleashing a massive wave of green energy that slammed straight into the ground. He coldly declared, "Then you can rot down there forever, you pieces of trash." The power erupted in a blinding pillar of light, tearing the earth apart and vaporizing the screaming monsters caught in the blast. The blonde knight walked over, grabbing his comrade's shoulder in utter shock. That was impressive, but his eyes immediately tensed as he warned, "But it's too early to let our guard down." The group stared in horror at the churning mud, now bristling with countless sharp spines. "Look! The mackerel are coming!" Lin Yuan remained perfectly still, his sharp gaze cutting to the side. He calmly commanded a massive mechanical creature that appeared beside him. "Go, Undead Thunder Scorpion." The magic scorpion immediately raised its giant tail, gathering energy into a dazzling purple light as the system announced the skill activation. Crystal Thunder. It fired countless beams of brilliant purple crystal energy straight into the air. A storm of purple lightning rained down on the fish hiding in the mud, creating a bloody, wide-scale bombardment. Full-scale explosion. The energy spikes descended with terrifying destructive force, plunging deep into the ground. They tore through the monster's tough scales and flesh with absolute ease. One giant fish was impaled through the head, its red eyes rolling back as it let out a final, agonizing shriek. Seeing this, a short-haired warrior down below grabbed his head, his face twisted in a sweaty grimace as he screamed. This wasn't going as planned. The gap in level and numbers was just too massive. He couldn't kill them all at once. After clearing out the small fry, Lin Yuan leaped into the air, landing directly in front of the group, his cloak billowing majestically. He calmly asked the dumbfounded people below, "Whoever said I was going to kill them all?" He raised a hand and pulled his hood down low. Underneath the gas mask, his blazing red eyes narrowed with cold calculation. The blonde knight and his companions stared in absolute shock, their eyes widening at his bizarre attack pattern. "Hold on, that's the direction the scorpion was aiming. Is he targeting the female mackerel's stomachs?" On the slope above, fluid started seeping from the dead female fish, attracting countless pairs of red eyes from the darkness, as a soldier shakily pointed. "Look, the male mackerels." The mage broke out in a cold sweat. His face went pale with shock at the pure madness unfolding, screaming out, "They're attacking each other!" The monster fish went completely berserk, ferociously tearing into their own kind with savage roars that shook the entire valley. One monster clamped its massive jaws onto a bloody corpse beside it. Its eyes shot through with pure, crazed bloodlust. At the same time, a calm voice explained, "Whenever the female putrid mackerel dies or lays eggs, they release a large amount of muscatol." The thick, dark purple liquid, full of toxins, bubbled as it flowed down the rocks, releasing a very distinct odor. It drives the male fish into a blind rage, making them attack anything and everything within their range. Lin Yuan stood tall against the sunset, calmly stating, "I simply exploited their biology and made them slaughter one another." And just then, a fish corpse slowly sank into the thick mud, bubbles rising to the surface with a sickening gurgle. Suddenly, a colossal fish erupted from right behind him, its mouth full of razor-sharp teeth. Someone yelled, "Watch out, benefactor!" Lin Yuan remained perfectly still on the ledge, looking up at the massive monster that was now blotting out the entire sky. The onlookers scrambled back in horror, one grabbing his teammate and shouting, "What? Is that a female mackerel? Why is it as big as one of the males?" From above, Lin Yuan just smirked under his mask, coolly saying, "Right on time." He stretched his hand forward, his command causing green magic to take form. "Zombie wolves, go." Instantly, the pack of snarling zombie wolves charged, viciously biting and clawing at the giant monster's body. Watching the fish thrash around, he coolly assessed the situation. A level 15 elite monster, no doubt. He knew that even with 6 zombie wolves tearing into it, he wasn't causing any significant damage to the beast. But as he tightened his grip on his weapon, his eyes flashed with cold confidence. This would be enough to hold it down. As a zombie wolf chomped down on the monster's head, his figure shot through the air, and a system notification confirmed the kill. His glowing blade tore through its tough hide, sending purple liquid spraying everywhere. He shouted out, "This is it!" He then flipped and swung his weapon in a wide magical arc, knocking away the dark purple orbs of poison. His hand moved in a flash, catching a handful of slimy purple eggs that spilled from the monster's gut. Taking careful aim, He hurled the eggs straight into the gaping mouth of a dead male fish nearby. The knights just stared, completely baffled by his actions. What is he doing? Lin Yuan then pointed, ordering the zombie wolf holding the egg-filled head to take it to a rock in the center. Obeying the command, the creature shot off with blinding speed. It dropped the purple-leaking fish head right on the designated spot. He nodded, raising his sword. Right there. The zombie wolf then let out a massive howl to attract attention as poisonous smoke began billowing from the severed head. Time to lure in the pests, he thought. The toxic smoke rose high, and the male fish lurking in the mud began to swarm towards it. Drawn by the irresistible scent, the horde of monster fish charged blindly into the thick purple fog. He yelled out, "Everyone, gather over here!" A deafening cacophony of crashes and slams immediately erupted from the smoke. The crazed monsters viciously bit and slammed into one another. A notification popped up. The mackerel school has started attacking itself. Seeing this, a soldier had a flash of memory. I remember reading that mackerel eggs are extremely attractive to the males. The blonde knight continued. So he intentionally created a pheromone bomb to drive the entire school into chaos. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan continued gathering sharp green magic in his outstretched hand, growling. This still isn't enough. Behind him, massive zombie werewolves armed with giant pickaxes materialized from the shadows. He gave the order, "It's your turn to work." They charged forward, pickaxes raised, towards the giant fish corpses littering the ground. "Model, keep pushing." A werewolf slams its hammer down, completely shattering the monster's tough, scaly armor. Seeing the loot drop, a soldier's eyes go wide as he points, asking if that's the green poison sac from inside them. Lin Yuan calmly walks over to the group, casually explaining. That's right. He elaborates that the green poison sac acts like a parasite, and the foul smell it emits signals danger to the rest of the school. Beneath the murky water, the remaining fish thrash about wildly, trying desperately to escape while letting out terrified screams. As the fish scatter into the distance, he adds that they will now stay at least 5 meters away, too afraid to come any closer. They aren't fully immune to their own venom. Once afflicted, their fate is sealed, leaving them at the mercy of others. The blonde knight practically explodes with joy, jumping up and down and cheering at the top of his lungs. They're gone. All the fish are gone. Lin Yuan moves through the dark water littered with corpses, his mind already on the side quests and loot. He stops beside the massive monster corpses, their bodies splayed across the dry mudflats. He touches his gas mask, watching it dissolve into streams of digital data as he quietly murmurs to himself. This mask ended up playing a pretty significant role in that battle. He raises a brilliantly glowing gem, its magic radiating outwards. He clicks his tongue, thinking what a waste it was to spend 5 gold coins on a one-time use item. It was a definite loss, but the outcome made the effort completely worth it. A system window appears. Item: Fetid gillfish oil, 1,000 grams, extracted from the fatty fish of the mud desert. It is a key component for high-level therapeutic potions. It has a miraculous effect on infected and festering wounds, causing necrotic tissue to regrow as healthy flesh. After reading, Lin Yuan looks down, a flicker of memory in his eyes. Oh, he mutters, I almost forgot about this. He then casually tosses a small, bright red orb, letting it hover in the palm of his hand. Instantly, a new item window appears. Nose of the Wave Teaser, armor type. It's a stretchy sphere made from fetid fish skin. When he presses it, the orb lets out a little squeak, vibrates, and starts to glow. Its effect is to release fetid fish pheromones, which sends small and medium-sized aquatic creatures into a total panic. He grips the red orb, his expression completely deadpan. A single bead of sweat drips from his brow as he thinks about its absurd design. The quest reward is amazing, but this item's design has to be some kind of sick joke from the game developers. How on earth did an item that makes its wearer look like a total clown even get created? Suddenly, the blonde knight gets right in his face, his eyes sparkling. Whoa, that is so cool. And it even glows. The knight clasps his hands, his face flushed with excitement. Oh my gosh, it even moves. This earns him a judgmental side-eye from Lin Yuan, who asks dryly, You actually like this nose cover? The ecstatic knight throws gold coins around. It's so unique. My incredible benefactor, will you sell it to me, please? I'll buy it at any price. His teammates can only sweat drop and try to calm him down. Sorry, he's always like this. Lin Yuan just turns away, tossing the red orb to the knight and saying generously, Consider it a gift. The knight raises his hand, quickly calling after him, Wait a second. At least let me pay. But Lin Yuan keeps walking, replying flatly, No need. From where the knights stood, Lin Yuan's retreating figure seemed to be wrapped in a brilliant halo. with a pair of sacred angel wings. The team clasps their hands, crying with gratitude. Our benefactor, he really is an angel. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan walks on with a deadpan thought. What nonsense. Someone actually wanted to pay money for that thing. The scene cuts to a grand cathedral. Two robed figures stand guard before its massive wooden doors. Above them, a sign reads, Church. Inside, in the infirmary, a hand pours a glowing green liquid onto a man's chest wound. As it sizzles and smokes, the man with the beard suddenly bolts upright. He stares in shock. What? He exclaims, watching the mangled wound on his chest glow green and heal itself. The man now sits on the bed, looking much calmer. His gaze is fixed on the young man holding the empty vial. I didn't expect you could actually get it, he says, amazed. Just then, a system chime rings out with a notification. You have successfully completed Dak's Golden Quest. Quest reward: Golden Weapon Green Spirit Sword. Lin Yuan raises his hand, summoning the massive greatsword which hums with powerful green magic. His eyes sharpen as he murmurs to himself. Finally. The Green Spirit Sword. The first gold-tier weapon he ever obtained in his past life. A stat screen flashed into existence, detailing the Azure Spirit Sword. Its effects were impressive. Plus 150 attack power, plus 150 magic damage, and plus 100 spirit. Its signature skill, the Azure Spirit Curse Mark. In a 150-meter range, it dealt damage based on his spirit, multiplied by 150%. And the best part? No cooldown, for only 10 mana. The sword floated, glowing amidst magic circles and crackling blue lightning. He continued his analysis. Sure, the basic effects were pretty average, but that Azure Spirit Curse Mark skill was just insanely effective in a real fight. His eyes sharpened as he recalled scenes of just completely overwhelming monsters with it in the past. A smirk crossed his lips, remembering its hidden effect. Every hit stored Azure Spirit energy in the target, and after 3 hits, it unleashed bonus damage equal to spirit times 250%. A glorious vision from his past life appeared him, standing tall on a mountain peak, summoning a colossal sword with just a wave of his hand. Back in those days, the Azure Spirit Sword was the very weapon that helped him sweep through the western desert, all the way until he became its #1 mage. Snapping back to the present, Lin Yuan gently traced the patterns along the blade, his crimson eyes glowing with absolute satisfaction. And then, the system dished out more rewards. 1,000 reputation points for the main city, and 500 for the Scorpion Tail Knights, as he gazed out at the bustling desert metropolis. He ran the numbers in his head. Even though the reputation points only brought him to a neutral standing, just like last time, it was more than enough to let him walk freely through the city. Suddenly, he paused, another notification catching his eye. Oh? There's more? The system window glittered with new text. For your excellent completion of the mission, you have received an NPC affinity bonus. Dak's affinity has increased by 10 points. He glanced at Dak, who was touching his chest in a daze, and thought to himself that things were playing out a little differently this time. Then, Dak gave a gentle smile. He turned to Lin Yuan, speaking sincerely. Thank you so much, young brother. If it wasn't for you, I probably would have died in a sickbed next month. Lin Yuan gave a calm reply. It was the least I could do. At those words, Dak's expression instantly turned serious. He placed a hand on his chest, and his voice dropped to a warning tone. As a token of my gratitude, there is something I must warn you about. Lin Yuan stood motionless, his face pensive, a flicker of speculation in his eyes. He couldn't help but wonder if those 10 extra affinity points had just unlocked a hidden plotline for him. The haunting words of a cloaked man, standing beneath a blood moon with a flock of black crows, echoed in his mind. If you meet a man named Quincy, do not go near him. Right then, he calmly explained, Quincy is my teacher. Why is that so surprising? Hearing that, the man's eyes shot wide open in shock, and he quickly asked, What? He's your teacher? Dak placed a scarred hand on his thigh, sighed softly, and, even though you have hidden your profession, the truth is, he stood up straight to face the young man, stating with absolute certainty, You are a necromancer, correct? Lin Yuan's brow furrowed immediately, his expression wary and serious as he asked, How did you know I'm a necromancer? After I hid my profile, not even Quincy could know my class. Dak turned away, his gaze lost in the distance as he recounted his past. I was once a knight in the Scorpion Tail Order. We reported directly to the king himself. We were responsible for all sorts of secret missions, one of which was hunting down necromancers. For that, I learned a special skill, dark perception. Hearing the unfamiliar name, Lin Yuan repeated it with curiosity. Dark perception? A glowing red hexagonal magic sigil appeared in midair, along with an explanation. Dark perception is an exclusive skill of the Scorpion Tail Knights. The moment a necromancer appears, it automatically senses them. The closer they are, the stronger the signal becomes. Lin Yuan looked up at Dak, frowning with confusion. So you knew who I was from the very beginning? There are actually skills made just to counter necromancers. Dak held up his hand, waving it off as he answered earnestly. No, I was poisoned, and my perception was severely impaired. I didn't notice it at first. But now that I have been cured, that unique presence of a Shadow Lord radiating from you is impossible to hide. The young man only grew more confused, muttering back, Shadow Lord? Dak lowered his head, a nostalgic look on his face, and said in a low voice, For that story, I'll have to take you way back. The scene shifts to statues of gods, all glowing with a holy light, as a voice begins to echo. In the world of immortals, the most famous legend says that this world has a total of 5 gods. The god of light, the god of the moon, the god of nature, the god of tides, and the god of souls. Then, a dark figure wearing a crow's beak mask appears. The story continued. But in the beginning, there was a 6th god, the Lord of Darkness, also known as the King of the Dead. He was the mightiest of all 6 gods. The shadowy figure then brandished a clawed hand, menacing the worshippers kneeling below. His voice boomed with absolute authority, all because he held the power. The Dark Lord did exactly as he pleased. Then, this god channeled immense power into the scythe of a loyal follower. He granted his most devoted followers a tremendous source of dark power. This gift transformed their class into necromancers, forever bound to his command. Under the Dark Lord's reign, these necromancers unleashed plagues that slaughtered millions, while red-eyed ghouls tore through the streets, savaging civilians. They didn't stop there, they raised the dead as zombies, causing one disaster after another. Because of this, every nation turned against the Lord of Darkness, tearing down the temples built in his name. Every record of his existence was burned to ash as his mighty statues were toppled and left to crumble in the dirt. From then on, if a necromancer was discovered, they were to be killed on sight. Their class icon brutally crossed out in red. With such a dark history, the entire profession was officially branded as forbidden. Back in the present room, the man clutched his chest, his grip tight. His face, a mask of hatred and gratitude, spoke. A necromancer was the one who poisoned me. I've endured it for 10 years. I thought I was just waiting to die. Then you showed up. A status window appeared, and Lin Yuan glanced at it, recalling his past life when he was just a simple mage. He never imagined the old legends hid such a terrifying secret, so that's why the necromancer class was forbidden. He realized it was a good thing he kept his profile hidden this whole time. He stroked his chin, pacing back and forth as his mind raced with calculations. This was getting complicated. He thought solving the crime points issue would be enough to let him investigate the badge in the main city. Tension flashed in his glowing red eyes as the thoughts continued to swirl. But now, if he couldn't hide the aura of the Dark Lord radiating from his body, his class could be exposed at any second. He stopped pacing and turned back to face Douglas, asking him a serious question. Is there a way to evade the dark perception of the Scorpion Tail Knights? Douglas immediately clenched his fist, sweating as he answered. Not unless Quincy helps you. But if he learns your real identity, he will absolutely kill you. Douglas stared, emphasizing the terrifying truth. Because it was a necromancer who murdered his wife. The words struck Lin Yuan, leaving him frozen in thought. Soon after, he made his way toward the barren, gravel desert. Lin Yuan's lone figure walked under the harsh sun, a system notification popping up. You have returned to the gravel desert. He silently continued his trek across the scorching hot sand. 10 minutes earlier, a panicked Douglas had tried to stop him, yelling, Are you crazy? You're actually going to see Quincy? He wants to tear every last necromancer to pieces. In response, Lin Yuan simply turned his head, his red eyes calm but firm. I have no other choice. He had stood there silently, thinking to himself, if he continued to carry this aura of the Dark Lord, he'd be in constant danger everywhere, not just the main city. He had to solve this. Back in the present, out in the desert, while deep in thought, a massive blade of light suddenly sliced through the air straight for him, making him gasp. Huh? With a deafening crash that tore the ground apart, he flipped backward to dodge the sneak attack, his face etched with shock. What? He landed nimbly on one hand, his sharp eyes already scanning the area ahead with extreme caution. At that same moment, the thud of rushing footsteps echoed from the slope. He looked up to see countless dark figures swarming toward him. Standing on a high cliff was a large group of fully equipped players. The shield-bearer in the lead arrogantly declared, I've been waiting for days, and I finally caught you. The enemy stepped forward with a sinister, glowing-eyed smirk. You ambushed me last time. This time, I brought 30 of my brothers. The soldier behind him sneered menacingly. Let's see how you're going to die now. A man in a hat with a sickeningly twisted smile then added, when your head hits the ground later, make sure you scream loud. I really want to hear it. As the circle tightened, a small drone buzzed overhead, live streaming the entire scene. Instantly, the phones of countless players lit up with the notification, the Bloodstained Guild is now live. On a crowded subway, all eyes were glued to the broadcast. Curious, people everywhere looked at their phones as a host's voice suddenly rang out. Hello, you lucky viewers, the voice began. You've tuned in at the perfect time for today's show. On screen, a man in a hat stroked his chin. He grinned sinisterly, announcing, now, for the main event, we'll demonstrate how to chop a person into tiny pieces, as the live viewer count shot up to 212. In an office somewhere, a group of young people gathered around a computer screen, exclaiming in shock, what is this? Is the Bloodstained Guild really live streaming themselves crushing another newbie again? Even people walking down the street suddenly stopped in their tracks. Glued to their phones, they began to gossip. Whoa, 30 versus 1. Some unlucky guy must have picked a fight with the Bloodstained Guild. Another group gathered around a laptop, where one of the guys rubbed his chin, saying, he looks kinda familiar. The girl beside him sighed wistfully. He's pretty handsome too. It's a shame he's about to die. But ignoring the audience's concern, Lin Yuan simply crossed his arms and brushed the dust from his clothes. His voice was cold as ice. You two hunting dogs aren't even enough for a warm-up, he said. Since you came here looking for death, I'll just have to kill you again. The live stream chat immediately exploded. He's crazy. So brave to talk to the Bloodstained Guild like that. Another comment read, hold on, am I the only one who thinks he's kinda cool? The trolls were loving it. Got my front row seat. Can't wait to see him get crushed and humiliated in front of hundreds of people. The man holding the shield turned purple with rage, swinging his weapon as he charged forward, roaring, kill him! On command, 3 dagger-wielding assassins moved with blinding speed, gliding across the sand toward Lin Yuan. At the exact same moment, the enemy mage stretched his hands out. He summoned crackling streams of blue lightning. From high above, an archer drew his bow, firing a blinding arrow of light that tore through the air while he ruthlessly screamed, die! From the sky, other warriors swung their axes and swords, leaping down to crush the lone young man standing below. Facing a coordinated assault, Lin Yuan didn't flinch as a system window appeared. The notification read, malicious attack detected. Counterattack window, 15 minutes. Eliminating all attackers within the time limit will not increase your karma value. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile as he drew a crackling blue spirit sword with both hands, declaring with utter confidence, 15 minutes? That's more than enough time for me to kill them 3 times over. He then stabbed the mighty green sword into the ground and roared, zombie army, come on out and play. Immediately, a lightning scorpion and 7 ghost wolves emerged from a burst of green flame. One ferocious zombie werewolf raised its giant pickaxe, gathering momentum for a devastating strike. Right then, the mage's lightning ball flew towards it. Lin Yuan watched with an arrogant sneer. You dare call that tiny little spark lightning? No sooner had he spoken than the pickaxe completely shattered the lightning ball. He continued, waving his hand to issue another command. Zombie lightning scorpion, poison them! At his command, the giant scorpion immediately swung its stinger, piercing through a warrior who was leaping down from above. Seeing the tide turn against them, the commander broke into a cold sweat and roared. All members, listen! Warriors, fall back to shield formation. Mages and archers, open fire now. Instantly, the shield bearers moved forward in unison, planting their weapons in the ground and shouting, formation! The synchronized shield slam created a deafening shockwave, releasing a dense wave of protective energy that cracked the sandy surface. From behind the wall of shields, the mages chanted in unison, channeling powerful streams of magic from their spell circles into the central mage. Absorbing the energy, the mage strained to raise his staff, focusing it all into a colossal sphere of purple lightning that radiated world-shaking power. He roared maniacally, then slammed the head of his staff into the ground to unleash the full attack. Colossal purple lightning bolts tore across the ground, unleashing blinding strikes that completely devastated Lin Yuan's zombie army. At the same time, the archers on the cliffs all drew their bows, shouting fire, and loosing a rain of light arrows. The barrage of light arrows whizzed through the wind, slamming into the ghost wolf and zombie scorpion, continuously racking up damage numbers -15, -20, -20. On the livestream channel, the viewer count quickly dropped from 212 down to 168, along with a flood of mocking comments. Aren't these summoned creatures just an easy meal for a level 8 elite team? I'm leaving. Just another amateur trying to show off. Place your bets now. Let's see how long that brat can last. From behind the shield wall, the swordsman smugly swung his weapon and laughed. So what if you can summon a bunch of zombies? Even if you summon that big hulking beast from before, it'll just be turned into a pile of flesh under our assault. The man in the hat then concluded, "Today, you die." Hearing their arrogant words, Lin Yuan's face, hidden in the shadows, curled into a slight smirk. A cold smile crept across his face as he asked, "Humph, is that so?" That demonic grin made the shield-bearer break out in a cold sweat, his eyes wide with utter confusion. He was still smirking when, at that very moment, his army moved. The live stream chat suddenly exploded again, filled with panicked red text. What the hell was that? What's happening? Just then, cracks spiderwebbed across the ground. A small blast erupted right under the mages, making them scream in terror. The ground beneath the casters caved in, forming a deep pit that swallowed the panicked, screaming soldiers whole. "Help me!" Hearing the massive commotion, the frontline shield and sword soldiers spun around, their faces masks of pure shock. What they saw was a hulking zombie werewolf swinging a massive pickaxe straight at the head of a terrified man. A bolt of green lightning tore through the air, striking a mage and making him howl in agony. Then, in a trembling voice, someone realized what was happening, but only for a moment. The pickaxe slammed down with devastating force, causing the commander to scream his lungs out as he stumbled back. Instantly, the enemy formation shattered. The wolves charged in, tearing through the shield wall and sparking countless desperate cries. "Somebody, help me!" Faced with such brutal power, the man in the helmet and the shield soldier went pale, sweat pouring down their faces. What is this? The sheer panic caused the livestream viewer count to spike to 302, with a flood of excited comments. Whoa, what's going on? An underground attack? Are these zombies actually coordinating with each other? Who said he was a rookie? Who said they were going to tear him to pieces? Well, there are literal pieces all over the ground now. Ha 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 ha. On the other side of the battle, a staff-wielding mage frantically cast a yellow healing spell, shouting a warning to his allies. Be careful. The wounds are poisoned. You have to cleanse them before you can heal. But the moment the warning left his lips, a blast of green magic erupted from the ground, launching him screaming into the air. Standing silently amidst the chaos, Lin Yuan calmly reached out a hand, gathering swirling green magic that danced around his fingers. Suddenly, he felt a faint ripple in the air behind him. Without hesitation, he spun and thrust his sword into that empty space. The magic blade pierced perfectly through the chest of an assassin who had just appeared, making him cough up blood in utter disbelief. How did you know? Lin Yuan held the sword firmly in his enemy's back, looking down from his perch with cold contempt. At least I'm not stupid enough to try and go invisible on a patch of sand. He glanced down at the bloody battlefield, where survivors were frantically fleeing the demon scorpion's barrier, screaming in fear. He's too strong. All the shield soldiers are dead. Run. Seeing his gang being annihilated, the helmeted man gripped his greatsword tightly. His eyes were shot with rage, and he gritted his teeth so hard they could be heard grinding. His face twisted into a mask of pure fury, reflected in his own sharp blade as he snarled, "Useless, worthless trash." Fueled by absolute rage, he launched himself into the air, bringing his massive sword down directly on Lin Yuan. "I'll kill you myself." Facing the deadly blow, Lin Yuan simply tilted his head up, his red eyes glowing and his face eerily calm. He stood his ground, back straight. His hand tightened around the green spirit sword, unleashing powerful vortexes of magical wind that swirled around his body. Instantly, he swung his sword skyward, activating the green spirit curse mark, summoning giant, roaring skulls that lunged at his foe. The massive, ghostly skulls, trailing green energy, shot through the air toward the swordsman suspended in the sky. The man's eyes widened in absolute horror, his face draining of all color as he stammered, "What in the world is that?" Immediately, Lin Yuan leaped into the air, flipping and slashing with his sword, issuing a cold, final verdict with his slashes. Landing back on the ground, he calmly turned his back on his enemy. With his eyes hidden by his hair, he began a slow countdown. 3. Behind him, the helmeted man was drenched in sweat, his face twisting in despair. 2. 1. And then, a terrifying, ground-shaking explosion of light engulfed the leader and his final, desperate scream. Lin Yuan stood firm, one hand on his cloak. The other held his smoking green spirit sword as he smirked. "This old friend really does feel better in my hands." At that exact moment on the livestream, the viewer count skyrocketed from 302 to 558. The comment section went absolutely wild. "What? Is this guy a pay-to-win player or something?" Huang Feihu talked a big game, but ended up as a firework. He wanted to chop someone up, but got blown to bits himself. Does he need a sidekick? I'm great at cheering and spamming the chat. A system notification flashed in red. Player Huang Feihu has left the stream, physically. The view shifted back to the brutal battlefield. A terrified shield-bearer watched his brothers get ripped apart by monsters and zombies, their desperate screams echoing everywhere. Ah, save me. Sweat drenched his forehead, his eyes wide with disbelief. Was he hallucinating? In the distance, the figure of Lin Yuan stood motionless amidst floating embers of red magic. The pressure was suffocating. The shield-bearer couldn't believe it had only been a few days. Around the young man, the cracked earth was littered with the bloody corpses of his attackers. That terrifying aura made his opponent seem less like a man and more like a god manipulating reality itself. He trembled uncontrollably, feeling as though he was facing a true demon from the depths of hell. Suddenly, Lin Yuan turned his head slightly, his sharp, glowing red eyes locking onto the last survivor. The shield soldier's weapon fell from his grasp. He collapsed to his knees, his face a mess of tears as he begged, "Please, don't kill me." But in response to his pleas, Lin Yuan simply pulled his sword from a nearby corpse and began to walk toward him. He slowly drew his blade, his imposing figure striding toward the trembling soldier as he spoke one word, "Now." With that, he swung his glowing blue sword, plunging it straight through the shield soldier's head. He declared coldly, "It's your turn to taste despair." The sheer force of the blow sent the man's body flying back, pinning him deep into the cliff face as he let out one last, pained groan. Lin Yuan simply held out one hand. He calmly watched the blood float around his glowing sword and spoke flatly, "It's over." Just then, his crimson eyes narrowed, his gaze snapping towards the sound of flapping wings in the air. High above, a tiny camera bot was frantically trying to escape the scene. Lin Yuan raised a hand, gathering a swirling vortex of blue energy as he calmly muttered, "I almost forgot about you." He flicked his wrist, unleashing a blast of magic that tore through the sky, striking the fleeing device dead on. His power receding, he stood alone on the desolate battlefield, not a single soul left. It's finally quiet," he remarked. The scene suddenly cuts to a glittering skyscraper in the real world, late at night. An angry message flashes across a screen. Damn it, why did the big boss have to blow up the live stream drone? In a luxurious room, several men are in a heated discussion. A message box pops up asking, "Does anyone know who he is?" Another chat bubble replies instantly, "I know him. He's the powerhouse who killed the giant wolf. I saw it happen with my own eyes." On the computer monitor, a flood of messages pours in one after another. "Where is he right now? I have to meet him. Looks like he's in the gravel desert." The mercenary guild already sent an S-rank invitation. In a dark corner, a blond man in a white suit swirls a glass of red wine, a sinister look on his face as he mutters the name, Lin Yuan. At that exact moment, in a rundown warehouse back in Black Gravel Town, inside the game world, a scruffy, bearded man in ragged clothes is passed out, curled up asleep on a pile of old wooden crates. The wooden door creaks open, revealing Lin Yuan's face hidden in shadow as he silently observes the situation inside. From his corner, the bearded man stirs, lets out a hiccup, and groggily slurs, "Oh, it's you again?" The messy room is littered with empty wine jugs. Quincy clutches one and grumbles, "I'm not teaching you. I have enough money, and I'm too lazy today." Ignoring the drunk's complaints, Lin Yuan calmly brings up his system panel and removes his class disguise. He states firmly, "We need to talk." As he speaks, his glowing status screen flickers, the class display changing from mage to his true profession, Forbidden Necromancer. The moment a dark, ominous aura flooded the room, the jug slipped from Quincy's hand and shattered into pieces on the floor. The drunken man's expression did a complete 180. His eyes bulged, bloodshot with pure rage, as he seethed, "You're a necromancer." He flew into a rage, violently throwing everything around him. Quincy's face twisted with a hateful memory as he gritted his teeth, whispering, "How many years has it been?" His rough, calloused hands clenched into tight fists. Arcs of crackling blue lightning erupted around them. "A necromancer!" he spat. His rage finally exploded. Quincy threw his head back, his eyes glowing with magical power as he roared, "You dare show your face to me!" With that, he launched himself into the air, bringing both hands down to unleash a massive lightning strike with devastating force. Blinding pillars of lightning tore through the warehouse, slamming into the exact spot where Lin Yuan had been standing, shattering the floor into a million pieces. Quincy threw up a hand in defense, sweat pouring down his face as he gasped through the dust. So fast. A dark, demonic shadow radiating pure killing intent flashed right past his face at an incomprehensible speed. Seizing the opening, Lin Yuan flipped through the air, his cold, sharp blade now aimed directly at his target. The glowing tip of his sword stopped just an inch from the man's eyeball. Lin Yuan's calm voice cut through the tension. "Can we talk now?" Under overwhelming pressure, Quincy grits his teeth in a cold sweat, while Lin Yuan's sharp eyes remain locked onto his prey. With the situation completely under his control, Lin Yuan raises his weapon, looking down on the man. Quincy asks in a low voice, "What do you want?" After a sigh of resignation, he clutches his chest, answering helplessly, "All right, if you insist, I'll give you a hint." And so, the story flashes back to a distant memory, his voice filled with sorrow. In the beginning, under the Dark Lord's rule, the immortal world was plunged into endless despair. To bring justice, Quincy and his wife fought against the Dark Lord's most loyal subordinate. An image of the woman appears, her face shattered as she gazes at the sky. A truly cruel sight. After a battle of life and death, the Necromancer was slain. But while trying to heal Quincy, his wife was cursed by that same Necromancer. Her soul was corrupted by darkness, erasing all her memories and turning her into a monster that could never be reborn. Watching his beloved wife twist into a demon amidst a dark aura, Quincy reaches out, crying in utter despair. He collapses to the ground, his sword cast aside uselessly, shedding bitter tears to break the curse and save her. The only way was to destroy her corrupted soul himself. But after that battle, Quincy couldn't even hold a sword. Everyone thought he'd spend the rest of his life in grief, until one day he announced a mysterious quest. If someone could save his wife, they would receive his entire fortune. And for any necromancer who succeeded, they would get the method to break the dark perception, a treasure he had taken from the dead necromancer. But the truth hidden behind Quincy's determined eyes was absolutely brutal. Quincy planned to use the reward as bait, a way to both save his wife and make the remaining necromancers pay. A horrifying image of his demonic wife appears, sprouting countless bloody tentacles. And of the 158 people who accepted the quest, beneath the monster's feet lie the corpses of armored warriors, scattered in pools of deep red blood. A cold system notification ends the horrifying flashback. Not a single person has ever returned alive. Back in the present, Lin Yuan maintains his stance, his sword pointed, his expression unchanging as he makes his demand. "Tell me about your quest." A corner of Quincy's mouth curls up into a crazed smile, revealing a sharp fang as he answers sinisterly. All right then. Since you asked for it, and I've been waiting for someone to play a little game with my dear wife." Immediately, a blue system window appears before him, detailing Quincy's quest. "Do you want to accept?" The quest name, Wife's Lingering Soul. The details, free Quincy's wife and let her soul rest. The time limit, 10 days. The quest level, Silver. Lin Yuan's eyes narrow with confidence as he states decisively, "I accept." Hearing this, Quincy bows his head slightly, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. "Well then, good luck to you. Perhaps you will be the one to complete my quest." But as soon as Lin Yuan turns to leave, the man's face twists into a vicious snarl in the shadows, hissing out each malicious word. "If you can even manage to come back with your body intact." The scene then shifts to an old, dark fortress sitting alone in a desolate forest. A sign appears, reading, "Memorial to the Dead, north of Black Gravel Town." Inside the fortress, Lin Yuan's quiet footsteps echo as he slowly and steadily moves deeper down the long, stone-paved corridor. Standing in the pitch-black darkness, he calmly uses an item, and the system displays, "Night Vision Potion used." With his vision now brightly lit, he confidently strides forward with his undead army, a thunder scorpion and 2 torch-bearing werewolves. Lin Yuan steps inside, scanning the dark hallway and thinking to himself, the Memorial to the Dead has 5 floors in total, and all the dead NPCs from Black Gravel Town are buried here. Suddenly, a zombie with its mouth wide open shrieks and lunges from a dark corner with its claws outstretched. Instantly, the thunder scorpion's massive tail pierces through the zombie's chest, causing it to sizzle in agony. Lin Yuan calmly watches the corpse. He continues his train of thought. Undead monsters like zombies occasionally appear here. Skeletons and ghosts might show up too. Along the corridor, shambling zombies appear, their information displayed above them. The level of these monsters increases with each floor. The first floor usually has zombies from level 1 to 3. The scene shifts to armored skeletons, holding shields and swords with a caption. The second floor contains skeletons from level 4 to 6. Next is an image of a ghost in a hooded robe, floating in midair. The third floor contains ghosts from level 7 to 9. Finally, a massive monster comes into view, trampling on bloody corpses. On the fourth floor, a giant, fanged ghoul grins sinisterly, completing the thought, a level 10 ghoul. With all this information, Lin Yuan leads his two torch-bearing werewolves straight toward a teleportation gate glowing with brilliant blue light. Lin Yuan stepped into the magic circle with a sharp, determined gaze. Let's just go straight to the 4th floor in one go. The space around him warped instantly, a flash of teleportation light sending him soaring past the memorial's towering stone pillars. His vision blurred past ancient dark archways, moving directly up towards the higher levels of the tower. The light finally settled, and the system announced his arrival. Memorial of the Dead, 4th floor. Lin Yuan strode down the massive corridor, his eyes cautiously scanning the dead-silent atmosphere. He paused, hearing scraping sounds up ahead. He glanced down into the darkness, where countless glowing red eyes stared back at him from the shadows. In an instant, a ghoul dug its claws into the wall and lunged forward, a notification blazing to life. Skill, wall climbing, activated. High above, 2 more monsters hung upside down, ready to strike with their own skill. Tearing climb. A whole swarm of ghouls poured out from the darkness, rushing straight for him. The stat panel appeared Elite Ghoul. Level 10, 2000 HP, 400 attack, 40 defense. Skills, Rotten Bite, Wall Climbing, and Tearing Climb. They let out a bloodthirsty roar, activating their Rotten Bite skill. But facing this overwhelming horde, his expression remained ice cold as he taunted them. Bring it. Answering his command, the Thunder Scorpion slammed the ground in a devastating blow, creating a huge crack, glowing with blue energy activating its skill, Earthcracker. Next, it swung its sharp tail, gathering an electric charge that crackled violently with explosive bolts of lightning. The giant scorpion whipped its tail in a powerful horizontal sweep, sending 3 ghouls flying into the air in a flash. The zombie wolf army leaped into the fray, unleashing a storm of energy blasts that made the ghouls shriek in agony. Under such overwhelming power, the monsters were smashed back against the walls, sending shattered rock flying everywhere. One dying ghoul tried to crawl away on the cracked floor, its red eyes staring in terror at a glowing sword. Lin Yuan lifted his foot and crushed the monster's head, his cold voice speaking evenly. I almost forgot about you. As the battlefield fell silent, littered with piles of ghoul corpses, a system notification lit up the empty space. Congratulations, you have leveled up to 12. The young man turned his head slightly, looking over his work with a murmur of surprise. That ended faster than I thought. He waved his hand, creating swirls of blue magic around his undead army, clicking his tongue with a bit of regret. Too bad Dark Corpse Control can only revive actual corpses. It doesn't work on immortal-type monsters. Suddenly, swirls of dark purple energy, pulsing with immense danger, coiled around Lin Yuan. He snapped his head around, his red eyes widening in pure shock. A colossal pillar of purple light slammed down from the ceiling, causing an explosion that shook the entire floor. Lin Yuan desperately raised his sword to block the terrifying impact, gritting his teeth in disbelief. What? The force of the attack shoved him backwards as he glared at the energy beam and growled. Damn it. His entire body was thrown into a deep, dark pit created by the attack. All around him were countless cracks of purple energy. He landed in a vast hall, where a stone throne was lit by eerie blue flames. A massive shadow entity appeared, letting out a terrifying growl that shook the very air around him. Lin Yuan quickly regained his footing, raising his sword to face the new monster. His calm face turned to survey the area. Looking up, he spotted a glowing purple coffin suspended by chains, wondering, did the area change? Inside the coffin, a woman with demon horns and her eyes covered stood perfectly still. Suddenly, a wicked smile spread across her face as she licked her lips and spoke in a mesmerizing voice. Ha ha ha, you have finally arrived. Immediately, the woman shattered the coffin and its binding chains, creating a massive explosion that rocked the entire chamber. She stepped casually from the wreckage, extending her sharp claws and calling out in a low voice. Fresh blood. A system panel popped up below. Hate-filled demoness, a level 18 lord, 6000 HP, 800 attack, 200 defense. Skill, Death Flower. A piercing shriek followed. Lin Yuan readied his stance, his eyes narrowing as he sized her up. So this is the 5th floor? The demoness let out a crazed laugh and shot downwards to attack, roaring with bloodlust. I will tear you to pieces. Lin Yuan quickly raised his sword, blocking the enemy's sharp claws with a deafening screech of metal on metal. Right after, the demoness spun, swinging massive tentacles that grew from her back. The system flashed. The boss has activated the skill Death Flower. The tentacles slammed violently into the stone floor, smashing huge cracks into the ground. They quickly surrounded and tightened around the young man. But Lin Yuan swung his sword, unleashing a brilliant arc of energy that sliced right through them. He backed away, warily eyeing the tentacles dripping with a purple toxin. Corrosive poison. he realized. Watching the rocks dissolve on contact, he began analyzing the attack's power level. He then gripped his sword with both hands, channeling all of his strength into the weapon. He swung his sword, unleashing brilliant blue arcs of energy. "That's useless against me," he yelled, as the precise slashes severed the tentacles. Lin Yuan focused intently, his blade glowing with a dark purple shadow magic that absorbed the enemy's energy. The dark magic clung to the severed tentacles, causing them to completely disintegrate in mid-air. Seeing her attack fail, the demoness snarled in absolute fury. She opened her mouth wide and unleashed a powerful purple sonic wave that tore through the chamber. The system panel immediately flashed a notification. The boss had activated the skill Shatterkill Boost. Under the immense power of the roar, all the surrounding wooden doors burst open at once. A new roar echoed out as something began to rise. An area of effect skill? No, she was summoning something. He narrowed his blazing red eyes, his face a mask of intense concentration as he watched the situation unfold. From the darkness, a skeletal hand radiating a cold green aura reached out, its bony fingers scraping against the doorframe with a sickening creak. Lin Yuan raised his sword, his expression tensing as he realized exactly what had been summoned. Moments later, cloaked skeletons carrying rusted weapons began to shuffle out from behind the doors. He gasped in shock. Are the NPCs from Black Gravel Town buried here? On top of that, countless skeletons in more modern armor clawed their way from the cracked ground. He muttered, not only them, but also the challengers who failed Quincy's quest. Lin Yuan's grip on his sword tightened, his face grim with vigilance. Damn it. Is she resurrecting all of them? At that very moment, the skeletons began reassembling their broken parts with a series of dry, cracking sounds. His red eyes flashed with sharp realization. There had to be even more skeletons behind those doors. He never expected this boss could raise the dead. He immediately summoned his zombie army with a single, decisive order. Emerge! Surrounded by his pack of demonic wolves and scorpions, he pointed toward the open doorways. Block those doors now, he commanded. Responding instantly, a zombie werewolf swung its massive pickaxe high and slammed it down to block the exit. His strategy was clear. Let his zombie army hold back these low-level mobs for now. The Thunder Scorpion moved to assist, using its giant pincers to completely seal the passage, giving no skeleton a chance to slip through. Lin Yuan turned back to face the demoness, raising a hand and issuing an order to his army. Activate Blood Frenzy. Instantly, a demonic wolf threw its head back and roared, its entire body erupting in a terrifying rage-filled aura. Roar! The system screen lit up, entering Blood Frenzy state. The wolf's eyes immediately turned a bloodthirsty, burning red. He then summoned two more of his most powerful creatures, calling out the Koba Chieftain and the Phantom Thunder Scorpion. The two summoned monsters immediately charged toward the skeletons trying to break through the doors. He ordered the attack. The Thunder Scorpion slammed its giant tail into the floor. The system displayed, skill activated, earth-shattering pincer. At the same time, the Koba Chieftain raised its massive warhammer high, bringing it down in a critical strike and activating its skill, Heavy Impact. The combination of the two attacks created a horrifying explosion that launched the skeletons high into the air. The destructive power was so immense that the surrounding stone walls began to crack and crumble into large chunks. Witnessing her entire army get completely overwhelmed, the demoness could only glare with rage, powerless to do anything. But as soon as the skeletons were destroyed, new streams of green energy rose from the ground, signaling another wave. The demoness floated among her regenerating tentacles and smirked. That smug reaction actually caught Lin Yuan by surprise. The demoness calmly caressed her face, her voice dripping with pure arrogance. Ghosts are soul-type monsters. Their bodies can pass through physical objects and are immune to all physical attacks. Lin Yuan's cloak billowed violently around him. He swung his sword in a magical arc, responding with total confidence. But they also take double damage from magic. With that, he leaped high into the air, unleashing a magical sword art that summoned countless skulls hurtling toward the demoness. He gripped his glowing sword, preparing to strike her down with the Azure Soul Curse. But the demoness suddenly shot forward with blinding speed, effortlessly dodging every attack and stunning him. Her speed had just skyrocketed. At the same time, the wooden doors held back by his zombie army began to shake violently. Skeletal hands pounded against them from the inside. Lin Yuan glanced back, a single bead of sweat rolling down his forehead. The NPCs trapped inside could break out at any moment. He had to end this, and he had to do it now. He quickly pulls out a ring, purple lightning crackling around his fingers. He had to stop her movements. Clenching the ring in his palm, he unleashes its full power. The system window flashes with details. Paralysis ring equipped. Silver type, plus 100 HP, 100 magic, 15 agility, and 15 spirit. Bonus skill, paralyzing toxin. Paralyzing toxin. When equipped, attacks have a 5% chance to paralyze the target for 3 seconds. With the ring active, he flips through the air, his blade unleashing a flurry of brilliant energy slashes toward the demoness. He tightens his fist, channeling all his lightning energy into the ring, activating its skill. Paralyzing toxin activated. A massive bolt of purple lightning shoots from his fist straight at the stunned demoness. The attack lands, exploding in a blinding flash of light. The system immediately confirms. Target hit, paralyzing toxin triggered. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan leaps into the air, swinging his sword in a glowing arc as he shouts, "I'm not done with you yet." Instantly, a giant demonic skull appears behind the demoness, slamming into her and creating a brilliant explosion. Under the immense force of the blast, the demoness is thrown backwards. Vicious streams of green energy rip right through her dark cloak. Lin Yuan slams his sword into the ground, sending a shockwave that shatters the stone floor and sends debris flying everywhere. He plunges his blade deep into a crack in the ground, continuing to channel his skill. He looks up, a satisfied smirk on his face. Not bad. In the next moment, a giant ghost wolf materializes with a thunderous roar. He speaks his thoughts with pure confidence. After being hit by the green soul curse once, her speed has already dropped. Now for the wolf's howl. Answering his command, the ghost wolf throws its head back and lets out a long howl, releasing a shockwave that shakes the very air. The system announces the skill activation. Struck by the sonic wave, the demoness staggers, clutching her head. Target stunned. Lin Yuan grips his sword tightly, his sharp eyes filled with absolute confidence. He knew that even if the stun was only 5 seconds, that was more than enough time for him. He dashes forward, creating countless clones that slash at the enemy as he asks coldly, "How many hits can you take?" A barrage of magical slashes rains down on the demoness's body, dealing continuous damage. 50, 50, 60, 60, 60. In pure agony, she grinds her teeth as thick, black blood drips from her mouth. She screams, unleashing a violent wave of dark purple energy. Damn it. Lin Yuan frowns, wary of the enemy's sudden move. The system flashes. Boss has activated corpse explosion. A series of dark energy explosions erupt from the dead bodies on the ground, creating earth-shattering booms. Thick smoke and dust instantly blanket the entire area. Streaks of purple lightning flash through the chaos. His entire army of ghost wolves and scorpions is consumed by the chain explosions, turning to dust. Swirling clouds of purple smoke rise, covering a huge section of the crypt. But as the smoke begins to clear, Lin Yuan's army of immortal zombies emerges, completely unharmed by the blast. He stands on a rock, watching. He looks down at the battlefield, realizing her plan. She wanted to detonate the NPC corpses to collapse the entire tomb. He glances at his remaining summons and clicks his tongue in annoyance. His zombie army was down to a third. A heavy loss. He turns back to face the weakened demoness, his red eyes flashing with pure killing intent. Now, it's time to end you. He leaps into the air, unleashing a volley of demonic skulls while yelling, "Begone!" The ghostly skulls, glowing with green energy, rocket toward the demoness, creating a destructive storm of power. Completely overwhelmed, the demoness can only reach out in despair, letting out one final, desperate scream. Her health bar plummets with every hit. Boss entering death state, HP 300. Boss entering death state, HP 200. Boss entering death state, HP 100. Boss entering death state, HP 30. A blinding halo of light erupts. The system displays the final message. Congratulations, you have killed the hateful sorceress. 800 experience points received. Lin Yuan lands lightly on the shattered ground, standing firm as the smoke clears. He looks up at his snarling ghost wolves surrounding him and wonders, is it over? Just then, purple spirits begin to float around him. From within those points of light, the beautiful spirit of a woman appears, speaking in a gentle voice. "Thank you, brave human." She smiles peacefully, her body slowly dissolving into sparkling motes of light and vanishing into thin air. Lin Yuan reaches out his hand, and a swirling purple light flies down, transforming into a small golden ring. The ring hovers above his palm, glowing brightly as the system window appears. Beloved ring. Quest item. Cannot be discarded. Cannot be sold. Note, this is the engagement ring Quincy gave his wife, a symbol of their love. Lin Yuan frowned, his eyes filled with doubt. Was this ring really the only reward? Suddenly, a skull-faced book materialized out of thin air, pulsing with purple dark energy as eerie bells chimed. Lin Yuan glanced up, his face a mask of pure surprise. Whoa, what's this? He reached out to grab the book, realizing he never knew the Wraith's corpse explosion skill was exclusive to Necromancers. The information panel appeared below. Golden Corpse Explosion. Learning condition. Necromancer exclusive. He held the book, eyes narrowed in thought. Was it because the one who sealed her was the Dark Lord's loyal servant? In the next moment, the book dissolved into countless streams of green light, flowing right into his body. A system notification popped up. The skill book had been automatically stored. He stood in the middle of a brilliant pillar of light. The skill details appeared. Golden Corpse Explosion, Level 1. The effect allows one corpse to explode. It deals 60% of his own HP, as fire damage to nearby enemies. It costs 100 mana with a 10-second cooldown. He smiled, satisfied. Even though this skill would consume his corpses, its damage and range were pretty solid. This was a welcome, unexpected bonus for him. The scene then shifts to the bustling town of Black Revel. A cloaked Quincy stood on a balcony, staring at a ring in his palm. Is this the engagement ring I gave her? He clutched the ring tightly, as memories of his beautiful wife flooded his mind, whispering, "A sealed soul has no memories. Only when it is freed can it regain its memories and drop its most precious item." Back in the room, Lin Yuan stood by the window as Quincy asked with trembling hands, "My wife. When she passed, was she in pain?" Lin Yuan calmly replied, "No." Quincy cherished the ring, a single tear rolling down his cheek. Seeing the vision of his smiling wife, he choked out the words, "That's good to hear." He turned around, saying earnestly, "I never expected a necromancer, the very class I despise, would help me fulfill my wish. No matter what, I will forever remember this kindness." A worn, leather-bound book emitting black smoke slowly materialized in his hands. He opened a chest, revealing a crown that glowed with a green light. He said seriously, "Now it's time for me to fulfill my promise." The system panel displayed, Unique Crown of Shadows, a head-type item. Effect 1. Crime value will be hidden when equipped. Effect 2. Conceals the dark aura. Note: Necromancer exclusive, cannot be sold or destroyed. Lin Yuan took the crown, thinking that although the Crown of Shadows had no stat boosts, its ability to hide his crime value and dark aura was exactly what he needed most right now. A smirk played on his lips. He wouldn't get into any trouble with the Scorpion Tail Knights, and he could do whatever he wanted inside the main city area. The system panel popped up. "Do you want to equip the Crown of Shadows?" He answered without a moment's hesitation. "Yes." A glowing magic circle surrounded him as the crown dissolved into green flames and merged with his body. He stood amid swirling energy, his cloak billowing, and smiled. Finally, one step closer to the truth. The scene changes to a bustling city in the clouds, with the system announcing, "Welcome to Sandwind City." Inside the city, players were busily making deliveries. Sandwind City was home to countless guilds, both large and small. The 20 Guild is recruiting, the leader is a total fanboy. Join our guild to see the guildmaster do somersaults. The PvP Guild is recruiting, come here if you've got passion. The Apple Guild is recruiting. A girl muttered about how strong the guilds were as Lin Yuan checked out the guild rankings. Number 1. Berserkers. Number 2. Flower in the Mirror. Number 3. Starfall. Number 4. Holy Hymn. Number 5. Eternity. Number 10. Blackwood. There were no more than 10. Could that guy be hiding in one of them? Lin Yuan stared at the rankings, his red eyes narrowed in cold calculation. He was just a newcomer to Sandwind City. Joining one of these major guilds wouldn't be easy. He blended into the massive crowd, his proud figure disappearing behind the other players. He muttered that it seemed he needed to find an opportunity. His long strides carried him down the stone-paved road, past countless hurried players. He walked calmly through the crowd, the hem of his cloak fluttering in the wind. Suddenly, the sound of rushed footsteps echoed right behind him. Sensing something was off, the blonde knight whipped his head around, completely shocked. In the next instant, the razor-sharp tip of Lin Yuan's sword was pressed right against his throat. Overpowered in a flash, the knight's eyes went wide with terror as he stammered, "Who are you?" Lin Yuan just stared down at him coldly from a higher step. When he recognized the face, the knight instantly let out a sigh of relief, murmuring to himself. "Finally," he cheered, his eyes sparkling like stars as he threw his hands in the air. "Divine descent, it really is you." But in his excitement, he completely trips, slamming face first into the ground with a painful yelp. Ouch. Lin Yuan just stares down, his expression completely deadpan as he asks, "Is that you?" The knight scrambles up, rubbing his sore backside with a huge grin. "Hey, God, Yuan, you remember me?" Lin Yuan's sharp, crimson eyes flash over. His voice drops, instantly wary. "You know my name?" The knight just scratches his head, excitedly explaining. "Yeah." I was watching the live stream from the Bloodvein Guild, and I totally recognized you. The scene shifts to him in a command chair, surrounded by glowing screens as he boasts, I sifted through thousands of comments to find you. He throws his arms wide, standing proudly on a literal mountain of gold coins. Haha. Then I dropped 2 million to upgrade the corporation's latest facial recognition system just to confirm it was you. You gotta praise me for that. Lin Yuan's eyes go wide. 2 million. Just to find me? The knight scratches his head, completely innocent. Huh? Is that a lot? The Han Changzi Corporation spends hundreds of millions just testing a single system. Hearing this, Lin Yuan looks up toward a distant skyscraper, his mind racing. The Han Corporation. That trillion-dollar tech giant that controls all the world's advanced technology? With a background like that, who knows what else this guy knows? Should he just kill him here? Meanwhile, the knight has transformed into an excited puppy with a wagging tail. His eyes are sparkling. God Yuan, team up with me. There's an S-rank hunt in Bloodscale Cavern tomorrow. They say someone found a nest of iron-eating salamanders. All we have to do is... But before he can finish, he trips and faceplants again. Lin Yuan is just left completely speechless. He turns to leave, saying coldly, You should go, don't follow me. He thinks to himself, why am I even taking an idiot like this seriously? Hearing the rejection, the knight plops onto the ground and just laughs. Haha, you're right. A powerhouse like you who can solo the entire Bloodvein Guild wouldn't need a team. He scratches his head, sighing. The Blackwood Guild's third team will also be at this hunt, scouting for rookies. If you perform well, you might get a chance. Lin Yuan stops dead in his tracks. He glances at the guild rankings, where the Blackwood Guild is right at the top. The knight sighs in disappointment, muttering, looks like I'll have to try my luck alone. Suddenly, a low voice sounds from behind him. When is the hunt? He whips his head around, totally baffled. Huh? Lin Yuan, his back still turned, patiently repeats himself. I said, what is the specific time for the hunt? The knight leaps for joy, scrambling after him and yelling, tomorrow morning at 8. God Yuan, does that mean you're in? Lin Yuan puts a hand on his shoulder, calmly correcting him. Call me Lin Yuan. He starts walking again, adding, however, before we go, I need to prepare a few things. The knight covers his mouth, confused. The scene then cuts to a dilapidated fortress, where a skull flag whips in the wind. A sign appears, Vulture Bandit Camp. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the entire area. Shattered rock flies everywhere as Lin Yuan and his zombie army smash right through the wall, advancing inside. He gives the order, the Lord should be up ahead. A cloud of cold mist escapes his lips as he breathes. Before him stand vicious bird-like monsters. The system displays, Vulture Bandit Zombie, Level 12, 1600 HP, 250 attack, 70 defense. Skills, Sickle Throw, Undying Body. With a decisive wave, he commands his army. Let's go. Lin Yuan stands on a high cliff, looking down on the bird monster horde arrayed below. They shriek and claw, tearing at each other over a field of white skulls, their horrifying squawks echoing through the air. One of the bird monsters lunges forward, extending its sharp claws with a threatening growl. Lin Yuan simply extends his hand, his sharp eyes giving the decisive order. Charge! And in response to his command, his zombie army swoops down from above, relentlessly crashing down on the birdmen. A bird monster launches into the air, hurling a giant sickle that spins like a boomerang. A system notification flashes. Skill-activated sickle throw. The spinning blade screams toward a motionless Lin Yuan, but just as it's about to connect, he vanishes. The sickle hits nothing and shatters into pieces, leaving the monster completely stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan reappears in midair, his sword carving a brilliant, magical arc through the sky. He decapitates 3 monsters in a single slash, declaring, your lives are mine. The system confirms, Vulture Bandit leader successfully eliminated, ×3. He continues his sweep across the battlefield, his relentless slashes taking down countless more enemies. Vulture Bandit leader eliminated, ×6. Vulture Bandit leader successfully eliminated, ×10. He lands lightly on the ground, his coat billowing among the shattered monster corpses. He turns, his red eyes filled with suspicion. He realizes the Lord of the Horde has vanished from its throne. And then, a colossal shadow appears right behind him. The system panel displayed the Vulture Robber Lord, a level 19 boss with 6,200 attack power. It had 820 defense and the skills Invisible Scythe and Sneak Stab. As the Lord screeched, activating its sneak attack, Lin Yuan swiftly shot his hand forward. Green lightning crackled violently between his fingers as he activated his skill, Corpse Explosion. The Vulture Lord lunged forward with its sharp scythes, screaming, Die! but bird-like zombies suddenly erupted from the ground, blocking its path. A horrifying green explosion ripped through the air, engulfing the entire area in a sea of flames. Thrown back by the blast, the Vulture Lord roared in pain as its body slammed hard into the cliff face, cracking the very stone. Lin Yuan launched himself into the air, aiming a lightning-fast punch straight down at his foe. He clenched his fist, green light flaring in his eyes as he yelled, "Take this!" The system announced. Shadow gauntlets activated. The punch landed true, stunning the Vulture Lord. "Go to hell!" Lin Yuan roared. A massive pillar of light erupted, blasting the boss into an abyss with one final, horrifying scream. Lin Yuan landed back on the ground, his fists still clenched tight. Green lightning still sparked around his body as he calmly stated, "It's over." A system notification popped up. "You have killed the Vulture Robber Lord. Congratulations, you've reached level 13. The skill info appeared. Golden Shadow Curse, level 3. It deals damage equal to 20% of the target's HP, or heals an undead for the same amount. The mana cost is 60, with a 6-second cooldown. EXP 20 out of 300. Golden Corpse Explosion, level 2. It detonates an undead, dealing fire damage to nearby enemies equal to 80% of the user's max health. It costs 100 mana with a 10-second cooldown. EXP 2 out of 100. A skill scroll then appeared. The system asked if he wanted to use the scroll to upgrade the skill. He confirmed it. He stroked his chin, thinking the result wasn't half bad. He remembered using a skill scroll to upgrade his Shadow Curse once before, and now he'd just boosted it straight to level 3, while also leveling up his Corpse Explosion skill at the same time. He glanced at his undead army, a satisfied smile on his face. This was more than enough for now. The system then reported that he had acquired 130 immortal monsters. Details of the new monsters appeared. Vulture Robber Captain, level 15, and the Vulture Robber Lord, level 19. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up as he stared at the panel, a thought crossing his mind. After resurrecting the Vulture Robber Lord, did it actually gain a new skill? He recalled the last time and muttered, "What's more, when the giant dire wolf was resurrected, it also gained a new skill, Wraith's Fury." He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, a small smile playing on his lips. Does this mean reviving Lord-class monsters gives them a bonus skill? This could get interesting. But just then, a system notification popped up. The hunting expedition you have entered will officially begin in 2 hours. A smirk touched the corner of his lips. Lin Yuan turned without hesitation, his long coat whipping dramatically in the wind. "Prepare to move out," he commanded. The scene then shifts to the rendezvous point, just before the jagged entrance to the molten bloodscale cavern. Lin Yuan, already sweating, pointed and asked in confusion, "What in the world are you wearing?" The other guy was busy striking a pose in a gleaming suit of armor. Lin Yuan couldn't help but ask, "Are you trying to cosplay as some kind of Golden Knight statue?" The Golden Knight puffed out his chest proudly. "Yuan, I spent 50 gold coins to have a master blacksmith custom forge this incredible armor just for me. So you can rest easy," he said, "because today I definitely won't be dragging you down." And right at that moment, a loud ripping sound echoed from the crotch plate of the armor. The armored plate dropped right down to his ankles, revealing his boxers. Both of them froze. The air went silent as they just stared at each other, completely speechless. Lin Yuan, sweating bullets, tried to play it off. "That's the first time I've ever seen that kind of segmented armor. It's pretty unique." Han Qing, his face bright red, hastily pulled the piece back up and stammered. The blacksmith told me this was the latest style." He gritted his teeth, trying to pull off the helmet, but it was stuck fast. He started to panic, flailing around blindly and yelling, "Wait, I can't see. Yuan, help me." While Lin Yuan was completely speechless, Han Qing staggered around and crashed right into someone, letting out a yelp. The Golden Knight slammed headfirst right into a stranger's groin, who let out a sharp, pained grunt. Looking up, he dazedly let out a single sound. "Huh?" Before him stood a huge, bald man radiating an overwhelmingly dark aura. The bald man cracked a terrifying smile, his voice dripping with false concern. "Are you all right?" A system window appeared. Black Tree Guild, 3rd Squad Captain, Zhao Kuei, a level 15 warrior. Han Qing stood frozen, breaking out in a cold sweat as a murderous aura coiled behind the bald man like a giant viper. He swallowed hard, thinking, "This guy is smiling. So why do I feel like a venomous snake is staring me down right now? Is it just my imagination?" Suddenly, a hand shot out from behind, yanking him back by the collar and making him jump. Lin Yuan pulled his friend back, his voice cold and flat. "Aren't you ever going to take off that idiotic outfit?" Han Qing just laughed sheepishly. "Haha, right. Zhao Kui narrowed his eyes at the newcomer's arrival, letting out a cold snort. Lin Yuan's crimson eyes were sharp as daggers, locking onto the bald man's gaze without a hint of fear. Zhao Kui felt a bead of sweat. He gritted his teeth, infuriated. This brat, how dare he glare at me like that? What a nuisance. He tried to plaster on a friendly smile again, calling out, "Hey, you two," but was cut off by another guild member with a one-eyed mage. "Which one of you is Han Qing?" The man held a registration form with a photo of a golden knight, clearly labeled, Han Qing, swordsman. He frowned, comparing the picture to the person in front of him. Then, he pointed straight at Han Qing and yelled, "Ah, it's you, isn't it? The one in the bizarre suit?" The guild members behind them erupted in mockery. What in the world is that fashion sense? Ha ha ha, look at all that flashy gold. He probably thinks this is some kind of ridiculous cosplay show. Han Qing scratched his head, forcing a laugh and waving his hand. Hey, yeah, that's me, he quickly added. You three must be the bosses from the Black Tree Guild, right? By the way, this is my friend. Suddenly, the sharp, clean sound of a weapon being unsheathed cut through the air. A guild member named Yang Gao leveled his sword at them, cutting him off arrogantly. Enough. We're not interested in the names of some newbies, and know this, we're not letting you bring your friend for double the fee. It's because our captain is being extremely generous. Lin Yuan lowered his head, his eyes hidden by his hair, and remained completely silent. Zhao Kui stepped forward, pushing the sword down as if to make peace. What do you think you're doing? We need to be polite to our new friends, don't we? The goon quickly tried to justify himself. I was just joking. Captain. With a metallic scrape, the sword slid back into its sheath. Zhao Kui continued to speak with a faint smile. However, don't get too cocky just because our captain says a few kind words. You should appreciate this opportunity with gratitude. Understand? The subordinates bowed their heads in unison. Yes, of course. We will definitely do our best. The one-eyed mage clapped his hands, getting everyone's attention, and announced loudly, "Everyone, get in position. I will now officially begin the roll call." The other players started gathering, whispering anxiously. Wow, this is tense. I never thought I'd actually get to work with members from such a big guild. Aren't these the players who joined the S-rank hunting campaign? I hope this gear doesn't fail me mid-raid. Lin Yuan's eyes casually swept over the crowd, judging them all as total rookies, new to the main city. Zhao Kui turned toward the dark cave entrance and gave his order. All right, we have enough people. To avoid wasting time, prepare to move out. He glanced back, a sinister and confident smile on his face. Everyone can rest easy. Even the Grim Reaper takes a detour when he sees the Black Tree Guild, so everything will be perfectly safe. Zhao Kui boldly led the group into the cave, and a wave of excited shouts answered him. Yeah! Han Qing, now in a brand new set of white armor, happily skipped past the grumbling guild member, holding a small red flag. He waved the flag, urging his friend on. Lin Yuan, hurry up. I heard there are glowing slimes inside this cave. The soldier behind them grumbled under his breath. This guy. He thinks this is a picnic. Lin Yuan simply strode along behind him. The tattered ends of his black cloak fluttered behind him, the corners of his lips turning up in an amused smile. His eyes gleamed with anticipation. I can smell it already. A truly thrilling scent. The scene shifts deep inside, where the party navigates a long slope filled with giant stalactites. A moment later, they stop at a fork in the path, murmuring, Whoa, a fork in the road already? But hey, we haven't run into a single iron-eating lizard yet. Another player explained that this was completely normal. The iron-eating lizards are nocturnal and hide during the day, so they're probably all gathered together resting deep inside some den. A woman in the group looked to the leader for guidance. Captain Zhao, in your opinion, which path should we take? Zhao Kui's eyes narrowed with a calculating look as he made his decision. In my opinion, it's best we split up. The suggestion sent a jolt of fear through the newbies. The thought of facing those monsters alone utterly terrifying them. But isn't that a little dangerous? Yeah, what if we run into a level 16 elite monster? The mage in the blue robes held up a hand to calm everyone down, saying, Settle down. To ensure your safety, our captain has already scouted the path ahead. When you ran into us today, we had just finished our recon mission and were resting before regrouping. A man in full plate armor exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. Wait, what? Captain Zhao already scouted the path ahead of us? Standing smugly before the dark cave entrance, Zhao Kui nodded in confirmation. That's right. Based on our morning recon, the middle path is thick with the pheromones of iron-eating lizards, so the risk of an ambush is extremely high. The other two paths are actually quite safe. He spread his arms, laying out his plan. But where there's danger, there's a higher chance of finding valuable treasure. So, to balance efficiency and ensure everyone's safety. I've decided our guild will take the middle path, while the rest of you take the 2 paths on the sides. A sly grin spread across his face as he asked with fake sincerity. So, what does everyone think? The unsuspecting players replied with pure admiration. You gotta hand it to them. The major guilds are on another level. Their plans are always so well thought out. He's the captain of the Black Tree Society's 3rd team, and also the highest level player among us. So whatever he says, goes. But amid the hero worship, Lin Yuan coldly pointed and cut in. We'll be taking the left path. Zhao Kui glanced over his shoulder, a smirk playing on his lips. No problem at all. Does anyone want to go with them? The crowd hesitated, their eyes darting between the two as they began to whisper. Go with those two? I mean, one of them looks pretty eccentric and not very reliable. And the other guy? A man scoffed, looking at Lin Yuan's silent expression. He's just some cold-faced freak. He's probably hiding his level and class because he's afraid of being embarrassed. A blushing girl tried to defend him. Oh, but I think he's pretty handsome. The other guy snapped. Then you go with him. Zhao Kui just shrugged, holding his hands up in a gesture of helplessness. Seems like your popularity is a little lacking, huh? It's a real shame. Even though I'm the captain for this mission, I can't force anyone to join you. Unbothered by the mockery, Lin Yuan turned to leave, calling out simply, Follow me. Han Qing quickly scrambled after him. Oh, okay. The figures of Lin Yuan and Han Qing vanished into the darkness of the left path. As Zhao Kui watched them go, his fake smile instantly disappeared. He clicked his tongue, his malicious nature finally showing. 2 ignorant fools. Meanwhile, deep within the silent caves, the only sound was the steady dripping of water from icy stalactites, creating tiny ripples on the water's surface. Lin Yuan and Han Qing walked through the quiet cave, surrounded by small slimes hiding behind the rocks. As they walked, Han Qing nervously hunched his shoulders and said, Yuan, the temperature is dropping fast, and I've got a weird feeling. Breaking into a cold sweat, he turned to whisper, I feel like someone is watching us, and that chilling feeling was only getting stronger. Lin Yuan remained perfectly calm, glancing over to reply, You finally noticed? There's definitely something here. Hearing that, Han Qing completely panicked. What? But didn't Captain Zhao say he already scouted this path and that it was safe? Lin Yuan just cracked a sarcastic smirk. Huh. You actually trust that guy? This is an S-rank hunt, but they brought a bunch of rookies. It's obvious they just want to use us as bait, Han Qing asked, confused. Then why didn't you? Lin Yuan tilted his head, looking at the slimes hiding on the cliff, and calmly cut him off. Expose him? Instantly, he reached out and snatched a trembling slime, startling the poor creature. Lin Yuan then hurled the slime deep into the darkness, stating plainly, Because as it happens, I also want to see just how many of them there are. The 2 of them froze, their eyes glued to the deep darkness ahead. Suddenly, countless pairs of glowing red eyes lit up the shadows. Just as Lin Yuan mused that interesting things could be lured out, the monsters began to crawl forward. A system window immediately identified them. Iron, eating lizard, elite level. Level 16, HP, 3300, attack, 440, defense, 100, skills, iron tail whip, and corrosive shield. Suddenly, a surprise attack slammed down on the ground, sending rock fragments flying. The scene then cuts to the adjacent cave. A brilliant vortex of fire erupted amidst a swarm of monsters, accompanied by a deafening roar. The one-eyed mage cast his spell, incinerating the screaming lizards. Right after, a powerful slash of blue light descended, cleaving a monster clean in 2. A cocky swordsman cuts down his enemy with a brutal swing, then lets out a roar. You idiots, come on and witness my power. He turns to Zhao Kui, sucking up to him. Captain, thanks to those decoys luring the monsters and splitting them up, things are way easier now. I can't believe those fools actually fell for that scouting the path lie. Haha. A spiked mace whistles as it spins through the air. Zhao Kui's voice rings out once most of these are dead. The iron-eating lizards in the other 2 caves will be next. Zhao Kui smashes a monster with his mace, continuing smugly. That's when we'll swoop in for the prize. We'll get double the results with half the effort. Just then, 3 vicious iron-eating lizards leap down from above, aiming right for him. Zhao Kui keeps his arrogant smirk, taunting them. You uncultured creatures, who do you think you're screaming at? Haha, come on, all of you. The charging monsters are instantly thrown back by an invisible force, their bodies breaking against the cliff wall. Zhao Kui drags his spiked mace, sending sparks flying, his voice ice cold. Trash should stay at the bottom of the food chain forever. Back in the left cave, Han Qing's eyes go wide. He stammers out Lin Yuan's name as a monster in front of him attacks with its tail. The system announces the activation of the Iron Tail Whip skill, which uses a metallic tail to sweep horizontally. On a direct hit, it deals 170% attack damage to the target. Instantly, giant sickles come spinning through the air. The system announces, Machete Toss skill activated. Machete Toss hurls a machete at a target with a max range of 10 meters and can be retrieved, dealing 0% attack damage. At the same time, Birdman shadows flicker past the lizard, and the system announces the activation of stealth and backstab. Watching the undead Birdman army overwhelm the lizards amid a clash of steel, Han Qing exclaims in shock. When did you get all of these undead monsters? He can't hide his admiration, adding excitedly, This is even more impressive than the battle at the mud swamp. You're incredible. Lin Yuan just glances back with a calm smile. I told you I had some things to prepare, didn't I? Han Qing's jaw drops. What? You subdued all these powerful monsters in less than a day? Just then, a dazzling message appears on the system screen. You have successfully eliminated 5 elite iron-eating lizards. Lin Yuan steps over a monster's corpse, his undead army surrounding him. He nods, satisfied. It's over. Their performance wasn't bad. Han Qing watches him, eyes sparkling. I'm so jealous, he whispers to himself. When will I ever be as strong as you? Suddenly, the ground shakes violently. Han Qing stumbles, using his sword to stay upright. What the hell is this? He shouts. An earthquake? He turns to call for Lin Yuan, but sees him busy collecting monster corpses with an eerie green flame. Han Qing thinks to himself, Lin Yuan is busy. I'd better check this out on my own. I can't bother him with every little thing. I have to be useful too. Han Qing carefully moves forward, following the rumbling sound. Seems like it's coming from this way. He stops, his boot tapping the stone floor. He looks down, a confused expression on his face. Did the shaking stop? Without warning, a massive, bright red tongue smashes through the ground and shoots into the air. Han Qing freezes, the color draining from his face. The slimy tongue stands tall before him like a grotesque tower. A cold sweat breaks out as he stammers, What? What the hell is that? The fleshy tongue immediately slams down on his position. Han Qing is thrown to the ground, his sword flying from his hand. Help me, he screams in terror. The tongue coils back, readying its next attack. It lunges like lightning, wrapping tightly around Han Qing and squeezing the air from his lungs. He's dragged mercilessly into the newly formed pit, his face pale with absolute despair. He shuts his eyes tight, thinking it's all over. But in that life or death moment, a brilliant green sword slashed tears through the air. Lin Yuan leaps forward, severing the giant tongue with a single swing. Just a beast hiding underground, eating dirt, he scolds coldly. How dare you pull these tricks in front of me? Fresh blood sprays from the severed tongue like rain. Lin Yuan decisively grabs Han Qing by the collar, yanking his friend out of the danger zone in a split second. They both land safely. Han Qing clutches his chest, coughing violently. He looks back at the hole, shouting a warning to Lin Yuan. That thing is definitely a giant monster. So before it gets out, we have to hurry, and before he can finish, the ground ahead cracks apart with a deafening shatter. Han Qing's eyes widen in horror. Oh God, it's too late. A colossal blue reptile bursts from the ground, roaring with fury. A system window flashes open. Iron-eating salamander, a level 20 boss. 6300 HP, 850 attack, 280 defense. Skills: Iron Tail Sweep, an unbreachable fortress. It's also got earth burrowing and a poison sand breath. Han Qing stumbles back, sweating bullets. The mission intel was completely wrong about this. The Molten Bloodscale Cave was supposed to hold an elite monster, not a full-blown boss. Still, he bravely steps in front of Lin Yuan, gritting his teeth. I'm sorry, Yuan. You wouldn't be facing a monster this terrifying if it wasn't for me. I'll hold it off. You need to run. Lin Yuan just cracks a small smirk. He asks calmly, This is supposed to be a scary monster? His eyes flash crimson with raw excitement. No. That's my prey. Han Qing stared blankly. What? The carrion lizard roared, thundering forward as its heavy steps shook the entire cave. Lin Yuan flew into action, charging it head-on with a glowing magical sword and a fierce battle cry. Let's see you handle this, he shouted, as Han Qing followed close behind. Above them, the Birdmen army got into position, their elder hurling a set of deadly sickles. A barrage of giant, spinning sickles tore through the air, all aimed directly at the boss. The monster reacted instantly. A system notification popped up. Boss activated Iron Tail Sweep. Its steel-hard tail swung out, batting away every single sickle. It roared triumphantly, but Lin Yuan seized the opening he'd made. He launched an attack from mid-air. A torrent of spectral skulls flew forth, shrieking with the power of the spirit curse. The skulls smashed violently into the creature's head, erupting in a blinding flash of blue energy. Lin Yuan landed gracefully after the strike. But when the dust cleared, the lizard seemed completely unfazed, bearing only a few minor scratches. Lin Yuan frowned, his gaze sharpening in assessment. All that attack did was cause a few light burns. The boss tilted its head back, its venom-dripping maw opening wide as it prepared to counter. A horrifying stream of green toxic gas erupted from its mouth. The system announced the boss had activated its venomous sand breath skill, a high-pressure toxic sand attack. On hit, it inflicts continuous poison damage, draining 3 to 10% of max HP every second for 5 seconds. The stream of toxic energy hit the ground, creating a massive green explosion. From outside the blast zone, Han Qing screamed in panic. "Yuan, be careful." The wave of poison sand rolled forward, shattering the nearby rock formations into dust. Lin Yuan leaped backwards, sliding to avoid the lethal blast. The ground where the sand passed sizzled and melted, smoking ominously. Han Qing was horrified. It was a powerfully concentrated corrosive attack. Lin Yuan watched the boss, thinking hard. This fight was tougher than he'd imagined. Just then, another powerful tail sweep sliced through the air towards him. He jumped high into the air to dodge it, a thrill-seeking grin spreading across his face. This just made things more exciting. In mid-air, he raised a hand and issued a command. "Arise, Lord of the Great Vulture." From the void, the Vulture Lord appeared, majestic in its shining armor. It spread its massive wings and let loose a piercing shriek. In a flash, the giant birdman dived straight for the lizard boss at incredible speed. Han Qing could only stare with wide-eyed disbelief. Was this undead monstrosity another one of Lin Yuan's new summoned servants? He stared with shining eyes, absolutely in awe of its magnificent power. On the battlefield, the Vulture Lord had already zipped behind the lizard. It raised its twin daggers as the system flashed. Backstab skill activated. The reptilian monster glowed as the blow landed. A system alarm rang out. Boss has activated Impregnable Fortress. Impregnable Fortress boosts defense by 150% for 10 seconds. At the same instant, its enormous tail whipped around to strike the enemy behind it. Lin Yuan's sharp eyes spotted the danger, and he shouted a warning. "Watch out!" But the tail swipe was too fast. It slammed into the Vulture Lord, sending it flying backwards in a blinding explosion of force. Han Qing's face went pale. "That reaction speed is unbelievable," he gasped. "Does that thing have eyes in the back of its head?" Lin Yuan landed, frowning at the giant lizard as it slowly turned around, muttering, "Eyes in the back of its head." While the Vulture Lord was knocked back by the tail whip, Lin Yuan stood observing, analyzing the enemy for a weak point. Lizards, he remembered, have simple eyes and mainly rely on changes in light to sense their environment. So, if an enemy stops moving, they become hard to see. But, he reasoned, their motion detection is absolutely first-rate. Their hearing and sense of smell can pick up the slightest movement from their prey. In fact, some lizards even possess infrared sensors to detect an enemy's body heat. Remembering all this, he realized the lizard's sensitivity to an enemy's movements was many times greater than a human's. A cold smirk touched his lips. It looked like the only way to beat this thing was to make it trap itself. The giant monster roared, its body shaking as it took countless hits from every direction. Lin Yuan created massive magical fireballs, taunting it. "Let's see which is tougher, your scales or my fire." The lizard moved with startling agility, dodging the incoming fireballs at an incredible speed. It threw its head back and let out a thunderous roar, a clear challenge to its enemy. Lin Yuan kept moving, calmly stating his plan. "Good, I'll provoke it until its attention is focused entirely on me." From afar, Han Qing shouted in worry. "Yuan, you're in serious danger." He was sweating, muttering to himself. "A boss-level carrion lizard's defense is just too strong. Those fireballs won't do any real damage to it. What you're doing is a massive risk." His friend's eyes widened in sheer disbelief at what he was seeing. Wait, Lin Yuan was charging straight ahead, right into a pile of lizard corpses. Han Qing couldn't help but yell, "Those are living corpses." But Lin Yuan was already airborne, vaulting clean over the lizards' heads. A smirk played on his lips as he gave a decisive command. Then, in an instant, he stopped cold and spun around with practiced ease. Just as the salamander lunged, he swung his blade, unleashing a brilliant arc of sword energy that stunned the beast. In that moment, the pile of corpses suddenly lurched to life, their hands grabbing hold of the boss, leaving it completely shocked. Lin Yuan taunted it from a distance. "You giant piece of trash, don't you even know how to stop?" The monster roared in absolute fury, but Lin Yuan simply raised a hand. Green energy gathered as he said coldly, "Time to enjoy this party of explosions." The system announced the activation of corpse explosion. A terrifying green blast swallowed the monster whole, as damage numbers flooded the screen 50, 80, 100. Lin Yuan's face was illuminated by the eerie green light. He knew immediately the beast's armor had been shattered. The giant salamander roared in agony. Lin Yuan stood firm against it, then moved with incredible speed and issued a sharp command. The Vulture Lord would flank left. Taking advantage of the monster's turned head, he analyzed it further. The lizard still had another weakness. Its eyes were incapable of focusing on enemies from both the left and right at the same time. The Vulture Lord charged in from the side, preparing to unleash a fatal strike. Its arrow aimed directly for the boss's eye. Seeing this, the boss began gathering an energy ball in its mouth to retaliate. At the same time, Lin Yuan leaped high into the air, lightning crackling around his sword. His own image was reflected in the monster's massive eye. He let out a roar, declaring this attack would send it straight to hell. He dove down, slamming a lightning-infused slash straight into the monster's mouth. The blade sank deep into its weak point. The system chimed in. Weak point struck. A stream of notifications followed one after another. Level up, level up. Congratulations, you have reached level 14. The giant monster collapsed to the ground as white smoke rose from its body. Immediately, streams of green light flew from the boss's corpse towards his undead army. The system reported HP had been restored by 85%. Lin Yuan held out his hand, and a white energy surrounded it. The skill panel showed Dark Gold Curse at level 3, with a proficiency of 200 out of 300. He looked at the notification, his eyes growing sharper. It looked like using the skill scroll one more time would push the Dark Curse directly to level 4. He turned back to look at the giant boss's corpse, thinking with satisfaction. Although the corpse explosion had consumed many of his undead, obtaining this creature made it all completely worth it. The boss's new info panel appeared. Undead Eater, Salamander Lord. Level 20. HP, 6300. Attack, 850. Defense, 280. Skills, Iron Tail Whip, Power Fortress, Earth Vein Intrusion, Poison Sand Breath, and Undead Body. Lin Yuan looked at the newly resurrected monster, declaring, "From now on, you will be my shield." In the distance, Han Qing sat overjoyed among a pile of glittering loot. He called out, Lin Yuan, this is the first time I've ever seen so many spoils of war. Should we start counting it all right now? Lin Yuan turned, his cold gaze fixed on the cave entrance. What's the hurry? There are still a few rats left to kill. The scene shifts to another cave, where the body of an armored player is sprawled out on the ground. Zhao Kai stood on a rock looking down with absolute disdain. Humph. Those idiots weren't even worth a second glance. The swordsman and the mage approached, brown-nosing him. Heh. It was all thanks to the captain's wise commands. With him here, even a lord-class monster would have to kneel and accept its fate. Captain, based on that tremor from before, the fight on both sides should be about over. If we go now, we can reap the rewards of their labor. Zhao Kai crushed a small lizard under his boot, a crisp, bone-shattering sound echoing in the silence. He hoisted his spiked mace onto his shoulder and gave the order, "Let's move out. It's time to collect the bodies." Suddenly, an explosion erupted right above them, nearly hitting the mage's feet. Instantly, a barrage of explosions surrounded them, forcing everyone to jump back in a panic. Zhao Kai roared with fury. Who is it? Who dares ambush the ancient Blackwood Guild? From a high ledge, Lin Yuan and Han Qing appeared amidst a bone-chilling mist. Lin Yuan crossed his arms, his calm voice echoing through the cave. Wasn't this about collecting corpses? I've come to collect a few of my own, the mage pointed, shouting in terrified disbelief. No, impossible. You two should have been devoured by the iron-eating salamanders by now. Han Qing angrily pointed right back at them. You still have the nerve to say that? What a disgrace. I thought the ancient Blackwood Guild was some great guild, honorable and fair, but I never expected it would use other players as bait just to clear a dungeon. The swordsman shot back with a sneer. So what? Becoming a stepping stone for the glory of the ancient Blackwood Guild is an honor for trash like you. Zhao Kai gritted his teeth, his mind racing. Damn it, those two actually managed to survive. Could it be that the cave they entered didn't have many iron eaters, and all the monsters had swarmed around those other unlucky bastards instead? Han Qing clenches his fists, his voice full of righteous anger. You people have absolutely no shame. Zhao Kui glares at Lin Yuan, his killing intent flaring up. The more he looks at this kid, the more annoying he gets. Better to just get rid of him. He steps forward, his voice a low growl. I have no idea what kind of ridiculous luck got you two out of there alive. He swings his massive spiked mace, roaring. But I can promise you, your lucky streak ends right now. Just as the mace comes crashing down, Lin Yuan shoves Han Qing back, shouting, "Get back!" He faces Zhao Kui head-on, his voice ice-cold. "You think you can kill us all by yourself?" The screech of straining chains fills the cave as Zhao Kui pours all his strength into the attack. The two clash, weapons sparking violently. Lin Yuan blocks the mace with his sword, and with a deafening boom, Zhao Kui lets out a nasty smirk. What's this? Some kind of children's game?" Lin Yuan doesn't answer. Instead, his sword erupts with a sinister green energy, summoning ghostly skulls. The skulls launch forward, exploding with incredible force, and sending Zhao Kui's lackeys flying. Zhao Kui scrambles to dodge and brace himself, trying to withstand the sheer power of the blasts. When the smoke finally clears, he's the only one left standing. He scans the area cautiously. Damn it, where is he hiding? Lin Yuan appears from above, his blade slashing down. "Did you really think I wouldn't notice you, you fool?" Zhao Kui hastily raises his weapon to block the attack, metal shrieking against metal. Lin Yuan speaks. Experience proves that those who live by luck alone. He pours more power into his sword, pushing his opponent back. Have to sleep with one eye open. After the impact, Zhao Kui vanishes into the smoke. Lin Yuan stands alone in the sudden silence. And then, a colossal shadow looms up behind him. Zhao Kui's voice echoes out, "Because in the end, for trash like you." Lin Yuan whips around, completely startled. Zhao Kui swings his mace down from above, straight for his head, roaring, "Your worthless life can be snuffed out at any moment." A massive explosion rocks the entire cave. Han Qing lets out a horrified scream. "Yuan!" The swordsman and mage turn their weapons on Han Qing, laughing. "I'll take this, rookie. Hey, wasn't your warm-up enough for you? Now it's my turn, right?" From the smoke, Zhao Kui looks down at the figure at his feet. "All right, I don't have time to play around with you." He raises his fist, preparing to land the finishing blow. "So just lie down and accept your death." But then he freezes, his eyes flying open in shock. "What?" His fist is stopped cold, caught by another hand. It's Lin Yuan's voice. "You're the captain of the Black Tree Guild's third team, right?" Zhao Kui breaks out into a cold sweat, unable to believe what he's seeing. How? How could this kid possibly be okay? From out of the darkness, a sinister smile spreads across Lin Yuan's face. His eyes glow a menacing red as he tightens his grip on Zhao Kui's hand. "I think I'm starting to get an idea of the true level of the city's 10th-ranked guild." He gets to his feet, effortlessly pulling Zhao Kui up with him. Zhao Kui screams in pain as his fist is crushed by that unbreakable grip. Lin Yuan squeezes harder, a red gleam in his eyes. He then flings Zhao Kui through the air with one hand like he's nothing more than a toy. Zhao Kui's body slams into the ground next to his two henchmen, carving out a deep crater. He staggers up, coughing. "You bastard. I really underestimated you." Forcing himself to stand, he orders his men. "Don't just stand there, attack him together." His two lackeys shout in agreement. All three leap into the air, charging toward Lin Yuan with a single unified war cry. "Die!" Lin Yuan simply looks up, a contemptuous smirk playing on his lips. In the end, a mob is just a mob. They're nothing special. He swings his sword, unleashing a massive wave of energy that blows all three away, ending the battle in an instant. But just as the energy fades, two green bird-like phantoms dive from the sky, forcing Zhao Kui and the mage to look up in shock. The phantoms immediately snatch them up, causing the swordsman to cry out in absolute panic. "What?" The mage screams in terror. Zhao Kui's eyes are wide with horror as he realizes an overwhelming power is descending upon him. He stands frozen to the spot, staring as a sky full of green ghostly skulls hurtles straight for him. An immense force slams into him, sending him flying. All he can do is roar in pure, unadulterated agony. That horrifying pressure slammed all three enemies down, crushing their faces into the rocky ground. They were completely paralyzed. Struggling to lift his head, Zhao Kui's gaze fell right on the tips of Lin Yuan's boots, towering right over him. Terrified, the guy starts crawling backward, pathetically begging for his life. "If you kill me, the Black Tree Guild won't let you go. They'll never forgive you. So think carefully." But Lin Yuan just stared him down with cold, lifeless red eyes until his gaze shifted, breaking the tense standoff. Han Qing suddenly rushed forward. He hugged Lin Yuan's leg with hearts in his eyes, gushing, "As expected, you're unbeatable." I was worried sick for a second there. Annoyed by this clingy display, Lin Yuan's sweat dropped and kicked Han Qing away, yelling, "Get off of me." With that dealt with, he pointed his greatsword straight down at Zhao Kui. He started the interrogation. "From what I hear, your Black Tree Guild isn't just arrogant. They're ruthless, even to their own members. So if you die, lose levels and gear, they'll hold you responsible, right?" Have you figured out how you're going to explain that to them yet? Hearing this, Zhao Kui broke out in a cold sweat and quickly surrendered. All right, I admit defeat. Just tell me what I have to do to make you spare me. The corner of Lin Yuan's mouth curved into a faint smile. All right then, give me a list of your guild's high-level players, complete with their class, level, and attributes. His mind suddenly flashed back to a cloaked figure firing off a powerful lightning bolt. In his previous life, the skills used by the legendary first follower were a complete mystery. No one knew what they were or how to counter them. This meant he had an extremely rare hidden class. His identity remained unknown right up until the very end. Blindsided by the request, Zhao Kui asked blankly, "A list of names? Why would you want that?" Before he could finish, Lin Yuan slammed his sword straight through the guy's hand, drawing a blood-curdling scream. Lin Yuan pressed the blade down harder, growling at the wincing Zhao Kui. "Are you going to write it or not?" Terrified, Zhao Kui screamed through his tears. I'll write it right now." A moment later, Lin Yuan scanned the list, thinking to himself that it looked like all the top players from the Black Tree Guild were on here. While there were a few special classes listed, none of them matched the attributes of the first follower. Behind him, Zhao Kui and his lackeys clutched their mangled hands and cautiously asked, "Boss, can you let us go now?" Lin Yuan turned back with a cryptic smile. "As far as I'm concerned, you're free to go." At these words, Zhao Kui breathed a huge sigh of relief, bowing gratefully. "Thank you, boss, thank you." But before the smiles could fade, Lin Yuan unleashed a blinding flash of light that sent all three of them flying with a scream. He delivered his cold judgment. "But you've harmed countless innocent players, and for that, you owe them an explanation." After finishing them off, the system displayed the loot drops: a moon-tinged demon hammer, silver, a berserker dance sword, copper, and a cloak of adjacent light. Lin Yuan picked up the newly dropped sword to inspect it, a look of surprise on his face. Just then, Han Qing excitedly walked over carrying a chest. "Lin Yuan, look." They had a treasure chest, and it's still unopened. Lin Yuan calmly reached out to take it. "All right, I'll pick first, and the rest is yours." But Han Qing quickly pulled the chest back. "No, you can't." Instead of splitting it, Han Qing smiled and offered him the entire chest. "I'll buy it. I can't just take advantage of you." Seeing his firm attitude, Lin Yuan just shrugged and said, "Suit yourself." He turned and walked away, slinging the sword over his shoulder. "There's nothing in there for me. You can take it all," leaving Han Qing waving happily behind him. "All right then, I'll transfer the money to you right now." A notification confirmed a deposit of 54 gold coins, and the scene shifted to outside the molten bloodscale dragon's cave in broad daylight. As Lin Yuan walked, he mused that, as expected, it was all just silver-grade equipment. In the current version of the game, gold-grade gear was hard to come by. Han Qing suddenly raised a hand, hesitating. "There's something. I don't know if I should mention it." Lin Yuan glanced over at him and asked, "What is it?" Imagining shadowy assassins, Han Qing broke out in a nervous sweat as he issued a warning. "I've heard the Black Tree Guild holds a serious grudge. If they can't win in-game, they'll retaliate in real life. How about I have my bodyguards protect you?" Lin Yuan just kept walking, waving a dismissive hand. "Thanks for the warning. They're nothing but disgusting bugs, and I know how to deal with them." Back in the real world, Lin Yuan was taking off his VR helmet when a voice called into his room. "Yuan, come on out. Dinner is almost ready." He stood up from his gaming chair, turning to call back. "I'll be right there." As his hand touched the doorknob, the distinct click of a lock echoed in the quiet room. The moment the door creaked open, Lin Yuan freezes, facing a giant figure in a suit with an oppressive aura and glowing eyes completely blocking his path. But contrary to expectations, Lin Yuan breaks out in a cold sweat, his face a mask of pure shock. He looks closer and realizes it's just his dad wearing a VR headset. His father awkwardly raised a hand, slowly taking off the helmet. Then, clearing his throat, he smiled and held it out. "Hey Yuan, look, isn't this the gaming helmet you needed? Is it broken?" Lin Yuan took it and looked it over, confused. It seemed to be working just fine, with no damage at all. "But Dad, why'd you suddenly buy a gaming helmet?" His father broke into a sweat, waving his hands frantically as Lin Yuan just face-palmed. "What?" "No, what would I do with it?" "Your mother found it cleaning Lin Tan's room." At the mention of his sister, an image of Lin Tan in brilliant flaming armor from his past life flashed through his mind. In his previous life, it was around this exact time that she had awakened her hidden class. Just then, his mother walked out with a plate of food. "All right, you two, stop standing there and come eat." At the lavish dinner table, his mother teased with a smile while his father scrambled to explain himself. Your father, he doesn't understand this new stuff, but he's always looking for something to talk with you about. He spent all afternoon just trying to turn it on. Hey, it wasn't like that, Yuan. Don't listen to your mother. I was just worried you'd break Lin Tan's things while your mom cleaned, so I was just testing it. During the meal, Lin Yuan ate while making his calculations. If he got his parents into the world of Eternal, he could use the game's resources to repay them, and when the cataclysm finally hits, they would have the ability to protect themselves. With that thought, he looked up, smiling. This game isn't that hard. I'll buy 2 more tomorrow, Mom. You should try it too. But his mother just waved it off, politely refusing. Don't waste the money, it's fine. Anyway, isn't Lin Tan home yet? She asked, about to pick up her phone. It's Friday, she's probably out with her friends. You two just eat first, I'll call her later. But Lin Yuan quickly pulled out his phone. I'll call her. The screen showed he was calling his sister, but a system voice replied, The user you are calling is unavailable. Lin Yuan's face sank. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Even if Lin Tan didn't want to answer his call, she would have at least sent a text. She would never just ghost him completely. Seeing him frozen, his mother insisted, Yuan, she's probably just eating out. We're not going to wait for her. Ignoring her, Lin Yuan immediately stood up to leave. Mom, Dad, you two eat. I'm going downstairs to buy something. I'm worried the store will close if I wait too long. His mom sighed that the food would get cold, but his dad just waved it off. Let him go. Watching him walk away, his mother sighed deeply. Do you remember how Yuan and Lin Tan used to be inseparable? I just don't know when the two of them became so distant. We should let them talk more. His father nodded in agreement. Exactly. Yuan's just bad at showing it, but at the end of the day, he's still her brother. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was already making his way down the silent staircase, his expression deathly serious. Haunting memories from his past life suddenly slammed back into his mind. The memory of his sister appearing at their door, tattered and covered in wounds. It came flooding back Lin Yuan, holding instant noodles, frozen as she stumbled home. He had turned back then, stunned. Lin Tan, what happened? But she just clutched her bleeding arm and screamed at him. It's none of your business. Don't call the police. And don't you dare tell Mom and Dad, you hear me? Then came the slam of a door, leaving Lin Yuan standing all alone in the darkness of the hallway. Back in the present, a cold glint flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. In his past life, right after Lin Tan had started playing Eternal, she had quickly awakened her hidden class. But she also endured suffering that she never, ever should have faced. It all started with the appearance of that one mysterious organization. He pictured them figures clad in strange armor and cloaks. The system was a secret group, founded by 9 chosen ones, and only others who were chosen could ever hope to join. An image appeared, a hooded woman touching a pool of crimson water. He remembered one of them was called the Prophet, who could sense other chosen ones in the real world. He would send members to invite them to join the system. The organization grew unbelievably powerful at a terrifying speed. Soon enough, the power of the system became absolutely unrivaled inside the game. But it didn't stop there. He remembered seeing them capture criminals in the real world. Their influence in reality just grew stronger and stronger. Their actions were mysterious and hard to predict, but they did some good things, too, maintaining social order. This made them impossible to truly understand. After Lin Tan was invited to join, she was constantly forced into dangerous missions. But she never once mentioned the system at home. Rushing down the apartment stairs, Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, hoping against hope. Please, don't let it be them. He forcefully pushed open the large door, his determined gaze slicing through the night. A silent vow echoed in his mind, but this time, Lin Yuan's expression was grim. He would not let Xiao Tan get dragged into this mess unknowingly ever again. Hands in his pockets, he strode quickly down the silent, lamp-lit street. People drifted by, but his mind was focused, scanning for a single familiar figure. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened as he spotted his target, a brightly lit drink shop, with a distinct sign up ahead. Lin Yuan closed in silently, ducking behind a large stone pillar to observe through the glass door. He frowned, assessing the situation inside. Just as he suspected, Xiao Tan was already meeting with them, but they were too far away for him to hear their conversation, and he couldn't risk arousing suspicion. It was time to act. His hand began to glow with a green light as a notification confirmed the activation of his invisibility skill. It's been a while. He'd have to focus. Lin Yuan's body slowly faded into transparency. He calmly walked right through the shop's door. His invisibility skill was currently level 3. It would last for 5 minutes. Once inside, he came to a gentle stop. Standing there, completely unseen, his gaze was as sharp as ever. This would be enough time. Lin Yuan stood silently right beside the table where his sister sat across from 2 young men, Xiao Fan and Hao Chen. Hao Chen had his hands clasped, his tone persuasive. I have told you everything. Whether you believe it's the truth or just a lie, the decision is yours. Joining us isn't just for the organization's benefit. He looked straight into Xiao Tan's wide, stunned eyes and continued. When the catastrophe hits in 3 years, you, like us, will stand to protect this world. Hearing this, the girl lowered her head in silent thought. Right next to them, the invisible Lin Yuan kept his cold, unreadable expression. He silently took in the entire scene. Xiao Fan then criticized his partner. Look at you, man. You're scaring her. Dial back that terrifying aura of yours. Ignoring the taunt, Hao Chen frowned and replied with dead seriousness. I'm discussing a critical matter, and this is for her own good. After all, this is about. Suddenly, Hao Chen stopped cold, as if he sensed something completely out of place in the air. The room fell silent as Hao Chen's piercing gaze swept over the exact spot where Lin Yuan stood invisible. Instantly, Hao Chen raised his hand and twisted a ring. A red light flashing as a skill notification for Dispel popped up. A wave of energy quickly radiated from the table, washing over Lin Yuan's shimmering form. Lin Yuan was utterly shocked as a system alert flashed before his eyes. Invisibility would be dispelled after a countdown. 3. Hao Chen's eyes narrowed with suspicion, glued to the empty space before him. But then, he glanced toward the counter, saw no one, and just muttered to himself. At that moment, Xiao Fan called out to the owner, shattering the tense atmosphere. Boss, you have iced herbal tea and you didn't say so? Give me one more, to go please, the owner replied cheerfully. Of course, please wait just a moment. A few seconds later, the owner brought out the drinks. Meanwhile, hunched down behind the counter, Lin Yuan was sweating, realizing he must have used a dispel skill embedded in that ring. Luckily, his dispel had a 3-second delay, which gave him just enough time after the system warning. The invisibility effect was gone. Back at the table, Hao Chen took a sip of his drink and continued talking to Xiao Tan. I hope you'll seriously consider our offer, spoken like a true champion of justice. Hao Chen pushed a business card toward her, adding, someone like you wouldn't just stand by during a disaster. So, whenever you make your decision, call the number on this. His sister clasped her hands together, her expression firm as she replied, all right. The two men stood up and left. Xiao Fan even turned to wave, teasing, my beautiful little lady, I'll be waiting for you. You better show up. As soon as their backs were turned, Lin Yuan immediately reactivated his invisibility skill. His body glowed faintly before he dashed past the shop owner, who was busy cleaning. Once outside, Lin Yuan watched the two figures retreat. Are they gone? Moving carelessly, Lin Yuan's foot kicked a paper cup on the ground, creating a small, sharp sound. He flinched, his eyes widening in pure panic. At that exact moment, the footsteps of the two men up ahead stopped dead. Hao Chen glanced back at the empty cup rolling on the ground, his voice sharp with suspicion. Just as I suspected. Something is definitely wrong. The system warned him again. Invisibility effect, ending in 3, 2, causing beads of sweat to form on Lin Yuan's forehead. Radiating a murderous aura, the two men rushed back toward Lin Yuan's position. They stopped abruptly, carefully scanning the still air right in front of him. Hao Chen cautiously stepped forward, his eyes locked on the empty cup. The square around them was dead silent, with only the whistle of the wind breaking the stillness. Not another soul was in sight. Kneeling down to check the surroundings, Hao Chen muttered, maybe I'm just getting paranoid lately. Nothing seemed out of place. Behind him, Xiao Fan chimed in. Boss, you're way too on edge. You need to relax a bit. By the way, do you think that girl is going to join us? The two continued walking. Hao Chen said with absolute certainty that according to the prophet's words, she would arrive sooner or later. And it was true to this day. The prophet's prophecies had never once been wrong. Xiao Fan just shrugged with a sly grin. He was more interested in finding out which girl he was destined to be with forever. Hao Chen strode ahead, his voice stern. Let's just survive the coming disaster first. We can worry about that later. With his hands behind his head, Xiao Fan strolled along casually. That's still a long way off. High above them, hidden in the shadows of a tree, Lin Yuan watched their figures disappear before silently analyzing the situation. This group was tougher than he expected. If he made too much contact and his forbidden ability was exposed, he'd have no place left in the eternal world. He had to be more careful. It was time to make his move. The scene shifts to the front of a shop, where Lin Dan is clutching a business card. She had just stepped out, looking at her phone with a thoughtful expression. Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise. Brother, what are you doing here? It was Lin Yuan, waiting for her on the steps and holding a small plastic bag. I was just picking some things up, he said calmly. You haven't eaten yet, right? She ducked her head, avoiding his gaze and muttering, "I'm fine." Lin Yuan held up the bag of food. "It's late," he said gently. "Don't make Mom worry any more than she has to. I bought some stuff to take home. Let's see if there's anything you feel like eating." Lin Dan just stood there, stunned, thinking he couldn't even take care of himself, so why now? Seeing her frozen, Lin Yuan simply turned and urged her to go. He glanced back at his sister, gently reminding her it was time to head home. Lin Dan stared at his retreating back, completely speechless. A little while later, at their apartment, the sound of footsteps was followed by an announcement. "We're home." Their mother came out to meet them, chiding, "You were out so late you lost track of time. Have you eaten? I can heat something up for you." But Lin Dan just closed her eyes, looking exhausted. "No thanks, Mom. I'm just gonna go rest." And with that, she went straight to her room, as her mother turned to Lin Yuan, saying, "You haven't eaten either, Yuan. I'll make something else." A soft click came from Lin Dan's room. She leaned back against the locked door, sighing heavily. She then walked slowly toward her bed, completely lost in thought. What has been happening lately, she wondered, falling onto the mattress with an arm across her forehead. Hugging a teddy bear, she thought back. Ever since she started playing that game, all sorts of strange and wonderful things had begun to happen. Her mind flashed back to the game world, where a giant mantis attacked, creating blades of razor-sharp wind. A purple-haired girl had screamed at her, "Lin Dan, run, I'll distract the monsters." Her face then twisted in terror as a system notification appeared. Longscythe Mantis. Normal, level 5. HP, 300. Attack, 50. Defense, 8. Skill, Frenzy Dance. Effect. Rapidly moves its scythes to inflict double damage. At that same moment, the monster reared up to attack. The purple-haired girl fell, screaming as a different mantis lunged from behind, its scythes tearing through space. Seeing this, Lin Dan took action. She immediately charged forward to shield her friend, vowing, "You go, I'll hold them off." She gripped her greatsword tightly, declaring, "I'm a frontline warrior. How could a warrior abandon their team and just run away? You can leave this to me." With that, she let out a massive battle cry, gathering her strength just as the swarm of giant mantises rushed toward her. She swung her massive sword with all her might, parrying a lightning-fast strike from the monster's sharpened scythes. Even so, the sheer pressure from the attack made her face contort with extreme strain. Just then, another mantis appeared right behind her. The monster slammed its scythes down with crushing force, and the pain finally made her cry out, "Arg!" Just as she was about to collapse, a notification chime rang out from the system. "Congratulations, player. You have activated your hidden potential." The system window updated again. Ability awakening in progress. Though she was coughing from pure exhaustion, something inside her changed. A determined glint appeared in her eyes. She tightened her grip on her sword, let out a massive roar, and a brilliant power exploded from the blade, blasting everything away. The blinding light tore through the area, sending the monster flying backward in a complete panic. A colossal shockwave slammed into the ground, creating deep, powerful cracks across the battlefield. After unleashing that devastating attack, the girl stood there, panting from pure exhaustion. Sheathing her sword, she stood tall and majestic as the system announced the skill Dawn Sword had returned to the real world. Lam Dan slowly raised her hand to look. She was stunned, whispering that the feeling was so real that she could feel her body changing even in the real world. Lost in thought, her eyes fell with worry. If the disaster he talked about really happened, could she actually protect everyone? A faint, mystical blue light suddenly pulsed from her fingertips. Lying on her bed with an arm across her forehead, she was tormented by a single thought. But if even this power couldn't stop the disaster, what chance did anyone else have of surviving? She shot up from her bed and grabbed a picture frame, murmuring quietly to herself whether she joined them or not. Staring at the picture, her gaze hardened with resolve. She had to get stronger, as fast as possible, to protect them. She gently placed the photo of a happy family of 4 on the table, and the scene cut to Lam Vien. He too was looking at the picture with a pensive expression. The move to a new house couldn't wait. He needed to focus on the game and couldn't always be on high alert. The next day, standing before a modern building, Lam Vien thought to himself, it was time for them to finally live a better life. Just then, a receptionist's voice called out, "Welcome, sir." The smiling employee walked over and asked if he was there to see a property. Lam Vien, hands in his pockets, calmly made his request. "Do you have any luxury villas? I want one with a high-end security system." A bead of sweat trickled down the receptionist's face. He looked so young, could he even afford it? But she kept a professional smile and asked, "Sir, have you seen the prices for this residential area?" This location is. Without missing a beat, Lam Vian pulled out a powerful black card and said nonchalantly, I haven't. But I think this should be enough. The employee's eyes went wide when she saw the black card on the reader, and she stammered out, This is, as she clutched the card in pure excitement. Wasn't this an exclusive VIP card that required a deposit of at least tens of millions? Oh my god. He was a walking god of wealth. Upon arriving at the new residence, the villa's AI system immediately broadcast a warm greeting. Welcome home, master. Employee number 2345 is at your service with absolute sincerity. His mother stood frozen in the face of such extravagance, hesitating to ask her son, Did I hear that correctly? Are you saying? The whole family stared in awe at the massive villa before them as his mother gasped, This is our new house? She walked out to the spacious yard with its own pool, exclaiming over and over, A private pool. This place is as luxurious as what you see on TV. His father stepped into the bedroom, looking around in surprise. This bed is huge. His mother then turned to her son, worriedly grabbing his hand. Vian, how many years will you be paying this off? Maybe we should go back. His father cleared his throat and agreed. Your mother is right. We don't want to put too much pressure on you. Lam Vian just smiled, reassuring them both. There are no monthly payments. I bought it outright with cash from past competition prizes and my income from the game, so please live here without any worries. I'll be living in the house next door. I need to focus on playing the game. His father put an arm around his wife, laughing with satisfaction. I never thought I'd live in a villa like this in my entire life. Haha, it's all thanks to our son, his mother agreed with teary eyes. In the blink of an eye, our boy has grown up and can stand on his own 2 feet. Lam Vian watched them, a gentle and quiet smile on his face. His eyes warmed seeing his parents so happy. Walking around the villa, he assessed that its security was more than enough. The next step was to guide his parents into the game so they would be more prepared for the coming of the new order. Suddenly, his eyes darkened, his instincts screaming of imminent danger. From a dark corner, a group of men appeared, their leader sneering. Finally, haha, we've been waiting for you to show up for a long time. A tall, tattooed thug holding an iron pipe stepped forward menacingly. Finding you wasn't easy. Lam Vian casually kept his hands in his pockets, glancing at the bald man, wondering if this was the leader of the Black Tree gang he'd already destroyed. Despite being surrounded, he took a calm step forward. Seeing his indifferent attitude, the thugs became enraged and rushed him all at once. Aren't you supposed to be a great fighter? Why don't you act tough in real life? Ha! He's frozen in fear. Go, smash his head in for me. A fierce-looking thug roared as he swung the iron pipe straight down at Lam Vian's head. Anyone who dares to insult him is just asking for death. Right before the blow landed, a secret system notification activated his stealth skill. Lam Vian just smirked. Too slow. The iron pipe slammed into the pavement, shattering the tiles. The thug could only gape in shock. Huh? His target had completely vanished into thin air. When the leader swung his own iron club down, Lam Vian reappeared, easily dodging the attack. He lunges forward. Without hesitation, he throws a kick, and a massive wave of power explodes in a blinding flash. The thug screams in pure agony. Arg! He's sent flying backward, letting out a horrific cry before crashing to the ground, spitting up blood. The terrified goon stammers out. Is he a man or a ghost? Lin Yuan looks down, pointing the blade at his neck, his voice cold as ice. You clinging leeches never stop, do you? It seems you don't value your own life very much. Pure terror. The bald man practically groveled. Wait, I was wrong. Please spare me. Boss, don't kill me. I'm still useful. I know a secret. Lin Yuan's command was simple. Speak. With a boot pressing down on his chest, the man stammered out his intel. In the main city. Find a blacksmith named Huo Tian, then keep doing the ore delivery quest. And once his favorability rating is high enough, he'll forge a piece of gold-tier equipment for you. Hearing this, Lin Yuan analyzed it internally. In his past life, someone had indeed gotten gold gear this early on. The rumor back then was that it involved a little-known NPC, so maybe this guy wasn't lying. Still, he tightened his grip on his blade, his aura becoming overwhelming. Lin Yuan crouched down, his voice a low warning. I hope you don't do anything stupid from now on. I have plenty of ways to deal with you, both in and out of the game. If you dare touch my family, he punctuated the threat by smashing something nearby. This will be your end. Sweat poured down the man's face as he nodded frantically. I understand. The scene shifts, entering the game. Night has fallen in the main city of the Western Desert, inside the Night Moon Inn. Patrons gathered, clashing their mugs together over steaming plates of food. A grizzled old blacksmith with a bushy beard boomed at Lin Yuan. You say you can provide me with 100 ore fragments? Don't joke with me, boy. You look too clean to be a minor. But if you actually pull it off, I'll forge you a weapon for free when you do. Leaving the inn, he concluded that Zhao Kuei hadn't lied. Next step, the mines. Nearby, a drunken girl was trying to escape a group of shady men. Wait, where are you running? Let us buy you a drink. The girl waved them off. Ugh, get away from me. I don't even know you people, she slurred, stumbling away. Don't touch me, she insisted, as one of them moved in closer. All right, just come with me. I promise I won't touch you. Passing by, Lin Yuan stopped, observing in silence. The thug snapped, pointing a finger in his face. What are you looking at? I'll rip your eyes out. In a flash, Lin Yuan struck, taking the thug down and snarling, Idiot! You clearly don't value your life. Finally free, the drunken girl staggered closer to him, teasing, Ooh, what a handsome young man. Thank you. Can I buy you a drink? Lin Yuan turned his back, his refusal cold and sharp. Not necessary. The girl chased after him. No, don't walk so fast. He kept his face a stoic mask, ignoring her completely. Suddenly, she tripped, falling right into his arms with a soft groan. Oh, she purred, nestled against him. So you like to dance, young master? I also. Before she could finish, Lin Yuan sighed, threw her over his shoulder, and muttered, What a pain. He kicked open a door to a room and placed her on the bed to rest. With that done, he made his way to the venomous snake mining area. There, Lin Yuan had his minions working non-stop, picks swinging as they dug relentlessly. He quickly did the math. He currently had 12 magic dog-human hybrids from his Hellgate, and they were perfectly suited for mining. This meant he could gather a massive amount of ore in a very short time. But suddenly, an explosion echoed from the distance, making him whip his head around. New monsters had appeared, triggering a system notification. Normal frenzied mole rats. Level 10, 1200 HP, 70 damage, and 15 defense. Skill: Frenzy Bite, a combo attack that adds a 10% damage bonus. He summoned his giant scorpion. Lin Yuan gave the order. Wipe them all out. The scorpion's massive, sharp tail swung around, sweeping through the mole rats. In seconds, their bodies littered the ground. Activating the magic circle on his hand, Lin Yuan figured collecting different types of monsters would make his strategies more versatile. One by one, the dead mole rats rose again, now as shadow minions under his complete command. Just then, a huge, fiery explosion rocked the cavern wall, forcing him to turn and look. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed in shock. What was that? From above, a giant mole rat boss was diving down, attacking a female player holding a scepter. The system panel flashed red. Boss Frenzied Mole Rat, level 16, 3800 HP, 300 damage, 150 defense. Skill: Frenzied Pursuit, enhanced by a keen sense of smell. Seeing this, he backed away to analyze the situation. That was the mine boss. Someone was intentionally kiting the monster. The female player raised her scepter, forming a glowing protective circle. Then, out of nowhere, she launched a blast of light magic straight at him. Lin Yuan stood there, sword in hand, completely bewildered. He instantly leaped back, dodging again and again. As the attack relentlessly chased him, he quickly analyzed the situation. Was this a target-locking skill? No. Just then, a system notification popped up. A priest had cast the sacred shield art on him, increasing his defense by 20 points for 60 seconds. He was stunned to get a buff from that class. Suddenly, someone in the distance looked around, completely baffled. What's going on today? Why has all the iron ore just vanished? Wait, isn't that the priest from the Iron Triangle team? Why is he playing all by himself? A player controlling a scout drone sizes up the situation, realizing he needs to act fast. At that moment, the priest shouts while panting and running. Hold on, I didn't mean to lure the monster here. Go on without me. I'll take full responsibility for my actions. On the live stream, there are 15 viewers. The comments start flooding in with sarcasm, mocking the priest for trying to solo a boss and laughing at his strange, assassin-like agility. Lin Yuan silently praises the priest's sense of duty but decides to happily accept this boss that's serving itself up. He just spent a fortune on a new villa, after all. The viewer count on the channel suddenly skyrockets from 15 to 130 people. The audience goes wild, they recognize him. It's the great master who single-handedly defeated the world boss. They excitedly urge him to make his move. The massive monster opens its mouth wide, letting out a terrifying roar as it prepares to pounce on the screaming, desperate priest. In that split second, Lin Yuan appears, blocking the beast's heaven-shaking blow with his own brilliant sword. The priest, having narrowly escaped death, collapses to the ground, stunned and stammering. In a distant grassy field, a muscular bald guy is watching the battle on a live stream. He shouts out in frustration, "Damn it, there's no shame in being defeated by a monster like that." Beside him, another guy holding a glass adds that the internet is buzzing about the great master, Lin Yuan. It's annoying, isn't it? They just can't stop praising him. But when it comes to pure skill, I dare say no one can compare to our president. The bald man smirks and exposes him. That's Ji Yan from the Raging Bang Guild. He's watching the live broadcast too. He continues his taunt, saying honestly, Kwang Shen is just benefiting from his guild and his class. As for raw skill, right now, no one can even hold a candle to the great master. Hearing this insult, Ji Yan, with his red headband, glares angrily. Say that again. The bald guy quickly backpedals. Oh, you're Ji Yan of the Raging Bang Guild, right? Hey look, it's not just me saying it. The comment section is filled with people praising him, and some are even saying that as the president of the #1 guild, Kwang Shen should have stepped down a long time ago. Ji Yan doesn't waste words. He draws his massive broadsword from its sheath as a threat, pushing the blade against his opponent while demanding to know who he is. The bald guy sweats bullets, forcing a fake smile as he replies, "What's the use of getting mad at me? Everyone's saying it." The bald man squints, adding with a hidden meaning, "But you should understand, Kwang Shen is very humble." When the heroes leave, the villains take the stage. Ignoring that comment, Ji Yan turns away, asking for confirmation. That kid is still live streaming, right? He gets his answer. Lin Yuan is inside the mines. Ji Yan grips his broadsword and storms off, issuing a firm command. Notify the guild. Everyone who's online follows me. Back at the mine battlefield, Lin Yuan unleashes a continuous flurry of slashes, tearing through the monster's hide. He stands in front of the priest and calmly says, "You can leave. Its aggro is completely focused on me now." The giant mole monster roars in fury, raising its sharp claws to charge at Lin Yuan. It slams down, shattering huge rocks and shaking the very ground. However, Lin Yuan fluidly slides backward, effortlessly dodging the wide-area attack. The moment he regains his balance, he immediately grips his sword, spins, and shouts, "Attack!" A blade of sharp sword energy cuts through the air, exploding with enough power to knock the beast back. The chat blows up with 1,297 viewers, all demanding a frame-by-frame replay. They praise his perfect aggro control, his after-image leaving speed, and call him a true genius. Enraged, the boss stomps its giant claws into the ground, causing the earth to crack and split open. It opens its jagged-toothed mouth and madly scrambles towards Lin Yuan. Suddenly, a pack of summoned shadow wolves leaps out, charging straight at the huge beast. The wild pack tears at it from all sides, clamping down on its limbs and body, leaving the boss completely overwhelmed. As he dashes past the monster's face, Lin Yuan gives it a cold reminder. Focusing only on what's in front of you while ignoring what's behind will cost you dearly. He tightens his grip on his sword, continuing his taunt. But you don't need to understand that logic. With a powerful motion, he swings his blade in a decisive, wind-slicing arc. Lin Yuan plunges his sword straight through the boss's eye, causing blood to gush out. Taking a critical hit, the beast rears its head back, screaming in absolute agony. Just then, a magical werewolf monster leaped forward, spear clutched tight in its hand. It let out a deafening shriek, smashing its weapon down on the boss's head and shattering its defenses. The brutal assault was relentless, leaving no opening for a counterattack. Lin Yuan took his stance, his verdict delivered. It was time to end this. A brilliant flash of light followed his fist, slamming into the monster's head. The chat exploded. Who was the real boss here? Die-hard fans literally begged him to strike them, completely mesmerized by the legend's overwhelming power. The system immediately congratulated him for killing the frenzied chain rat boss, bumping him to level 15 and rewarding him with the Stalker's dagger and a pair of swift boots. A detailed stat window for the new gear popped right up. The dagger boosted his damage by 20 and agility by 25, plus a skill that amped his attack every 6th hit. The boots gave him 30 agility, 5 movement speed, and a super sprint ability. A nearby priest approached him, completely in awe, and stammered, "That skill, are you the legend who took down the dire wolf all by himself?" "Sir Legend, add me as a friend. If I support you, we'll be completely unstoppable." But Lin Yuan just turned and walked away, giving him the cold shoulder and a silent rejection. The priest rushed to stop him, swearing he'd seen the video countless times and would recognize him even if he was turned to dust. But right as he turned to leave, a fireball shot out from the distance, aimed straight for him. It was followed by a wide arc of sword energy slicing through the air. Lin Yuan instantly drew his own blade, his powerful swing tearing right through the attack. At the mine's entrance, A group emerged from the shadows, followed by a low, mocking chuckle. A man named Jian stepped forward with his goons, arrogantly declaring, "Then let's turn him to dust. We'll see if you still recognize him then." Heh. Making such a scene over some low-level trash, isn't that a bit much? Jian shot back furiously. "How dare you talk to me like that? So, what if he's some great master? Everyone, start the live stream. Let's show them what happens when you provoke the Rage Guild. We have to make them remember our leader, Raging God, is the undisputed strongest player in the entire Western region." Lin Yuan thought it over. The Rage Guild wanted to use him to build their reputation? Fine by him. He'd gladly accept the free gear they were about to drop. Just then, a system notification popped up. Hostile encirclement confirmed. Counterattack window, 15 minutes. Killing any attackers during this period wouldn't generate any crime points. The priest beside him immediately raised his staff, ready for a fight. The priest yelled out, full of excitement, "Huh! I have been waiting for a moment like this. Fighting alongside a true comrade. I will shine in this glorious slaughter. In the name of friendship, I will protect those I care about." Lin Yuan just stared at him, confused. Who was this so-called best friend? All he really needed him to do was get out of the way. Jian pointed a finger and yelled, "Hold on, you bastard! Listen up! Raging God is—" But before he could finish, Lin Yuan was on him, slamming a fist into his face and asking coolly, What was that you were saying?" He followed it up with a brutal kick that launched the arrogant leader into the air. Jian slammed back down onto the ground as his underlings gasped in shock. On the live stream, with over 5,600 people watching, the comments exploded. The fight hasn't even started and he's already getting his face smashed in. This guy is on another level, blocking the legend's hits with his face. Heh. He started a stream just to get publicly humiliated. You love to see it. Dude, the legend just soloed a boss and now he's gonna fight a whole guild? Meanwhile, Jian struggled back to his feet, clutching his face and cursing. "You're just some guildless stray dog nobody wants. How dare you attack me? You really think you're some kind of legend? Get him." Jian's eyes bulged with rage as he screamed, "Finish him for me." The guild members charged forward as their commander began shouting orders. "Listen up, warriors, charge, mages and priests, stay in the back and chip away at his health. Archers, spread out and surround him." The whole mob surged forward with killing intent, absolutely convinced that one man couldn't possibly handle all of them. Lin Yuan calmly faded into the shadows, making his calculations. This trash mob actually had some coordination. Fine. I'll take out their backline first. He activated his stealth skill. Having lost their target, the warriors started to panic. Damn it! The bastard vanished. Mages, use an area of effect, reveal spell, now. A female mage quickly cast her spell. The warrior smirked. Nice one, but it was too late. Lin Yuan was already descending from above, sword in hand. The support line was completely caught off guard. Panic erupted as the backline screamed, "What? He's right on top of us!" Jian turned back, trying to rally his men. Damn it. He's just running on fumes. He just fought a boss. His health has to be low, and he's out of mana. Numbers are on our side, so charge and finish him. The live stream audience, of course, was having a field day with the sarcasm. Amazing. I've never heard someone describe a Zerg rush with such poetic grace. Incredible. Still, the Rage Guild was supposedly #1 in the Western Desert. If the legend actually manages to turn this around, the Rage Guild will become a total laughingstock. You got this, legend. Good luck. The mob swarmed in, spamming skills and screaming, "Kill him. If you succeed, come to me for cash based on damage dealt. No limit. Kill him." Fireballs rained down, but Lin Yuan just calmly weaved through every single one. As flames grazed the walls, he noted the mine tunnel was way too narrow. It stopped his enemies from using their numbers, but for him, this was a perfect kill box. Endless fireballs exploded towards him with a blinding glare as the live chat filled with pity. What a shame. A top-tier player is still just one man. Who could possibly survive a trap with these kinds of numbers? What a waste. They totally exploited a loophole. Remember this, everyone. He's a solo player against an entire coordinated team. The impact sent rock flying, choking the passage with dust. When it cleared, he was gone, and they immediately gave chase. Look, the bastard is trying to run for it. He's exhausted, hurry up and take his head. The mob eagerly pursued him, refusing to let their target escape as Jianan laughed victoriously, leading them deeper into the cave. Ha ha ha, I've got you today. Suddenly, he glanced at the ceiling and froze solid. A shadow dropped from the rocks above. It was Lin Yuan, slamming a devastating kick straight into the leader's face. Jianan coughed up blood, sent flying by the surprise attack as he slid across the ground, screaming. He clutched his face, cursing, You coward! Sneak attacks aren't heroic at all. Lin Yuan grabbed a handful of his hair, pressing a glowing sword right up against his neck. The man panicked, screaming for his men. Get over here! He's right here! Lin Yuan's voice was pure ice. They aren't coming back. But tell me, won't your master punish you for leading your vanguard into a death trap? Jaenon gritted his teeth. Behind them, from the narrow passage, a horde of spectral beasts charged out, sending his henchmen scrambling back in terror. What is the meaning of this? Lin Yuan activated the spell without hesitation, corpse explosion art. He grabbed Jaenon's head as the man let out a desperate, final scream. What the hell did you do? Lin Yuan just stared down at him coldly. Go ask them yourself. The chat exploded with over 10,000 viewers. Damn it, I knew it. How could a top player make such a dumb mistake? This is legendary. 666. Jaenon looked like a total clown. Our boy wiped out the entire squad easier than grinding mobs. I give up. I'm a total fan now. That play was a perfect 10 out of 10. A single, blinding flash of the sword, and it was all over for a stunned Jaenon. Seeing the loot screen pop up, Lin Yuan realized this was an unexpected bonus. He had to grab the gear and get out, fast. This place was about to be crawling with players. The system detailed the drops. Bloodthirsty Scimitar, Gold Tier. A weapon granting plus 50 physical damage, plus 20 attack speed, and plus 30 to critical strikes. It came with a lifesteal skill, converting 10% of damage dealt into his own health. After leaving the mine, he headed back to the city's main forge. The grizzled old blacksmith grinned, gesturing at the ore. Well, I take back everything I said before. You're one seriously talented young man. If you can, I hope you'll come by often. We're going to need a lot more ore in the future. A notification popped up instantly. Favorability with the blacksmiths increased by 100. Current standing. Friends. Lin Yuan did a quick mental calculation. The blacksmith could only collect 100 ore per day. It seemed like a long-term quest, but the amount he just mined would be enough for a whole month. Leaving the shop, he thought about the sheer amount of gear the Fury Guild had dropped this time. Selling it all to Han Qing would just cause problems for him. So, unloading it to individual players, while a hassle, would be much quicker. But relying on a guild to find his first follower was way too passive. He had to start with the clues he already possessed. A look of fierce determination crossed his face. In his past life, his first follower's subordinate could control snakes. This clue probably connected to the hidden snake person civilization down in the sewers. The key to solving this had to be down there. Lin Yuan descended into the dark, murky sewer tunnels. His footsteps echoed alongside the steady dripping of water, filling the dead silence. Scanning the area, he summoned a ball of green energy. His quest from the sand officer was simple enough: kill 30 rat sprites. A perfectly normal quest. He was betting the Serpent Demon's Lair, a hidden dungeon, could drop a flesh blood seed, a rare item that permanently boosts stats. Plus, the dungeon had a weekly entry limit. Once word got out, it'd be a complete free-for-all. So, he had to use his magic Undead to seize the dungeon entrance before anyone else even knew it existed. Suddenly, the hiss of a snake pierced the air, a clear sign of danger. He pushed forward. All he had to do was find the room with the snakes, and that would be the spot. This was the only dungeon he knew of in the sewers that had any connection to serpents. His eyes lit up, sharp and focused on his target. Here. Lin Yuan immediately swung his sword in a powerful arc, shattering the barrier in his way. As dust filled the air, he frowned with suspicion. Something felt off. Could a snake in the Serpent Demon's lair really be this massive? A giant snake emerged from the gloom, letting out a piercing hiss as the system window instantly appeared. Hell Serpent King, level 60. Its HP, attack, defense, and skills were all off the charts. The monster lunged, jaws wide open. He leaped back, stunned, thinking, this is also from the snake person civilization? How is its level so high? It was level 60, meaning he couldn't afford to take a single hit. Without hesitating, Lin Yuan fell back and activated his invisibility skill. Now completely invisible, he was sweating bullets, totally on edge. Death meant losing levels and gear, a devastating loss he couldn't afford. But even with invisibility active, the serpent's giant tail smashed hard into the ground. It shattered solid rock, sending him into a panic. Invisibility was useless. He barely managed to leap backward and escape the blow. He switched tactics on the fly. He would just have to use the terrain to his advantage. Lin Yuan kept dodging and weaving as the monster bit clean through the solid rock walls. The close calls made his gaze incredibly sharp, his focus absolute. The massive Serpent King kept lunging forward, relentlessly attacking with its razor-sharp fangs. Its head crashed into the floor, creating huge cracks and sending stone fragments flying. Dodging in midair, he knew the situation was getting critical. This was bad. He realized he couldn't block a single one of its attacks. To get some breathing room, Lin Yuan immediately summoned a magical beast. A massive thunder scorpion appeared, charging straight for the giant snake. His plan was simple. Use the thunder scorpion to buy himself some time. You had to fight magic with more magic. Watching them clash, he smirked with confidence. Let's see you handle this. The scorpion clamped down on the snake, unleashing a massive, brilliant blast of lightning. Even injured, the Serpent King was furious, lunging forward with its tongue flicking and destroying everything in its path. Panting with exhaustion, Lin Yuan glanced upward. He spotted a mysterious, glowing triangular passageway just above him. Behind him, the creature's tough scales slithered past, crushing everything in their path. Quick as a flash, he slid through the narrow path just as the ground exploded behind him. Safe for now, he looked back, his eyes sharp with vigilance. The serpent's enormous, terrifying eye glared through the gap, followed by a furious, rage-filled hiss. Now in a safe spot, he analyzed the situation. Even a beast like that couldn't cause any real trouble here. After all, this place was under the city's protection. He couldn't help but admire the royal palace of the West Desert, guarded by the Grandmaster, the Duke, guardian of the nation. Any monster that approached would be crushed without exception. Unable to follow, the snake let out a guttural hiss and began to retreat. Lin Yuan recalled the world's lore, putting the pieces together. The snake-person civilization and the West Desert Kingdom were ancient, mortal enemies. The sheer power of the West Desert Kingdom had utterly crushed the snake-person civilization. It forced a remnant of their people to retreat underground, where they secretly plotted their revenge. And anytime a beast, spirit, or monster dared to set foot on the royal grounds, the Grandmaster would destroy it without a moment's hesitation. That snake was powerful, sure, but it was no match for the Grandmaster. This probably meant the Serpent Demon's lair was located nearby. Following that clue was his best shot at finding his target. Still, he decided on a new plan. To avoid another disaster like that, he needed to visit the market and find some bait that only attracted low-level snake monsters. That kind of potion would only draw in the weaker ones. This way, he wouldn't stumble upon another colossal beast like that one again. The scene shifts to a magnificent white palace, bathed in the glow of a brilliant sunset. At a stall, a merchant beamed, "Thank you for your purchase. Please come again." Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was checking the stats on his new item, Snake Lure Potion. Its effect emits a special scent that attracts low-level snake monsters to its location. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out with a radiant smile, "I have searched all over Sandstorm City just to find you." It was that same priest from before. He rushed over eagerly. "My dear friend, I hope you've been doing well without me." Lin Yuan remembered him. Wasn't this the same guy who'd been chasing after him during the mine boss fight? The man just rambled on. "First things first, add me as a friend, my dear friend. Finding you on this enormous map was no easy feat, but I feel our souls are calling to one another." Lin Yuan frowned. "Do you need something?" Just then, a system notification popped up. "That year's sun is requesting to be your friend." Lin Yuan simply turned and walked away as the priest continued to pester him. "Of course I'm busy. Hold on. Don't you want to come hunt monsters with us in the Valley of the Damned? Fighting side by side sounds great, but he shuts it down flat. "No, I have something else to do." The priest quickly reaches out to stop him. "Wait, my dear friend, don't you think a super trio would be awesome? Come join us." He spreads his arms wide, trying to make a flowery sales pitch. "And this way, you can be with me." With Leng Yue and Tin Han, they could form an unstoppable team the wings needed to awaken this broken, sunken world. That name, Leng Yue, sends Lin Yuanfeng's thoughts spiraling back to his memories from a past life. Leng Yue led the second strongest guild in Sandstorm City, known as the Mirror Flower Water Moon Guild. He was also a core member of the Order, and rumor had it, he was one of the 9 saviors who founded the organization. Lin Yuanfeng quickly analyzes the benefits. This is a massive opportunity for clues on the Order, or maybe his first real ally. But the hidden dungeon resets tomorrow, and if he misses it, he loses out on this week's incredible loot. So the best move is to grab the reward right in front of him, then contact Leng Yue later. Just then, a system notification pops up. His friend request was accepted. Lin Yuanfeng turns to leave with a promise. "Let's hit a dungeon together next time. I really have to go now." The priest just waves back happily. "All right. I'll be waiting for your invite anytime, my dear friend." Using knowledge from his past life, Lin Yuanfeng quietly approaches a stone staircase. A golden village snake should be lurking near the hidden dungeon entrance. He drops to one knee, carefully checking the cracked ground, searching for any sign of the massive snake. Suddenly, his eyes sharpen. He spots them 3 small blue snakes slithering out from a crack in the rocks. As their tails vanish into the darkness, he realizes these small snakes are the true monsters of the serpent demon's lair. Still, better to be careful. Lin Yuan unleashes a blast of magic, shattering the camouflaged rock and clearing the way. He descends the dark stairs with his hulking zombie minion, a smirk on his face. He'd finally found it. Before him is a massive snake skeleton, draped ominously against a green-tinged wall. The system instantly announces his entry into the hidden dungeon. From a high platform, he gazes down at a sea of writhing monsters below. The system displays the details. Normal serpent demon larva, level 10. 1000 HP, 100 attack, 10 defense, and the flesh seed skill. Flesh seed condensation, the larva creates a unique seed within its own body. Lin Yuan raises his hand, gathering a brilliant, powerful sphere of green magic and gives the order, go. The moment he speaks, a colossal thunder scorpion is summoned, crashing down into the horde with overwhelming force. The scorpion's gruesome pincers open wide as he gives the cold command. Kill them all. The battle log flashes. The thunder scorpion activates Crystal Thunderstorm, and a devastating wave of purple energy erupts from the beast. Arcs of raw lightning tear through the space, instantly crushing the swarm of serpent demon larvae. Immediately, he rushes in, standing amidst a downpour of loot, and snags a single orb from the air. This is it, the hidden dungeon's special drop, the flesh seed. A system message appears. Consume flesh seed? Special medicine. Effect. Randomly increases a main stat from +1 to +5. Human players gain tolerance. 0 of 100. Lin Yuan smirks, bringing the glowing red orb to his lips. The notification is instant. You have consumed 1 flesh seed. Spirit +3. Current tolerance, 1 of 100. Watching his scorpion generate a mountain of these seeds, he does the math. He can eat a maximum of 100. The stat boost is absolutely massive. A rare permanent stat item like this would easily sell for 4 or 5 gold coins apiece. By clearing this hidden dungeon once a week, he'll be able to farm 1,000 seeds. This way, he'll never have to worry about money again, even without joining a guild. He continues consuming the item as notifications pour in. You have used 1 flesh seed, physique +5, tolerance, 2 of 100. With a handful of seeds, he eats them non-stop. You have used 1 flesh seed, strength +2, tolerance, 3 of 100. You have used 1 flesh seed, spirit +4, tolerance, 4 of 100. Lin Yuanfeng's eyes begin to glow with a demonic red light as he feels incredible power surging through his veins. His status window appears, showing his spirit stat has skyrocketed to 318. Satisfied, Lin Yuanfeng hits the tolerance cap of 100. The remaining 900 seeds? He'll save those to sell in a shop later. From now on, he just needs to come here and farm once a week. Behind him, leftover magic rises from the dead snakes, forming eerie, ghostly green illusions of serpent demons. Lin Yuanfeng turns to leave, but not before posting 3 of his werewolf minions to guard the entrance. 3 undead monsters should be enough to scare off any normal players. He's confident this place will remain a secret for a while. These snakes, though, they seem different from the ones he remembers that person controlling in his past life. Or perhaps he had the ability to mutate monsters a level 60 beast, something that should be impossible at this stage of the game. Suddenly, his interface flashes with a blazing red warning. It's a call from the real world, from his younger sister. Lin Yuan is startled, his expression changing in an instant. Xiao Dan, calling him first? That wasn't like her at all. Did something happen? He immediately answers the call, his voice tense. Xiao Dan, what's wrong? On the other end, a hesitant, timid female voice pipes up. Oh, nothing. I just wanted to ask if you've eaten yet? Lin Yuan freezes, his worry shifting to pure, speechless confusion. Huh? Yeah, I already ate. Through the screen, a blonde classmate snatches the phone from his panicked sister and gets straight to the point. Hey, class president's brother. What she really wanted to ask is if you'd be willing to help us run a dungeon right now. Lin Yuan is stunned, a cold sweat breaking out as he answers automatically. Sure, but his mind is racing. Xiao Dan, asking him for a dungeon carry? Before he can even process it, the sound of mocking laughter erupts from someone in the background of the call. Haha, see that? I told you so. That Lin Dan is a pathological liar, and her brother is just a shameless braggart who can't back up his words. A blonde young man smirks smugly while a purple-haired girl beside him looks on, confused. Then, a loudmouth in the crowd chimes in. Listen to him. So confident he agreed without even asking which dungeon it is. Lin Dan, your brother must have fried his brain playing games. Oh, or maybe you two run scams together all the time, right? Such great teamwork. The red-haired girl chimes in, hey brother Yan, for the dungeon, let's pick the Valley of Ashes on hero mode. No guild has even managed to clear that place yet. The blonde girl holding the phone glances nervously at the smug guy. She hesitantly confirms with Lin Yuan, the Valley of Ashes, hero difficulty. Big brother, did you hear all that? The blonde guy, Yan, crosses his arms and laughs with contempt. The Valley of Ashes? Stop joking. Lin Dan, your brother is clearly a slacker and a total fraud. And you're a liar too. To have raised two pieces of social scum like you, I doubt your parents are any good either. Hearing this, her friend's eyes blaze with anger as she shouts, hey! But from the other end of the line, Lin Yuan's ice-cold, murderous voice cuts through, his eyes burning with rage. That's enough, Xiao Dan. Don't waste your breath on that scum. I'm heading to the Valley of Ashes. Right now. The scene shifts back into the game. The blonde warrior Lin Dan stands on a cliff, her heart pounding, even though her brother constantly grinds and spends a ton on this game. Her face is etched with worry. The Valley of Ashes on hero mode is a super hard dungeon, second only to death difficulty. Had she just dragged him into even bigger trouble? As she's lost in thought, a gentle and familiar voice calls out from right behind her. Xiao Dan turns, surprised to see her friend. A system notification announces that Qianxia Chang'e has joined the party. The warrior exclaims, Qian, what are you doing here? Dressed as a priest, Qian taps her staff on the ground. I heard what happened, she says, clearly annoyed. Your deskmate was just congratulating you on moving into a new villa, and that moron Wang Yan just had to overhear? That jerk is something else. I'm here to be a witness. Later, we're gonna make him bow and apologize to you in front of everyone. The warrior Lin Dan's eyes well up with tears. Thank you. Suddenly, a shrill, mocking voice echoes up from below the cliff. Yeah, you should have a witness. Just wait until you see the results. Make sure you open your eyes and watch carefully. Wang Yan and the red-haired girl leap onto the cliff, laughing condescendingly. I've met plenty of social climbers like you before. Are your parents just servants in that villa, and you still have the nerve to claim you live there? Ha! The system continuously announces VIP players joining the area. Yanxiao Wushuang, Juisui, and several of Yanxiao's power levelers have all joined the party. Lin Dan's friend gets furious, defending her. Wang Yan, you were just lucky enough to be born rich. What right do you have to mock other people? Lin Dan quickly puts a hand on her friend's shoulder, holding her back. Qian, don't. He's not worth it. Wang Yan's eyes turn bloodshot, a vein throbbing on his forehead. Damn it. I have had enough of this little witch. He brandishes his sword and orders his hired players. You two, go teach her a lesson for me. I'll pay double. The red-haired girl lets out a shrill laugh. Hee hee. I've been dying to mess up that innocent little face of hers. Let me at her. One of the hired players rushes forward eagerly. Young Master Yan is so generous. Now, let's see how I can strip you of all your gear. But just as the minions gleefully charge, a colossal green wave of sword energy tears through the sky, slashing straight down with destructive force. Before the two hired thugs could even touch the girls, a blast of magic sent them flying, screaming in absolute terror. What in the world was that? As the dust cleared, Lin Yuan landed with his cloak flowing, standing guard right in front of his sister. He swung his blood-stained sword, sending the two scumbags flying a dozen meters away. His jet-black cloak settled around him with an imposing air. He turned slightly, his voice deep and calm. Are you hurt, Lin Dan? The warrior, Lin Dan, was stunned and could only stammer out, No, I'm fine. She secretly glanced at her brother's back, her cheeks flushing. So fast, and so insanely cool. But Wang Yan just stared in shock before jumping up and cursing. Are you kidding me? You ambushed the mercenaries I paid for. Do you have any idea how much those guys cost? Can you even afford to repay me? How are we supposed to clear this dungeon now? Lin Yuan didn't answer. He shot forward like a phantom, pressing his sharp blade against the fool's neck. You're the one who bullied my sister. And you dared to run your mouth about my parents. The rich kid fell to the ground in fear, but his mouth was still running. Do you even know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that? Before he finished, Lin Yuan swung his hand, landing a massive slap that twisted the punk's face and sent blood spraying from his nose and mouth. One brutal slap wasn't enough. He followed it with a thunderous kick that sent him flying. He crashed right through a solid rock boulder. Lin Yuan's voice was ice. I don't care what family's dog you are. If you like running your mouth, you better be ready to get your teeth kicked in. The red-haired girl backed away. Are you crazy? This dungeon requires at least 6 people just to enter. Wang Yan scrambled up from the rubble, his face swollen as he howled in protest. You just got rid of 2 of our members. How are we supposed to enter the dungeon now? Lin Yuan dusted off his hands as if he'd touched garbage and glanced back. I'll find replacements. Your job is to shut up and wait. The gears in his head were already turning. This dungeon was known to drop a writing skill. Sooner or later, he would need that skill. Opening the system menu, he figured he could invite that year's son and use it as an excuse to get closer to Lang Yu. The system flashed with a new message. Party invitation has been sent to the player, that year's son. Nearby, Qian sidled up to her best friend, her eyes shining as bright as car headlights. Lin Dan, your brother is way more savage than I imagined. Plus, he's incredibly handsome. Lin Dan just crossed her arms smugly. You think so? He's all right, just average, I guess. Wang Yan, still bitter, pointed at him mockingly. Ha! A broke nobody like you, who could you possibly get to join? You'll probably drag in some trash player who can't even beat the mobs at the gate. Before he could finish his rant, the red-haired girl tugged his sleeve, her face completely drained of color. Yan, Master Yan, you have to look. A figure descended from the sky in a blinding halo of light. The priest known as that year's son had appeared. Wait a minute, isn't that the legendary master from the Iron Triangle trio? The priest stood with his eyes closed, leaning on his staff and muttering some cheesy, dramatic lines. When the bell of destiny tolls, it was preordained that you and I would sink together into this irreversible sea of ambition. The system chimed, announcing, that year's son had joined the party. Teleportation successful. The priest appeared with a cold, piercing gaze, putting on a seriously dramatic act. Wang Yan's jaw dropped, his eyes wide as if he'd seen his own father. No freaking way. It's the senior priest, the core member of the Mirror Flower Watermoon Guild, ranked second in the entire Western Desert. The red-haired girl next to him did a complete 180, her attitude changing in a flash as she started to flirt shamelessly. Oh, senior, are you here to carry us through the dungeon? Thank you so much. A confused Lin Dan turned to look at her friend. That year's son? Why is he here? A top-tier player like that would never join a random party. Qian was also sweating, her face blank. I have no idea. But then, shattering the cool atmosphere, the priest threw open his arms and lunged at Lin Yuan. My supreme friend! I knew you'd finally remember me. I knew it. I knew you were going to take me dungeoning. The second I got your party invite, I dropped everything and ran right over. The priest was still trying to rub his face on him. We're going to make an absolutely unbeatable super team. Lin Yuan looked completely disgusted, using one hand to shove the clingy priest's face away, rejecting every bit of this cringeworthy interaction. Seeing this scene unfold, Wang Yan screeched like a pig being slaughtered, completely unable to accept this harsh reality. What? The great senior is asking that guy to carry him through a dungeon? How is this possible? Isn't her brother just some random no-name player? The red-haired girl whispered to him. Master Yan, maybe the senior joined the wrong party by mistake? You should go talk to him. The senior immediately whipped around, glaring at them to protect his idol. A nobody? Let me be clear. I came here specifically for my supreme friend. He's the master of masters, what they call a god-tier player. How have you never heard of him? But as they were about to argue, Lin Yuan coldly turned and walked away, cutting them off. All right, let's just enter the dungeon. But Wang Yan's stubborn streak flared up. He gritted his teeth, pointing and analyzing like some kind of pro. I get it now. Lin Dan, so your brother also hired a carry. But for the heroic tier Ashfall Valley, that's the place where even the #1 guild, Fury, completely wiped. So what the hell is a priest from the #2 guild supposed to accomplish here? Ignoring the dogs barking behind him, Lin Yuan just casually glanced back over his shoulder. He dropped a legendary comeback. Shut your mouth and open your eyes. Watch how I clear this. The system lit up as the party entered the heroic difficulty Ashfall Valley dungeon. They stepped through the portal, becoming streams of green light that tore through space, teleporting them straight inside. The moment they landed, they were met by a pack of snarling, red-hot monsters. The system identified the target, an ordinary Ashfall lizard. Level 18, 4,700 HP, 580 attack, and 75 defense. Its skill was Flame Breath, which launched a fiery attack and added a burn effect that lasted for 10 seconds. The monsters were blocking their only way in. The warrior, Lin Dan, broke out in a cold sweat, her hands gripping her weapon nervously. The stats on these monsters are insane. Can my brother really handle this? If only my level were a little bit higher. Standing behind them, Wang Yan let out a wicked smile, a dirty plan forming. A priest to clear monsters, he thought. I'm not going to let him get what he wants. Time to pull every single monster in the area. The red-haired girl switched sides instantly, raising her hands to conjure a fireball. Yes, of course. Young Master Yan, The fireball shot out, exploding into a nearby group of lizards. The girl smirked, thinking, "Let's see how he handles this mess." The lizard that got hit roared in absolute fury, its grotesque mouth opening for a deafening shriek. Sensing the dirty play behind him, Lin Yuan's eyes sharpened like blades as he shot a cautious glance backward. In the next second, a massive flood of red lizards came pouring in like an avalanche, breathing fire everywhere. "What is happening?" one of them screamed. "Why are there so many monsters rushing us all at once?" Lin Dan and Qian Qian stared with wide, terrified eyes, completely panicked. This wasn't anything like the guide videos they watched. The ashfall lizards swarmed together, their glowing red maws roaring as they charged the party, ready to eat them alive. The young master Wang Yan drew his sword, pretending to defend while taking sick pleasure in their panic. "Looks like your luck isn't so good today, is it?" In stark contrast to the others' panic, the other priest looked absolutely ecstatic, raising his staff and shouting with glee. "This chaos is thrilling. Ajizun, my friend, your fighting spirit has been awakened too, right? This battle will be our masterpiece." But before he could get any deeper, Lin Yuan bluntly cut him off. Thunder Scorpion. A magic circle opened, and a colossal Thunder Scorpion appeared. The system immediately popped up. Thunder Scorpion's corpse has activated the Crystal Thunderstorm skill. The dungeon sky instantly turned pitch black. Huge pillars of brilliant purple lightning crashed down from above, blasting the lizard bodies into the air. In the midst of the chaos, Lin Yuan charged to the front lines, sword in hand, leaving them with one simple instruction. "Everyone, protect yourselves." Lin Yuan's figure zipped across the battlefield like a flash of green lightning. He swung his blade continuously, and the clean, cold slashes cut the lizards down in an instant. The jade-embedded blade of his sword shone with a brilliant light. The god-tier gamer spun around, unleashing one final strike to clear out the remaining monsters, his eyes burning with absolute killing intent. But suddenly, one lizard slipped through the attack, lunging with its serrated teeth right at the two girls. Lin Dan gritted her teeth, shielding her friend with her body. "Get behind me, I'll deal with it." Qian Qian nodded, trembling. "Okay, you be careful." But just before the monster could even touch his sister, Lin Yuan dove in from out of nowhere. He plunged his sword straight through the lizard's skull, growling out a stone-cold line. "Don't even dream of it." Lin Yuan's silhouette stood tall, his cloak billowing over a mountain of lizard corpses. Lin Dan stared at her brother with pure admiration, thinking, "So this is how powerful he is in the game. He's incredible." After dealing with the trash mob, Lin Yuan walked over, gently placing a hand on his little sister's head, ruffling her hair. He looked at her with warm eyes, his voice soothing and protective. "Don't worry. As long as I'm here, I will never let you get hurt." Faced with this kindness, the warrior Lin Dan blushed bright red, her big eyes blinking with emotion. The great master Lin Yuan simply answered with a confident and gentle smile that could melt anyone's heart. Her friend Qian Qian just stood there with her hands clasped, eyes sparkling brighter than stars. Lin Dan, on the other hand, twists her hair, feeling completely safe. Having a big brother around is just the best, but this sweet sibling moment is shattered by the walking megaphone known as Wang Yan. I figured it out. The Valley of the Damned isn't even that tough. A single person could crush them all. You think this silver-grade gear of mine isn't enough? The red-haired girl immediately starts sucking up. Exactly. How could these peasants possibly afford young Master Yan's gear? His ego fully restored, Wang Yan charges forward, high on his own power. "Open your eyes, you fools, and watch a master at work." He leaps into the air in a classic superhero pose, shouting at the top of his lungs. This is the true power of young Master Yan. And the next second, an annoyed lizard delivers a massive tail whip straight to Wang Yan's smug face, making him scream in pure agony. Ouch! The young master lies face down on the ground like a flattened frog, whining. "Damn it, this monster's too strong, it hurts so much." Lin Yuan just stands there, hands on his hips, glaring at the liability on the floor before speaking bluntly. "If you want to get yourself killed, wait until I've cleared the dungeon." Pushing the deadweight aside, Lin Yuan's hand glows with a brilliant green magic. He mutters to himself, planning to spoil his sister. He'd wanted to get a gold-grade item for Lin Dan, but for now, silver gear would have to do. Looking like a bought-out Zonce, Lin Yuan casually tosses the expensive, sparkling items to his sister like they're nothing. "This equipment should suit you well. Take it and use it." The system displays War Will Gauntlets, silver grade, granting +50 attack and +25 strength. Along with it is a dazzling silver dauntless battle armor with a massive +50 physique stat. Seeing the expensive gear, the red-haired girl's eyes light up like headlights as she practically drools with envy. He's so handsome. A single piece of silver gear could buy so many luxury items, and he just gave away millions without blinking an eye. Young Master Wang Yan seethes, grinding his teeth in pure jealousy. Enough, must you be so pathetic? Faced with the incredible gear, his sister Lin Dan has a bout of teenage pride and stubbornly refuses. You should keep it for yourself. I'll figure out my own equipment. Rejected. But her doting brother Lin Yuan doesn't get angry at all. He just gives a fond smile, thinking she's still the same as ever, always trying to act tough. Without further delay, the party charges forward to clear a path. Lin Yuan moves like a whirlwind, brilliant green slashes sending lizards flying through the air. The warrior Lin Dan is just as fierce, swinging her greatsword with incredible momentum. Their classmate rushes in casting spells, while Wang Yan just runs for his life. Wherever a monster is, you can be sure he's not there. Meanwhile, Lin Dan is struggling to block a heavy blow from a beast. She wipes sweat from her brow, her eyes burning with fighting spirit. She knows she can do this, but her luck runs out as a massive lizard lunges from a blind spot, roaring right in her face with its massive, fang-filled jaw. Before she can even scream for help, a huge, dazzling green magic orb slams into the lizard's head, exploding and instantly vaporizing it. Lin Dan glances behind her, a warm smile touching her lips. She thinks to herself, it has to be him. As she slashes through monsters, she complains under her breath, but her heart is soaring. It's just like old times. He always treats me like a kid, interfering in everything. Far in the back, the god-tier gamer Lin Yuan sighs, wiping his brow. Why is it so hard to secretly gift someone equipment? And so, an absolutely ridiculous scene starts to play out on the battlefield. The big brother is busy skewering monsters in front of him with one hand, while secretly tossing support magic to his sister with the other. Their friend just watches from the sidelines, sweating bullets as she observes the entire thing. One of them is sneakily trying to provide support and loot. The other one knows exactly what's happening but is too stubborn to admit it. The awkward synergy between these two is absolutely perfect. Watching their back and forth might even be more fun than actually grinding monsters. Through a narrow ravine littered with the remnants of battle, the group presses on into the dungeon's deepest, darkest area. The priest from before raises his staff, looking up at the colossal cliff face in front of them. His voice rings out dramatically. Whoosh! The final boss is right inside. He then turns to Lin Yuan with a rarely seen serious expression. His esteemed friend speaks up. Hey, maybe we should fall back for now. If they leave the dungeon now, there's no penalty, but a party wipe against the boss means losing levels and gear. The risk is just too high. Hearing this solid advice, Lin Yuan nods with a cold, calm face. But just as it seems they might retreat, the loudmouth Wang Yan pops up on a rock, arms crossed and laughing hysterically. Huh? This is hilarious. They were so tough fighting small fries, but the second they see the boss, they're ready to tuck their tails and run. Ignoring his barking, Qian turns to comfort her friend. Lin Dan, your brother is already incredible for getting us this far. Lin Dan lowered her head, biting her lip in sheer guilt. She'd caused him trouble again. If only she were a little stronger, maybe things would be different. But as despair settled in, Lin Yuan stepped forward. His tall, unwavering figure spoke with clarity. The Sun Priest was right, the death penalty is too harsh. An ominous green smoke, the mark of summoning magic, erupted around him. He finished with a chilling statement. So no one else needs to lift a finger. The air around them instantly turned ice cold. Dozens of muscular werewolf zombies materialized from the void, weapons drawn. A demonic legion formed at his back as Lin Yuan smirked. I alone am more than enough. Seeing the massive army of monsters, Wang Yan's jaw practically hit the floor as he stammered in disbelief. So many summoned beasts. What the hell is this guy's deal? He thought, completely stunned. The veteran priest, the Sun Priest, clasped his hands proudly. He was practically beaming, waving his arms around like a certified fanboy. He scoffed. You're in the same party as this legend, and you still don't grasp his true power? Whether he's soloing a world boss or taking down the entire Bloodstained Guild by himself, out of all the players I've ever known, he is the absolute strongest. On the sheer cliff above, the colossal bloodlust lizard clung to the wall. Its spiky scales and serrated maw radiated an absolutely terrifying pressure. Faster than a blink, a massive sphere of green magic tore through the air. It slammed right into the boss's face, triggering a huge explosion. The beast's yellow eyes widened in pure fury. The final battle had officially begun. The orb of green magic struck a critical blow right on the giant boss's chest, causing it to rear back in pain, its fanged mouth wide open in a furious roar. Staggered by the brutal hit, the bloodlust lizard went completely berserk. Its bloodshot eyes bulged with rage, tongue lolling out. A moment later, a massive magical explosion erupted beneath it, shaking the entire cliffside. Along with that ear-splitting roar, the system pinged with some seriously dire information. The ruinous Lizard King, a level 21 sovereign class. 10,000 health, 1,200 attack, and on top of that, a whole list of broken defensive skills. Despite the suffocating pressure, Lin Yuan stood there calmly with his hands in his pockets, flanked by 2 werewolves ready to smash the boss. Meanwhile, in the backline, the team's freeloader, Wang Yan, saw the stats and started sweating bullets, shouting in a panic, 1,200 attack points? With that much damage, one single touch means instant death. There was no point in even trying to fight. In total contrast to that coward, the warrior Lin Dan bit her lip, her eyes burning with resolve as she raised her greatsword. She thought, this all started because of me. I can't let him walk into this death trap alone. Without a single moment of hesitation, she recklessly charged forward. She yelled towards his back, let me draw its fire and tank the damage for you. But just as she was about to go all in, the system announced the fanboy priest had activated a skill, the Sun Priest's Holy Shackles. In a flash, a golden magic circle clamped tight around Lin Dan's ankles, rooting her to the spot. Target successfully locked. The priest slammed his staff on the ground, striking a cool pose. He smirked as he gave the immobilized girl some advice. Just stand there and watch the master at work. Rushing in would only get in his way. Furious and trapped, Lin Dan whipped her head around to glare at him. What? What did you just say? But he just ignored her yelling. The priest just waved his hand dramatically, continuing his grand, preachy speech. Let us all witness the smooth and graceful moves of our supreme ally. While the peanut gallery had their moment, back in the arena, Lin Yuan simply stood with his back to them, calmly stroking his cold, magical blade. Just then, a red alert flashed from the system. The ruinous Lizard King was activating a skill. In an instant, the flame eruption skill went off. A colossal pillar of fire shot straight for Lin Yuan. But he just took a light step back, his body and sword moving as one, gracefully dodging the deadly firestorm with artistic flair. Seeing this from the sidelines, the priest went absolutely wild, continuing to hype him up like a madman. His positioning, his perfect awareness of the boss's attack range, it's truly on another level. The second the boss finished its attack, Lin Yuan's 3 werewolf zombies seized the opening, launching themselves high into the air. They flew straight for the spiky, armored head of the vicious beast. 2 incredibly bold wolves led the charge, digging their claws deep into the Lizard King's snout and crown, completely ignoring its frantic, furious roars. What came next was a relentless onslaught of lethal bites from the summons, and not a single one missed. Their ghostly green fangs sank brutally into the tough scales right around the boss's shoulder joint. The battlefield is pure chaos. The massive boss is swarmed by smaller mobs, biting at it like a pack of rabid dogs, while Lin Yuan flickers in and out of sight, landing precise hits. The sham commentator's voice rings out again. His perfect timing, calculating every single skill cooldown to kite the boss, is a move beyond anyone's imagination. The relentless pace just keeps building. Another jade green beast opens its massive jaws, tilts its head back, and takes a huge, decisive bite out of the Lizard King's hide. Witnessing this masterclass kiting, the Sun Priest clasps his hands, his eyes sparkling with pure adoration as he screams at the top of his lungs. It's like he's already seen all the monster's data. This fight. Damn it, this is a work of art. Standing back in the safe zone, his sister Lin Dan stares blankly, wondering to herself, is this his real strength? Nearby, the red-haired girl has lost all composure, hearts literally forming in her eyes as she waves her staff around, cheering him on. Lin Dan's brother is so freaking cool. Go on, sir, wreck that giant lizard. Seeing this, Wang Yan, standing right behind her, his face darkens as he snarls, shut your mouth! Wang Yan's vile, petty nature shows as he grips his dagger, veins popping while he secretly hatches a plan. At this rate, that bastard is going to clear the dungeon. What would that do to his own reputation as a young master in their class? That's it. If I can just sneak attack him and make him lose his footing, the boss's ultimate will finish him off for good. Completely ignoring the filthy scheme brewing behind him, the overpowered Lin Yuan rockets into the air. He lands a devastating stomp right on the boss's sharp teeth as it opens its mouth for an enraged roar. At the same time, the system shows the boss's health is critical, just 315 out of 10,000. It lowers its head, blasting a straight beam of white energy. The skill Tear and Bite has just been used. From a corner, Wang Yan cracks a sinister, calculating smile. He just used Tear and Bite. The cooldown is a full 8 seconds. This is my golden opportunity. Seizing the moment, the pathetic villain Wang Yan leaps out with a twisted, insane grin on his face. Weapon in hand, he roars with bloodlust. You think you can solo the boss? Go to hell. But life isn't that simple. Still in the flow of battle, Lin Yuan, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, slightly tilts his ice-cold face. His crimson eyes blaze with killing intent as he glances at the backstabber. A smirk forms as two contemptuous words escape his lips. You fool. His reflexes are basically a hack. Our hero glides backward, a slight lean of his body causing Wang Yan's sneak attack to slice through nothing but air. The rich boy's eyes go wide in panicked disbelief. What? There's no way you could have dodged that. Lin Yuan raises his sword coldly, adding, It seems you're tired of living. He doesn't even let the trash finish his sentence. He bends his knees into a powerful stance, the greatsword in his hand erupting with energy. He swings his arm, delivering a merciless death sentence. In that case, you can disappear along with it. With a swoosh, the blade's light flashes across, carrying a brutal shockwave that slams directly into Wang Yan's face, forcing his mouth open. He lets out a tragic scream that pierces the clouds. The result of this godly swing is a terrifying force that sends the traitor flying backward in a perfect arc, feeding him straight into the gaping, waiting jaws of the Lizard King. The moment the unlucky prey falls into the boss's mouth, our hero's most epic moment arrives. A brilliant blue system window flashes open against the dark screen, displaying the brutal finishing move. Activating skill. Corpse explosion art. The skill instantly detonates Wang Yan's body from the inside. The horrifying pressure rips the Lizard King's throat apart, followed by the final, pathetic struggles of the young master before he is completely erased from existence. As rubble crashes down, burying the battlefield, the world system immediately pops up, gloriously announcing the team's achievement to the entire server. Congratulations to the anonymous player Hidden Son of that year, and their party for achieving the first ever clear of the hero difficulty dungeon, Valley of Ruin. Staring at the unbelievable result, her female teammate turns in awe. We actually did it. Lin Dan, your brother is seriously the coolest. Do you think we can ask him to carry us through another dungeon next time? Hearing that, Lin Fan could only break out in a cold sweat, awkwardly scratching his head. He's been really busy lately, maybe some other time. Meanwhile, the fanboy pastor preens, boasting proudly, as expected of my distinguished friend. This time, I'll let you have the entire spotlight. Next time I'll show you the true power of a priest. Suddenly, the once arrogant redhead completely changes her tune, fawning over him. Hey, god-tier big brother, can we add each other as friends? But her shameless fawning was met with nothing more than a disgusted frown from him. Lin Yuan shot her a glare as sharp as a blade, snapping, Shut up. I see right through you people. Without a shred of hesitation, he immediately swung his sword, purging the red-haired girl for siding with the ambusher. Her eyes widened in horror before she fell, followed by a notification. The player tailing Wang Yan had been eliminated. With the trash taken out, his attention was quickly drawn to the blue system window that appeared, asking if he wanted to use a skill, the dark summoning spell, on the corpse of the Lizard King. His eyes were glued to the massive body, as Lin Yuan calmly muttered his decision. He confirmed it. He would recruit this hulking beast first. Once that was settled, he turned back to his team and nonchalantly invited them to open the glowing chest and split the gear now that the pests were gone. But his sister, Lin Dan, proved to be incredibly understanding. She quickly waved her hands in refusal, saying he had single-handedly carried the team and dealt all the damage. How could we possibly have the nerve to ask for gear? Just getting carried through the clear is more than enough for us. In stark contrast to his sister's hesitation, Lin Yuan calmly levitated the skill books with a flick of his wrist. His tone was decisive. I only need the beast riding skill book and the magic scroll. You all can sort out the rest. Immediately after, the top-tier loot began to drop, starting with a piece of powerful leg armor. Silver grade, it gave a solid 30 constitution, 20 run speed, 10 spirit, and the awesome flame wing step skill, reducing fire damage by 10%. The second item was a pair of blazing wrist guards, a brilliant red bronze item adding 10 constitution, 15 strength, and 5 lethal points of critical damage. And it didn't stop there, a green fire sword, a bronze-grade weapon with solid base stats, adding a clean 15 to his attack power. It also added 5 to strength, and 5 to constitution. The final item was a pair of glossy black leather boots, agile bronze gear that boosted run speed by 10, constitution by 10, and spirit by 5, a perfect item for kiting and dodging skills. Seeing the dazzling array of gear, the team's priest beamed, his eyes practically sparkling. This is perfect. Our guild leader has been trying to buy leg armor. This drop is an absolute godsend, he exclaimed. Seizing the moment, the man quickly made a proposal. How about this? I'll buy all of this gear and we can split the gold evenly among everyone. Hearing the lucrative deal, the two girls' eyes lit up with joy. They had hit the jackpot. Only Lin Yuan's expression remained neutral, completely indifferent as he gave his answer. Split it however you want. I don't need the money. With the transaction complete, Lin Yuan casually turned toward the portal, leaving his sister with a protective warning. After this, Wang Yan's group won't dare to cause you any more trouble. Next time you run into problems, just give me a call. I'm going to do some quests now. As her brother was about to leave, Lin Dan quickly reached out to stop him. Wait a moment. He paused mid-stride, turning his ice-cold face halfway back to look at her, raising an eyebrow and asking in an even tone, "What's wrong? Still want to split more gear?" But she didn't care about the items. Her brow furrowed with a deep, probing curiosity. "Ever since we entered the instance, your moves have been on a whole other level," she said. "And you used that summoning spell to call endless minions. Could you be the legendary hidden class genius I've heard about in this game? Have you felt any changes in your body?" The sharp question made Lin Yuan lower his gaze, hiding the crimson, calculating glint in his eyes. His mind raced. So she's noticed something? But little Dan has been in contact with the Order faction. I absolutely cannot reveal my identity as a necromancer right now. Hiding it is the only way to protect her. In an instant, he hid his turmoil, turning back with a completely innocent and clueless look on his face to deny everything. Of course not. Why ask such a weird question? Did you notice some kind of change or something? Flipped back on her, Lin Dan jumped and broke into a cold sweat. She stammered, waving her hands frantically and clearing her throat to change the subject. No, not at all. Oh, right. I just remembered I have a quest to turn in. I gotta go. Watching his sister's back as she hurriedly fled, Lin Yuan's face softened, and a rare, faint smile appeared as he made an assessment. She's all grown up now, but her acting is still as terrible as ever. Still, at least she was willing to call me brother this time. That counts as progress. Just as that warm memory began to surface, a loud voice suddenly cut him off. "Hey, friend." He turned his head. There he was, the fanboy priest, waving enthusiastically as he led two incredibly cool-looking players toward him. "So glad you haven't left yet. Our leader, Lady Lin Yuan, just decided to open the Valley of the Dead instance on death difficulty, and I absolutely insisted that we had to invite a master like you to join if we wanted to guarantee victory." Standing on a ruined outcropping, Lin Yuan observed. He tilted his head slightly, part of his cold face visible under his black cloak as he silently observed the newly arrived group. With his sharp eyes, his mind quickly formulated a beneficial plan. He never expected to run into Lin Yuan this early. This was the perfect chance to investigate whether that #1 believer was hiding within the Mirrorflower Watermoon Guild. With his calculations complete, he gave a decisive nod, accepting the offer. "All right, I've been wanting to test out death difficulty anyway." Seeing his idol agree so quickly, the priest was ecstatic, rushing forward to throw an arm around Lin Yuan's shoulders with a wide grin. "Awesome! You're a true friend. Come on, let me introduce you to the awesome core members of our guild." As he spoke, he proudly gestured toward the woman in the fiery, high-slit armor. "Our Iron Triangle lineup includes the leader of the Mirrorflower Watermoon Guild, the stunning Ice Queen herself, Lady Lin Yuan." In response to the over-the-top introduction, the female guild leader simply crossed her arms with a cool expression. "Hello. I've heard your name. Welcome to our core team." Not finished yet, the priest then pointed towards a guy in a huge wizard hat standing beside him. "And this here is Xing Yin, our heavy hitter for magic damage. His class is super rare, you know? He's the main mage of our guild." But before the priest could finish his praise, the wizard cut him off with an annoyed scowl. "That's enough. I never agreed to letting this guy join the team. Picking up some random solo player isn't a smart move." The mage's eyes sharpened under the brim of his hat as he shot Lin Yuan a look of utter contempt. The margin for error in a death-level raid is basically zero. A nobody like him won't know how to coordinate, he'll just be dead weight. I'm not taking that risk. You get what I mean, right? Furious that his idol was being dissed, the priest immediately jumped in to argue back. "Xing Yin, what the hell are you talking about? Our friend here is the one who carried us." Waving off his teammates' words, the mage smirked, arrogantly aiming his words directly at Lin Yuan. "I've met plenty of guys who talk big but have zero skill. Don't say I'm ganging up on you, I'll give you one chance to prove your worth." A triumphant, dirty smirk spread across his face as he laid out a nasty bet. "If you can take down half of the boss's health all by yourself, I'll give you the golden grade equipment I'm wearing. But if you screw up and get yourself killed, you'll have to compensate our entire team for all our losses." Xing Yin's eyes bored into Lin Yuan, filled with threats and scorn. He spat out every word. "You hear me? If you're scared, you can still get lost right now." Faced with such an arrogant provocation, Lin Yuan didn't flinch at all. He just tilted his head, a challenging half-smile playing on his lips. Golden gear being served up on a platter? Only a fool would refuse. But I want everyone here to be a witness, just in case someone tries to bail on the deal later. The two of them glared daggers at each other, and the sheer killing intent made the air heavy and suffocating. Seeing a civil war about to break out, the leader Lin Yuan stepped forward, her sharp voice cutting through the tension. "That's enough, Xingyin. I already made the decision to let him join. If you had a problem, you should have said so back then. The decision's been made. Stick to the plan, swallow your pride, and focus on cooperating so we can clear this raid." Scolded in front of an outsider, Xingyin seethed with rage. He gripped his staff so tightly that fiery magic flared to life around it as he shot back. "Lin Yuan, you're defending some random nobody? The penalty for death in this raid is brutal. You'd better think this through." In response to his anger, Lin Yuan just brushed him off coldly. "I won't repeat my decision." Bitterly, the mage backed down, his hateful eyes fixed on Lin Yuan's back. He ground his teeth, his mind screaming with venomous rage. "Lin Yuan, I'm going to make you watch with your own two eyes just how useless this stray dog you picked up really is. The only person this team can't afford to lose is me." Under his dark hat, his face twisted into a mask of insane, warped jealousy as he continued his silent scream. "It will always, only be me." In a flash, the team was deep inside the dark, fiery dungeon. The second they arrived, they were met by the threatening growls of the gatekeeper beasts. The system immediately scanned the data on the scorching lizards. A level 18 common monster with 4,700 health, 580 attack, and 75 defense, plus a fire-breathing skill officially kicking off the next bloody battle. Just then, a blinding golden light slammed down from above. Before the dust even settled, a giant lizard head emerged, its blood-red eyes gleaming with a thirst for blood. Trapped in the narrow canyon, the guild members and Lin Yuan found themselves caught in a pincer ambush. The cliff walls on all sides were swarming with vicious monsters, while a massive lizard lord slithered down towards them, its long tongue flicking out, aimed straight for its prey. Seeing this suffocating scene, the priest broke out in a cold sweat, starting to panic. The number of monsters on death difficulty is just ridiculous. How are we completely surrounded the second we walk in? But their leader, Lin Yuan, remained as cool as ever. She drew her greatsword, which glowed with a blue light, and gave a sharp command. "Melee classes, to the front line. There are too many of them, we have to find a chance to break through." She immediately shot forward, swinging her sword in a wide arc and shouting, "Hold the line. I'll draw their aggro. Everyone else, find an opening and push out." From the back line, the priest quickly replied, "Okay, got it," while the mage Xingyin began charging two crackling orbs of lightning in his hands. A venomous glare. He stared daggers at the back of Lin Yuan's neck. Just looking at this tagalong's face made his blood boil. He desperately wanted to smash these lightning orbs right into his head, but his jealousy made him lose focus. And just like that, a lizard monster dove from above, hitting a blind spot behind their defensive line. The priest screamed in terror. "What was that?" Xingyin flinched, panicked. Oh no! A monster had slipped right past him. Trapped in a brutal fight, Lin Yuan blocked a monster's claw while snapping at him. "What on earth are you thinking?" Getting scolded by his leader forces Xingyin to refocus. He grits his teeth, sweating. They're screwed. More monsters are coming and no one is left to defend the rear. Their entire formation was hanging by a thread. The red-haired girl gritted her teeth, making a tough call to send out her pet. "No choice. I'll use my baby brown bear to block them." Xingyin immediately tried to stop her, horrified. "That's suicide. The monsters will tear it apart. You traded silver-grade gear for that pet." Just as their formation was about to collapse, the black-cloaked Lin Yuan calmly stepped forward. He raised a hand to the sky as dark magic swirled at his feet. Then, a calm declaration. "I'll handle this." A dark sigil opened beneath him. 3 massive dire wolves emerged from the shadows, their fur matted gray, their eyes glowing an eerie green. They bared their fangs, growling with primal fury. A scarred demonic bear appeared, smashing its boulder-sized claws into the ground, creating a powerful defensive shockwave. The shadow beasts got their command, instantly lunging into the fray. 2 of the wolves clamped down hard, sinking their teeth into a red lizard's back, tearing viciously until it roared out in pure agony. Lin Yuan wasn't just standing by. He moved like a phantom, gliding right past the monster's snapping jaws. His blade flashed with green light, unleashing a wave of energy that sliced the enemy clean in two. The back line was completely cleared. The archer let out a huge sigh of relief. He really did it. "That's amazing. Now my pet doesn't have to be sacrificed," she celebrated. But Xingyin was absolutely seething. He glared at Lin Yuan, grinding his teeth. You embarrassed me in front of Leng Yue. You're not leaving this dungeon alive. Trying to save face, the mage stammered out an excuse. Leng Yue, just now I was. But she was having none of it. She put a hand up, cutting him off while demanding discipline. Everyone, hold your position. No more distractions, period. But before they could even catch their breath, the system announced the next wave of monsters was already on its way. On the brink of death, the shield warrior roared, ready for more. The priest shut his eyes tightly, preparing himself. He raised his staff, gathering a brilliant holy light, ready to buff the entire party for the coming storm. Amidst all the chaos and noise of the battlefield, only Lin Yuan remained perfectly calm, his expression ice cold. His eyes flickered back, taking in the entire situation with a single glance. Seeing that calm, overwhelming presence, Xingyin started sweating bullets. His eyes went wide with a mix of panic and pure, unfiltered jealousy. He just couldn't accept this. On the front lines, Leng Yue cut down monster after monster, all while silently observing and evaluating Lin Yuan. He could analyze a blind spot and neutralize a fatal threat in an instant. His reflexes and his execution were the marks of a rare genius. After this dungeon, she thought, I have to invite him to join our guild. The mage, Xingyin, fell back to the rear. He watched as Lin Yuan's summons covered the back line while Leng Yue dominated the front. Their perfect teamwork was an insult to his ego. He could feel his favored position slipping away. Lightning crackled around Xingyin's hands. His face darkened as he began plotting something nasty. My impression with Leng Yue is totally shot, he seethed. I have to find a way to humiliate this guy, completely. So, the coward leaped into the air, launching a powerful lightning orb straight at Lin Yuan's back while shouting, I'm covering you. Watch out for friendly fire. But Lin Yuan felt the killing intent from behind. He shot a sideways glance, his eyes glowing red with pure contempt. What an absolute fool. But this was a golden opportunity, a chance to get closer to Leng Yue, make her lower her guard, and get some information. Seizing the moment, instead of deflecting the attack, Lin Yuan pretended to stumble, dropping to one knee. He slid across the ground like a phantom, just barely dodging the two deadly lightning orbs. But that intentional dodge sent him sliding right into the kill zone of two red lizards, their hungry jaws snapping wide open. Putting on his best act, he let out a panicked cry. No. It looked like the killing blow was just seconds away, when a soft but powerful hand shot out, grabbing onto Lin Yuan's with absolute certainty. Leng Yue's perfectly timed pull launched Lin Yuan into the air, out of harm's way. The guild leader then brandished her blade, taking command. I'll take the right, you handle the left. Got it? Hearing the plan, Lin Yuan was all in. Understood. A second later, Leng Yue launched him forward with a powerful shout. Reacting instantly, Lin Yuan shot forward like a black shadow. Green and red sword energy crisscrossed, brutally tearing the lizard swarm to shreds. Landing smoothly, Leng Yue gave him a confident nod. With purple eyes flashing pure dominance, he and his teammate issued the final command, finishing them off cleanly. A savage wave of sword energy swept through, leaving a deep, smoking trench that annihilated every obstacle in its path instantly. Witnessing their flawless dual sword combo, the priest's eyes lit up as he laid on the flattery thick. He couldn't stop gushing about the insane combo between the guild leader and this handsome swordsman. Their coordination was perfect. Ignoring the praise, Lin Yuan stood tall with his sword, his cloak fluttering around him with the air of a seasoned, world-weary master. Leng Yue sheathed her sword, a smile of approval on her face. I've never seen a skill like that. Did you learn it after your class change? Lin Yuan just shrugged in response. Nothing special, just found a skill book. Hearing that, Leng Yue's recruitment mode instantly kicked in, her eyes shining with a friendly invitation. Our top 2 guild has many hidden masters. Interested in joining Mirrorflower Watermoon to exchange techniques? Not interested in fame. Lin Yuan turned his head, bluntly refusing the incredible offer. Forget it, he was used to playing solo. A lone wolf through and through. Despite the rejection, Leng Yue still held a gentle smile, which left Lin Yuan completely stunned. Was that familiar smile just an illusion? It looked exactly the same. Unfortunately, that rare smile caught the eye of the mage, Xingyin, and it became the spark for his insane jealousy. He gripped his staff tightly, a silent curse forming on his lips. What had that bastard done to get Leng Yue to look at him like that? The suffocating tension finally broke when the cheerful priest waved his staff, making a report. I've collected all the drops. We can split them later. For now, let's stick to the plan and hit the boss, right? Without a moment's hesitation, Leng Yue calmly nodded in agreement. Just as everyone was getting ready, Xingyin stepped forward with a fake laugh, putting on a show. Wait, I need to apologize to our friend here. Seeing you wield that sword, I know your skills are beyond imagination. Talent like yours deserves a much bigger stage to shine." His eyes narrowed, a petty, cunning smile spreading across his face as he threw out a deadly proposal. "I suggest we let him go first and draw the boss's aggro for us." Lin Yuan saw right through the cheap trap. He just smirked, exposing the other man's cowardice. "If I'm the punching bag drawing aggro, how am I supposed to deal any damage? Never mind trying to get the boss to half health. Are you just trying to weasel your way out of this fight? Afraid you'll have to give up that gold-tier equipment?" Hit where it hurt, Xingyin dropped the act and shot back an insult. "You think you can survive more than a few hits from the boss? You're delusional. But fine, complete the mission, and the gear is all yours." Seeing the explosive tension between them, Lin Yuan decisively stepped in to intervene. "I don't agree. Changing tactics right before a boss fight introduces way too many unknown variables." But ignoring his leader, Xingyin stubbornly pushed back. "Don't stop me, Lin Yuan. I can see you admire him, so why not just let him decide for himself?" At that moment, Lin Yuan lowered his crimson gaze, his mind coldly calculating the entire situation. He stared at the mage, making a quick assessment. This clown was just a nuisance getting between him and Lin Yuan. He figured he'd just play along for now to shut him up. He could always deal with the guy later. With his decision made, he looked up calmly. "Fine, I accept." The party entered the center of a silent, barren valley where a colossal, red-scaled lizard king lay curled up, deep in a peaceful sleep. The priest turned to Lin Yuan, nudging him excitedly. "All right, my friend, time to show us your true power. Let's see what you've got." From a hidden corner behind them, Xingyin pulled his hood low, hiding a vicious and mocking smile. That fool, he thought, had no idea the boss's area of effect attack was specifically designed to counter-summon beasts. A good show was about to start. Ignoring the skeptical stares, Lin Yuan gathered a ball of destructive green magic, his eyes shining with absolute confidence. The boss's lethal difficulty rating in the current version was, to be fair, a massive challenge. But thanks to his experience from a past life, he knew its mechanics like the back of his hand. Seizing the chance for a first strike, he planted his feet, launched himself forward, and swung his sword in a perfect crescent arc. The massive energy blast shot forward, tearing through the air like a magic cannonball aimed straight for its target. It detonated in a blinding flash right over the boss's head, violently waking the monster with a massive shock of damage straight to its scales. Stunned by the painful blow, the Lizard King awoke, threw its head back, and let out a heaven-shattering roar from its fang-filled maw. The system flashed red with a dire warning. Corrupted Lizard King, a royal, class monster, level 25, 15,000 health, 1,500 attack, 500 defense, and a ton of brutal skills. Reading the stats, Xingyin broke into a cold sweat and screamed in horror. A level 25 death difficulty boss? The highest ranked player is only level 15. What are they supposed to do with a gap that massive? Someone yelled, "Don't just stand there, deal some damage." That fool Lin Yuan must be regretting everything right about now. Heh. But contrary to the schemer's fantasy, the boss stomped its foot, unleashing red energy pillars that tore the ground apart. Lin Yuan, however, flawlessly flipped through the air, dodging the punishment and landing in a ridiculously cool, solid kneeling pose. He slammed his hand down, and a magic circle erupted, summoning a pack of ferocious phantom wolves. A knowing smirk played on his lips. Same old habits, his opening floor slam move hadn't changed one bit. Meanwhile, Xingyin raised his staff and yelled at Lin Yuan on the front line to seize the chance and charge in, just as Lin Yuan leaped into the air. But Xingyin, hanging back, let a treacherous smirk spread across his face. His eyes gleamed with delight as he watched Lin Yuan charge into the blaze. What a beautiful sight watching him scurry to his death like a pathetic sewer rat. Before the party could even approach, the massive boss slammed its colossal tail down onto the ground. A violent shockwave erupted, and a terrifying blast of power swept across the field. The entire backline was sent flying. Amidst the chaos, Lin Yuan gritted her teeth and yelled, "Xingyin, use your control skill now." But his timing was off. The mage just clutched his staff, completely flustered. His face went pale with terror as he screamed, "Damn it, it's too late." The result of his epic fail? The whole party was scattered like leaves in a storm. Amidst the staggering chaos, an enraged shout tore through the recovering party members. "Xingyin, what in the world are you doing?" As soon as she got her footing, Lin Yuan glared daggers at the useless mage. "Why didn't you use your lightning magic to paralyze the boss's tail? Wasn't that the entire plan we already set up? Do you have any idea what a golden opportunity you just threw away?" Berated by his leader, Xingyin collapsed, trembling and stammering. "Lin Yuan, I'm sorry, The situation was so dire the tank just sat on the ground, clutching his chest in despair. Man, we're all completely wiped. It's gonna take forever for our health to recover. How is our friend supposed to solo this boss? We're totally done for, the priest added gloomily. If they retreat from a death difficulty dungeon, the penalty is absolutely brutal. They were trapped between a rock and a hard place. Pushing the panic aside, Lin Yuan raised her sword and stood tall. Her leader's aura flared as she announced, "Since it's come to this, I just hope everyone learns from this painful lesson." Our new friend fought flawlessly without a scratch. Meanwhile, our so-called coordinated team just ended up dragging him down. "I'll tell him to retreat. The guild will cover all the losses." Just as she was about to surrender, the archer's eyes suddenly went wide. She pointed ahead and screamed, "Wait, guild leader, look over there. He's completely unharmed, and he's soloing the boss." In the hazy battlefield, Lin Yuan calmly muttered his strategy. "The withered lizard king's weak point is its back. Just paralyze its tail with lightning, and it's wide open for a killer combo." His plan set, he decisively pointed his sharp blade to the sky, summoning his magic. Seeing the monster roar, ready to counterattack, Lin Yuan just smirked at its sluggish speed, uttering two ice-cold words. "Too slow." Quick as a flash, he pointed and gave the critical command, "Lightning Scorpion. Break its tail for me." Instantly, a giant magic scorpion drove its stinger deep into the Lizard King's tail. The moment the stinger hit its mark, the system announced the picture-perfect execution. The Lightning Scorpion skill activated. Paralyzing Strike. A massive burst of lightning exploded, shocking the beast's entire body. High-voltage electricity surged through its massive frame, locking the boss in a state of total paralysis. The system displayed two golden words, crushing any hope of resistance. Paralyzed. He seized the moment the boss's defenses were shattered. Lin Yuan waved his hand, ordering his summoned beasts to charge forward. "Good. The blind spot is secure. Everyone, attack!" Watching the incredibly smooth combo, Xing Yin stared in disbelief, breaking out in a cold sweat. He actually had a lightning-type summon, and he knew the boss's weakness. Jealousy surged through him, and he cursed under his breath. How did that bastard know? Damn it. That move just proved I'm more useless than a summoned pet. Shattering the gloomy mood, the priest raised his staff, rallying the entire team with an excited shout. "Amazing! Our friend can actually win this. Everyone, heal up and move in to give him some backup." The warrior, fired up with fighting spirit, roared back, "Roger!" Just as the team was about to charge, Tinningan raised a hand, a sinister grin spreading across his face. He muttered with satisfaction, "Hold on." He laughed, knowing they were walking right into their own demise. The mage's eyes were locked on the demon wolves, savaging the boss as he mocked their weakness. Those pathetic summoned beasts wouldn't last more than a few hits anyway. All it would take is a single shockwave from the boss to wipe them out. And just like he predicted, the wolves' health bars began flashing critical red. Their bodies flickered violently, about to get wiped out by the Lizard King's reflective damage armor. Refusing to let his army fall, Lam Vien calmly raised his hand as a dark green magic circle erupted from his palm. The system interface flashed to life, activating a tide-turning skill. Skill activated. Dark Blessing. A torrent of dark energy instantly surged into his summons. The demon wolves' muscles swelled, their bodies restored to full strength in a flash of brilliant green light, ready to fight again. This sudden reversal made Tingan's eyes widen in absolute shock. His teeth chattered as he trembled, muttering in utter helplessness. Impossible. How can he keep healing his summons when they're being worn down like this? At this rate, couldn't he just solo the boss by himself? Ignoring the mage having an existential crisis, Long Nuyet drew her massive greatsword, regaining her composure and shouting to rally her team. "Everyone, get ready. The boss's health is almost in the execution zone. Let's all charge in and finish this." The entire squad roared in response, their killing intent surging. Feeling the humiliation of being cornered, the Lizard King threw back its head and bellowed, its body glowing red-hot. The system blared an urgent danger alarm, announcing the activation of its skill, Universal Forge. A wave of heat surged outwards like a volcanic eruption, turning the entire valley into a giant furnace ready to incinerate everyone inside. It threatened to cook alive anyone who dared to venture near the epicenter. Facing the jaws of death, their leader Lang Guyet's expression changed. She yelled a frantic warning to the whole team. "Be careful. This is the boss's ultimate wide-area attack before it dies." Taking advantage of his teammates' panic, Tin Nan's mind was completely swallowed by raw jealousy. His eyes, now bloodshot and crazed, burned with rage. "No way. I absolutely will not let you win. I have to get that gear. Lang Nuyet must be mine. You should just die right here with this monster." He put on the mask of a savior, raising his staff to activate the skill Thunder Ring while theatrically yelling to split the formation. "Everyone get back now. Clear a path so I can interrupt the boss's ultimate attack. However, instead of aiming at the monster, the deadly ring of lightning suddenly changed direction, streaking across the ground. It shot straight for Lang Nuyet's unguarded back in a treacherous assassination attempt. The sneak attack was so unexpected the leader had no time to defend. All she could manage was a shocked, "What?" before the merciless bolt of lightning slammed into her, sending her flying straight into the death zone. Witnessing this disgusting betrayal, Lam Vien remained completely and utterly calm. He used the wind to dash forward to intercept, muttering with a disdainful smirk, "I already knew. That piece of garbage would try to backstab someone." Lang Nguyet's body flew uncontrollably, heading straight into the boss's fiery inferno. Lam Vien shattered the ground beneath him as he shot forward to save her, sighing to himself coolly. What a complete pain. Quick as a flash, Lam Vien's steady arm reached out, grabbing her by the waist just as she reached the brink of death, and pulling her back decisively. He caught her soft body in his arms in a classic, romantic bridal carry. Leaning his cold face close, he reassured her with a deep, charming voice. "Don't be afraid, just hold on tight." The words barely out of his mouth, he leaped backward, carrying her out of the death zone. With a cold point of his finger, he delivered the final judgment. The bright blue system announced a brutal finishing move, skill activated, corpse explosion. The savage internal explosion created an immediate blue shockwave, completely shattering the Lizard King's defenses as the brilliant light faded away. Before the dust could even settle, the world system was already ringing, broadcasting their unprecedented achievement to the entire server. Congratulations to the player Anonymous, along with Lang Nuyet and Ting Ngan, for the first clear of the death difficulty dungeon, the Valley of Ruin. Nestled securely in his strong arms, Lang Nuyet's cheeks flushed a deep red with shyness. Her heart pounded as she voiced her admiration. "I never would have guessed. You're so young, yet have so much combat experience. You didn't panic at all." Lam Vien gently set her down on her feet, replying softly, "Is that so? Maybe it was just good luck." After a moment, Lang Nuyet regained her serious demeanor, but her eyes still held a look of admiration as she made a proposal. "Even if you don't want to join the guild, I'd still really like to be friends with you. Just so it's easier to raid higher-level dungeons together." Seeing right through her excuse, Lam Vien smirked victoriously and sealed the deal. "All right then." Instantly, a blue system window popped up, sending a sweet notification of their new connection. Lan Nguyet sent a friend request, and without hesitation, he accepted. Just like that, the first step of his infiltration plan was complete. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, the fanboy priest carried over the reward chest, a sly grin on his face as he teased his serious guild leader. The priest chuckled, thinking this was the first time he'd ever seen the mighty Lan Nguyet blush like a flustered schoolgirl. But the embrace didn't last. Lan Nguyet, red-faced, coughed awkwardly and reminded him, "You can put me down now." Across from them, the mage Tin Nan was sweating buckets, clutching his staff in a panic as he wailed in disbelief. How can this be? I haven't even touched a single strand of her hair." After gently placing the beauty on the ground, Lam Vien stood tall. Instantly, the system lit up with a golden announcement. The player, name hidden, achieved a contribution level of 87% in the Death Difficulty Valley of Embers dungeon. Wielding that insane score, he calmly held out his hand to call in the debt. "My contribution level was 87%. According to our bet, you should take off that golden equipment and hand it over to me now." Called out so directly, Tinningan's face went pale. He started sweating, trying desperately to change the subject and weasel out of the deal. Well, the boss is dead now anyway, so let's check out the dropped items first, right? We'll split those up. Lam Vien cornered him. "No need to split anything. Just take off your golden gear and give it to me." He forced Tinningan to stumble backward. I'll give it to you, just don't rush me. Let me find a replacement item, then I'll give it to you right away." Lam Vien just smirked, his cold voice hitting the mark. "It seems you're trying to back out of our deal." Seeing things get tense, the guild leader Lan Nguyet stepped in to mediate, making an incredibly generous counteroffer. "Honestly, Tinningan's equipment might not even be the right fit for you. How about this? You get first pick of all the loot from this run, and I'll personally compensate you with a suitable piece of equipment. What do you say?" Tempted by her offer, Lam Vien smiled and took a step back, setting the stage for his real goal. "All right, we'll do it your way. But to be honest, more than equipment, I'd rather exchange techniques with a master who has special skills." Hearing this, Lan Nguyet breathed a sigh of relief and quickly agreed. "A master, you say? Of course, you've helped us so much. Let me go back and ask the others in the guild if they'd be willing." With the negotiation settled, Lam Vien calmly walked towards the giant, crimson corpse of the Lizard King, muttering, "I almost forgot about your part in this." He immediately raised his hand, beginning a dark summoning ritual on the king's body. But in the next second, a blazing red warning flashed across his vision, turning everything upside down. His 3 hound-headed minor zombies had been destroyed in the underground sewer. Seeing the sudden death notice from his distant minions, Lam Vien's eyes shot wide open in astonishment. "What?" he gasped in disbelief. His brain instantly started analyzing the situation. My undead summons were taken out? The area near the hidden dungeon was a place no one ever bothered to grind in, and 3 zombies should have been more than enough to scare off any curious players. This was abnormal. Could it be that Snake Charlatan finally revealed himself? His eyes sharpened instantly. A murderous aura erupted from him as he locked onto his new objective. He had to seize this golden opportunity. The clue to finding that number 1 believer had to be on him. Without a second's delay, Lam Vien became a blur and shot into the glowing portal. He left the entire team stunned, ignoring their desperate calls from behind him. "Hey, friend, you haven't even taken your equipment yet." The scene then cuts to a damp, dripping sewer. Lam Vien, cloaked in magical invisibility, crept along the stone wall, carefully assessing his options. The entrance looked normal enough, but sneaking through the narrow tunnel was still the safer play. As he ventured deeper, he quickly discovered the bodies of his 2 summoned dire wolves, lying cold and still on the ground. Kneeling to inspect the scene, he used his glowing sword to illuminate the bodies, his brow furrowed in expert analysis. There were no signs of a fight. The undead had been killed by strangulation. It looked like the enemy was a master of assassination. Lam Vien squinted, confirming his theory. These were definitely snake bites, but way too large for the snakes in this dungeon. And if it were the Nether Serpent King, his minions would have been completely obliterated, not left mostly intact. Putting all the pieces together, he shot to his feet. His cloak billowed around him as he came to the one and only conclusion. This had to be the work of the snake charlatan himself. Just as he came to that realization, a terrifying killing intent rained down from the ceiling, completely shattering his invisibility. A massive ghost serpent with a mouth full of venomous fangs lunged straight at him, accompanied by a bright red system notification. Invisibility has been broken. Osseous Ghost Serpent, level 15. Health, 4,500. Attack, 300. Defense, 130. Skills, Venom Bite, Bone Crush, and Blood Fusion. With pure instinct, Lin Yuan planted his feet and backflipped, expertly dodging a devastating tail whip. The demon snake's tail shattered the ground as he used the momentum to create distance, quickly raising his hand. He gathered a blinding orb of green necromantic energy that tore through the gloom, slashing it straight into the giant snake's body. Lin Yuan frowned, his senses on high alert, as he analyzed the situation. These sewer snakes were a high level, and their dirty skills were still unknown. He had to stay on guard. But just as he caught his breath, a massive shadow fell over him, blocking his vision. He looked up, startled, to see another colossal snake king glaring down at him. "How the hell is there another one?" he exclaimed. Without flinching, he gritted his teeth, tightened his arm, and raised his massive sword to meet the ferocious beast's thunderous bite head-on. The pressure from the powerful attack was completely suffocating. Lin Yuan seized the opportunity, unleashing a magic circle to summon his trump card, the Dire Wolf. A massive, glowing green wolf's head erupted, radiating pure killing intent. He gave a sharp command, "Hold them back for me." The dire wolf obeyed, lunging forward with its massive fangs, biting down hard and sending the demon snake flying. With his summon keeping the monster busy, Lin Yuan pivoted and dashed deeper into the shadows. His mind raced with tactics. This constant fighting was a dead end. The real enemy was hiding somewhere, pulling the strings. He had to be dealt with first. His crimson eyes pierced the darkness, scanning every last corner. He pushed all his senses to the absolute max, searching for the mastermind's hiding spot. Soon, his gaze locked onto a solid iron gate at the tunnel's end. He caught sight of a snake's tail hastily slithering inside. A smirk crossed his face. "Found you." Instantly, Lin Yuan shot towards it, his fist wreathed in green magic that tore through the air as he growled out his final judgment. "You have nowhere left to run." The punch landed with overwhelming and merciless force. His brutal attack made a direct hit, but there was absolutely no reaction. He frowned, sensing something was off. This isn't right. Looking closer at the shattered gate, he noticed the faint traces of his own green magic. His expression turned cold. This was a path he had already taken. Staring into the abyss before him, he quickly put the pieces together, realizing the enemy's sinister plot. This was the Nether King Serpent's territory. He had been intentionally lured into a trap, a dead end. At the same moment, his summoned beast finally ran out of energy, dissolving into faint blue smoke before vanishing completely. Seeing his summon fade, Lin Yuan tilted his head, turning his icy gaze to the enemy standing beside the demon snakes, a provocative smirk on his lips. All right then, let's see who loses their patience and makes the first move. As he spoke, a system window flashed, activating his stealth skill. His body dissolved into faint light, merging with the shadows. Their target vanished. The two purple demon snakes lunged forward in a frenzy, their venomous fangs snapping wildly. Their attack hit nothing but the cold iron gate, leaving behind an empty space where a person had just been standing. Seeing his prey slip away, the snake charmer ground his teeth in frustration, growling. So, he didn't fall for the trap. Beneath his scaly mask, his eyes flashed with murderous intent. I absolutely will not allow a second person to know the secret of this sewer. This is my territory. The atmosphere grew heavy with a suffocating silence. The gloomy sewer was eerily still, except for the faint ripples in a puddle of water. The villain held his breath, his dark purple eyes scanning every nook and cranny, trying to sense the intruder's location. The moment he caught the slightest vibration, he spun on his heel and unleashed a destructive bolt of lightning from his staff, screaming madly, "You've shown yourself, now become food for my snakes." The powerful attack slammed straight down, shattering the ground into a mess of rubble and thick dust. But contrary to the villain's fantasy, Lin Yuan descended like a phantom from the air, landing in his enemy's blind spot with a cold, mocking tone. "Who exactly are you trying to hit?" This caused the snake charmer to jump in a panic. "What?" Seizing the moment while his opponent was stunned, Lin Yuan swung his greatsword, unleashing a massive, crescent-shaped slash of green energy. As a last-ditch reflex, he tried to save a little face. The villain threw his staff up to block the attack, gritting his teeth in frustration. "You dare to mess with me?" Not wanting a fair fight, he immediately called on the giant spectral snake behind him. It lunged at Lin Fan, fangs bared and roaring. "You're asking for death." In an instant, Lin Fan analyzed his opponent's weakness. It was clear this guy was garbage at close combat. He was always trying to create distance. All Lin Fan had to do was unleash his minions to pin down the beasts, and victory was his. With the plan set, he smirked. "You're not the only one who can summon minions, you know. Let's let them play together." Another legion of the undead claws its way from the earth. The snake charmer's eyes flew wide open, muttering in absolute disbelief. More of them? More undead zombies? How could this be such a coincidence? This is completely and utterly impossible. While his enemy was still rebooting, Lin Yuan pressed the attack with a brilliant green magic slash, adding some verbal damage too. Seriously, aside from dancing with snakes, you got any other skills? He'd hit a nerve. The villain absolutely seethed, instantly firing back. "Shut your mouth. A dead man walking like you doesn't need to know so much." His cloak billowed in a magical aura as Lin Yuan just scoffed at the weak defense. "Stop barking. Without your snakes, you're as useless as a rock. A disgrace to the title of #1 disciple." With his master insulted, the villain erupted in fury, unleashing a storm of toxic purple-black fire as he roared. "You scum! How do you know about the existence of my great lord?" Taking advantage of the chaos, a giant magic serpent dropped from above, bringing down a wave of pure destructive power right on top of Lin Yuan. The villain gripped his staff, a vile, triumphant smile twisting his face beneath the mask. "Didn't see that coming, did you? I've still got plenty of snakes in reserve. Get ready to talk." But facing the serpent's siege, Lin Yuan remained perfectly calm. His crimson eyes, sharp as a blade, silently uncovered the truth. So that's why the earlier sneak attack was so well hidden. These creatures knew how to use the terrain for cover. He'd fallen right into the #1 disciple's trap he had to capture him alive for information. In the next instant, he swung his sword, completely shredding the swarm of attacking snakes. Seeing this, the snake charmer went berserk, focusing his entire life force into a single devastating strike aimed right at Lin Yuan. He spat out a final judgment. "The game ends here, you piece of trash." But our hero swiftly dodged, already planning his counterattack. This was the moment. The perfect chance to lure his opponent in close. A blast of destructive energy tore through the air. Lin Yuan raised his sword to block, faking a pained yell. "Damn it!" A second later, 2 snakes shot out, binding him tight. The bastard's magic even came with a stun effect. His movements were obviously slowing down. The snake charmer pointed his staff down, taunting him with a sneer. "When I saw those zombies, I thought my eyes were playing tricks. Never thought you'd be an undead hunter. Too bad your skills are absolute garbage. Looks like you didn't even finish your training, huh?" Hearing his ultra-rare class name exposed, Lin Yuan paused, his sharp eyes revealing a flash of genuine astonishment. "Undead hunter? What the hell are you even talking about?" His mind was racing, suspicion rising to its peak. How in the world did this lowlife know about his hidden class? He even seemed to have the entire skill set memorized. Behind the scaled mask, the villain's lips curved into a crazed, smug smile as he taunted him. Just confess already. Where did you get the intel on the boss's location? I've got all day to play games with you. In response to that arrogance, Lin Yuan raised his head, his eyes burning red with a cold, deadly killing intent. I'll return that question to you. In a minute, I'm going to beat you until you spit out every last thing you know. Before he could finish, the snake charmer's face went pale with terror as he saw that his precious snakes behind him had been turned into undead. You dared to turn my snakes into undead zombies? When the hell did you do that? Lin Yuan clasped his hands behind his back, proudly passing judgment. My undead army is endless. Your pets, however, are dying by the second. Stop this useless struggle. Having lost his advantage, the villain ground his teeth in fury and threw up a defensive spell. Don't even dream of it. He charged forward recklessly, ignoring the danger and roaring with hatred. I will never be captured by a mutt like you. Seeing this, Lin Yuan thrust out a hand cloaked in brilliant blue magic, decisively activating his trump card, Corpse Explosion. At his command, the corrupted serpent twisted violently, launching itself into the air to intercept its target. The brutal force of the undead explosion obliterated the entire wooden platform, sending a massive shockwave shaking through the whole tunnel. Taking advantage of the thick, choking smoke, Lin Yuan activated another crowd control skill. He unleashed a volley of magical green vines to relentlessly hunt him down. Landing in the ruins, he coolly brushed off his cloak and assessed the damage. He's fast, for sure. But at the very least, he had now pinpointed this snake charmer's area of operations. His crimson eyes glinted with calculated confidence. Besides, at this early stage, he still hasn't absorbed the overwhelming power of the evil god's advent. Once he learns a debuff removal skill, these pathetic snakes are just free undead materials served on a platter. Lost in thought and planning his next steps, Lin Yuan's gaze suddenly froze on something buried in the dirt and rubble. From a dark crack, a brilliant golden light flashed, completely capturing the hunter's attention. He bent down and picked up the strange object. He opened his palm to observe it, raising an eyebrow in pure curiosity. In his hand was a simple pocket watch. Flipping it over, he saw no stat screen. Lin Fan quickly concluded this wasn't equipment. More than likely, it was some kind of identification token. If the owner was really hiding in the Jinghua Shui Yue Guild, his best move was to find Lang Yue immediately to confirm it. He definitely hasn't had time to clear his tracks yet. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened the system message window and sent an urgent message to the guild leader. To Lang Yu, are you free to meet tonight? I need to discuss something about the Ashfall Valley incident. He hit send. The scene then transitions to a quiet night sky, where the city's towering stone castles begin to light up. In a quiet corner of a nearly empty tavern, Lang Yue hurried over to Lin Fan's table, her voice laced with apology. Sorry, I'm a little late. As she sat, she got straight to business, pushing a glittering gold ring across the table. This is the gold tier equipment I promised. Check the stats, see if it suits you. A bright blue system window popped up, displaying the high-grade item's stats. The Spirit Condensing Ring, a gold tier piece that directly buffed Spirit by 20 and max mana by 200, with a powerful rapid meditation skill for mana recovery. Stroking the high-quality ring, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. A mana recovery effect, huh? Ever since he spammed that forbidden spell, his mana had been dropping like a rock. This was a genuinely solid move from Lang Yue. But she wasn't done. The guildmaster brought out a whole slew of items dropped from the death-level dungeon, smiling brightly. And here's the loot from Ashfall Valley. As promised, you get first pick. The screen flashed with the silver tier Gloomlight armor. Next up was the razor-sharp silver tier Starfall dagger, an item practically made for a bloodthirsty assassin. Finally, the best item appeared, a level 1 skill scroll that directly grants 100 skill proficiency points. Lin Fan didn't even glance at the silver gear. He snatched the scroll and immediately stored it away. This item was made for him, far exceeding his expectations. You guys can deal with the rest of that stuff. I'll just take this skill scroll. Seeing his decisive attitude, Lang Yue rested her chin on her hand, an amused smile on her face. I always pegged you as the lone wolf type. I'm surprised to see you in a busy place like a tavern. Ignoring the banter, Lin Fan got straight to the point, his expression turning serious. I was farming mobs in the sewers today and ran into an expert. The emblem on his clothes was identical to your Jinghua Shui Yue Guild logo. I want to find him for a technical exchange. I was hoping you could lend a hand. Lang Yue looked surprised by the request. The sewers, you say? Let me ask around internally. As if sealing the deal, Lin Fan pushed the golden pocket watch forward as evidence. He dropped this when he made a run for it. Take a close look. Does anyone in your guild use a watch like this? Leng Yue took the watch and frowned, examining it carefully, but her expression was blank. A pocket watch? Honestly, this doesn't look like in-game equipment. I've never seen this kind of flashy accessory before, not once. Having gotten the basic picture, Lin Fan gave a serious warning. I understand. Please, ask around about the sewer incident for me. This is a matter of life and death for me. Seeing his gravity, she nodded firmly. Got it. I'll make this a priority in the guild. With the main business settled, Lin Fan subtly began to probe, trying to get a feel for the enemy's internal politics. Speaking of which, you just handed over a gold-tier item to an outsider to settle a debt. Didn't anyone inside Jinghua Shui Yue have an issue with that? At the mention of her troublesome teammate, Leng Yue's face went cold as she scoffed. Oh, Jing Yin threw a fit, of course. But he's the one who screwed up in the first place. He has no one to blame but himself. Her sharp gaze suddenly softened. She brushed her hair back, her voice tinged with nostalgia. There's another reason. You look a lot like my younger brother. It's confusing sometimes. If he were still alive now, he'd be about your age. Seeing Leng Yue's nostalgic expression, Lin Fan lowered his eyes, quietly connecting the dots. So that's why. Her reactions before had always felt strangely familiar. He gently pushed the pocket watch back toward her. That was a long time ago. Try not to dwell on the sadness. The heavy atmosphere lifted as Leng Yue regained her usual sharp demeanor. Oh, and one more thing, if he trusted him, he should stock up on anti-electric drugs. He was going to need them very soon. After pocketing the ring, Lin Yuan nodded, and the system instantly confirmed the commission was complete, 100 paralysis herbs delivered. Lin Yuan realized the Order faction must have already sniffed out the Thunder-type dungeon. He now held the best formula for lightning resistance potions. He wrapped up the conversation, saying he'd consider her offer, but for now, it was getting late. Leng Yue stood up with a smile and suggested, It's on my way, let's walk together. The two stepped out of the tavern onto the quiet stone street, but around the corner, a figure in a low hat suddenly appeared, blocking their path. It was Jing Yin, confronting Lin Yuan and his goddess. Tinningan's face went dark, his hands gripping his staff so tight he drove it straight into the stone floor. That scum, daring to meet with Lan and Guyet behind his back, he was about to get wrecked. But when Tinningan turned, Lam Vien and Lan and Guyet were already right there. Well, what a coincidence, Tinningan. You came to this tavern too? Hearing this, he immediately got flustered and tried to cover. I was just passing by, that's all. With that, Tinningan stormed over to lecture Lan and Guyet. Lan and Guyet, you're a guild leader. Why are you confiding in a lowlife like this? You better keep your distance from him. Lam Vien shot him a sidelong glance, his comeback absolutely scathing. I asked her here to discuss some private guild matters. You're just a grunt, so mind your own business. Called out in front of his crush, Tinningan went ballistic, his staff crackling with lightning. Well, look at the big talker. Weren't you just bragging about not wanting to join the guild? Now you're luring the leader away for secret talks? He got right in Lam Vien's face, his eyes laced with blood-red veins. Tell the truth, what filthy reason do you have for getting close to her? Lam Vien just frowned, thinking to himself that this clinging ghost of a man was nothing but pure garbage. With that thought, he fired back. Guild leader Lan and Gyet's sword skills are legendary. I invited her here to learn a few pointers. Got a problem? Tingan sneered, a vicious look on his face. Seems to me your intentions aren't so pure. Lan and Guyet, don't let this kind of person deceive you, or you'll bring disaster upon yourself. That was the last straw. Lan and Guyet decisively turned her back, tossing out an ice-cold sentence. I appreciate your excessive concern, but since when do I need your permission to be with someone? Seeing her furious, he frantically raised his hands to salvage the situation. No, Lan Guyet, that's not what I meant. She spun back around, her face scrunched in disgust. That's enough. And to think I came all this way specifically to help you keep your equipment. You couldn't have disappointed me more, he stammered, sweating bullets. Lan and Guyet, you've misunderstood. I. Watching the two of them walk away, Tinningan's eyes burned with a mad, vicious hatred. This was all because of that bastard. He clutched his head, muttering, if he just disappears, Lan and Guyet will go back to how she was before, with eyes only for me. His face twisted as he seethed with a bone-chilling killing intent. He has to be eliminated. Carrying that massive grudge, he skulked off to a dark port, littered with wooden barrels. The moment he saw his contact, Tinningan slammed a bag of money onto the table and barked his command. I knew you'd be hiding here. Take care of this guy for me. The fully cloaked assassin calmly raised a glass, taking a slow sip before lazily replying, "What's the rush? Let me finish this drink, then we'll talk." Ting Nan was seeing red as he roared, "Double the pay when it's done. You have to take him down for me, and the more miserable, the better." The assassin received the target's photo through the system and let out a smirk. "Deal accepted. Well, aren't we generous? In that case, I'll take the job." The sinister mage leaned in, adding one more venomous part to his plot. "Remember, pick a place where a lot of people are gathered." His face was distorted like a demon, his eyes burning with a crazed, red-streaked glare. "Torture him slowly, right out in broad daylight for me." The assassin smacked his lips, staring at the projected photo of Lam Vien's cold face. He rubbed his chin, wondering, "This kid, why does he look so familiar?" The scene then shifts over to a bustling desert city. The old NPC Dak stared intently at a pocket watch, shaking his head. "I've never seen a watch like this. It just looks like a normal piece of jewelry. However, you could try your luck with the Scorpion Knights. That is, if you can even manage to get inside." Taking back the watch, Lam Vien clicked his tongue, thinking that even a veteran NPC like Dak was clueless about this. He gave a polite nod. "All right, thanks, old man." The NPC waved his hand sadly. "Don't mention it. Too bad I'm retired." Without a good reason, it's hard to meet the commander. Just as he hit a dead end, a lovely young woman walked in carrying a basket of food. "Uncle Dak, how have you been lately? I brought you some delicious food." Seeing the girl, the old man's face immediately brightened. "Is that you, Edit?" "Ah, I feel better already. Thank you for taking the time to visit this old man." Upon hearing that familiar name, Lam Vien frowned slightly, murmuring to himself. "Edit," Uncle Dak pointed to the girl. "This is your chance, kid. If you really want information from the Scorpion Knights, you should ask her. She's the commander's daughter." But unexpectedly, Edit quickly shook her head, a pained expression on her face. "No, I haven't been his daughter for a long time. Now I'm just a seamstress making my own living." Sensing a quest opportunity, Lam Vien stepped forward to test the waters. "It sounds like a family misunderstanding. Perhaps I could lend a hand?" Uncle Dak also sighed, trying to persuade her. "Edit. The commander regrets it deeply now. Whatever conflict you two have, don't be so tense. Consider it a favor to this old uncle and listen to my advice." Edit smiled gently, a flicker of hope appearing in her eyes. "All right, young friend, please follow me." As she turned to walk into the house, she clutched a box, confiding sadly, "I thought I would never have the chance to give this gift to him." "Unexpected," Lam Vien commented as he casually followed behind her. "It seems you were just missing the right opportunity." Edit gently ran her fingers over a deep red box before slowly unlatching it, revealing a neatly folded black suit inside. "Perhaps," she said, carefully holding the box with the exquisite suit. Her eyes were heavy with thought. "I spent an entire year sewing this formal suit by hand. I hope you can help me deliver it to my father." She gently placed the box in Lin Yuan's hands, pleading earnestly, "Afterwards, please tell me what he says." Taking the item, Lin Yuan gave a firm promise. "Rest assured, I will deliver this as soon as possible." Immediately, a green system window popped up. A notification appeared. "You have accepted the hidden quest, Dusty Kinship." Lin Yuan quickly scanned the quest details. The name of the mission, Dusty Kinship. The conditions, heal Edit and gain favor, and have a reputation with the Scorpion Knights greater than 0. The mission, deliver the suit to her father, the Gold Tier Commander Chi. The time limit was 12 hours. Soon, Lin Yuan stood before the gates of the Scorpion Knights barracks, a compound heavily guarded by soldiers with massive pikes. Seeing a stranger in a black cloak approach, 2 guards immediately crossed their weapons to block his way, yelling, "Halt! Who goes there?" one demanded. Lin Yuan calmly replied, "Don't worry, I've been sent by Lady Edit to deliver an item to the commander." Hearing this, one guard lowered his weapon in surprise. "Lady Edit, please wait here. I'll inform the commander at once." While he waited, Lin Yuan crossed his arms, his mind already spinning with calculations. The Scorpion Knights were the strongest military force in the Western Desert, second only to the State Preceptor. Getting on good terms with them would make his future plans much easier. The guard quickly returned, waving him over enthusiastically. "Sorry to keep you waiting, please follow me." Lin Yuan followed the guard deep into the barracks, his eyes catching sight of a massive, winged lion with a ferocious scorpion tail, chained to the ground. He glanced at the beast, already scheming. If he wanted the Scorpion Knight's signature Manticore mount, he'd have to grind more reputation points to even qualify to buy it. Seeing the stranger walk past, the beast let out a vicious snarl, baring its fangs with fiery, threatening eyes. They arrived before a large command tent. The guard stopped and pointed inside. "The commander is in the tent ahead. You can go in yourself." Lin Yuan nodded politely. All right, thank you. As he pushed back the flap and stepped inside, Lin Yuan immediately tensed up, reminding himself that Commander Chi's power was utterly terrifying. He was on par with a level 60 Lord-class monster. He absolutely could not reveal his secret as a necromancer. Inside, he saw a man in heavy armor facing away from him, studying a battle map. Lin Yuan spoke. Commander Chi, I apologize for the intrusion. The silver-haired man with a long scar turned his head slightly, his voice thick with remorse. Tell me, is my daughter Edith living well? Lin Yuan stepped forward, placing the red box on a wooden table. Lady Edith misses you very much, he replied calmly. She entrusted me to bring this to you. He carefully lifted the suit out with both hands. Lin Yuan explained, this is the formal suit she spent a year making for you, hoping you would understand her feelings. Chi stared off, stunned. A year? The child must have poured her entire soul into this. Sigh, then why won't she come to see me? Clutching the suit, the old commander's eyes shone with both pride and sorrow. It seems she never lost her passion for tailoring. Look at these exquisite stitches. It's a true masterpiece. His face crumpled in despair as he bowed his head in regret. And yet, all those years ago, I was so stubborn. I thought my daughter couldn't pursue such a lowly profession, and in the end, I forced her to leave home. His rough, calloused hands gently caressed the soft, ruffled collar as he whispered with shame, we haven't seen each other in 10 years. Watching the emotional scene, Lin Yuan was stunned. Who knew a legendary general like Chi could have such a tender side? He knew this was his chance to bring up the issue of the watch. Composing himself, he offered a comforting smile. Commander Chi, Lady Edith doesn't resent you at all. The commander's head snapped up, his teary eyes now filled with resolve. Please, tell her something for me. I don't care about that pointless honor anymore. I just want my daughter back. Lin Yuan placed a hand over his chest and bowed respectfully. All right, but there's one last thing I need to ask you about. He then opens his palm, revealing a strange, skull-shaped golden watch. Do you know anything about this? The old commander, Shi, studies the item in his hand, answering with a firm, deep voice. A pocket watch. I can say with absolute certainty I have never seen a design like this before. All right, now go give my message to Edith. Lin Yuan puts the watch away, sighing. It was a dead end. Very well. But just as Lin Yuan turns to leave, Commander Shi's voice stops him in his tracks. Wait. Shi's gaze suddenly turns razor-sharp, one eye flaring with an oppressive red light. Who exactly are you? Hit by that intense pressure, Lin Yuan breaks out in a cold sweat. Did the old man spot a weakness in his story? But then, the commander closes his eyes, sighs, and retracts his killing intent. That was out of line. If my daughter trusts you, then I have no reason to doubt you any longer. He then presents a brilliant golden medal as the commander declares, Thank you for everything you've done for Edith. If anyone dares to bully her, you have my authority to drag them to hell in the Scorpion Knight's name. At that, Lin Yuan lets out a huge sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. That was way too close. He promises firmly. Understood. I will absolutely protect Lady Edith's safety. Instantly, the system screen flashes a bright notification. He's received Shi's recognition, gaining 1,000 reputation with the Scorpion Knights. The notifications keep coming. His reputation with the Scorpion Knights has reached the friendly level. He has officially been granted the status of an honorary member of the Scorpion Knights. Looking at the medal, Lin Yuan smirks. He can't believe the commander was so generous to just hand it over. An item like this can't be earned by grinding. It's a personal gift. This medal is basically a free pass in the Western Desert. Leaving the commander's tent, he heads straight for the shops with a scheme forming in his mind. His reputation is now 1,500. The reputation shop is unlocked, and he cannot miss this opportunity. After all, some exclusive gear is only sold here. The shop's guard greets him with a friendly smile. Greetings, young knight. What are you looking to buy? Scrolling through the epic items, Lin Yuan makes his choice. I want to buy a lion-scorpion mount. A sly grin spreads across his face. He's already mastered the fighting techniques. Activating this mount would basically make him a mobile fortress. The NPC strokes the bizarre creature, a hybrid of a lion and a scorpion, and warns him, the lion-scorpion is extremely expensive. There are only a few in the entire city, and its price is 3 million gold coins. Lin Yuan just throws a massive bag of money on the table without flinching. Not a problem. The system instantly pops up 2 messages. Gold has been paid, and the lion-scorpion mount has been successfully activated. The scene snaps back to the tailor shop, where Edith is clutching her hands, tears of pure joy streaming down her face. My father, he really said that about me? Oh my goodness, I thought he'd completely forgotten about me, that he only ever cared about his night order. Lin Yuan offers a gentle, comforting smile. Don't say that, Lady Edit. The commander truly wants you by his side again. She lowers her eyes, a contented smile on her face. Just knowing he cares is more than enough for me. The familiar interface lights up again. The hidden quest, dust-covered kinship, is now complete. Edit respectfully hands him a wooden box with a bright smile. This is a small gift to say thank you. Please take it. And please, tell my father that making beautiful clothes for people with my own hands makes me truly happy. I want to stay here and continue doing this work. He opens the box, and the stats of a gold-tier item fill his vision. The Shadow Spirit Cloak, plus 100 Constitution, plus 60 Defense, plus 30 Spirit. It also comes with an incredible active skill, Magic Cloak, which provides total immunity. For 10 seconds, he's immune to all magic damage and control effects, with a 24-hour cooldown. He throws on the new cloak, and a golden aura flares up around him as he smirks victoriously. Magic and control immunity? He realizes this is the perfect counter for the Serpent Tamer. He nods. Thank you. I'll pass along your message. The scene shifts again, returning to the outside of the Scorpion Knight's main tent. From within, Commander Shi lets out a long, relieved sigh. It seems Edit is truly happy with her life now. That puts my mind at ease. Still, he hasn't given up the search for clues. Lin Yuan stroked his chin, thinking. The watch plan was a total bust, so he might as well ask about the intel on the snakes. Steeling himself, he spoke up. Commander, sir, do you happen to have any information regarding snakes? The commander stroked his beard, his brow furrowed with a confused expression. Snake species? Ever since the Serpent Man civilization was driven out, his men had already wiped out every last snake around the city. But then he paused, eyes narrowing in deep thought. What if, he wondered, the snake appeared in a dream? Does that count? Sensing something unusual, Lin Yuan pressed for more details. A snake? He asked. What's so special about it? Stroking his chin, he recalled. Well, rumor has it it's a giant python, but things from dreams are usually just illusions. We really don't know how to handle it. As he spoke, he picked up a red wax-sealed letter, his voice dropping seriously. You're an honorary member of the Scorpion Knights now, after all. Since you're so interested in this particular snake, he handed the letter over. I'm officially assigning this mission to you. Taking the sealed letter, Lin Yuan gave a firm nod. All right, I'll head out immediately. But his mind was already racing. Could it be the Nether King Serpent? How could it possibly enter someone's dream? This had to be connected to the snake charmer. Right on cue, the system panel flashed with a new mission. Quest accepted. Count Kalo's Nightmare. He quickly scanned the mission details, travel directly to Count Kalo's estate, locate him, and uncover any clues about the quest. With a 48-hour time limit, Lin Yuan followed the system's directions, and soon found himself before the gates of a massive, opulent stone mansion. But before he could even take a step forward, the thick wooden doors burst wide open. A brutish servant was dragging a young woman out by her collar, throwing her to the ground without a shred of mercy. The girl cried out in pain as she hit the hard stone pavers. The servant just glared, pointing and cursing at her. How dare a low-life peasant like you defy the Count? A butler in a sharp suit and gold-rimmed glasses sneered, disdainfully pulling on his white gloves. She clearly has no idea who she's messing with. Beat her for me. A group of goons immediately rushed forward, kicking the girl as she curled into a ball to protect her head, all while hurling insults. You worthless trash. You only learn your lesson after a good beating. A burly thug raised a muscular fist, his teeth grinding. The great Count, even looking at a commoner like you is a blessing you don't deserve, peasant. But before the punch could land, Lin Yuan caught it effortlessly. He smirked. So, this must be the Count's estate. Your welcoming committee has certainly been an eye-opener. Interrupted, the goons backed off, glaring at the stranger. What sewer did this peasant crawl out of? You actually dare to meddle in the Count's private affairs? The butler just chuckled, smugly pushing up his glasses with an arrogant air. TSK, trying to play hero for the damsel in distress? Fine, if you want to die so badly, you can join her. Get him. The girl on the ground looked up with bruised eyes, pleading with her savior. Please, run. If you offend the Count, it will not end well for you. Lin Yuan simply ignored her warning and stepped forward coldly. This is exactly the place I was looking for. Then, he unleashed his power, sending the entire group of thugs flying into the air with agonized screams. What in the world is happening? Looming over the now cowering butler, Lin Yuan asked coldly, Where is the Count? The man was sweating bullets, trying to muster up some courage. Do you have any idea who you're messing with? This place is. But before he could finish his threat, a figure slowly approached from the mansion, looking up at the newcomer. It was the fat, heavily bearded Count Kalo himself. looking down his nose with pure arrogance. "This is my territory. What commoner dares lay a hand on my men? Go inform the Scorpion Knights and have this scum thrown in the dungeons." Unfazed, Lin Yuan calmly pulled out a gleaming gold emblem, holding it up for the Count to see as a smirk crossed his face. "I was sent by the Scorpion Knights. I'm here about your nightmare." Seeing the emblem, the Count's eyes went wide. "You are? A knight?" The Count's attitude flipped 180 degrees. He turned to his butler and hissed, "Hang every one of these useless fools upside down, starve them for 3 days." The butler bowed low, immediately scrambling to obey. "Yes, my lord." Turning back to Lin Yuan, he flashed a fake, flattering smile. "A bunch of blind idiots. Can't even tell a knight from a commoner. You've arrived just in time. If you can solve this little problem for me, I will personally request a generous reward for you from the capital." Lin Yuan coolly shoved his hands into his pockets and replied, "I certainly hope so." Following the Count inside, Lin Yuan was met with the sight of a ridiculously luxurious library, its massive bookshelves stretching all the way to the ceiling. Servants were bustling about some dusting with feather dusters, others struggling to clean ornate, jewel-encrusted velvet chairs. The Count collapsed into a massive armchair behind his desk, holding his head as he began his miserable story. "In my dreams, a giant python is always chasing me, hissing and biting. I've summoned the most senior priests, but none of them could find the cause. It's absolutely outrageous. A count like myself, being forced to endure this kind of pathetic torment." He pushed a meticulously detailed drawing across the desk toward Lin Yuan. "I hired an artist to sketch the damn snake." Lin Yuan examined the strange drawing of a bizarre, three-headed cobra, his brow furrowed in surprise. It was just as he feared the Serpent King. Folding the paper, a small smirk played on Lin Yuan's lips. He calmly told the Count, "I'll need a little more time to handle this." Just then, a timid maid with short hair brought in tea as the Count warned, "I trust you'll ensure our victory." A successful mission would benefit them both. But suddenly, the maid stumbled on the carpet, losing her balance as the tray went flying. A full glass of ice-cold water splashed directly in the arrogant Count's face, causing the girl to freeze in absolute terror. Hit with the cold water, the enraged Count shot to his feet. Wiping his face, he roared like a wild animal and pointed a shaking finger at the girl. You filthy peasant!" In his fury, he swung a massive arm, a thunderous slap that sent the poor maid sprawling across the floor. "I'll skin you alive, you worthless wench," he shrieked. The poor girl could only clutch her swelling cheek, sobbing and begging for mercy under his oppressive shadow. "Please, my lord, don't hit me." The Count's face was a twisted, red mask of pure rage, his eyes bloodshot as he screamed, "You're a useless piece of trash that can't do one simple thing." Unsatisfied, he viciously raised his heavy leather boot, preparing to stomp directly on the small girl's face. Born a peasant, die a peasant. But before his boot could connect, Lin Yuan moved like a blur, sweeping the maid into his arms and out of danger in a split second, leaving the Count to stumble forward in shock. Holding the blushing girl in his arms, Lin Yuan turned his head and calmly reminded him, "My Lord Count, we are still discussing my commission. Wouldn't you agree your current actions are—" Haha, that was his mistake. But he was only trying to do what was best for them. If they couldn't handle such trivial matters, how could they possibly survive in the real world? As he spoke, he puffed out his chest smugly, while Lin Yuan gently set the maid back down on the ground. When they were homeless on the streets, he was the only one who showed them mercy. They should be on their knees thanking him for it. He shoved his greasy, cruel face close to hers, hissing as he tried to force a confession. "Answer me now, Anna. Isn't that right?" The maid Anna bowed her head, tears streaming down her face as she clasped her hands in fear. Yes, my lord. I am eternally grateful to the Count for taking me in." The Count ordered her away with a flick of his chin. Walking past Lin Yuan and the butler, he continued to spew his vile, contemptuous insults. Unlike someone like him, born with noble blood, these poor wretches who crawled out of the slums were worth less than a single piece of stale bread. He plopped back down at the extravagant dining table, lacing his fingers together as he smugly lectured them. But even lowly peasants have their uses. Being able to entertain him is the greatest purpose of their existence. Wouldn't you agree? The knight knew the fat man's insults were aimed at him for meddling, but Lin Yuan just narrowed his eyes, completely unfazed. He chose to remain silent. In response to his indifferent attitude, the Count turned to flex his authority on the butler. "Butler, clear the table and set a separate place for this knight who has no title." The butler bowed deeply, then shot Lin Yuan a nasty smirk. "Huh. If it wasn't for the fact that you're working for me, you'd probably go your entire life without ever getting a chance to taste a Count's feast." Soon, the long table was laden with food served by the bustling maids. The butler stood beside him to serve, reporting, "My lord Count, the venison sent by Count Golden Hu has been prepared by the chef, exactly as you ordered." He rubbed his chin, nodding like a connoisseur. It's acceptable." But then, he shot Lin Yuan a look of pure contempt and smacked his lips before giving an order. This knight is from the countryside. He wouldn't be used to such refined, high-class food. Just give him a bowl of fish soup. The butler simpered obsequiously. "Yes, sir." Hearing the blatant insults, Lin Yuan's brow twitched as he made a silent calculation. The mission comes first. But after this is all over, he was coming back to tear this entire count's mansion to the ground. Then he just shrugged his shoulders and replied, "Whatever you say." A moment later, the maid Anna approached, gently placing a simple bowl of fish soup before him. "For you, Sir Knight." Lin Yuan looked up at the girl and offered a polite smile. "Thank you." While noisily chewing a huge piece of meat and gulping down wine, the fat count grew impatient. "Knight, have you figured out a solution? Don't you dare waste any more of my time." Lin Yuan calmly lifted the bowl of fish soup and took a slow sip. He calmly proposed, "I hope I can stay in your room tonight, just to observe for a bit." Hearing this, the count furiously threw his wine glass, shattering it. He pointed straight at Lin Yuan and roared, "Are you kidding me? Is my bedroom some kind of public space that trash like you can just wander into? Figure it out yourself. I only care about results." Despite the barrage of insults, Lin Yuan remained perfectly calm as he held the bowl, silently cursing the man in his heart. Truly an arrogant and conceited fool. A moment later, as the fat noble entered his chambers, Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with a deadly cold light. In that instant, he activated his invisibility skill, standing right outside the count's door. He felt a jolt something was happening. Right before his eyes, the sharp sound of a slap echoed. The maid, Anna, clutched her swollen cheek and cried out in pain. Sprawled on a gem-encrusted chair, the corpulent Count Callow shoved his arrogant face close to hers, sneering. "You're an ungrateful thing to serve me. Is serving me such a terrible burden for you?" The butler standing nearby quickly chimed in with his own oily flattery. "That's right, so many people would kill for the chance to serve the Count." On the floor, the poor girl could only kneel and sob, begging for mercy. "Please, my lord, spare me." He just grabbed her hair, yanking her head back to reveal a vile, wicked smile. "Do you really think some pathetic little knight can protect you? That idiot has to do whatever I tell him to, doesn't he?" The butler pushed up his glasses, letting out a mocking laugh. "A knight? What a joke. With just a single word from the Count, my lord, he's nothing more than a slave. Ha ha ha." Standing hidden outside the carved wooden door, cloaked in a magical shimmer, Lin Yuan frowned and clenched his fists tightly. So this was his despicable method for forcing all the maids here into servitude. Inside, the Count threw the girl onto the stone floor, roaring arrogantly, "I am Count Kalo. My power isn't just recognized in this kingdom, I hold my title no matter which country I go to. You will never escape from the palm of my hand in this lifetime," he cackled. Anna could only cover her face and weep. The sinister butler leaned in to whisper, "A brilliant man like the Count would never put all his eggs in one basket." The fat noble stroked his chin and let out a cold, satisfied snort. That's only natural." Overhearing this, Lin Yuan's mind raced, connecting the dots. Wait a minute, the king grants a count's title. How could he retain that privilege in another country, unless... Instantly, the green system panel flashed to life, updating his mission. A hidden condition had been triggered. The mission nightmare of Count Callow was updated to arrest the traitor. Gold level. The objective: arrest the traitor Count Callow and find evidence of his treason. The time limit was 48 hours. A smirk spread across his face. It was exactly as he'd predicted. This Callow guy was a traitor. He had to contact the Scorpion Knight Order immediately. Using a special item, his system interface confirmed the request had been sent to the Scorpion Knights, authorizing an arrest. Back inside the room, the Count's eyes suddenly felt heavy, dark circles forming. He yawned, grumbling, "Why am I so sleepy all of a sudden?" He scratched his head, his eyes bloodshot with frustration as he vented his anger on the kneeling maid. "Damn it. That miserable snake keeps me up all night. And you think I'm going to let you live in peace?" Before the Count could even move, an incredible force erupted from the outside, kicking the thick, gold-plated wooden doors wide open. Lin Yuan strolled in with his hands in his pockets, his posture calm and filled with an arrogant confidence. "My Lord Count, I believe I just heard a rather desperate scream." His plan was simple: stall for time until the knights arrived. Seeing the troublemaker, the Count's face turned purple with rage as he pointed and sputtered. You damned knight, you dare to disrespect me again and again. You've got some nerve." The butler also stepped forward, threatening him. Do you realize that barging into the Count's private chambers is a capital offense? Ignoring the pathetic screams of the two men, Lin Yuan looked down at the maid and gently told her to step outside. I have some private business with the Count. The girl looked up at him with tear-soaked eyes, completely stunned. Feeling utterly humiliated, the Count's fat face contorted as he hissed with contempt. You ruined my mood. And you think you can just leave? A low-rank knight like you has delusions of being some kind of hero? That medal of yours can't hide the sour stench of poverty on you. The butler bowed, fanning the flames. My lord, perhaps he deserves a little punishment? The Count jutted out his chin and gave a merciless order. Tie him up and hang him upside down for me. I will force him to watch and see the tragic end that awaits all low-born trash who forget their place. The butler pushed up his glasses, rubbing his hands together with glee. Rest assured, my lord. He turned his head and screamed for reinforcements. Guards! An intruder is attempting to assassinate the Count. Immediately, countless guards armed with long spears stormed in from the lavish corridor, flooding the room. The situation looked overwhelming. The maid Anna panicked, grabbing Lin Yuan's sleeve and pleading with tears in her eyes. You have to run, don't waste your life for me. But Lin Yuan just watched the pack of mongrels before him, his eyes narrowed, a confident smirk on his face. You think this rabble can take my life? Don't make me laugh. The guards howled, diving from above like wild animals pouncing on their prey. An assassin, get him, take him down. Lin Yuan gestured, and a magnificent, gold-inlaid greatsword materialized, crackling with a deep blue current as he raised it into his guard. His eyes, now burning crimson with bloodlust, never left the enemy as he warned the girl behind him. Get ready to run first. She quickly nodded. All right. And with that, Lin Yuan spun, unleashing an immense wave of green sword energy that tore the very ground apart, sweeping the guards away. What? Seizing the moment, he grabbed the maid's hand and pulled her straight through the opening, escaping the encirclement. Under the silent night sky, the heavy ironwood doors of the Count's manor were sealed shut, like a suffocating cage. But suddenly, a terrifying force from within blasted the massive doors open in a violent explosion that shattered the night's silence. From the thick smoke and dust, Lin Yuan strode out coolly, his long cloak billowing behind him in the wind. He left the terrified maid behind on the ground. The guards were right on his heels, brandishing their gleaming swords and roaring out commands. There he is! Don't let him get away! Lin Yuan frowned, moving like the wind, his sharp eyes calculating his next move. He realized there were too many maids and servants around, not the place to use his necromancy or corpse explosion skills. The maids huddled in a corner, trembling and whispering in terror as they watched. Is that really him? Is he really here to assassinate the Count? An armored guard rushed past them, hissing in a panic. Shh! Don't say such things. But before the short-haired maid could finish, her face twisted in terror, her eyes shot wide, and she let out a blood-curdling scream. A soldier, struck down by Lin Yuan, was plummeting from the sky, screaming in pure desperation as he fell. Help me! But it was no use. Lin Yuan was already a blur of blinding green sword energy, cutting a path of destruction. He stood proudly amidst the groaning soldiers. Sheathing his sword, he muttered his plan. Watch the Count and his butler, and wait for the knight's order. But suddenly, countless glowing blue magic chains erupted from the shadows, shooting straight toward him. They wrapped tightly around Lin Yuan's arms and legs, pinning him in place. But trapped by the magic, he simply smirked. A control skill, huh? He thought. Perfect. A chance to test the skill on my dark spirit gear. Instantly, the system interface flashed with a bright green notification. Skill activating. Magic immunity. Control effect removed. Just then, the butler strode forward with the Count, smugly gripping his staff and taunting his enemy. You knights are all the same, he sneered. Nothing but brute strength, without a single brain cell to use it. Behind him, Count Carlo stood with his hands on his hips, an arrogant sneer on his face as he barked an order. Did you really think I wouldn't have masters protecting me? Now punish him. Make it cruel. Hiding behind a door, the maids hugged each other, tears of despair in their eyes. It's over. He's been caught by that demonic butler. Sigh, what can you do? The butler is a retired master from the Royal Mages Guild, after all. The butler cackled, jamming the glowing tip of his lightning staff against Lin Yuan and unleashing a massive thunderclap with a threatening grin. This little spell of mine can pump lightning straight into your veins, he gloated. The light glinted off Lin Yuan's ice-cold, unfazed expression. The butler kept rambling. I assure you, it won't be a pleasant experience at all. But in the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan effortlessly deflected the attack right back at him, his voice bone-chillingly cold. Why don't you keep this little toy for yourself? The sword's point drove into the butler, who vomited blood and shrieked in horror. Ah, You weren't under control." A moment later, he collapsed to his knees, clutching his chest and coughing up mouthfuls of blood. Seeing this, the portly count broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes practically bulging out of his head in sheer terror. He stared at Lin Yuan, who stood over the butler like a demon incarnate, his own face contorted in pure panic. He stumbled backward, pointing and screaming desperately, "I summoned you here for a commission." "What is this? Rebellion?" Lin Yuan aimed his blade right at the count. His voice was a low growl of judgment. "Compared to my commission, I'd say your acts of treason are far more serious." Hearing this, the count shuddered, muttering in horror. "What? How could you know?" And while Lin Yuan was focused on him, the butler struggled back to his feet. He lunged from behind, swinging his staff wildly and screaming, "If you already know, then just die." It was like he had eyes in the back of his head. Without even turning, Lin Yuan simply raised 2 fingers, firing a stream of green magic that effortlessly blocked the desperate attack. "Too bad," Lin Yuan said coolly. "The mission requires me to take you alive." The butler was sent flying by the blast, screaming in disbelief. "What in the world a knight? You can use magic, too?" In an instant, he closed the distance to the butler. A brilliant bolt of holy lightning erupted violently, crashing down on the royal mage, burning him until he convulsed in agony, letting out a horrific scream. "Air!" The terrifying force launched the butler's body across the room, sending him flying, before he smashed hard into the stone floor, shattering it and kicking up a cloud of dust. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious. His broken glasses fell away, marking the end for the arrogant bully. Taking advantage of the fight, the count scrambled for his life up the stairs, screaming over his shoulder, "You bastard, I'll have you charged and sentenced to death for this." But as soon as he looked up, he ran right into a pair of black boots standing ominously on the steps, like a ghost. He froze in terror, sweat pouring down his face as he stammered, "You? How did you get up here?" Lin Yuan's silhouette blocked the moonlight, his pressure so suffocating it sent the count tumbling back. "What's wrong? Weren't you just screaming about a death sentence?" Abandoning all dignity, the fat coward dropped to his knees, waving his hands frantically. "What are you talking about? I was going to get you a commendation. No, I must personally ask the king to grant you a title and give you a reward." Lam Vien raises a hand, a blue magic flame burning inches from the man's face. Sure, the king will reward him well for capturing this traitor. The orb of magic crashes down, tearing straight through the air. Lam Vien's judgment is cold. He asks if the count ever thought of mercy while torturing all those innocent, unarmed people. The count clutches his face, screaming hopelessly for him to just stop. Under the heat of the blue flame, he finally breaks, crying and begging for pity, admitting he was wrong. He promises to release the commoners, but Lam Vien's voice cuts in, crushing all hope. It's too late. Lam Vien reaches out, effortlessly lifting the man's fat body into the air, leaving him wide-eyed and choking for breath. Gritting his teeth, Lam Vien growls that the count had better start thinking very carefully about his confession. The count still struggles, sputtering cheap bribes, promising Lam Vien anything he wants if he'll just spare his life. His only answer is a brutal magic punch that explodes right through his chest. Lam Vien coldly sends him off, telling him to say goodbye to his filthy noble status. A powerful bolt of blue energy, like lightning, slams into the ground with unstoppable destructive force. Just then, Captain Shich arrives, riding his mighty beast and leading the knights right to the scene. He hopes he isn't too late and asks if Count Callow is okay, demanding to know where the real villain is. With his hands in his pockets, Lam Vien coolly informs him that the criminal they need to arrest is Count Callow. He's a traitor. Hearing this, Captain Shich breaks into a cold sweat, completely stunned. A traitor? Good heavens. He turns with a stern face to warn the young knight that he better be certain about this, because accusing a count without solid proof is a crime that's punishable by death. Meanwhile, Count Callow, sprawled pathetically on the ground, starts screaming wildly, trying to salvage some shred of dignity. He yells that they sent a madman after him, calling it a blatant insult to his noble status. Captain Jich frowns, his expression conflicted. He states that he can't arrest a count based on one person's word alone, but Lam Vien just leans back calmly, arms crossed, without a single shred of panic. Right at the stalemate, the maid, Anna, steps forward, mustering her courage to announce she knows where the proof is. Anna approaches Lam Vien, her eyes filled with a steady and fearless determination. She reveals that she overheard the count secretly plotting with the serpent civilization, and they have an altar in a hidden room. The young girl's face shines with absolute resolve as she points the way. The secret room isn't far. Exposed, the count's face twists into a demonic mask, his bloodshot eyes bulging as he roars his denial. Like a cornered animal, his mind finally snaps. He lunges through the air, trying to rip apart his accuser while screaming that he'll tear her mouth off. But Lam Vian is faster, stepping firmly in front of the young woman to shield her from the attack. He unleashes a decisive kick charged with blue magic, sending the Count flying while stating the system's mission already confirmed his treason. He then tells the captain to arrest the Count, promising he'll bring back the evidence right away. Seeing things have gone this far, the captain sighs wearily and reluctantly agrees to the plan. He concedes that a matter this serious now rests entirely on what Lam Vian finds in his search. Mounted on his beast, Zeet gives the order 2 knights will remain to assist the search. The rest will escort the Count back to camp immediately. The soldiers snap to attention, roaring in unison. Lam Vian turned to the maid, his voice steady. "Lead the way. You don't need to worry." Staring at the knight's powerful silhouette, Anna blushed and stammered out a reply. "Yes, you're different from them. I trust you." Guided by Anna, the group descended into a dark and gloomy passage made of cold stone. The girl spoke up. "The Count's secret passage leads right to this spot." A knight behind them gripped his spear, scanning the area. A sewer. This was perfect terrain for the serpent folk, he thought grimly. Following from behind, Lam Vian shot a suspicious glance toward the short-haired maid, his mind already racing with calculations. But what reason could she possibly have for sneaking into this godforsaken place just to eavesdrop on a secret? Stopping before a massive, sealed metal door, Anna looked up, reporting this was the secret chamber where they held their meetings. Lam Vian stepped forward to take the lead. "All right, leave the rest to me." Lam Vian stared intently at the huge door, carefully examining every crack for any unusual marks. Nothing. He grabbed the door's edge, slowly pulling it open while glancing back to warn his team. "Stay alert, I'm opening it now." The growing gap revealed only pitch-black darkness inside. Lam Vian peered into the room, surprised. It looked like nobody was in there. Suddenly, from the enveloping darkness, huge venomous pythons lunged out to attack. He leaped back, shouting, "Everyone, fall back!" The knights reeled back in pure terror, raising their weapons. But facing the vicious snakes, Lam Vian simply drew his sword, confident. "Don't be afraid, they're just a few small snakes." With a few swift slashes, the serpents were diced into pieces, littering the bloody floor. He thought to himself that hiding so many venomous snakes here meant something was definitely wrong. Meanwhile, Lam Vian's gaze shifted, studying the maid Anna, who stood silently in the distance. His mind raced. She didn't seem scared or surprised at all. And if his entire squad was wiped out, the Count's crimes would have no witnesses. Could she actually be one of the serpent folk, disguised as a human? Was she secretly working with that fat nobleman? Maybe she sensed the Count was about to be exposed and used him to make her escape. This snake-repellent potion was something the serpent folk absolutely despised. One quick test would reveal the truth. In a flash, he smashed the glass vial on the floor, releasing a pale yellow mist as he offered the perfect cover story. "This is snake repellent. It'll drive off any serpents hiding nearby, so we won't get ambushed again." The yellow smoke swirled around Anna's body, but she only clasped her hands gently before her. She replied with perfect composure, showing absolutely no physical sign of disgust or repulsion. "I'm sorry, I had no idea something so horrible was hidden in here. But the evidence is definitely inside." Seeing the maid's completely calm reaction to the smoke, Lam Vian silently withdrew his murderous glare. He summoned a swirling green magical flame to light up the space, breathing a sigh of relief. Perhaps he'd been far too suspicious. He then turned to the girl with a reassuring smile. "It's all right. This wasn't your fault." The group strode deep into the stone chamber, where their eyes were immediately drawn to a massive, evil-looking coiled snake statue. Lam Vian crossed his arms. "We found our evidence." A knight picked up the statue, then cried out in disbelief. "My God, this is a totem of the serpent folk. The king ordered these destroyed. That damned Count dared to hide so many." The knight beside him held up a piece of embroidered cloth, his eyes wide with horror. This is the Count's family crest. He was really conspiring with the serpent folk. This is high treason." Behind the 2 shocked knights, Anna lowered her head, a sinister smile creeping across her face, hidden in the shadows. She clasped her hands together, playing the part of a weeping, fragile victim. "Please, knights, you must make him pay dearly." The scene shifts to a prison cell, where the fat Count slams a table, yelling at 2 guards. It's been a whole night. Where's your proof? How dare you slander the honor of a Count? Just wait until I get out of here. I'll deal with every single one of you worthless peasants." The cell door burst open. Commander Shit entered with Lam Vian, his eyes blazing as he commanded, "We found the evidence. Drag him out for a harsh interrogation." The guards snapped a salute, acknowledging the order. Forced brutally to his knees, the guards shouted, "Shut up and confess your crimes, you vile traitor." The sweating, panicking Count stammered, "What? Impossible, but I have no connection to the serpent folk. Lam Vian watched the interrogation unfold, his hands clasped calmly behind his back. Captain Jich sighs, shaking his head in disbelief as he speaks with the young knight. He can't believe Kayla was actually a traitor. He claps Lam Vian's shoulder, his voice filled with pride. He says Lam Vian has done a great service and that he's already reported it to the king. A reward is coming. Lam Vian just smiles humbly, stating that it was simply his duty as a knight. Behind them, the sharp crack of a whip echoes, mixed with the count's pathetic screams. The butler's cowardly shrieks can be heard too, crying that he was just a butler and had nothing to do with it. Captain Sheech's expression suddenly turns grave as he strokes his chin, analyzing the situation. He fears the serpent civilization has already obtained vital intel and decides to lead a thorough investigation himself. He then asks Lam Vian to handle the task of getting the maids from the mansion settled safely. Lam Vian's eyes narrow as he calculates. There's an item in that mansion he can't miss. He quickly agrees, promising to handle it. Just then, a guard comes rushing over to deliver an urgent report. "Commander, they're talking." Sheet's eyes flashed. He immediately spun around, grabbing a pen and paper to take notes. The once dapper butler, now a bruised and swollen mess, shoved his way forward, desperate to betray his master. "Let me confess first." "Hey!" The count wasn't about to get shown up by a mere servant. With a face covered in blood, the count shrieked, "Shut your mouth! It is not your turn to speak!" He then slammed his fat body into the butler, sending the man tumbling and crying out in pain as he scrambled to Jeet's feet, a sniveling wreck ready to confess. "I admit it," the count confessed. "I did have some minor dealings with another power. Just a tiny bit," he sobbed pathetically. "But I came clean on my own. You have to ask the king to show me mercy." The sheer shamelessness of the traitor was infuriating. Jeet gripped his sword hilt tightly. "We risk our lives for this country, and scum like you sells it out? You deserve to die." Just then, the system interface flashed brightly. "Mission complete. Capture the traitor." Scorpion Knight's reputation had increased by 1,000. Still, Lin Yuan frowned, uneasy. "That's it? What about the giant serpent?" He was certain he'd missed a crucial piece of the puzzle. Closing the system window, Lin Yuan clasped his hands together. "If he has paid his price, I'll go arrange lodging for the maids." Jeet nodded, his eyes burning with killing intent, as he glared at the fat count. "Go on. I'm about to make this pig squeal out every last one of his secrets." The wooden cell door slammed shut. A traitor's filthy secrets were now locked inside a closed-door interrogation. Inside, Jeet drew his sword, pointing it at the count's face and roaring, "Confess! Who is in the Snake People's spy network?" The count's eyes widened in shock as he screamed his innocence. "What Snake People?" "My contact was a spy from the Southern Turtle Kingdom." Meanwhile, Lin Yuan had returned to the gate of the count's magnificent mansion. He stroked his chin, recalling his past life. He remembered someone on an old forum bragging about a special shield the count owned a personal reward from the king. It had top-tier stats and a unique skill. It had to be hidden here somewhere. Slipping into a cluttered storage room, Lin Yuan frowned as he began searching every nook and cranny. His sharp red eyes scanned for the treasure. He threw open several expensive wooden chests, only to find them completely empty. Lin Yuan clicked his tongue in frustration. Someone beat him to it? How could anyone else know about this item? He returned to the main hall. A guard ran up with the maids in tow and reported, "Sir, all the girls are gathered, but we've discovered one is missing." Lin Yuan's brow furrowed. "Who's missing?" They replied nervously. "It's the maid named Anna." Lin Yuan's expression turned cold, and a green magical flame unconsciously flickered to life in his palm. His mind raced. Was she silenced by the Snake People as revenge, or was his initial suspicion the right one all along? Extinguishing the flame, Lin Yuan turned and strode into a dark corridor, muttering with grim determination. "No matter what, I have to find her. Fast." He stopped before the basement door, his mind working quickly. A person can't just vanish into thin air. This secret passage, leading straight into the sewers beneath the count's mansion, was the most suspicious place. He descended the damp steps, heading deep into the cold and pitch-black sewer tunnels. His figure was swallowed by the darkness as he pieced the clues together. He still had this nagging feeling he'd missed something vital. Thinking it over, if the Count was truly in league with the Snake People, so why would he ever bring up a dream he had about a snake? Just as he was mulling it over, a familiar female voice cut through his thoughts with a mocking tone. You're late." Lin Yuan's eye twitched as he snapped into a state of high alert. Who was it? Under the dim light of the sewer, the maid Anana stood with her back turned, taunting him. "What's the rush? You're not the one who had to lie low in this miserable Earl's mansion. Obviously, you can just show up whenever you feel like it." From the sewer's shadows, A figure in a black cloak with purple hair emerged, a snake-scale mask hiding one eye as a wicked smile played on his lips. Well, is that pathetic Earl finally dead? Seeing his sworn enemy, Lin Yuan immediately activated his stealth skill. The system panel flashed, invisibility engaged. He concealed himself in a spiritual state, his mind racing. It was the snake controller. Why was Anna meeting him in secret? Wasn't Anna just an NPC? The snake controller clicked his tongue, praising Anna. Teesk, teesk, teesk. Truly impressive. Anna was a natural-born actress. That idiotic Earl probably went to his grave, never suspecting that the secret letter was prepared by her own hands. Anna had already shed her maid uniform, now wearing a tight combat suit that perfectly outlined her dangerous curves. She crossed her arms, smugly replying, "Of course they never saw it coming." But then her brow furrowed. A strange knight appeared out of nowhere. For some reason, he started suspecting my connection to the serpent folk and even used snake-luring medicine to test me. "I'll have to rely on you to handle the physical stuff." The snake controller smirked. "Oh? Weren't you always able to twist those fools around your little finger?" Then his face turned serious as he asked, "What does he look like?" Anna held out a portrait, reporting coldly, "This is what he looks like. I still need to carry out the serpent folk's mission and slowly weaken the nobles of the Western Desert Nation." Then she asked him, "Right, how's your snake supply coming along?" The snake controller took the portrait. He gave it a careless glance, but in the very next second, his face twisted into a mask of pure rage. Veins bulged on his forehead as he seethed through gritted teeth. "It's this bastard. If it weren't for him, my precious baby snakes wouldn't have left me. It was him. He stole my hidden dungeon." Hiding in the dark corner, Lin Yuan finally understood. It turned out Anna was a spy for the serpent folk, aiming to frame and eliminate the nobles of the Western Desert. But another question popped into his head. If the Earl was really framed, then why did the system notify him that the mission was complete? Whatever, he'd just find the right chance to wipe them all out. Hearing the snake controller's roar, Anna crossed her arms with a look of disdain. "What's wrong? You've run into him before? Isn't he just some knight who knows a little magic? Can't you even handle a small problem like that?" Provoked, the snake controller roared in fury. "What the hell do you know? His true strength is far beyond what you've seen. He can summon the undead. If it wasn't for that damned undead guarding the hidden dungeon's entrance, why would I be having such a headache?" Anna was stunned. "The undead? Could his class be?" The snake controller gritted his teeth and replied, "That's right. That's why I need to borrow the Nether King serpent for a bit." His face became incredibly sinister. His eyes blazed with a murderous red light as he screamed, "I will make sure he dies without a complete corpse." But to his surprise, Anna flatly refused. "Absolutely not. The Nether King serpent has other plans. Once it enters the perception range of the Western Desert's Grand Tutor, there's a huge chance that Old Man will destroy it. That's a loss our serpent folk civilization cannot afford." The snake controller grabbed her shoulders, begging desperately. "But I can't wait any longer. You have to lend it to me." Anna shoved his hands away and got right in his face, warning in a low voice, "I won't let you act so recklessly." Still invisible, Lin Yuan quietly analyzed the situation. NPCs don't usually interact this much with players, so was this snake controller using Anna to farm reputation points for the serpent folk civilization? He clenched his fists, making a silent vow. There was no way he was going to let that happen. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind exploded through the area, shaking the entire sewer. Lin Yuan whipped his head around, stunned by the sight before him. From a cloud of white smoke, a massive, turquoise python slithered out, its golden eyes blazing with ferocity as it raised its head with overwhelming pressure. The snake controller hastily backed away, giving the stage to the beast and its master. Standing before the python's head, Anna crossed her arms and delivered a cold threat. "The Nether King serpent can sense my emotional fluctuations. If you really want to make a move, I can't guarantee I can control it." The snake controller scoffed. The two of you really are a loyal pair of master and servant, aren't you?" The giant serpent lowered its gaze, its mind fixed on a single purpose. "Everything for the plan." Anna gently stroked the serpent's hard scales, seeking comfort and understanding. The snake controller finally relented. "Fine. I'll find a way to deal with him myself. You just continue your mission, and don't you forget the boss's orders. You have to cooperate with my actions." Anna leaned against the massive body of the underworld serpent, holding the stolen shield and complaining with disgust. I know. Just let me rest a bit. Serving those decrepit old men is absolutely nauseating. This whole trip only got me one mediocre shield, and I had to put up with that fat pig for so long. It was not worth it." The snake controller turned to leave, and Anna called out after him. But the entire scene was being watched by Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan glanced down at his spiritual hand. His stealth was useless against the underworld serpent. He couldn't act recklessly. A new plan formed in his mind. He would have a small snake follow the controller and wait until he was far away to strike. A tiny spirit snake immediately split off from his body and slithered away in complete silence. Looking at the colossal serpent, Lin Yuan whispered, "Be patient. You'll see Tianri again very, very soon." The serpent flickered its tongue in eager response. Lin Yuan clenched his fist. He decided the Earl's situation could wait. Dealing with the first believer was the most urgent matter at hand. First, he had to nab that fake snake tamer. Lin Yuan opened the tracking map. A confident smirk played on his lips. With the Shadow Spirit's power in hand, he was ready to give that guy a nasty surprise. The snake tamer was striding along when suddenly, a numbing jolt shot up his spine. He froze mid-step. Was that undead spirit him again? The system flashed an alert, activating a skill. Demonic arm perception. Beneath the snake-like mask, his purple eyes went wide with shock. Damn it, he was being followed. He quickly pulled out a teleportation scroll. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Good thing he came prepared this time, but sooner or later, he'd have to eliminate that bastard for good. The system immediately displayed a notification. Teleportation in progress. A bright blue magic circle appeared at his feet, swallowing him whole before vanishing without a single trace. Lin Yuan stood frozen on the spot, clicking his tongue in disbelief. Another teleportation scroll? How could he use such an expensive one-time item so casually? Looks like this first follower has more resources than I thought, Lin Yuan mused, analyzing the situation. I need to build up my own capital. That's right, it's time to craft a batch of high-efficiency lightning resistance potions. When that lightning dungeon opens, they'll be a hot commodity. His gaze became resolute as he looked over at his undead minions standing guard. And to make that happen, he needed to maintain his hold on the Serpent's Nest hidden dungeon. Meanwhile, in a majestic church, a noblewoman named Edith gave her emotional thanks. My goodness, I never imagined these homeless girls had suffered so much. Please, let them stay here. Another young woman gratefully held Edith's hand. I can teach them sewing, it's better than becoming servants again. This was the whole purpose of our journey. Thank you, Lady Edith. A knight standing nearby spoke up. We'll be taking our leave now. Oh, and by the way, has her confession been processed? Another knight replied. It's already been handed over to the commander. I can't believe he was secretly working with the Southern Gui Empire. Absolutely disgraceful. The Southern Gui are our sworn enemies. As the group of knights departed, someone watched them go, muttering. So the Southern Gui Empire was pulling the strings. In this world, the Southern Gui and the Western Desert have always been rivals. I hope he gets what he deserves. As the knights moved further away, no one noticed a thing. From a dense thicket of trees nearby, the shadows stirred, revealing a figure in a black cloak. A crow perched on his shoulder as he whispered a command. Go inform the boss. The target has left the knights. We can make our move any time. The crow cawed as if it understood, spreading its jet-black wings and soaring into the sky. Back with Lin Yuan, he was walking down the road, calculating. The high-efficiency resistance potion formula in his hand was his only copy. Crafting it required a high-level alchemist, but they were almost all members of the major guilds. He stood before a quest board, his brow furrowed in thought. This formula was a one-time use item. If they learned the recipe and then double-crossed him, it would be a huge problem. Lin Yuan made a decision. Finding a freelance alchemist and signing a binding contract seemed like the safest option. He scanned the various quest papers on the board. The thing is, high-level freelance alchemists were not easy to find. He'd just have to post a bounty and see if anyone suitable showed up. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto one particular notice. He picked up the paper and read it to himself. A bounty quest posted by the player Luo Qingyan. The name rang a bell. He remembered from his past life she was a top 10 alchemist in the Western Desert, and her main class was a ranger with long-range attack capabilities. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up as he clutched the paper. Most importantly, she had never joined a single guild. The system board immediately flashed. Bounty quest accepted. Quest poster automatically added as a friend. A chat window popped up, and Luo Qingyan's surprised voice came through. Oh, I didn't think anyone would actually dare to take my quest. Can't you see the Crimson Flame Guild is trying to bury my listing? Lin Yuan typed back a blunt reply. Never heard of them. When are we completing this quest? Luo Qingyan chuckled. Looks like you're an impatient one, huh? Alright, I'm sending you the coordinates. See you in a bit. A small notification appeared in front of Lin Yuan. Coordinates. 225478565. He muttered. There aren't many high-level freelance alchemists around. I hope she's someone worth working with. Lin Yuan quickly made his way to a rocky canyon under the setting sun. A sharp voice rang out from behind him. "Hey there, cutie. Are you the one who accepted my quest?" It was Luo Qingyan, a beautiful ranger with long brown hair, dressed in green combat gear. She walked toward him, asking, "Is it just you? The granite golem is an elite monster, you know. Are you sure you can handle it alone?" Lin Yuan turned and gave a slight nod, then he recognized her. It was the drunk girl from the tavern, so she was Luo Qingyan. Luo Qingyan moved closer, leaning right into Lin Yuan's face with a teasing expression. "Alright, not bad kid, you're pretty handsome. Looks like this mission is all on you." She hopped onto a rock, drew her bow and gave him a wink. "Remember to be careful, I'll be covering you." But Lin Yuan's reply was ice cold. "Not necessary." In her heart, Luo Qingyan thought this guy didn't seem very reliable at all. Lin Yuan sighed to himself. If there was no one more suitable, he'd just have to make do with her. Luo Qingyan pointed ahead, explaining that granite golems hide among the rocks, always waiting to ambush people. The two of them started moving deeper into the canyon. Lin Yuan suddenly stopped in his tracks, his gaze turning vigilant. Luo Qingyan was still smiling carelessly. "But don't you worry. Even if the mission fails, I won't blame you." At that exact moment, the ground shook violently as a giant granite golem burst forth from the cliffside. A stat screen flashed in front of Lin Yuan. Granite golem, level 15 elite, HP 3600, attack 300, defense 410. Skills: hardened body, power guard. Both of them quickly jumped into their fighting stances. The monster hunt had officially begun. The granite golem let out a roar, swinging its massive stone fist straight down. Luo Qingyan didn't even flinch. She drew her bow, a bright green energy arrow glowing. "See? I told you I'd protect you." The arrow ripped through the air, but bounced right off the monster's steel-like body. The word "miss" appeared mockingly. Luo Qingyan pouted, her face twisting in frustration. Of course this would happen. Fighting is so much harder than alchemy. Before she could finish her complaint, Luo Qingyan froze as two more granite golems appeared on both sides. They swung their massive fists toward her. In that critical moment, a black shadow zipped by. Lin Yuan was now in front of her, pushing her back with one hand, his sharp sword already drawn. "Get to safety. I will deal with them." A light blue aura flared up around Lin Yuan's entire body. His eyes were sharp, his brain working at full capacity. Granite golems. Their defining trait was to swarm their enemies. But Lin Yuan showed no fear. In fact, he flashed a provocative smile. The granite golem's defense is incredibly high. So, he'll just use that against them and draw all the aggro. Time to go head-to-head. He immediately launched two energy orbs straight at their heads. From afar, Luo Qingyan stared, mesmerized by his silhouette. She mumbled, "Why do I feel like I've met him somewhere before? A handsome guy, cold and decisive." Suddenly, a memory flashed in her mind, and Luo Qingyan was stunned as she realized. "I remember now. Isn't he the one who chased off those thugs for me in the tavern? So he really can solo monsters by himself? Turns out I wasn't just drunk and imagining things." She frantically pulled out a recovery potion, running toward the fight while worrying. "Oh man, he's probably cursing me out right now. Don't be scared, little brother. I'm bringing you a healing potion." But before she could get there, Lin Yuan stomped the ground, launching into the air like an arrow. He raised his sword high and roared, "Netherworld Gate!" Instantly, a massive, ghostly green portal ripped open right behind him. From within, the hellhounds and werewolves of the underworld screamed as they charged out. His undead army tore into the granite golems, creating an earth-shattering battle. In just the blink of an eye, the monsters were completely wiped out. Their bodies crumbled into pieces, leaving behind shimmering golden crystal cores on the ground. Lin Yuan lands softly, picks up a crystal, and walks calmly over to the still-stunned Luo Qingyan. "Took care of that. This should be the Granite Man core you needed, right?" A system notification pops up. Luo Qingyan's bounty quest was officially complete. Luo Qingyan dazedly accepts the core. Was it really over just like that? Or was she just seeing things from pulling an all-nighter making potions? Lin Yuan just shrugs, casually replying that they were only a few elite monsters. Her eyes sparkle with admiration as she looks at him. "Come to think of it, you were the one who took me back to the hotel last time, weren't you? I owe you a huge one for this. But hey, with your level of strength, why did you even take my mission? You could easily clear quests with much higher rewards." Lin Yuan looks her straight in the eye, revealing his true motive. "I'm looking for a high-level alchemist to sign a contract to make potions for me. I don't trust the people in the guild, and you just happen to fit my requirements perfectly. This is a business deal with great pay, are you interested?" Luo Qingyan gives a charming smile. nodding without a single hesitation. Sure, I already saw what kind of person you are that night. So, should we grab a drink and discuss your grand plan? Lin Yuan immediately conjures a virtual contract. I'll tell you the specific plan later. Sign first. Luo Qingyan happily agrees. I'm not a big fan of contracts, but if it's with you, little brother, then it's no problem. I'll sign. Lin Yuan nods in satisfaction as the system confirms the successful contract. He was secure now, and he'd gained a powerful new assistant. The notification is clear. Player Luo Qingyan has agreed to sign the cooperation contract. She was now in an employment relationship with player Lin Yuan, ID hidden. Luo Qingyan crosses her arms, giving a playful wink. So, I'm working for you now, boss. What do you need my help with? Lin Yuan begins. I have a formula. But he suddenly stops short. He squints, scanning the area. Wait a second. This place. He looks up at the jagged stone pillars. A familiar feeling washes over him. He feels like he's seen this exact landscape somewhere before in his past life. The spawn pattern of these granite men feels deliberate. Just then, a blinding flash of green light erupts. A colossal monster appears, the body of a lion, the wings of an eagle, and a scorpion's tail. Luo Qingyan panics, but Lin Yuan recognizes it instantly. A manticore. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan leaps directly onto the back of the newly spawned beast. The monster lets out a deafening roar before flapping its massive wings and soaring into the sky, leaving a bewildered Luo Qingyan on the ground. Huh? He just left? Flying high above the canyon, Lin Yuan gets a bird's eye view. And then it hits him, so this was the angle from that photo on the forums in his past life. From up here, the stone pillars where the granite men appeared were arranged in an incredibly mystical formation. The manticore circles once before landing in front of the single largest stone pillar. Lin Yuan's eyes flash with pure excitement. This had to be the entrance to a hidden dungeon. Inside the ancient crypt, Lin Yuan and Luo Qingyan, one pulsing with dark blue energy, the other shrouded in green life force, cautiously press deeper into the darkness. Luo Qingyan whispers as they walk, her eyes wide with shock. She couldn't believe there was actually a hidden dungeon in this stone forest. But there are only two of us. Are we really going to be okay? Lin Yuan, however, remains calm, his mind already running the calculations. Regarding this dungeon, the forums in his past life only had a single picture of the entrance. There was absolutely no other information available. Hidden dungeons were extremely dangerous, but the rewards they offered were just as massive. Even with no intel, he had to go in. He glances over at his new partner. If I remember correctly, you were the one who insisted on coming along. Luo Qingyan immediately puts on a pitiful act, placing her hands on her hips with a pout. Hey, a girl can be curious. And don't worry, I don't need any of the loot drops. I just want to broaden my horizons. Lin Yuan just shakes his head. You're here now, so you follow my lead, he says decisively. Let's go. The entrance is right ahead. The moment his foot touches the first step, an ancient and chilling sensation washes over him. Lin Yuan narrows his eyes. Before them lies a dark passage leading deep underground, and at the very end stands a giant stone sarcophagus. He recognizes it immediately, an underground ruin of the Azd civilization, an ancient tomb. He begins to explain for a clueless Luo Qingyan. In the world of Immortal, he says, the Azd civilization was a culture that worshipped death. They both examine the strange patterns carved into the walls. Lin Yuan continues, what they pursued was the transcendence of the soul, a state of true immortality. They held incredibly powerful techniques for necromancy, but their civilization collapsed hundreds of years ago. They approach the crumbling ancient stone stairs. Luo Qingyan hugs her arms with a shiver. I don't know why, but I have a really bad feeling about this. Suddenly, from the direction of the stone sarcophagus, a low buzzing sound begins to echo, growing louder and louder. Lin Yuan's senses go on high alert. That sound. It's like mosquitoes. Wait. A black shadow suddenly bursts from the coffin with terrifying speed, a literal blur of motion. Lin Yuan could only manage a single shout. It's too fast. He swung his sword, unleashing a brilliant blue energy wave, but the shadow was faster. It easily dodged his attack and shot straight for Luo Qingyan. Luo Qingyan let out a terrified scream as dark energy wrapped around her entire body, a paralyzing numbness spreading through her instantly. The shadow then revealed its true form, a wraith in a black cloak, wielding a massive scythe. Its eyes glowed an eerie purple. The info panel popped up. Black-robed wraith, a regular monster, level 17, with 4,500 HP, 530 attack, and skills like entangling hatred and endless pursuit. From behind the wraith, a horde of smaller monsters started pouring out. One of them spoke up. Are those some kind of insect-type monsters? Luo Qingyan gritted her teeth, completely unable to move. "I don't think I can move anymore," she managed to say. Without looking back, Lin Yuan ordered his subordinate, Dogman, "Get her out of this instance." But even while paralyzed, Luo Qingyan managed to pull several potions from her bag. With all her might, she hurled them right at Lin Yuan. "These potions will give you a temporary stat boost." Immediately, the system board lit up with notifications. A speed potion had been used on his teammate, Lin Yuan. A hidden ID's agility effect increased by 10%. An attack potion was used. The hidden ID's damage effect increased by 10%. A defense potion was used. The hidden ID's defense effect increased by 10%. Lin Yuan felt the power surging through him as he sized up the enemy. That main monster specialized in blitz attacks. First, he had to clear out all these minions. Then he could finally focus on the boss. He charged into the mob, the green light of his Necromancer skills flashing non-stop, wiping out the small fry. But suddenly, a sharp force struck from the side. Lin Yuan stumbled back, his expression turning serious. This thing was smarter than he'd expected, and it knew exactly when to strike. In front of him stood a giant beetle, its entire body shimmering like jade. Lin Yuan swung his sword, but it didn't do a single point of damage. So it was a zero defense beetle that also dealt zero damage. Could it have some kind of special defense mechanism? A new info panel appeared. Atech Empire's Divine Beetle. A special monster with 100 HP, 1000 attack, 0 defense, and an immortal execution skill. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed with determination. With that speed and high single-target damage, it could patch the holes in his strategy. He absolutely could not let this thing get away. He immediately summoned a giant thunder scorpion from the earth to block the beetle's path. The beetle instantly soared up, flying right over the scorpion's head. Lin Yuan roared, "You're not getting away!" He gave chase at maximum speed. But the creature was still lightning fast, dodging every single attack thrown at it. In that instant, Lin Yuan leaped into the air, bringing his sword down from above. No matter how clever it was, it couldn't escape a blade empowered by pure necrotic energy. It was just a beetle, after all. A single strike shattered it into countless fragments of energy. "Die!" Lin Yuan yelled, breathing a sigh of relief. His sword remained pinned to the dying divine beetle as it twitched. Slash! Even though he could only do a little bit of damage with each hit, it couldn't escape now. Its death was only a matter of time. Moments later, the system coldly displayed a single message. Life signs have returned to zero. Lin Yuan stood tall, extending one hand as jade-blue necromantic energy swirled in his palm. "Excellent. Now you will fight for me." From the beetle's corpse, a powerful jade-blue light exploded, shattering the stone floor as the light began to condense. The fragments of the beetle quickly began to reassemble. It formed a completely new divine beetle, its body emitting an ethereal glow. Lin Yuan was stunned. As the revived creature circled him, a childlike voice echoed inside his mind. "Where do you intend to take me?" Lin Yuan couldn't believe it. The creature actually had a sliver of consciousness. An unexpected reward, indeed. Without waiting for a reply, the beetle flew straight towards a giant stone sarcophagus. Lin Yuan understood in a flash. "That coffin. Don't tell me you can open it." The beetle landed on the lid, unleashing a powerful energy from its body that activated an ancient mechanism. With a heavy rumble, the lid slowly slid open, and a brilliant pillar of light shot straight into the sky. Lin Yuan watched the magnificent sight, and it all finally clicked. No wonder there was no info about this hidden dungeon online. This step required the divine beetle's active cooperation. From within the light, a brilliant golden book bound by chains materialized. Then, a system notification appeared. "Congratulations, player, for obtaining the cursed tome. You may pay a price to choose which skills you wish to learn." A list of skills appeared. Deepen damage, level 1. Curses a group of enemies, increasing all damage they take by 50%. The price? A permanent reduction of 200 HP. Weaken vision, level 1. Curses a group, reducing their field of view. The price for that was a permanent 50-point vision reduction. Weaken, level 1. Curses an enemy, reducing the damage it deals. The cost? A 100-point attack penalty. Attack reflection, level 1. Curses a group of enemies, causing the damage they deal to reflect right back onto themselves. The cost was steep, minus 10 power points for fear, level 1, forcing an enemy to flee in terror. And another cost, minus 5 spirit points. Lin Yuan scanned the list, nodding in approval. Truly a civilization that worships death, their skills were all about negative effects, and not the kind that are easily dispelled. Without hesitation, he reached out and chose the very first skill. Deepen damage had the strongest combat potential. He figured it was the obvious choice. Losing 200 max health wasn't a big deal for him. His divine scarab already covered his weakness in burst attacks, and this new curse was perfect for crowd control. Combined with the dark spirit's ability to break control effects, he could now target key enemies with far more precision. After learning the skill, Lin Yuan glanced back at the field of vanquished wraiths. They were no longer important. He turned and walked away, the divine scarab obediently buzzing right behind him. A smirk played on Lin Yuan's lips. The scarab's paralysis effect combined with its high-speed stealth meant the next time he met that ranged controller, there would be no escape. Just then, the beetle's information panel updated. An interface popped up, detailing the divine scarab's skill, immortality. Any damage dealt to the scarab is converted, striking the enemy with 200% lightning damage, plus a 50% chance to paralyze them for 60 seconds. His undead body granted him immunity to fear, and to poison, blindness, pain, and bleeding. The moment they stepped out of the dungeon instance, Lin Yuan was already planning his next move. Time to head back and get the shop ready. He needed to start stockpiling his alchemy potions. Suddenly, Luo Qingyan was sent flying from a distance, crashing down right at his feet. Lin Yuan was startled. He immediately spun around, his eyes fixed cautiously on the path ahead. A group of players was approaching. "Who's there?" The leader, a guy with bleached blonde hair, sneered arrogantly. "Oh, so you're the kid who took her quest, huh? Don't you know she's been blacklisted by our Raging Flame Guild? Looks like you've got a death wish." Luo Qingyan scrambled to her feet, whispering angrily to Lin Yuan. "Little brother, find a chance to get out of here. They're here for me. These guys weren't strong enough for my commission. Got their whole team wiped by monsters, and now they're back trying to extort me." The blonde-haired leader pointed a finger right at Luo Qingyan's face, his voice rising to a shout. "You damn witch! If it wasn't for you and those stone men, my brothers wouldn't have died and lost levels. This debt is on your head. 30 gold coins, or neither of you are walking away from here alive today." But then, he felt it. A cold, dark aura radiating from Lin Yuan that made him flinch. The entire group stared in horror as Lin Yuan was enveloped by swirling, dark, purple curse energy. The leader began to stammer. What's happening?" Lin Yuan raised his hand, and a massive curse formation erupted beneath the group's feet. The blonde leader's face went pale with panic. "Not good. This is a curse technique." A ghostly voice then echoed through the air. "Curse. Descends." The divine scarab rose from behind Lin Yuan, its eyes glowing, and his voice echoed directly in their minds. "Not walking away alive, you say? Ha!" Lin Yuan's lips curled into a confident smirk. The dark purple curse energy coiled around him. This was the perfect chance to test the synergy between his new skill and the divine scarab. A system interface appeared before his eyes, the cold text flashing as it activated the skill, deepen damage. The blonde leader roared at the healer in his party. "You useless piece of junk. You can't even dispel a single curse art?" The terrified mage replied, his body bound by tendrils of dark energy. "No, it's not that, boss. I've never seen a curse like this before." The system panel confirmed it with cold, hard text. "Dispel failed. Cannot be dispelled." The leader gritted his teeth, trying to rally his men. "Damn it. Don't think you've won just because you ambushed us." He pointed at Lin Yuan, a look of pure arrogance on his face. "It's just one curse technique. There are 4 of us. Killing you will be easy as pie." But before the words left his mouth, a flash of jade-colored light shot past. A grunt screamed in agony as a beam of green light slammed into him. Another member of the party watched in horror as his teammates fell one by one, stammering. When did he even attack? Lin Yuan hadn't moved an inch. A ball of green energy was gathering in his hand. He was calculating his next move, using the curse to amplify damage. Then he'd send the hypermobile divine scarab to assassinate the enemy's healer. This new strategy gave him incredible flexibility. The leader clutched his shoulder, screaming wildly, "He must be on cooldown. Get him now, finish him." The 2 remaining brutes roared, hoisting their weapons and charging straight for Lin Yuan. "This guy just uses his summon to attack. He must be a ranged class. Let's rush him." Another one yelled in agreement. "Yeah." Lin Yuan's face was hidden in shadow, revealing only a mysterious, chilling smirk as the sword in his hand suddenly erupted in a brilliant, turquoise light. Virtual data streams scrolled across the blade of his sword. The 3 remaining members of the Raging Flame Guild stared, their eyes wide with disbelief and utter terror that he had actually drawn his weapon. Lin Yuan moved like a phantom, gliding past the 2 brutes in an instant as his cold voice echoed in their ears. "Too bad for you. You guessed wrong." Meanwhile, the healer mage was being toyed with by a divine beetle, forcing him to scream in despair. "What in the world is this thing?" Another member was grazed by the beetle, yelling, "How was I supposed to know our attacks only do 1 point of damage?" Before their leader could even react, a single kick from Lin Yuan sent him flying backward, landing sprawled out on the ground. Lin Yuan casually walked over, standing before the leader as he struggled to get up. Impossible. How could you defeat my squad so easily? Just what class are you? The leader's attitude changed in a flash, trying to entice him. I can't believe she found a helper like you. Why don't you join our Raging Flame Guild? How much is that woman paying you? I'll pay you double, no, 5 times more. But as his hand touched the ground, a dark vine suddenly shot up, wrapping tightly around it. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze sweeping towards the edge of the forest. Humph. Still more people hiding in ambush? From the shadows, a giant demonic wolf leaped out, sinking its teeth into the leader. Lin Yuan spoke coldly. Shut up and die. The leader only had time for one horrified scream before the wolf tore him to shreds. Lin Yuan raised his hand, and the corpses on the ground began to glow. He roared, "You might as well scream too." The system window appeared, activating the skill. Corpse explosion. The bodies detonated violently, creating a terrifying blast that sent everything flying. The explosion was so massive it stunned the men running through the forest, forcing them to a halt. One of them slammed on the brakes, while another muttered in fear, "Was that a coincidence, or were we exposed from the start?" Just then, Lin Yuan suddenly appeared, dusting off his clothes with a smirk. "Just as I thought. 3 little rats are still here." Seeing they'd been discovered, a man in a black cloak shouted a warning. "Be careful!" Instantly, a massive wave of turquoise sword energy erupted from his blade, sweeping across the battlefield and blasting the cloaked assassins away. Lin Yuan landed, his sharp eyes analyzing the situation. Something wasn't right. The strength of these guys and the Raging Flame Guild were on completely different levels. Could this be another faction? Meanwhile, the 3 cloaked men quickly regrouped into a pincer formation. Their leader roared, "We've been exposed. Let's do it. Use that move." The big guy with the axe roared in agreement. He immediately leaped into the air, swinging his giant battle axe in a powerful downward slash. At the same time, arrows flew toward him from behind at terrifying speed. He narrowed his eyes. Humph. From the ground, a fiery red chain whip shot out like a venomous snake, striking towards Lin Yuan's legs. Lin Yuan's reflexes were lightning fast. He slammed his foot down on the whip, using the force to launch himself backward into the air, gracefully dodging the spinning axe as it flew past. He landed firmly on the ground, his sword radiating a cold aura. He taunted them with a smirk. "Whatever else you've got, bring it on." Provoked by Lin Yuan's attitude, the axe-wielding assassin roared in fury and charged. "You arrogant fool, die." He was met by a torrent of blue magic. The axe-wielder was thrown into the air, gritting his teeth in pain as he screamed. Lin Yuan's hand glowed with an oppressive dark magic circle. He smirked, delivering the fatal line. "Now, it's my turn." At the same time, the system coolly announced the skill activation. Damage amplification. Critical hit. The cloaked man's eyes shot wide open in panic. Sweat poured down his face as his entire body was bound by a shimmering purple-black aura, leaving him completely paralyzed. Choked by the magical vines and unable to move, he squirmed in panic, screaming for his comrades to help him. "Hurry up and dispel this for me." The moment he cried out, a massive shadow fell over him, making his face turn pale with absolute terror. A colossal stone golem descended from above, bringing down a punch with the weight of a mountain right on top of him, followed by a blood-curdling scream. "Arg!" Ignoring the fate of his ally, the leader swung his chain whip frantically, barking orders. "Don't stop. Continue the mission. We must eliminate him at all costs." The one fighting the archer immediately replied, "Understood." Lin Yuan easily deflected a sharp spear with his sword, calmly analyzing the situation. "A mission, huh?" It seemed this group consisted of mercenaries sent by someone else. The thought had barely passed when the enemy's spear tore through the air again, aiming straight for him with incredible speed. But with a single, elegant motion, Lin Yuan grabbed the enemy's long chain. He yanked it hard, stopping the assassin mid-air and throwing him completely off balance. The killer's eyes widened in shock. What the hell? As Lin Yuan's dark sword gathered magical energy, it unleashed a ferocious storm of blue power straight at him. Crushed by the blast, the assassin was sent tumbling, screaming in agony with his last bit of strength. Captain, we need to run." The female assassin hiding in the distance panicked, cold sweat beading on her face. What kind of monster is he? Her second and third in command were taken down in just a few short seconds. While she was still trembling in fear, a magical scorpion shadow descended upon her, followed by a deadly, cold voice. "Time to die." The scorpion crackled with green lightning as it dove down. the powerful electric shock sending the assassin helplessly tumbling off the cliff. Walking up to his defeated opponent, Lin Yuan slung his sword over his shoulder, looking down with overwhelming pressure. He interrogated her coldly. "Who sent you? Tell me, and I might let you live." The female assassin gritted her teeth in pain, her defiant eyes glaring at him. "Humph, in your dreams. Just get it over with." Seeing her tough attitude, Lin Yuan frowned thoughtfully. It seemed forcing it out of her wouldn't work. The power behind these three must be a large-scale organization. That's why they'd rather die than leak intel. Who in the world is targeting me? Without any more hesitation or mercy, he decisively raised his hand, summoning a storm down upon her with a final, chilling statement. "Then I'll grant your wish." The enemy only managed to let out a grunt before being completely vaporized. Dusting off his sleeves after the fight, Lin Yuan turned around to see the archer girl running towards him excitedly, her eyes full of admiration. Not bad, kiddo." Watching him demolish those thugs was so satisfying. She went ahead and gathered up all the dropped loot for him. Catching the shimmering item, Lin Yuan generously began to divide the spoils of their battle. "This silver-grade gauntlet boosts bow speed. You should take it. I'll sell the rest of the silver pieces for cash." A top-tier item. She gave him a playful wink. "Got it, little boss. In that case, I won't be shy. Just consider it an advance on my salary." The system interface then displayed the gleaming silver gauntlet with its sharp, intricate design. Its stat sheet popped right up. Chaser Gauntlet, silver grade, an effect-type piece of equipment. It gave a 30-point attack boost, 10 movement speed, and 15 attack speed, with the skill Rapid Arrow. This skill provides an extra 15% attack speed when using bows. After that, they left the scattered ruins battlefield behind. The archer nudged Lin Yuan's shoulder invitingly. "So, are we heading for a celebratory drink now?" But he shot her down cold. "No, we have to take care of business for the shop first." As the two of them casually walked away, deep within the dense foliage, a mysterious shadow was silently watching their every single move. The scout crept back to report to his leader. A man wearing a seriously intimidating metal mask. "Boss, that 3-person team had a 100% mission success rate, but that kid completely wiped them out. No survivors." Hearing this, the masked leader's eyes narrowed. A flicker of wicked amusement shone from behind the mask. This guy was far more interesting than he'd imagined. The subordinate timidly ventured a question. "So, should we dispatch a stronger team to handle him?" The leader waved it off, a new strategy already forming. "No, I've changed my mind. A talent like him, not yet in any guild? We need to recruit him." A strange demonic blue light filled with intense curiosity began to glow from the leader's eyes. He gave a decisive command. "I'll handle the client myself. For now, halt all actions targeting him, effective immediately." Back to the bustling city square, Lin Yuan strolled along with his hands tucked into his cloak pockets. He and the archer walked with a calm demeanor, as if a bloody massacre hadn't just taken place. Lin Yuan held up a piece of paper, a confident, victorious smirk playing on his lips. He was thinking to himself, the rarest formula for a high-grade electro-resistance potion was already his, and he'd already secured a contract with a trustworthy, high-level alchemist. All he needed now was to solve the issue of a shop location and gather enough materials to mass-produce the miracle potion. Then, when the new lightning attribute dungeon opens up, he could seize the opportunity to make billions. But his daydream was cut short by a sycophantic voice from below. Yuan Shen, the blonde warrior, waved his arms wildly, rushing over with a huge grin like he'd just struck gold. He laid the flattery on thick. "Master Yuan, you finally remembered your humble servant. Do you remember that dungeon we cleared together last time? That feeling. Man, it was just too exhilarating." The system interface popped open with great news. 2 dazzling notifications, 400 gold coins paid, and equipment from his friend Lin Yuan sent directly to his mailbox. Seeing this clingy display, the archer put her hands on her hips, teasing, Well, is this one of your fanboys?" Lin Yuan coughed, trying to dodge the over-the-top enthusiasm. "Ahem, I was about to go buy a storefront. We can talk about dungeons later." Hearing about spending money, the blonde guy's eyes lit up as he puffed out his chest and offered his services. "Buying a store? Master Yuan, let me come with. Frivolous spending is my absolute greatest skill." The archer, on the other hand, just waved them goodbye. "Alright, I'm heading back to my workshop for a bit. I've got to clear out all my alchemy equipment." Inside the magnificent city hall, the mayor sat on his throne-like chair, waving his hands dismissively and putting on a troubled but firm expression. No, and no. This has absolutely nothing to do with money." Stroking his fancy mustache, the mayor raised a finger with an air of authority, citing the highest law. "The king has issued a very strict decree. Commercial property in Rogo Square is absolutely not for sale to commoners. The blonde warrior leaned on the desk, his voice dripping with sweet flattery as he tried to persuade him. Please, Mr. Mayor, just reconsider. If we open a shop, it will definitely boost the regional economy. It's a win-win for everyone. But the mayor was unmoving, raising his hand to silence him. Young man, don't waste your breath. This issue is not up for negotiation. The haggling attempt was a complete and utter failure. The blonde guy turned to Lin Yuan, scratching his head in shame. Master Yuan, I think I screwed it up. How about I buy you a different storefront in the real world as a gift? Lin Yuan calmly stepped forward, shutting down the idea. That won't be necessary. I'll negotiate with him myself. Assuming the two youths were just going to pester him further, the mayor simply closed his eyes and rudely waved them away. The two of you, just get out of my sight. That commercial space had been planned out and assigned to someone else long ago. But in the next second, the official's eyes bulged, his pupils shrinking in pure shock at Lin Yuan's dominant tone. So what if I have this? He proudly raised a medal that shone with a mysterious, brilliant golden light, causing the mayor to stammer in sheer terror. Isn't that the Medal of Honor from the Abyssal Knights? Something only Commander Cid himself has the authority to grant? Abandoning his fake dignified image, the mayor shot up from his seat, jaw dropped and sweating bullets in a full-blown panic. You're the legendary honorary knight of the renowned Abyssal Knights? His attitude flipped in a heartbeat. The official bowed low, fawning over him while obsequiously presenting a map. According to the king's decree, this commercial district is closed to commoners. But if you're a core member of the Knight Order, you of course have the special privilege to buy it. Here is the plot layout. Please, sir, feel free to choose the most prime location. Ignoring the cheap flattery, Lin Yuan crossed his arms and scanned the map, his mind already running the numbers. This shop's location was directly linked to his future gold mine, so he had to choose with extreme care. Standing nearby, the blonde-haired guy clasped his hands, practically drooling in pure admiration. As expected of God Yuan, to be this powerful and imposing even in front of a high-ranking NPC, his gaze, sharp as a hawk's, locked onto a prime red spot on the map. He pressed his finger down, decisively sealing the deal. This is the one. They stopped in front of a bustling building with a holographic sign announcing that plot number 32 had been purchased by an anonymous player. The warrior looked up, muttering in disbelief. I thought this whole area was locked by the system, right? Who in the world is powerful enough to snatch this plot and also hide their identity? The archer girl arrived, struggling under a load of supplies, her jaw dropping. Huh? You actually managed to buy this entire building? But the NPC announced that all the property here was frozen. Hands tucked coolly into his cloak, the new owner walked up the steps into his new establishment. Lin Yuan tossed out a casual line. It just required using a small, special privilege. That's all. He handed a secret document to her, asking with a serious look, take a close look at this potion formula. What ingredients are we still missing? The system immediately confirmed the successful sharing of the high-potency electric resistance potion with his farming partner, Luo Qingyan. Luo Qingyan furrowed her brow as she skimmed the document, professionally analyzing the situation. I've already gathered all the other minor ingredients. We're just stuck on the Thunder Lizard's Claw. That item is practically non-existent on the auction house right now. No one is selling. A smirk played on Lin Yuan's lips as he thought to himself. It was perfect timing. His accumulated experience bar was about to level up anyway. He could go out, grind some monsters, and gather the materials all at once. Sensing a dungeon run was about to happen, the blonde guy excitedly begged to join. You're getting ready to go farm monsters, aren't you? God Yuan, big bro, take me with you. I promise I'll be the most diligent little loot goblin. Seeing the two guys fired up for battle, the girl quickly waved her hands and backed away. Well, you two go have your fun then. This young lady is only passionate about burying herself in the laboratory to study alchemy. Handing her a set of keys, Lin Yuan calmly entrusted her with the new responsibility like a true boss. I've already granted you full operational and business rights for this shop. From now on, this place is your own private office. Luo Qingyan was so surprised she could only let out a confused sound. Huh? Ignoring her dazed state, Lin Yuan summoned a majestic dark beast that took flight, calling over his shoulder with an order. Let's move out. Riding this thing will save us a lot of time. The blonde guy below stared up at the giant wings, his eyes sparkling with amazement. Whoa, that mount is insanely cool. The system window confirmed the summoning of the abyssal lion mount. Soon after, they landed in a treacherous canyon, where a ferocious, blue-glowing dragon-lizard hybrid opened its massive, tooth-filled maw. It let out a roar of defiance and shot a blindingly destructive ball of lightning right at the intruders. The combat interface immediately popped up, giving a crystal-clear analysis of the enemy data. Common Thunder Lizard, level 17. 3800 HP, 330 attack, 145 defense. Skill: Electric Discharge. It summons a horde of minions. A volley of destructive green-flamed magic orbs rained down from the sky. The ground was bombarded like a meteor shower. With incredible skill, Lin Yuan stabbed his black sword into the earth to use as a pivot point. He slid to dodge the explosive attack while the blonde guy behind him desperately tried to lean out of the way as the ground cracked open. A swarm of hideous green lizard monsters crawled out, making the blonde guy shriek in terror. "Ah, there are so many of them." Remaining as calm as a still lake, Lin Yuan explained the thunder lizard's key trait. When a single one dies, it will awaken all of its kind nearby. This is completely normal. Seeing his boss so composed, the blonde guy got fired up, volunteering, "God, Yuan, let me be the tank up front for you." With his hands tucked in his coat, Lin Yuan stepped back and gave a nod. "You just worry about collecting the materials." Just then, suddenly, a massive, spiky lizard wreathed in blue flames appeared. Unfazed, Lin Yuan immediately summoned his underling into the fight with a cool, decisive command. "Lizard Lord, unleash your full firepower." Instantly, the system window popped open, flashing a bright golden notification. "Congratulations on your victory. You've leveled up to 16. With a shimmering arrow above his head, Lin Yuan smirked, already making his next calculation. At this rate, his level was easily among the server's top ranks. Standing beside him, the blonde guy stared at the summoned beasts, utterly amazed. "Isn't that the boss from the Ash Valley? Are they all working for the Yuan god now? So damn cool." An impressive stats panel appeared. Lin Yuan stroked his chin, thoughtfully plotting his next move. He knew the snake controller's leveling speed couldn't match his. With his sacred scarab and damage buffs, catching the guy was just a matter of time. And as for those three who ambushed him, they felt like assassins. He'd have to find a chance to investigate them. The blonde guy came running back, hauling a sack of loot bigger than himself. He eagerly reported, "Yuan god, all the drop materials are in here." Lin Yuan simply turned and walked away. "Good work. Let's head out." The scene shifts to the inside of shop number 32, which had been beautifully renovated with a classic and slightly mystical design. At the counter, a woman named Luo Qingyan swirled a purple potion, anxiously thinking about the market. The effects of this high-potency lightning resistance potion were definitely impressive, but current dungeons didn't require a potion this strong. Now that she'd made it, she wondered, would it even sell? Suddenly, the door opened. Lin Yuan walked in with his massive sack of ingredients and got right to business. "This should last a while. How's your progress with the formula?" Luo Qingyan was stunned by his unbelievable farming speed. "You're back so soon?" She nervously tried to explain the difficulty of the task. "This is a high-level recipe. Even master alchemists have a certain rate of failure. I just need a bit more time to increase my proficiency." Slamming a basket of plump fruit onto the table, Lin Yuan instantly changed his sales plan. "All right, we'll sell these first then." Seeing this, Han Cheng felt it was a total waste of their prime location and tried to stop him. "Fruit? Boss, we have a premium spot like this and you're selling fruit? That's like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. I have other potions, let's just sell those first." Ignoring the complaint, Lin Yuan just smirked with confidence. "Try one and you'll get it, Han Cheng. You have a taste, too." Holding a red apple, Luo Qingyan was still completely unconvinced. "Okay, but isn't this just a normal piece of fruit?" Not caring in the slightest, Han Cheng took a huge, enthusiastic bite, making sure to flatter the boss. The Yuan god definitely has his reasons for this. No need to even think about it. The moment he swallowed the piece of apple, Han Cheng's eyes shot wide open. His physical and spirit stats had skyrocketed, and he gasped in shock. "My stats, they went up. How can a fruit this magical possibly exist?" "See? I told you. Anything from the Yuan god is bound to be incredible." Ready to rake in the money, Lin Yuan set the price like a CEO. "Each person has a 100-use limit for this fruit. I'll supply the shop with a new batch every week. List them for 5 gold coins apiece. We're having our grand opening today." Right on cue, a system notification exploded in a brilliant flash, shaking the entire server. A server-wide announcement. Shop number 32 in Rogel Square is officially open. All players are welcome. Out in the desert, a warrior was in the middle of farming mobs. He turned to his teammate, confused. "Huh? Didn't Leng Yue say yesterday that shop was impossible to buy, and someone opened it today?" Chan Chan said to her friend. "Look, it's the very first player-owned shop on the whole server. All over the city, players were buzzing. What in the world was happening? One jealous player stomped his foot in rage. Damn it, Shop 32 is the best location. I wanted that spot. But the curious players just hurried each other along. Let's go. Quick, to Rogel Square. Let's see what's going on. Hiding in a dark alley before the magnificent shop was an assassin leader, breaking out in a cold sweat. What? Him? He actually managed to open a store. His white-haired client standing beside him gritted his teeth in anger. I thought I told you to eliminate him. When are you going to do your job? The masked man was speechless, muttering to himself in pure disbelief. He decisively tossed the heavy bag of money back. The masked leader caught it and flatly canceled the contract. Humph. This target is far more powerful than our intel suggested. Even one of our elite squads was completely wiped out. Here's your payment back. We're dropping the job. Enraged by the betrayal, the white-haired man grabbed the assassin's sleeve and yelled, Isn't this just about the money? Go on, name your price. He was frantically throwing money at the problem, willing to pay any price. So long as his target died, the payment could be negotiated later. In the middle of his yelling, the white-haired man's pupils suddenly shrank in utter terror. In the distance, the formidable warrior Lin Yuan approached in her icy armor, her reason completely clouded by jealousy. The white-haired man turned and vanished, cursing in his head that she was going to find that bastard again. Stepping inside the brightly lit shop, guests were warmly greeted by Han Cheng, with open arms and a cheerful welcome. A group of players walked through the door, their leader looking around at the shelves with utter confusion. Seeing them mostly empty, he couldn't hide his doubt. You only sell one item here? Fruit? In the best location in town, and this is what you sell? The talented businesswoman Qingyan just smiled, brushing back her hair as she held up an apple for them to see. This is a special fruit that can permanently increase your stats, and it's only 5 gold coins apiece. Hearing the insane price, the customer's jaw dropped and he screamed in disbelief. How much? 5 gold coins? My entire set of gear isn't even worth 10. While he whined, another player stepped up, curious to confirm the effect. Wait, you mean it can permanently raise a core attribute? After a moment of hesitation, he made his choice. The skeptical customer decided to risk it, thinking he'd never heard of a fruit with an effect like that. Alright, I'll take one to try. The moment he got it, he shoved the entire thing in his mouth and started chewing. Instantly, his eyes lit up like stars. He felt a surge of power and roared with joyous news for everyone to hear. It's real, this is actually real. My constitution stat just increased by 4 whole points. The customer who had just swallowed the apple suddenly froze, his face a mask of serious and profound shock, leaving him completely speechless. Immediately after, several players rushed the counter waving bags of money, yelling, Quick, sell me 3 more. The gears in his head were already turning. Even if he just bought these to resell to the major guilds, he'd make an absolute fortune. Seeing the situation quickly spiral into chaos, a customer in a red cloak quietly turned and walked away, a calculating and mischievous smile playing on his lips. Just then, the cold and stoic Lin Yuan walked into the shop, and a system notification immediately popped up. You have entered the shop of your friend, Lin Yuan. Meanwhile, inside, Lin Yuan was waiting with his arms crossed like a boss. Seeing him, the powerful warrior approached in complete shock. I had no idea the hidden owner of the server's #1 shop was you. But how did you pull this off? Just yesterday I came here to buy something and the NPC kicked me right out. In response, Lin Yuan simply flashed a confident and mysterious smile. He shrugged with the air of a true chairman. Maybe it just took a little bit of luck. Setting business aside, Lin Yuan got serious. Then this is perfect timing. About that business in the sewers that you mentioned before I went back to investigate. On that day, absolutely none of our guild members went down into the sewers at all. Hearing this, Lin Yuan replied with a knowing smile. Thank you. I guess my eyes must have been playing tricks on me. Inwardly, he calculated that for now, he could cross the Mirrorflower Water Moon Guild off his list of suspects. With business done, Lin Yuan turned and headed up the stairs, tossing a generous offer over his shoulder. Feel free to look around. If you buy something, I can give you a discount. Behind him, Lin Yuan reached out to stop him, calling out, Wait a moment. But just as she was about to speak, Lin Yuan's brow furrowed, her sharp eyes flashing with a sudden, wary suspicion. And for good reason. A system alert window had just popped up right in front of the team captain. Your close friend, Xing Yin, is nearby. Send a party invite? She thought to herself, a seed of doubt planted in her mind. Xing Yin is here too? At that exact moment, the scene cuts to a hidden alley outside, where the mage Xing Yin was desperately grabbing a masked assassin's sleeve. I'll pay you triple the fee, no, 5 times. It's just a simple assassination job on some nobody. Don't get greedy, he pleaded. But the masked leader, Yu Fang, simply shoved his hand away, refusing the contract. This isn't about the money. From this day forward, our organization is refusing all of your future requests, permanently. As he continued to argue, Lin Yuan's cold voice cut through the air from behind, making the schemer's heart stop cold. Xing Yin, what did you just say about increasing a fee? Who were you trying to hire someone to assassinate? Xing Yin froze, pure panic flashing in his eyes. Caught red-handed. Xing Yin's face went rigid as he broke into a cold sweat, stammering out a weak excuse to hide his obvious guilt. Leng Yue, what are you doing here? You must have misheard me. I was just discussing an equipment deal with him, that's all. But Leng Yue's expression turned to ice, her sharp gaze cutting right through his pathetic, clumsy lie. Have you really forgotten about the core friend locator feature our Iron Triangle team uses? The system automatically sends a notification when friends are close by. Now, who is this person with you? Because I am positive I clearly heard the word assassinate. Panic exploded in Xing Yin's mind as he cursed himself internally. This was bad. He was completely screwed. Damn it. I completely forgot to block Leng Yue's location tracker. Sensing the situation was spiraling, the masked assassin shoved his annoying client aside, deciding flight was the best option. You're on your own with this mess. I'm leaving now. But in that single moment, as he turned to make his swift escape, the masked man accidentally revealed a gold-inlaid skull emblem hanging from his belt, an object that radiated a chilling, murderous aura. Her eyes locked onto it. Leng Yue flinched, a shiver running down her spine as she recognized that all-too-familiar emblem, that pocket watch insignia. With lightning-fast reflexes, Leng Yue lunged forward to block his path, shouting, "You! Stop right there. I have questions for you." The assassin just glanced over his shoulder with an arrogant smirk. "Humph. And you think you can stop me?" With that, he leaped into the air to flee. But suddenly, a strange mechanical bug dropped from the sky, blocking his path. What the hell is this thing? The next second, he fired a grappling hook into a wall, using it to swing clear of a powerful lightning blast from the dangerous little drone. But the very instant his feet hit the ground, the black-cloaked figure of Lin Yuan appeared like a ghost, cutting through the air to intercept. The masked assassin's eyes widened in absolute shock. He gave his enemy no time to breathe. Lin Yuan swung his dark sword, unleashing a ruthless wave of green energy in pursuit and roaring. "Where do you think you're going?" Cornered, the assassin parried with his own weapon. Seeing Lin Yuan suddenly appear, a stunned Xing Yin blurted out, "Where did you even come from?" Meanwhile, Lin Yuan stood protectively in front of Leng Yue and calmly replied, "I was nearby. I heard the noise and came to check it out." He then turned to her. "You said that man had a pocket watch emblem. Are you absolutely certain you weren't mistaken?" A determined fire, mixed with killing intent, ignited in Leng Yue's eyes. She gave a single, sharp, undeniable nod. "I'm positive. It was just for a split second, but I'd bet my life that I saw exactly what I saw." Seeing her conviction, Lin Yuan let a smug grin spread across his face as he muttered, "Well now, isn't that perfect? I was wondering how to find him, and he just delivered himself to my doorstep." Hearing those words, the assassin leader flinched, a jolt of fear running through him. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he thought in horror. Could he already know that I'm the one who sent that other assassination squad? It seemed his enemy wasn't just strong, his intelligence network was terrifying. Realizing his disadvantage, the assassin immediately tried to change tactics, attempting to negotiate to buy himself more time. "I know you're angry, but can't we talk this out like reasonable people? I can explain everything." In response, he got another powerful sword swing from Lin Yuan. The attack tore up the pavement, forcing him to leap onto a wall. From below, Lin Yuan answered coldly, "An explanation? Don't worry, once I capture you, I'll get all the answers I need." Seeing Lin Yuan attack with such merciless intent, Xing Yin stumbled backward in sheer terror. Sweat drenched his forehead as he grit his teeth, a dirty plan forming in his head. Their code means they will never betray a client, but if things look bad for him, it's probably best if I silence him myself, just in case. Elsewhere, Lin Yuan was relentlessly pressuring his opponent, who finally screamed, "Enough! I already gave up trying to kill you. Don't force me to take us both down." Hearing that, Lin Yuan scoffed back. "Is running away all you know how to do?" Backed into a corner, the assassin desperately dodged as a thunder beetle flew past him. "I just take the money and do the job. I absolutely cannot reveal any personal information. I won't break my organization's rules." Catching that key phrase, Lin Yuan lowered his sword slightly, his sharp gaze locking onto his target as he processed the new information. "Take the money and do the job, huh?" Suddenly, a dark orb shot out from behind. Without a moment's delay, Lin Yuan swung his greatsword, slicing through a cloud of poison and emerging from the explosion in epic fashion. At that moment, Xing Yin charged forward, trying to backstab the assassin while roaring ferociously. "You're way too loud! Just die!" He smirked to himself. Was this pathetic assassin really about to sell me out? Absolutely not. If Leng Yue found out about this, he knew he was dead. But his sneak attack hit nothing but air as the assassin gracefully leaped onto the wall to dodge. This just made the assassin furious. "You fool. Did you really think you could kill me to silence me?" Sliding to a smooth landing, the assassin shot out his hand, his eyes burning with absolute rage. "If you're not going to play by the rules, then don't blame me for what I do next." Standing in front of Lan and Guyet, Lam Vian coolly watches as the hired killer reveals the real villain's identity. The assassin confesses, "Yeah, I sent those other three, but I was just taking the money. Tinningan is the one in the shadows who wants you dead. And he's got proof a holographic recording of the dirty deal plays out for everyone to see." The assassin shows all his cards. "See for yourselves. He even promised to double my fee after the job was done." The order was clear. Kill Lam Vian and make it as brutal as possible. Lam Vian just smirks, taking it all in. Unbelievable. Lan Ngyet spins around, her eyes filled with pure disappointment as she stares at Ting Nan, demanding, "Is this true? Tin Nangan, you actually hired an assassin to kill someone?" Backed into a corner, Tin Nang just points a trembling finger at the killer and screams, "You bastard! How dare you sell me out like this?" Lam Vian ignores the two-faced drama, casually raising his massive dark sword. His voice is ice as he confronts the masked man. "Who you were assassinating doesn't matter. That pocket watch you're carrying, where did you get it? Tell me now." Seeing Lam Vian's sudden intensity, the assassin dangles the watch tauntingly. "After all that chaos, this is what you really wanted to talk about? Don't worry," he smirks, "you'll get it soon enough." And just like that, he activates his magic, triggering a skill. Tiu that Hong vanishes into thin air, leaving Lam Vian standing there, brow furrowed in thought. "I'll get it too?" What exactly did he mean by that? With the assassin gone, Lan Inguyet turns on Tinningan, her gaze terrifyingly cold and her voice sharp. "Tinningan, I think you owe me an explanation." Facing his captain's killing intent, Tin Engan breaks out in a cold sweat, his face contorting in panic, completely speechless. A moment later, tears stream down his face as he screams with a twisted, sick jealousy. "Lan Inguyet, don't you get it? If he just disappears, we can go back to being as close as we were before." Hearing those warped words, Lan Inguyet furiously cuts him off, shouting, "That's enough. The Tinningan I know is a polite and gentle friend, not some lowlife who hires killers. You better apologize to him." Now, at that exact moment, the system delivers a fatal blow with a glaring notification. Your core friendship with Ting Ungan has been dissolved. Staring at the message, Tin Ungan chokes on his tears, his voice thick with resentment. "You. For some outsider, you'd actually throw away our core friendship? And you want me to apologize to him? What does he have that I don't?" All his pent-up rage explodes, his eyes looking like a wounded animal's, fixing all his hatred on Lam Vian. "This is all your fault. It's all because of you. You turned our iron triangle against each other. You made me a laughingstock." Finally, with bloodshot eyes, he lets out a desperate roar and charges forward. "You're the one who deserves to die, you damn jinx, you bastard." His face twisted with pure hatred. Tinningan frantically rushes past Lan Inguyet, channeling lightning magic for a deadly strike against Lam Vian. "I swear I will kill you today." Sensing the murderous aura, Lam Vian slowly turns his head, his own eyes glowing with a crimson battle lust. He scoffs coldly, "Fine by me. I'll be the one to see you off." Before Tinningan can even touch him, Lam Vian gracefully flips through the air, his green-hued black sword blocking the attack. Tin Nungan's eyes go wide in absolute shock. "What?" Using his momentum, Lam Vian brings his sword down in a powerful arc, sending Tin Nung flying back, screaming in agony. Ugh! Jing Yin took a massive kick, his body sent flying like a broken kite before crashing hard into the ground, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. He struggled to his feet with his staff, clutching his chest and coughing violently before growling, "Damn it! You think this is enough to stop me? This isn't over yet." In a blind rage, he raised his staff, preparing to summon a devastating lightning spell. But suddenly, a glowing green beetle flew straight at him, leaving him completely stunned and confused. Before he could react, the sacred armor beetle unleashed a blinding green electric blast, convulsing the mage's body and forcing a horrific scream out of him. Arg! Instantly, a cold system window popped up, sealing the loser's fate with a single notification. Target has entered a state of paralysis. Looking down at the kneeling victim, Leng Yue stood with her arms crossed, radiating a cold, overwhelming pressure. Her voice was firm as she demanded, "Jing Yin, after all this, are you still not going to admit you were wrong?" Though his body was twitching from the paralysis, Jing Yin gritted his teeth and argued back hopelessly, I did nothing wrong." But seeing his desperate situation, his eyes darted around, calculating. Only Senior Tai Yang could save him now. He secretly began to make a move. His system interface flashed with a cowardly message. A distress call had been sent to his core ally, Senior Tai Yang. After receiving the emergency signal, Tai Yang rushed over in a hurry, bringing his teammates along with him. Without knowing anything, he immediately defended Jing Yin, yelling, "What's going on? Little you. Why did you suddenly dissolve your core relationship with him?" The moment that group appeared, Leng Yue's system immediately pinged with an identification notification. "Your core ally, Senior Tai Yang, is in the vicinity. Do you wish to send a party invitation?" Seeing his savior, Jing Yin clung to his last hope, shamelessly shouting lies to twist the entire situation. "Tai Yang, hurry, help me break this paralysis effect. I was set up, they sneak attacked me." Disgusted by his pathetic lies, Leng Yue decisively swung her greatsword to block the path, stopping Tai Yang dead in his tracks, leaving him utterly bewildered. Leng Yue's gaze was razor-sharp and unwavering as she exposed his crime for everyone to hear. Jing Yin deliberately hired an assassin to kill someone. He brought this on himself, and no one is allowed to interfere. Halted by the sharp blade and this shocking truth, Tai Yang's eyes went wide with horror as he repeated her words. "Hired an assassin?" Tai Yang's gaze shifted to the figure holding a black sword, and he froze, recognizing him. "Qizun, you're here too? And with a sword? Don't tell me the person Jing Yin wanted to kill was you?" In response to the shock, Lin Yuan simply gave a cold, indifferent nod. "Yeah." Tai Yang's face fell, a look of pained resignation washing over him. He closed his eyes and sighed. "I understand, Qizun. I won't get involved." He couldn't believe little Yu would draw her sword on him. "Jing Yin, what in the world did you do?" Using his staff to try and push himself up, Jing Yin's face was a twisted mask of pure desperation and seething hatred. "Tai Yang, you won't help me either? You'd rather trust a total outsider over our years of friendship?" But before the hypocrite could continue with his guilt trip, Lin Yuan shot a cold kick straight at Jing Yin, sending him flying backward while he started the interrogation. "Tell me, what exactly do you know?" Jing Yin glared back with crazed eyes, spitting, "In your dreams. Even if I die, I will never give you what you want." But his defiant arrogance didn't last long. Jing Yin's pupils dilated in absolute terror as the green beetle appeared right in front of him once again, engulfing his body in relentless green lightning. His eyes bulged and his face twisted in agony as he shrieked, begging for mercy. "Stop it, just stop." Lin Yuan's armored boots stomped heavily on the ground, each step carrying an oppressive weight as he slowly closed in. He pressed the blade of his sword against Jing Yin's throat. Standing there like a demon, Lin Yuan radiated pure killing intent as he spoke with a chilling voice. "Now, tell me, who was the man you were just with? What is his identity?" Sweat pouring down his face, Jing Yin broke completely. "I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Just don't use that bug on me again." With his face crumpled in fear and his eyes darting around, Jing Yin tremblingly confessed the truth. "That man. He's a member of the Apostate Guild." He quickly added the most critical detail, prompted by a slight, threatening movement from the tip of Lin Yuan's boot. "The pocket watch you were talking about. It's the official token of the Apostate Guild." An image flashed in his mind, hooded figures lurking in the shadows, brandishing sinister weapons. Lin Yuan fell silent, putting the pieces together from his memory. The Apostate Guild? He didn't know much about them in his past life, but he remembered one key thing. They were a guild of assassins. Touching his collar, his eyes glowed a sharp red. On top of that, their movements were always shrouded in complete mystery, which made intelligence on their organization incredibly hard to find. With Lin Yuan completely lost in thought, Jing Yin tried to sneak away, but a voice like ice froze him in place. "Did I say you could leave?" He turned back, his face a mask of pure terror, as Lin Yuan raised a hand to deliver judgment without mercy. "Weren't you the one who swore to kill me today?" As the brutal attack landed, Jing Yin threw his head back and screamed. He was engulfed in blue flames that began to devour his body. Jing Yin flailed desperately, pleading with his former teammates. "Leng Yue, Tai Yang, save me. I don't want to de-level. Save me." But Leng Yue's expression remained cold and firm as she announced his punishment for all to hear. Jing Yin had hired assassins, a severe violation of the Mirror Flower Watermoon Guild's regulations. "I've decided to strip him of all official positions in the guild." Thanks to his past work, he could temporarily keep his membership. His body was burned and twisted by the magical flames. Jingyan reached a desperate hand toward Lin Yue's retreating form, screaming, "Lin Yue, I'm sorry. I'll apologize to him right now. You can't treat me like this. I'm the one who deserves to be by your side." Her gaze was like steel, showing no emotion as she delivered the final psychological blow, severing all ties. "Jingyan, you have truly disappointed me. From now on, you will call me guild leader." A moment later, his face twisted in hate and despair as a red notification appeared on screen. His health had officially hit 0. Instantly, Jingyan's body shattered into thousands of dark data particles that scattered into the air, leaving Tai Yang to stare helplessly at the spot where his old friend vanished. He turned away from the grim reality. Tai Yang's eyes were full of disappointment as he muttered to his team. No wonder back at the valley. He kept making excuses for his mistakes. "Let's just go." The backs of the others soon disappeared from view. Lin Yuan's attention shifted to the golden skull watch, a sharp glint of insight flashing in his eyes. So, the pocket watch didn't just belong to the first follower's subordinate. It was a symbol for the Apostles' Guild. But no matter what, he had finally confirmed the snake controller was hiding within that very organization. He turned to face the girl who had just defended him. Lin Yuan smiled to himself in approval. She had once again helped him find a crucial clue. He never expected her to protect him so fiercely. Snapping out of it, he offered his sincere thanks to Lin Yue. "Lin Yue, thank you so much. My shop has some items that grant permanent stat boosts. Would you like to pick one?" Soon, they arrived at his shop, the late afternoon sun casting a golden glow on the walls as a relieved voice called from inside. "Phew! Finally sold everything." Inside the store, the stunning manager wiped sweat from her forehead, standing proudly behind a chest-high mountain of gold coins with a triumphant smile. "How about it? Your big sis did a pretty good job, right?" Facing the massive pile of wealth, Lin Yue calmly shrugged with regret. "Looks like I came too late. I'll have to come back another time." "Wait a second." Lin Yuan quickly stopped her, pulling out a handful of sparkling items and pressing them into her hands. "I happen to have a few extra," he said kindly. "Take them, and don't let that jerk ruin your day anymore." Looking at the priceless gifts, a flustered Lin Yue tried to politely refuse. "But these are too valuable. I really should pay you." Seeing this favoritism, the manager glared, seething with internal rage. What the heck? He just hands her a massive pile of loot after I worked my butt off all day and he doesn't even notice? Her slender hand limply fell to the table, completely drained of energy. She sighed, exhausted and defeated. All that work for half the day amounted to absolutely nothing. Annoyed, she stomped towards the door, radiating a dark aura of pure resentment. "That's it. I'm clocking out early for a drink." She left Lin Yuan standing there with a bewildered expression. Watching the manager's angry exit, Lin Yue tilted her head, confused. "Your employee doesn't seem very happy." Lin Yuan kept a straight face, replying blandly, "She's probably just tired. Let her rest." Under a brilliant sunset sky, the white stone pillars of an old park stood silent and empty. Walking through the park, the manager kicked a stone pedestal hard, venting all her anger. Her face was a mask of sour resentment. What the hell was that? Acting so generous and not even taking her money? Who's your employee, anyway? You might as well just let her work for you then. A leather boot rose up, stomping a loose stone deep into the grass. A man in a red cloak suddenly blocked her path, crossing his arms with an arrogant smirk as he uttered a threat. "Manager of Shop 32. We've been waiting a long time for you. The Black Tree Guild is very interested in how you acquire your shops. We hope you'll be cooperative." The manager's eyes instantly hardened, and she shot the man a sarcastic glare. "The Black Tree Guild, just as arrogant as the rumors claimed." "What?" she scoffed. "You think I'm an easy target just because I'm a woman? Trying to strong-arm me?" The man just tilted his chin up, a smug, cunning smile spreading across his face. "Of course, you could always just join the Black Tree Guild. I guarantee you'll be treated like a VIP. Right then, a glowing system notification popped up. A mail notification from her friend, Lin Yuan. 45 flesh blood seeds had just been added to her backpack. Reading the message, her tense expression immediately softened. Just a little. She turned her head, hiding a slight smirk. He actually saved some for her. Guess the kid had a conscience after all, still looking out for his big sister. But then, the notification scrolled down, revealing an attached message. Lin Yuan's note read, "There are still 45 seeds left. Remember to put them on the shelves tomorrow." And just like that, her hopes shattered. Pure, unadulterated rage erupted in her mind. She fumed internally. I knew it. That heartless, inconsiderate jerk. Having been completely ignored, the man's face darkened with impatience. You don't seriously think you can protect this shop, do you? He snarled. We have a legitimate company in the real world. People are desperate to join us. You'd be a fool to refuse. Hearing this, she simply tossed her long hair back, casually brushing past him while delivering a sly counter-offer. A decision this important requires a little time for me to think it over. If your guild is as powerful as you claim, surely you can spare me that much, right? The man's eyes narrowed, but he gave a sharp, harsh nod of agreement. Fine, he hissed, but don't even think about pulling any tricks. Without breaking stride, the manager glanced back, meeting his threat with a piercing glare of her own. Remember this. I can crush you at any moment. He watched her disappear, a venomous look on his face. His expression twisted into a sinister, self-satisfied grin as he began to plot his next move. Just wait until I take over this shop. The chairman will finally see what I'm truly capable of. And then, the entire Black Tree Guild will be mine to command. The afternoon sun cast a golden light on the rooftops, creating a strangely peaceful scene. Meanwhile, the manager crossed her arms, fuming at the mental image of Lin Yuan. I'm getting threatened out here, and I'm still keeping your secrets, she grumbled to herself. Where else are you going to find a woman this good? Blending into the bustling crowd, she held her head high, muttering her frustrations under her breath. You rotten kid. Sooner or later, you're going to pay your big sister back for all this. The city skyline was bathed in the faint rays of the setting sun. The scene shifts, revealing Lin Yuan standing alone in the middle of a damp, flooded sewer. He was holding a glowing green beetle at eye level, calmly planning his next move. The flesh-blood seeds were selling incredibly well. He figured this new batch would fetch an even higher price on the market. While he was here, he decided to check for any traces of the snake controller. A system window appeared, activating his stealth skill. Instantly, Lin Yuan's body became completely transparent. He calmly observed the undead guards on their sluggish patrol, confirming that they were still here. His sacred beetle didn't detect anything unusual, which meant his rival had probably been behaving himself lately. He slipped past the ranks of guards without a sound, his feet barely touching the stone steps as he headed straight inside. Once he was near his target, Lin Yuan dropped his stealth. A green scorpion crackling with lightning appeared beside him. He gave the command loud and clear. Thunder Core, lightning assault. As the attack struck, a system notification confirmed it. You have entered the hidden dungeon, Serpent Demon's Lair. The scene cuts to the center of the gloomy evil god temple. Flickering purple flames illuminated an eye-shaped throne, where the snake tamer was prostrated, awaiting orders. He gritted his teeth, his hands digging into the cold stone floor. That bastard, he growled. The more he thought about being outplayed, the more his frustration boiled over, and he shot to his feet. The snake-like tails behind him thrashed wildly. He just keeps farming this hidden dungeon, stealing my treasure time and time again. He knew that asking for reinforcements would be completely useless. He glanced at the maid in the corner, complaining, Anna won't lend me the Pluto serpent, and my own snakes still haven't fully recovered. At a dead end, he rushed back to the throne and threw himself down, his voice trembling as he begged. Things have reached this point. I have no choice but to ask for your help, Master. Immediately, a majestic purple phantom descended from the empty air above the throne. Its deep voice carried a suffocating pressure. Snake Tamer, you should be executing the plan right now. The sheer force in its voice was crushing. The Snake Tamer pressed his face flat against the floor, sweating profusely as he frantically tried to explain himself. My lord, a player is constantly disrupting our plans. He even stole my serpents. The purple phantom spread its arms, a crushing psychic energy enveloping its weak servant. Oh? You can't even handle a single player? Tell me, how exactly should I punish you? Cornered, the man looked up, his eyes flashing with faint hope. He's not just some nobody. I suspect he's a necro hunter, just like you. The moment he heard that title, the purple aura around the master flared violently. A necro hunter, he repeated coldly. Just then, the fiery red figure of the demon concubine appeared, looking absolutely enchanting as she mocked him. You, the snake charmer. Looks like you had a rough time in the western desert, didn't you? So rough you had to invent this absurd excuse. There is no second necro hunter. Ignoring the demon concubine's taunts, the snake controller frantically opened his spellbook. Master, everything I said is the truth. Please, see for yourself. The book levitated, energy pulsing from its pages as a system message appeared. Loading memory book, initiating battle replay. The horrifying battle replayed, showing the snake controller watching his own snakes being turned into undead by Lin Yuan. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan arrogantly declared, My undead are limitless, but your snakes just keep dying. Give up. A torrent of purple light erupted from the book, engulfing the entire throne room, Faced with the undeniable footage, both the master and the demon concubine were speechless, their eyes locked on the screen. But even with clear proof, she still jabbed at his failure. Is that all? If he were really that strong, do you think you'd still be alive to crawl back here? How ridiculous. Dismissing her sarcasm, the Phantom Master calmly analyzed the situation. So another Necro Hunter really does exist. It's a shame his inheritance is incomplete. He's nothing to worry about. Reaching out, he summoned a purple potion. The Master declared proudly, for a half-baked amateur like him, I won't even need to get involved. Seeing a chance to turn the tables, the snake controller smirked wickedly, awaiting his command. You mean? The Master conjured a dark circle, laying out his plan. Listen closely. Deep in the deserts of the Western Desert Empire, there are flying serpents with incredible speed. His majestic magic continued to swell. He stressed, their spirit-draining skill is the perfect counter for a player like him. As he finished speaking, a flashing coordinate panel appeared before the snake controller, sharing the location 458274996. Taking the potion, the snake controller let out a brutal, vicious laugh. Understood. I will make him suffer so much he'll wish he was dead, forcing him to reveal all his tricks. But his master hesitated for a moment. No. The master gave a startling command. If you have the chance, make him one of us. Overwhelmed with shock, the snake controller and the demon concubine looked up at the purple phantom, standing majestically on the sharp crystal steps. He spoke with a ruler's curiosity. It contains the intrigue of a conqueror. I am very curious. A necro hunter, who isn't supposed to exist anymore. Where on earth did he crawl out from? The Phantom Master sat down on his throne, resting his chin on his hand with an arrogant air, radiating a pressure that left his subordinates breathless. The scene shifts to a splendid city, its architecture screaming of the desert. Massive onion domes reached quietly into the golden evening sky that stretched across the horizon, carrying with them an air of extreme dissatisfaction. The snake controller walked through a sun-drenched doorway into a tavern, grinding his teeth and muttering in outrage. The master, he actually wants to recruit that bastard. Then what about my revenge? His face, hidden behind a snakescale mask, tightened with calculation. A cunning glint flashed in his eyes as he thought, if I follow the master's orders and try to recruit him, then I'll need to use the Death Apostle's intelligence network to find out if he belongs to a guild. He hid his own ambitions deep inside. He pulled the collar of his black cloak higher and strode confidently deeper into a shabby warehouse area, piled high with messy oak barrels. Spotting a waiter carrying a tray through a narrow stone hallway, the snake controller raised a hand to stop him, ready to exchange a secret password. The waiter, ever the professional, reminded him, Sir, if you wish to drink, please go to the front hall. The snake controller casually replied, Oh, no, I'm here to deliver poppies. Facing the waiter's scrutinizing gaze, the snake controller clicked his tongue. His hand awkwardly fumbled through the pockets on his clothes. Every time I have to exchange a password and verify my token, it's such a hassle. Let me see where I put that pocket watch. Suddenly, his movement stopped. The pupils behind his mask dilated completely, revealing absolute shock. He frantically searched his cloak, his face turning pale as he panicked. The pocket watch is gone. When did it go missing? Seeing the other man couldn't produce the token, the waiter's demeanor changed instantly, his gaze turning sharp and threatening. The snake controller frantically pointed, trying to explain. Damn it, wait a minute. Let me remember where it fell. The waiter calmly cut him off. The scene changes. A man says to a waiter, Mr. Hops, we don't need any hops here. The waiter's face darkens, his eyes flaring red with killing intent. The waiter coldly tells him to get lost. Perhaps you should try another bar, sir. Just as the tension is about to explode, a steady hand reaches out from the shadows, stopping the waiter with a simple command. Wait a moment. From a dark corner, the branch manager, wearing a silver mask, calmly steps out. He crosses his arms, vouching for the nervous man. I know this person. Let him in. Recognizing his superior, the waiter immediately retracts his murderous aura and bows respectfully. Yes, branch manager. The space shifts, transporting them down to the guild's secret basement. Here, cold blue stone walls are lit by the flickering flames of torches. Walls covered in sharp, jagged metal plates come into view, showing off the brutal nature of this hidden base for assassins. The silver-masked branch manager leans back comfortably in a leather armchair. Standing before him, Kong Xiajia bows his head, apologizing meekly. Thank you, boss. It's all my fault for losing the pocket watch and causing you more trouble. The branch manager gets straight to the point. Spit it out, what's going on? Kong Xiajia holds out a file, creating a perfect excuse to hide his true ambitions. I came here today because I just received a new commission. I need to investigate some intel on this person. As his boss flips through the documents, Kong Zajia smirks to himself. These brutes will never realize this commission is a fake, but it doesn't matter if he kills his target anyway. A vicious look flashed in the subordinate's eyes as he cooked up a new scheme using someone else to do his dirty work. His plan was to feed their target false information, making him believe they were plotting against him. That way, even if they tried to recruit the target later, he'd flat out refuse, giving him the perfect excuse for his master. The division chief narrowed his eyes, skimming the request with a thoughtful nod. So that's how it was. But completely ignoring his subordinate's little plot, Division Chief Yun reached into a document box and decisively pulled out an entirely different file. Leaning forward, the chief tossed the paper down on the desk, comparing them with a look of pure amusement. What a coincidence. I just got a request myself, and the target is the exact same person. The serpent tamer froze, cold sweat dripping down his face. He tried to act casual, stammering, Is that so? Looks like this guy has a lot of enemies. Division Chief Yun placed the stack of papers on his lap, tapping his fingers rhythmically as he made his announcement. I've already done a full background check on the target. Since it's the same person, I might as well just handle it myself. Seeing his prize about to slip away, the serpent tamer leaned in desperately, full of fake admiration. Boss, the thing is, I've always admired your skills. Could you maybe take me along on this mission for practice? I don't even need the commission fee, but that over-the-top eagerness immediately sparked suspicion. The division chief leaned back in his chair, propping his chin on his hand. Nah, I only team up with people I know. Besides, why do I get the feeling you're a little too invested in this target? Completely red, the serpent tamer flinched and looked away, forcing a laugh to cover his panic. Do you have something else on your mind? He quickly waved his hands, backing down. Haha, of course not. Well, boss, I'll go take another mission then. Turning his back, he walked down the narrow hall, his face instantly sinking back into a dark, calculating mask. It was useless even if the Reaper actually managed to assassinate the target. In this world of immortals, he would just revive. It looked like he needed another plan, one that would completely cut off any chance of the master recruiting that guy. Leaving the vengeful man to his schemes, the silver-masked Division Chief Yun sat alone in the isolated stone chamber. He flipped open the old mission file again, a strange interest glinting in his eyes. He never thought this abandoned request would actually become useful. His thoughts drifted back to that intense clash in the alley, where he had to somersault backward to dodge Lin Yuan's powerful slash. So that explains it, he thought. That scowling guy went berserk the moment he saw the pocket watch. The real issue was this kid. But the fact that they want to kill him at all costs. Well, this is getting more and more interesting. Suddenly, a three-dimensional hologram of a burning mask flared to life in the middle of the air. The system displayed an urgent message the leader was initiating a remote call. An authoritative voice echoed from above. The person you mentioned, is it possible he's the one who wiped out our elite squad? The division chief immediately stood, bowing his head respectfully to confirm it with the supreme leader. Yes, leader. Unfortunately, the situation was too chaotic when I ran into him. He clenched his fist over his chest, his voice filled with a warrior's pure fighting spirit. Otherwise, I would have loved to properly test my skills against his. From the magical flames, the leader's final, decisive command was issued. In that case, go test him one more time. And while you're there, see if he has any interest in joining us. Receiving his orders, Division Chief Yun gave a slight bow, his reply firm and obedient. I understand. The door creaks open, signaling its master's return. But as he steps inside, Lin Yuan freezes, asking, Are you a blonde knight from some kind of... A maid's apron, holding a broom, and flashing a brilliant smile. Yuan Shen, I'm here to help you out. Lin Yuan stands there, face twisting in confusion. Ignoring this bizarre scene, the shop owner Luo Qingyan emerges holding a small box. Hey kid, an acquaintance of yours is here. They've been waiting a while. Instantly, Lin Yuan's expression turns ice cold. It's him. A man in a full mask and cloak sips his tea before saying casually, Let's go, we can talk outside. Before they leave, Lin Yuan finishes the weekly trade. A system window pops up. 100 flesh blood seeds have been sent to his partner, Luo Qingyan. He tells Luo Qingyan casually that she should feel free to mark up the price a little bit. The scene cuts to a desolate canyon, with jagged rock pillars reaching for the sky under the dying sun. Lin Yuan gives chase to the assassin, his taunting voice echoing from just up ahead. Did you really seek me out just so you could run away? The assassin laughs, leaping effortlessly between the cliffs. Haha, kiddo. If you want to ask questions, you have to beat me one-on-one first. No using those weird summoned pets of yours. Lin Yuan's brow furrows. What is this guy playing at? Was he hired by someone else to take him out? His gaze hardens as he gives a cold reply. Fine, bring it on. The assassin grins, launching his attack. Let's see what you've really got. A razor-sharp claw attached to a long chain shoots straight for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan raises his sword to block, and sparks fly as the weapons collide. The claw clamps down hard on his blade, and he immediately senses something is off. A hidden mechanism? The chain suddenly retracts, pulling the assassin at high speed right towards Lin Yuan. The assassin just smirks. Not bad. A storm of green, deathly energy erupts from Lin Yuan's body, swirling around him. The assassin looks slightly surprised, but still scoffs. A little too slow for that. The chain yanks Lin Yuan's sword down, pinning it to the ground. In that same instant, the green energy explodes outward, blasting everything back. The assassin pulls the chain, trying to claim the sword for himself. Come over here! But all he gets is the sword. Lin Yuan has completely vanished, leaving the assassin stunned. A black shadow blurs past his back, moving as fast as the wind. Lin Yuan reappears, slamming a fist into the back of the assassin's neck. You're the one who's too slow. The sheer force of the blow cracks the very ground beneath them. The assassin collapses in a heap, and Lin Yuan stands over him, sword back in hand. He stares down at his defeated foe, his voice cold. Why didn't you use your stealth skills? Is this how all you assassins from the Purple Path handle a job? Lying in the rubble, the assassin answers in a hoarse voice. Who said I came here on a job? Lin Yuan presses the tip of his blade to the man's throat. In that case, I'll just cripple you first. But just then, a system window flashes in front of his face. His friend, Han Cheng, is requesting an emergency call. Play immediately? Lin Yuan's response is short. Yes. An urgent message fills the screen from Han Cheng. Yuan Shen, it's terrible. The shop owner was just kidnapped by a group of thugs. I couldn't handle them alone. You need to get back here now. Instantly, a blood-red killing aura erupts around Lin Yuan, his eyes turning dark with pure rage. I guess I overestimated you. I never thought you'd stoop to something as disgusting as kidnapping. The assassin leaps to his feet, shouting back angrily. Nonsense. I, Yama, would never do something so cowardly, and I never harm women. To prove his point, he immediately pulls up his contact list and barks out a decisive order. You just wait. My intel team will find her. A woman was kidnapped from shop number 32. Find her location now. A system alert confirms it. An emergency order has been sent to all members of his team. Moments later, a new notification arrives. The intelligence team has already sent back coordinate data. The assassin points at Lin Yuan, sharing the info. She's not far. Go handle it. I came all this way to find you, so I'm not going to run away. A notification confirms the shared coordinates. 8893-47538 has been sent to the player with a hidden ID. Lin Yuan gives him one last ice-cold glare. You had better not run. The scene shifts abruptly to a graveyard, where a young woman has been beaten and thrown to the ground. As she lies there, her body begins to turn transparent while the system announces her life points have reached 0. A penalty alert pops up. She's been killed 3 times, her level dropping from 14 all the way down to 11. Reviving at the respawn point, she's still completely dazed. She looks up, her green eyes burning with hatred. Her beautiful face is smudged with dirt, etched with pure, unyielding fury. 2 men stand on the stairs above, looking down on her with utter contempt. You stubborn brat. We've killed you this many times and you still refuse to talk? One of them growls, stepping forward menacingly. Young master, Xuan already got the info from the city. A man bought the shop. If you don't give us his name, we'll send you straight back to the novice village. The girl gritted her teeth, her mind filled with helpless rage. These 2 scum were camping her revival point. She had absolutely no way to escape. Even forcing a log off would just leave her character standing there. She yelled out in defiance. If you've got the guts, then come at me. I'm not afraid of you. The mage just smiled sadistically. Looks like she needs another lesson. Bro, I'll ambush him at the shop. You keep going. I bet you that guy will take the bait. The other guy let out a sickening laugh. Don't worry. Heh. I'll make sure she submits to me. Just as the words left his mouth, a cold voice echoed from directly behind him. You'll make who submit? Without any warning, Lin Yuan rushed in like a phantom, his voice ice cold. Go to hell. The mage let out a terrible scream as his partner quickly met the same fate. Luo Qingyan was completely stunned, watching in disbelief as her enemies were wiped out in the blink of an eye. Lin Yuan stood there, his face an unreadable mask, realizing the coordinates that guy gave him were actually legit. Han Qing, in full knight armor, jumped in front of Lin Yuan as some low-level punk started running his mouth. You dare touch someone from our Black Tree Guild? Kid, you're finished. Get on your knees if you know what's good for you." Before he could finish, a green flash shot through the thug. Lin Yuan's shadow in the night now looked more terrifying than ever. His voice dripped with killing intent. The Black Tree Guild, he'd find them, and he would demand an answer. Instantly, the bodies of the two thugs dissolved into streams of blue light. Luo Qingyan's gear dropped right where they stood. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed just as he thought. They had everything. Luo Qingyan called out hesitantly, "Little brother." She looked at her tattered gear, feeling humiliated and wronged. To be hunted down like this, even though it was just a game, the realistic simulation meant the pain was very, very real. Lin Yuan gently handed her equipment back, his voice softening. "It's okay now," he said. "Just tell me what happened." Seeing the glittering gear in her hands, Luo Qingyan couldn't stop the tears from falling. Sobbing, she explained it all. They wanted the shop owner's name, but she refused, so they trashed her store and camped her at the respawn point. Lin Yuan let out a soft sigh. His voice was calm but held a hint of gentle blame. He told her she really should have just told them who he was. Wiping her tears, Luo Qingyan forced a brave smile. "I'm the big sister. Of course I had to protect you. Besides, they're nothing. I wasn't scared at all." Seeing this, Han Cheng stepped forward, his face flushed with anger. "This is absolutely shameless." He insisted they must have ganged up on her for a long time for all her gear to drop, then offered her a potion to restore her strength. Just as Luo Qingyan was about to respond, Lin Yuan turned to face Han Cheng, his eyes suddenly turning ice cold. He demanded information on the Black Tree Guild. Both of them immediately panicked, trying to talk him out of it. "Little brother, don't do anything crazy," Luo Qingyan pleaded, while Han Cheng quickly added that the Black Tree Guild was no joke. Han Cheng explained with a grave expression that, unlike normal guilds, they had a massive real-world backer, the Black Tree Corporation itself. Their organization was airtight, with a crystal-clear chain of command. This wasn't something a normal guild could ever compare to. He warned Yuan Shen that even he couldn't take on a guild of thousands by himself. Hearing that, Lin Yuan just let out a cold, dismissive smirk. The Black Tree Corporation, sure they have money, but so what? This is the immortal world. As he spoke, he summoned a massive winged lion, its oppressive aura forcing the other two to stumble back. But then, Lin Yuan's brow furrowed. At that exact moment, the two thugs he'd just killed respawned nearby. The second they saw Lin Yuan, they roared in fury. Before they could even move, Lin Yuan was on them. Two giant spirit claws materialized behind him as he taunted them. "You wanted my shop, right? Well, come on and take it." The thug roared back, calling him a coward who only knew sneak attacks. But the moment he charged, the spirit claws struck. Both of them screamed in sheer panic. "What are those things? Quick, call for backup from any guild members nearby." A system notification popped up, confirming a request for aid was sent. But before any help could arrive, the absolute slaughter began. Life points returned to 0. "You have been killed. Your level has dropped from 14 to 13. You have been killed twice. Level dropping from 13 to 12. Gear scattered with every death. You have been killed 3 times. Level now 11. Finally, when both of them had been farmed down to level 1, they lay on the ground, trembling and begging for their lives. "Please, stop killing us. I'm level 1. This account is completely ruined now." Meanwhile, Luo Qingyan happily collected all of her gear. "My gear. Thanks, little bro. I really thought I'd never see this stuff again." Lin Yuan glanced coldly at the two barely conscious figures. Useless trash. Can't even handle a simple interrogation without calling for help. And right on cue, their reinforcements arrived. A huge bald man swaggered forward, his voice dripping with arrogance. "Let's see who dares to ruin young Master Xuan's good time." But when his eyes landed on Lin Yuan, the man froze. He squinted, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. "Oh, I remember you. Aren't you that shrimp from the Bloodscale Cave?" He glanced at his own pathetic underlings on the ground before turning back to Lin Yuan. "Looks like you're the one who took care of young Master Xuan's people, huh? After I'm done with you, I'll go back and question that woman. Young Master Xuan will definitely reward me handsomely." He grinned, veins popping on his forehead. "I'll crush you." Lin Yuan remained completely calm, gently patting the head of the winged lion by his side. "So, this young Master Xuan is the real ringleader." He took a single step forward. The bald man recoiled in shock, stuttering. It's you?" One of the goons, completely clueless, stepped up with a cocky swagger. "You dare steal from our Black Tree Guild? Looks like you've got a death wish. Our captain is a top 10 fighter in the guild, you know. Kneel and beg for forgiveness now, and maybe he'll spare your life." Ha ha ha, but before the laughter could even die down, Lin Yuan was right in his face. A shadow fell over him as a chilling voice echoed. You want to kill me? The goon just about jumped out of his skin. Yikes. A loud smack echoed as the bald captain slapped his own subordinate across the face. You idiot. Shut your mouth. He spun back to Lin Yuan, his attitude completely flipped, sweating bullets. Great one. If I'd known it was you, I swear I never would have gotten involved in this mess. He bowed deeply. I'll take my men and get out of here right now. Lin Yuan replied coldly. No need. A flash of green light erupted, sending the entire group flying. Lin Yuan stood amidst an aura of deathly energy, speaking to the trembling captain. Now they're gone. Take me to this young Master Xuan. The terrified bald man nodded frantically. Yes, of course. But on the way, he secretly opened a communication channel, his mind racing. Bringing an outsider to headquarters was an act of betrayal. The fine from the Black Tree Corporation alone would be enough to bankrupt him completely. And that was before considering he was leading a monster like this back. No, he had to find an excuse. A message shot through the guild channel. Zhao Kui, urgent report. Found the shop owner. I'm luring him to HQ. Set up an ambush on the way to prevent his escape. Coordinates 4823.78.2. Seeing the reply signal on his screen, the bald captain breathed a sigh of relief. A wicked smile spread across his face. That was fast. He thought to himself, looks like I'm saved this time. At that exact moment, a system notification popped up in front of Lin Yuan. You have entered an ambush zone marked by Black Tree Guild's Combat Squad 7. The bald captain suddenly stopped in his tracks, forcing Lin Yuan to halt as well. A triumphant grin spread across his lips as he stared into the empty space ahead. They're here. Instantly, he spun around, pointed a finger right in Lin Yuan's face and roared with glee. You idiot. You really think you're invincible, don't you? Today, we're gonna teach you some manners. Brothers, get him for me. But the only response he got wasn't the sound of his comrades charging into battle. It was a black shadow that flashed past like lightning, sending one of the ambushers tumbling to the ground. The bald captain stared, looking around in total confusion. What's going on? Why isn't Squad 7 making a move? He turned his head back, and the scene before him made his blood run cold. Amidst the trees, the bodies of Squad 7's members lay scattered everywhere, the blue glows signifying their deaths still hanging in the air. The captain stammered in pure horror. How? How is this possible, Squad 7? They've been completely wiped out? Lin Yuan walked past him coldly, blood still fresh on his sword. He thought to himself, was it that guy's dart? Was he trying to help me? Lin Yuan stared directly at the captain, who was now trembling like a leaf, his voice terrifyingly calm. Weren't you going to teach me some manners? He asked. Go on, make your move. The bald captain was so terrified he stumbled backward, sweat pouring down his shiny forehead. Without warning, a bolt of blue lightning shot down from the sky, engulfing him. He barely had time to let out a desperate scream. Stop! Don't! I was wrong. Arg! When the lightning faded, Lin Yuan walked over to the convulsing man on the ground, his voice devoid of any emotion. If I'm not mistaken, he began, leading this many Black Tree members to their deaths is going to earn you a pretty hefty fine, isn't it? Lin Yuan's sword rested against the man's throat, its cold blue light reflecting on his pale skin. He then made an offer the man couldn't possibly refuse. You're trapped. You might as well just give me young Master Xuan's coordinates. Who knows? After I dismantle the Black Tree Guild, maybe your little fine will simply disappear. The captain, left with no other choice, immediately dropped to his knees and begged. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. The scene then shifts to a luxurious conference room. Brimley? Upperly? A man was in the middle of a report. The Black Tree Guild, a subsidiary of the Black Tree Corporation, saw a 30% increase in profits last quarter. Our new store projects are moving forward. We expect results by next quarter. Another shareholder cut in. Excuse me, President Ye, but as far as I know, you haven't secured a single store yet, have you? A middle-aged man with an eye patch took a drag from his cigar and casually deflected, though he quickly recovered his swagger. He boasted that they just found the person who bought the store, and the Black Tree Corporation never misses a chance to make money. He declared that the first store was already theirs for the taking, and no one could possibly steal it from them. The words had barely left his mouth when the door flew open. A man burst in, yelling in panic. President Ye, it's a disaster. We're under attack at guild headquarters. President Ye slammed the table, roaring. What? What in the world is going on out there? Outside, screams filled the headquarters' magnificent halls. One after another, members of the Black Tree Guild were tossed aside like dry leaves by a single, unstoppable intruder. It was Lin Yuan, alone with his sword, carving a bloody path through the heart of the enemy's den. A grunt screamed that he was insane for attacking on Black Tree turf, but his only reply was a pillar of green, deathly energy erupting from the ground. Lin Yuan's voice was cold as steel. "Get out of my way." The bald captain at the main gate watched Lin Yuan's back, his voice trembling. "Are you really going to charge in all by yourself?" Without even turning around, Lin Yuan left him with a chilling warning. "I hope those coordinates you gave me were right. Otherwise, I'll be coming for you next." Meanwhile, inside the guild headquarters, under a massive crystal chandelier, a massacre was underway. In a luxurious room, a man known as Young Master Swan lounged on a chair. He smirked at a live stream on his screen, telling his lackeys that a good show was about to start. "Once I get that shop, I'll bleed at least a few million from that old man. After that, you'll all get a handsome reward." The live stream feed showed over 2,000 viewers currently watching. A girl sitting in his lap pouted, "Young Master Swan, you're so mean, trying to steal from people again." Just then, a loud noise from outside made him scowl. "Who's making all that noise out there? What kind of sloppy work is this? Can't you see I'm live? Now get out there and see what's going on." His men immediately scrambled to obey. "Yes, sir." Two guards walked to the door, grumbling about some idiot causing a scene. But the second they opened it, a dark figure burst in, sending one flying back. The other guard could only get out a single word. "What?" Through the dust, Lin Yuan emerged, his sword glowing with a royal aura, as he coldly asked, "Are you He Xuan?" The tension in the air was electric. A fight was about to break out. Young Master Xuan just smirked, dismissing him as another attention seeker. "Let's see how I'm going to play with this one," he thought. This whole scene made the live stream chat absolutely explode. The viewer count shot up as comments flew across the screen. "Nice. What's Young Master Xuan planning now? Who's the unlucky guy this time? Ha ha ha. Wait a minute. That guy looks familiar." Young Master Xuan slowly swiveled his chair around to face the intruder. He looked Lin Yuan up and down with a condescending air. "Hey you want to join the Black Tree Guild too? But not just anyone has what it takes to be my dog, you know?" He propped his feet on the table, arrogantly laying out his terms. "How about this? Kneel down and clean my shoes right now, and maybe I'll consider letting you join." The girl beside him giggled. Hee, Young Master Xuan is giving you a chance, you know." Lin Yuan just let out a cold smirk. In the next instant, a wave of emerald sword energy swept across the floor, knocking away all the surrounding guards. Young Master Xuan was stunned. The sword energy grazed past him, but he reacted fast, grabbing the girl and using her as a human shield against the terrifying attack. The live stream chat blew up. Viewer count 5,000 and climbing. Holy crap, someone's actually picking a fight with Young Master Swan. This is the Black Tree headquarters. No way, isn't that Great God 36? Lin Yuan aimed his sword point directly at Young Master Swan, his voice as cold as ice. "Shop number 32 is mine. If you ever step foot in my territory again, I won't hesitate to wipe out your entire guild." After a moment of stunned silence, Young Master Swan leaned back in his chair, and then he laughed. "You? Wipe out the Black Tree Guild?" He laughed like a maniac before sitting up straight, looking at Lin Yuan like he was an idiot. "I just thought you were crazy, but it turns out you're just a moron." The livestream viewers had now surpassed 10,000. The audience recognized Lin Yuan and started cheering. "Oh my god, it's the Great God. Now this is a show. The Great God is back to destroy the Black Tree Guild." Young Master Xuan clapped his hands, looking amused. "Men, come on out for our guest." Dozens of elite Black Tree members poured out from the shadows, completely surrounding Lin Yuan. One of them shouted, "You dare barge into the Black Tree headquarters? You got a death wish?" Lin Yuan stood in the middle, completely unfazed, and gave his sword a little swing. Young Master Xuan sat with his legs crossed, speaking with pure arrogance. It's an honor that I'm even interested in your shop. Countless people wish they could offer me gifts but don't even get the chance." He flicked a gold coin, making a final, humiliating offer. "Here's the deal. 1 gold coin. Transfer the shop to me. Then, kneel and bow 3 times, and I'll forget this ever happened." He immediately tossed the single gold coin right at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan instantly swung his sword, intercepting the coin and shattering it into tiny pieces with his sharp blade. He then summoned a spirit scorpion, a murderous glint in his eyes. "My patience for fools like you is wearing thin. Time to die." A green light erupted from the ground, slashing through all the men surrounding him. Young Master Xuan didn't have time to react, only managing to gasp in shock. "Ack, what is that?" As a wave of green energy shot toward him. Before he could even process it, a green beetle closed the distance and slammed right into his face, a model. He let out one final, agonizing scream as the bug detonated, creating a destructive blast of energy. The system notification was cold life functions. 0. His underlings stood frozen, unable to believe their eyes as young Master Huyan's body collapsed lifelessly to the floor. Young Master Huyan was killed? If you're enjoying this, how about a like for your boy? Snapping out of his shock, one of the captains finally roared. Get him! The guards immediately charged forward, but it was useless. All that was left were their fading screams. Meanwhile, in a meeting room, a frantic employee made a call, his voice cracking with pure terror. Get the chairman now. Someone broke in. He's already at headquarters. Chairman Diep, however, tried to keep his cool in front of the shareholders. This had to be malicious competition from a rival company. The Black Tree Guild had plans for this. Quick, turn on the projector and find Heishuan's live stream. And as the screen flickered to life, Director Yi confidently introduced the scene. Gentlemen, witness the true power of the Black Tree Guild. But then his brows furrowed in utter confusion. Huh? The screen showed only Lin Yuan, standing alone in a battlefield littered with corpses. The entire meeting room fell dead silent. Director Ye slammed his hands on the table, his eyes wide, glued to the screen. He roared in a mix of desperation and pure shame. Impossible. The live stream was exploding, with viewer counts soaring past 20,000. The chat went wild. This god isn't just soloing a boss, he's soloing an entire guild. Finally. I've hated those Black Tree jerks for ages. Go, god tier player, this is gonna go viral. Director Ye gritted his teeth, cold sweat dripping down his temples. This couldn't happen. The Black Tree Corporation's stock would plummet, and his own position as CEO was on the line. He absolutely could not let this happen. He tried to calm everyone down, insisting there must be a mistake. Are the guild's guards on leave today? I'll contact the person in charge right now. He immediately made a call, screaming into the phone. You useless brat! I don't care how you do it, you stop him now. At the same time, Heishuan roared in fury the moment he respawned in the game. Damn it! How dare he make me lose a level? He immediately started sprinting back toward the main hall. As he ran, he screamed with rage. Stop right now, or I swear I'll destroy your shop. Not only that, I'll kill every last one of your people back to level 1. Lin Yuan, standing among the bodies, turned his head slowly. His voice was cold. Are you threatening me? Heishuan puffed out his chest, snarling. That's right. This young master always does what he says. Go on, just try me. Lin Yuan slowly closed his eyes. A ghostly spirit materialized behind him, and his voice turned bone-chillingly cold. If that is your answer, then the Black Tree Guild no longer needs to exist. He raised a hand, activating his ultimate skill. Activate. Corpse explosion technique. A chain reaction of sickening green explosions erupted from every corpse on the floor, creating a maelstrom of pure destructive energy. Back in the meeting room, Director Ye could only watch in horror as the guild headquarters on screen was consumed by a sea of flames. My guild. One of the shareholders stood up, staring at Director Ye with utter disappointment. Director Ye, is this the project you wanted our investment for? What a disappointment. I'm beginning to question your ability to manage this corporation. Hearing this, he quickly tried to placate them. Everyone, please calm down. The guild's elite guard unit has already arrived on site. He turned to his subordinate for confirmation. The elite squad received the notification and are all online, correct? A secretary hurriedly reported. Yes, sir. All of them are in position. Through the screen, the entire room watched as a squad of players in black armor smashed through the windows. The squad leader yelled, Let's get him, boys! Director Ye promised 100,000 for each of us, you hear me? The entire team roared back in unison. Sir, yes sir. The livestream viewer count had already shot past 30,000. The chat was buzzing. Oh no, it's these guys. They're famous for playing dirty. Yeah, but they're just walking to their deaths. The god player's strength would surely crush them, but the reality was far more brutal. The entire elite squad was being torn apart by a single one of Lin Yuan's undead insects. Hurry up and stop that damn bug. This young master has already dropped 5 levels. A member barely dodged a sword strike, only to see the bug looming right in front of him. Damn it, it's here again. The massacre was over in a flash. The undead insect dived down, claiming another life. Health points dropping to 0. Floating in a haze of dark energy, Lin Yuan looks down on the cowering survivors below, and his voice, dripping with pure scorn, booms across the great hall. Weren't you guys gonna kill me back down to level 1? So why are you hiding back there, too scared to even make a move? Without a moment's hesitation, the elite squad's captain raises his sword and rallies his men. Brothers, same old strategy, let's get him. The soldiers behind him charge forward, thirsty for blood. But seeing Lin Yuan just standing there calmly, the captain's eyes go wide, and he roars in pure fury. That damn brat. Building momentum, he launches into the air. He brings down a thunderous strike from above, aiming right for Lin Yuan and declaring, "We are your real opponents." But before his sword can land, a flash of blue light erupts, blasting him backward. The captain can only let out a cry of pure disbelief. Seeing their captain get knocked back, two mages in the rear immediately unleash their skills. Fireballs and arrows fly, their faces twisted in ugly sneers. No matter how strong you are, you can't beat all 7 of us," one shouts, smugly adding, "Try and block this. Taste my paralyzing arrow." Haha. Fast as a phantom, Lin Yuan weaves through the attacks, appearing right in front of the mage. He grabs the man's face, his eyes ice cold as he speaks. "Your tactics are just too old-fashioned." With incredible force, he slams the mage into the ground, triggering a massive explosion of green energy that rocks the entire area. The system window coldly displays a familiar message. Life points return to 0. In the cracked crater, the mage lies motionless, completely defeated. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's system screen flashes a notification. Stealth skill activated. The remaining soldiers look around, bewildered, searching through the smoke. Where'd that brat go? Did he actually run away? Meanwhile, the livestream chat is exploding with comments. Even a tiger can't fight a pack of wolves. The legend lost, but with honor. It's just a numbers game, no one could beat him solo. Back on the scene, one of the soldiers slams his fist into the ground, furious. Veins bulge on his forehead. Damn it, he caused this much chaos. If he escapes, the Blacktree Guild's reputation is completely ruined. He roars at the remaining guild members. Find him at all costs. Find him now. Suddenly, the sky above them darkens. Young Master Xuan, struggling on the ground, breaks into a cold sweat and turns around in confusion. From behind them, a pack of colossal soul beasts, part dragon, part wolf, rises from the underworld. They open their massive, fanged jaws as the soldiers scream in terror. "What?" one screams. A beast lets out an earth-shattering roar, gathering brilliant blue hellfire in its mouth. An overwhelming blast of power erupts from the beast's breath. It instantly sends the remaining elite soldiers flying, tumbling helplessly. At that exact moment, a notification appears. Stealth skill deactivated. Lin Yuan slowly materializes, casually crossing his arms as he delivers another taunt. Anyone else? Send them all out. The respawn point still has plenty of room. In the real world, a young man is glued to the live stream, sweating bullets. Holy crap, I get to witness this legend in action again. He's the type who doesn't make a move, but when he does, bodies drop. On a bustling street, a group of teens huddles around a tablet, buzzing with excitement. The Blacktree Guild really messed with a god of slaughter this time. In another corner, a schoolgirl clutches her blushing cheeks, her sparkling eyes glued to her phone screen in a total trance. Whoa, how can he be so handsome? But in stark contrast to the audience's excitement, young Master Xuan is on the ground, pathetically cowering and clutching his head. Terrified, he opens up a chat window, crying his eyes out as he begs his father for help. "Dad, you have to save me." Director Ye just screams back, spit flying everywhere. "How could I have raised such a useless piece of trash like you? You idiot. You're going to be the death of me, do you realize that?" But young Master Xuan doesn't back down, shouting right back at him. "You old man, I was just following your orders, it was your intel that was bad. And you're blaming me?" Choked with rage at his son talking back, Director Yi slams his head on the desk, panting. He tries to suppress his fury as he barks orders to his men. You rebellious brat. I don't care how you do it, you have to buy me time and hold him there." His face darkens, his eyes flashing with a sinister confidence. The master I paid a huge sum to hire is already on his way. Meanwhile, on a high tree branch overlooking the ruined Blacktree headquarters, an assassin in a Yama mask stands with his arms crossed, clicking his tongue in appreciation. "Not bad, kid. You've really made a name for yourself." Suddenly, his system panel lights up with a new notification. Emergency request from the Blacktree Guild. Eliminate target Lin Yuan. ID hidden. Reward: 500 gold coins. The assassin looks at the screen and smirks. An emergency request? They want me to clean up their mess with that brat? How ridiculous. He calmly reaches out and presses the screen, decisively rejecting the mission and blocking all future requests from the Blacktree Guild. Beneath his mask, his eyes gleam with boundless interest. He might as well head to the scene and watch the drama unfold. Model. Right then, a new group emerges from the forest's edge. Leng Yue crosses her arms, noting it wasn't just the Rage Guild, even the Disciple Guild was here. Looks like the Blacktree Guild really went all out this time. Up in the trees, the assassin Yama muses that they're all familiar faces to that brat. Looks like he was in for a good show. The warrior with the giant axe cracks his knuckles, growling impatiently. He just wanted to get this over with and deal with that clueless kid. The assassin watches the three of them charge down, a smirk playing on his lips. Well, no need to test their strength anymore. He could just send the video straight to the boss. Meanwhile, in the main hall, young Master Swan was surrounded by two soul beasts, screaming in pure frustration. Even my own father has never laid a hand on me. He roars. You've made an enemy for life. A moment later, the mercenaries arrive on scene and just stop dead, their eyes wide at the absolute devastation before them. Lin Yuan and the masked assassin are also frozen, silently taking it all in. Seeing them, Lin Yuan steps into view, his eyes blazing a fiery red, his gaze ice cold. Lin Yuan gasps in astonishment. The target is him? Even the masked assassin is startled, thinking, it's that lunatic? At the same time, a mocking voice rings out. Well, well, young master. Your backup has finally arrived. Feeling a surge of courage, young Master Swan lifts his head from the ground and screams, You had fun hitting me, didn't you? All of you, attack. Today, I'm going to make him kneel on the ground and beg me for his life. Lin Yuan calmly places his foot on young Master Swan, his cold eyes sweeping over the newcomers. Suddenly, the air grows deathly still. With just a single glance, an invisible pressure descends on everyone. Seeing reinforcements, one of young Master Swan's last remaining henchmen gets cocky. You think you're untouchable? The number 1 and number 2 guilds have joined forces. You're dead meat, kid. But before he can even finish, the axe-wielding warrior shoves him hard to the side. Huh? The warrior glares at the henchman and roars, Get lost. You think that little bit of money is worth my life? Bunch of idiots. And just like that, a notification pops up. System. The commission from the Black Tree Guild has been forfeited. With that, the warrior turns and walks away without a second thought. Young Master Swan, still pinned down, screams in a panic. Where are you going? Are you scared before we've even fought? Lin Yuan doesn't even bother to look. He casually swings his sword, and a wave of green energy washes over the cocky henchman, who lets out a single scream before vanishing. Life returned to 0. After dealing with the trash, Lin Yuan turns to face the last two. Are you two also here to help the Black Tree Guild? Another notification pops up for the female knight. Commission from the Black Tree Guild. Forfeited. Lin Yuan offers a friendly smile and a shrug. I'm sure you have your reasons for all of this. Do you need any help? Lin Yuan calmly replies. No, thank you. Just stand to the side and watch. Just then, having been revived, young Master Swan leaps to his feet, pointing a finger at the mercenaries and cursing them out. What the hell are you doing? I paid you people to fight, not to stand there and watch the show. The masked assassin just crosses his arms, his tone dripping with sarcasm. That's right, he says. Did you pay us all this money just so we could watch your little circus act? Thinking he's found an ally, young Master Swan quickly barks an order. Finally, someone with some sense. Go and teach that pathetic loser a lesson for me. But Lin Yuan cuts him off, looking straight at the assassin. The people in the forest. You took care of them, right? I recognize your darts. The assassin just chuckles. It was nothing. Young Master Swan freezes, as if doused with ice water. What? You're a mole too. The assassin pulls up his system panel and starts recording with a smirk. Hey now, no need for such harsh words. I never actually accepted your commission. I just came to watch the fireworks. Openly betrayed, young Master Swan and his last two henchmen can only grit their teeth in fury. You bastards. I won't let you get away with this. Just you wait. Suddenly, all three of them feel a terrifying killing intent crash down from above. They look up, their faces pale with fear. A colossal dragon made of pure energy dives down, swallowing all three of them in a deafening roar. A cold notification appears. Life returned to 0. Revived once more, young Master Swan staggers up from the rubble, his face covered in soot, but his eyes are still burning with resentment. Lin Yuan looks down coldly, his voice devoid of emotion. Let's keep going. I imagine your guildmaster can't sit still much longer. Meanwhile, back in the real world, a shareholder slams his hand on the table, yelling at Director Yi. The corporation's stock has hit rock bottom. Hey Yi, you caused this mess, and you will be held responsible for the damages. The secretary standing nearby timidly calls out to him. Director Yi grits his teeth, his voice a low growl. Enough. Bring me the game helmet, now. He clenches his fists, his face a mask of pure determination. If I don't go in there and handle this circus myself, the corporation will lose every single one of its investors. I have to restore their faith. At that exact moment, the scene shifts to the Black Tree Guild headquarters. A system notification flashes. Black Tree Guild Master, Hei Yi, has come online. An imposing mage in long red robes, holding a golden scepter, materializes in the middle of the devastation. Lam Vian glanced over, his question sharp and to the point. You, the master of the Black Tree Guild? Hak Diep's mind started racing. The live stream was still on. He had to handle this guy, and fast. He couldn't afford to let the board of directors see him mess up. So he tried a threat. Listen, kid. You've picked a fight with the wrong person. But then his attitude completely flipped. He smirked, acting superior, admitting the kid had some skill. I might consider letting you join the Black Tree Guild, maybe even as an elite squad captain. But just as he said that, the freshly respawned young Master Huyen jumped in. Old man, why are you wasting your breath on him? He killed so many of our people, and you think he gets a pass? Just call for backup and waste him already. Hak Diep swung his scepter, bright red magic flaring to life as he roared. You brat! He unleashed a massive attack. Don't you dare underestimate the power of the Black Tree Guild. The attack was blocked, effortlessly, by a single blue spirit. Lam Vian stood behind it, his voice dripping with mockery. Is that all the master of a top guild has got? Hak Diep's eyes went wide with disbelief. He blocked it with a summon. The next second, Lam Vian's soul beast lunged forward, right at the guildmaster. Our guy just casually asked, so what are you going to do about this? The beast swung its blade, and Hak Diep only barely managed to dodge the blow. But in that same instant, Lam Vian appeared right behind him, now surrounded by even more soul beasts. His voice was ice. It's over. A system window appeared. Skill activated, corpse explosion. In a panic, Hak Diep realized he was completely surrounded. He was trapped. A massive green energy explosion erupted, consuming everything. At the respawn point, Hak Diep and young Master Huyen once again struggled to their feet. Hak Diep was drenched in a cold sweat, his mind absolutely reeling. No, it was impossible. He could only take one hit from this guy. The dude's a monster. He had to find a way to stall him. Thinking fast, he threw up his hands, stumbling backward. Wait, we were wrong, he pleaded, absolutely desperate. We were wrong. Just stop. We'll make a public apology and compensate you. Hearing this, Lam Vian just stood beside his colossal soul beast, his voice like a glacier. You don't think you're wrong. He looked Hak Diep dead in the eye, delivering the final verdict. You just know you're about to die. With a deafening roar, the soul beast charged, sending Hak Diep's entire crew flying. Their pathetic screams echoed through the air as young Master Huyen was sent tumbling, shouting at his father. Old man, do something, you have to think of a plan. Hak Diep screamed right back, completely losing it. Shut up. What plan? I've used everything. You useless son. What kind of monster did you provoke? And then, an idea sparked. Wait a second. If even top-ranked players are no match for him. He glanced at Lam Vian and his giant summon. There was only one option left, an NPC. He muttered to himself, scheming. The Black Tree Guild's headquarters was on the edge of the city. It still counted as a main zone, where fighting was forbidden. All he had to do was notify Administrator Guan, and this kid was finished. Hak Diep smugly pulled out a scroll, turning to his son. My foolish boy, why didn't I think of summoning Administrator Guan sooner? No matter how strong he is, he can't fight a game. NPC. He activated the item. Item used, emergency summon, wanted order. Young Master Huyen's eyes lit up. Dad, I get it now. Administrator Guan's job was to stop all fights in the main city. Anyone who refused would be thrown into the game's prison for a mandatory timeout. With a brilliant flash of light, a majestic general and 2 soldiers appeared out of thin air. The summon was a success. The general's voice boomed. Daring to cause trouble in the main city means you disrespect me. He pointed a finger straight at Lam Vian. Arrest him at once. Hak Diep and his son shared a triumphant, wicked laugh. Hak Diep sneered. Heh, you little punk. The Black Tree Guild is inside city limits. Touch me again and enjoy your mandatory logout in prison. Young Master Huyen chimed in with his own taunts. Ha, I thought you were so tough? Go on, I dare you. Hit me again. Without hesitation, Lam Vian vanished and reappeared right in front of young Master Huyen, sending him flying with a single kick. The kid let out a pathetic scream. Hak Diep was completely floored. What? Seeing the attack, he shrieked in panic. You're dead, you brat. While instantly activating his magic shield. When he saw Lam Vian still dared to attack, Hak Diep roared triumphantly in his head. He was sure of it, victory was his. Attacking right in front of Administrator Guan? That was just pure, incurable stupidity. And just as he expected, the NPC general erupted in absolute fury. You dare to attack right in front of me? Such arrogance. Seize him. I'm locking him up for 3 months. The 2 soldiers immediately charged. Yes, sir. On the live stream, over 30,000 people watched as the chat filled with disappointment. Oh, what a shame. It's totally over. With a game mechanic like that, how can you even fight? Seeing this, Hakdiep's smugness went through the roof. He pointed at Lam Vian and laughed. Ha! When a player attacks an administrator NPC, the entire Western Kingdom puts a bounty on their head. No matter how strong you are, you wouldn't dare attack the administrator himself, right? But he never saw it coming. The second the words left his mouth, a shadow blurred past. Lam Vian shattered the magic shield like glass, closed the distance, and dropped Hakdiep with a single strike, uttering one cold word. Idiot. And just like that, the chat window exploded. With over 30,000 people watching, the chat went wild. This god-tier player was the real deal, and he had no intention of making peace. Weren't they all just slaughtered like chickens in the end? And for breaking the rules, Heishuan coughed up blood, his eyes wide with shock. A cold notification panel appeared. Health points at 0. The game's peacekeeper couldn't just ignore this level of chaos. He roared, the pressure of a high-level NPC flooding the area. You dare provoke the laws of the West Desert Kingdom? I will punish you. Severely. Facing the NPC's wrath, Lin Yuan calmly raised a hand, and a shimmering gold medal fell to the ground. The two soldiers froze in their tracks before they could even touch him. The metallic clang of the metal hitting the ground seemed to freeze time. The general was stunned, cold sweat pouring down his face, his eyes wide in disbelief. This is the honorary medal of the Scorpion Knights. Staring at the intricate medal, he stammered, "You're an honorary knight?" In response, Lin Yuan just gave a mysterious smirk. The tables had turned. The panicked captain screamed at his men, "Stop! Halt immediately!" The two soldiers just stared back, completely confused. Right after, the captain rushed forward and bowed, carefully lifting the medal with both hands and presenting it respectfully to Lin Yuan. "My lord, your property." Lin Yuan casually took the emblem from the captain's trembling hands. Now, he was the one in command. He pointed toward the just-revived He Ye and young Master Xuan. "Deal with these two." The captain immediately bowed, his attitude shifting completely. "It is my honor to serve you." Witnessing this unbelievable scene, He Ye was still utterly confused. Why hadn't the peacekeeper attacked yet? Beside him, young Master Xuan had gone pale. "Damn it," he stammered. "That bastard's an honorary knight." To him, this captain is just a dog wagging its tail. Obeying the order, the captain spun around, his murderous gaze locked right onto He Ye and his son. "You two scum dare to confront the Scorpion Knights? I suspect you're spies from the Southern Turtle Kingdom. You're coming with me to the dungeons to explain." The situation had flipped. The two backed away in panic as He Ye pleaded, "Wait, sir, this is a misunderstanding." Young Master Xuan, meanwhile, turned to blame his own father. "You old fool, what kind of stupid plan was this? You've doomed us." But the captain gave them no chance to explain, moving in to arrest them personally. "Do not disturb the honored knight." The two guards rushed forward and began to drag them away. "Cooperate, and come with us." A final announcement then flashed across the server. Players He Ye and He Xuan have been arrested by the main city peacekeeper. As he was being dragged off, He Ye still wouldn't give up. He turned, screaming at Lin Yuan. "Wait! We can negotiate! I'll give you money!" Lin Yuan simply turned his back. It was too late for words. He looked over the ruined Blacktree headquarters and delivered his final verdict. The Blacktree Guild has only one fate: disbandment. And with that, the live stream made history again. With over 40,000 viewers watching live, a new record was set. A single player taking on an entire guild by himself, an unprecedented battle that would go down in gaming history. It was undeniable proof the master was still number one, still undefeated. Meanwhile, in the real world, a powerful man in a luxury boardroom pointed at a screen and cursed. "This is absurd. Is this what you call your plan? And you live-streamed the entire disaster? Shameless. I should never have entrusted this guild project to an incompetent fool like you." Back in his room, He Ye furiously smashed his gaming helmet to pieces, roaring in absolute helplessness. Enough. Who could have guessed he had so many hidden cards? What was I supposed to do? Even the NPCs took his side. The powerful man gave a cold order over the phone. "The Blacktree Corporation's stock is worthless now. Sell it all off immediately. As for those two idiots, get my lawyer on the phone. I want them to rot in prison." The subordinate listening nearby spoke up, his face filled with disbelief. "That crazy bastard. He actually destroyed the entire Blacktree Guild. Does this mean my fine gets wiped out now?" Back on the battlefield, Lin Yuan's cold gaze swept across the remaining survivors. System notifications popped up one after another. Health points dropping straight to 0. Player after player fell. Not even core members could escape his blade. Blacktree Demon War has left the Blacktree Guild. The notifications kept scrolling, like an obituary for a fallen power. Blacktree Dark Orchid has left the Blacktree Guild. Blacktree Hidden Blade has left the guild. No one could stand against him. Blacktree Twin Death Spears has left the guild. Not even the squad captains were an exception. They were swatted away by his massive soul beasts. Blacktree Squad 4 Captain has left the guild. And with that, the final name vanished. Blacktree 8 Heaven's Kill has left the guild. When the dust finally settled, only Lin Yuan remained, standing alone amid the ruins. A system announcement echoed out. The Blacktree Guild's member count has fallen below 30. The guild will be automatically disbanded. Watching from a distance, the assassin, Yama, held an energy orb, clicking his tongue in amazement. Swan and his father were going to jail. The Blacktree members were killed so many times they were leaving in droves. He actually did it. He wiped out the entire guild. He opened his menu, beginning to send the precious footage he'd just recorded, sending combat video to the leader. With his work done, Lin Yuan turned, his sharp gaze cutting through the darkness to where the assassin was hiding. How long do you plan on watching the show? The assassin Yama materialized, shrugging casually. Care to join me for a drink? I'll be waiting for you at the tavern. Ask me anything you want to know. Oh, and don't forget to collect your loot. Lin Yuan watched the assassin's figure fade away, a new plan already forming. With the Blacktree Guild completely destroyed, he could finally investigate the origins of the Death Apostle Guild. He waved his hand, and a bright light enveloped all the dropped loot on the ground. A simple notification popped up. All equipment has been collected. In a secret base, a girl with short hair was staring down the person opposite her. She crossed her arms, questioning him with a serious expression. What plan do you need my help with this time? Let's hear it. The Serpent King was completely helpless against his opponent. A nearby snake charmer let out a tired sigh, and the purple snake on his shoulder seemed just as bored. The master had given new orders, telling him to scout the target and then figure out a way to recruit him. What a total pain. The conversation between the two shadowy figures continued. The man revealed, "The master gave me a tip. I need to go to the deepest part of the desert to capture a flying serpent." The woman shot back without a single moment of hesitation. "Your job is to figure out how to lure him out. Then we'll complete the master's mission together." But the man wasn't having it. "This mission was assigned to you, wasn't it? In the organization, he might be a lower rank than her, but his boss was way more useful. It's not your place to give me orders." The hooded man leaned in close, his voice dripping with menace. "You could refuse," he threatened, "but you almost exposed everything with the Count's situation last time, didn't you? Just imagine if that little secret got out." Hearing that, Anna clenched her fists but finally caved. "Fine. Just this once. But you better understand," she warned. "The mission in the Serpent Person civilization cannot have any errors. The second things look bad, I'm pulling out first." The man smirked victoriously, pulling out a coordinate map. "You just need to lure him to this spot." He shared the coordinates, 7993.427.548. The woman took the info, her eyes narrowing with suspicion. "So, what kind of dungeon have you prepared to deal with him?" The coordinates were saved. The hooded man let out a sinister grin, revealing a face covered in scales from the Isle of Deathsea. Meanwhile, at a tavern in a remote city, Lin Yuan and the assassin Yan Wang had just stepped inside. The owner greeted them cheerfully. "What can I get for you two?" Before Lin Yuan could speak, the assassin coolly flashed a skull-shaped badge. The owner's expression changed in an instant. He bowed his head low. "I understand." He immediately turned to the other patrons and announced, "My apologies, but we'll be closing early tonight. To make it up to you, everything you've had today is on the house." The customers looked confused for a second. Then the entire tavern erupted with excitement over the free tab. A young woman cheered. "This is our lucky day, another free round." While a man nearby sighed, "If I'd known, I would have ordered more drinks." In a series of loud thuds, every window and door in the tavern slammed shut, sealing them in absolute privacy. Inside the now empty tavern, Lin Yuan scanned his surroundings. Yan Wang, the assassin, gestured to a chair. "Sit." Lin Yuan sat and got straight to the point. "Is this a base for the Disciple of Death Guild?" The assassin just returned his question with a cryptic offer. "If you're so interested in our guild, why don't you try experiencing it for yourself?" Just then, another hooded figure appeared from the shadows with a formal invitation. "On behalf of the Disciple of Death Guild, I officially invite you to join our organization." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "So this is how you recruit new members? By sending assassins to kill them?" Yan Wang quickly waved his hands, laughing nervously. Let's just say we don't get to know people the normal way. A master like you without a guild is a rare find. We'd do anything to recruit you." Just then, the owner brought 2 glasses of wine to their table. The masked assassin added, "To be honest, we've already rejected every single contract that's been put out on you. This is a first in the history of the Disciples of Death." The owner placed the wine down. Lin Yuan simply crossed his arms, not touching the glass. Seeing his hesitation, the man asked coldly, "Well, have you thought it over?" Lin Yuan took a sip of wine, his sharp eyes darting between them. Inviting someone to join while hiding your faces doesn't seem very sincere. In that very instant, Lin Yuan activated his ability to scan them. A system panel appeared, announcing it was conducting a spiritual attribute test. His spiritual attribute was 1.5 times higher than the target's. The test was a success, seeing right through their hidden reinforcement state. The hooded man was genuinely shocked, thinking to himself that his target's senses were incredibly sharp. Even his enhanced stealth skill had been detected. The moment he was spotted, the man simply dropped the cloak. A man in a mask and a red and black robe sat with his legs crossed, radiating a dangerous yet casual aura. Lin Yuan recognized him instantly. This had to be the guildmaster from Death Sentence. In his past life, this guy was notorious for assassinating countless experts, a pure psychopath who lived for the thrill of the kill. Lin Yuan answered calmly, "If you've done your homework on me, you know I never join guilds. However," he continued, "I am looking for some information. Name your price." Death Sentence pushed a badge toward Lin Yuan. "If you're interested in this, just join. You'll learn a lot more." He tapped the badge. "Besides, you might have the wrong idea. The Death's Disciples Guild isn't a real guild. It's just an organization in name. You don't have to join the in-game guild." The eyes behind the mask glinted with absolute confidence. Lin Yuan fell silent, thinking it over. So that was it. His hidden class wouldn't be exposed. Joining didn't seem so bad after all, especially considering their intelligence network spanned the entire game world. He looked up, his mind made. "If that's the case, I can consider it. But first, I need to know more about your operation." Death Sentence let out a chuckle. "Heh, I knew it. You and I, we're the same kind of people. Listen up. Death's Disciples is a very different kind of guild." He began to explain the ranks: common, elite, master, distinguished, and a final, deadly tier. As he spoke, images of the members appeared, showing all 5 levels of the hierarchy. Mission difficulty was also split into 5 ranks: D, C, B, A, and S. He then picked up the very pocket watch that had caught Lin Yuan's eye. "As for the watch you've been staring at, it's a special item you get for completing 3 S-rank missions and reaching elite rank or higher. With this, you can get supplies and support at any of our strongholds. It's also the only pass to get into our real bases." Death Sentence held out the watch. "But rules are made to be broken for the strong. If you agree to join, this is yours right now." Lin Yuan silently reached out and took it. Yan Wang suddenly appeared behind him, slinging an arm over Lin Yuan's shoulder. "See? I told you you'd get it soon. I wasn't lying, was I?" Death Sentence stood up, declaring formally, "I am Death Sentence, and I now officially invite you to join the Death's Disciples." He pointed toward Yan Wang. "The guild is divided into 4 levels: Master, Minister, Leader, and Member. If you join, you will immediately become the Minister of the West Desert Branch." Lin Yuan glanced over at Yan Wang. This guy must be the current minister. How would he feel about being replaced just like that? Yan Wang immediately waved his hands, putting on a cute face. "I've been wanting to quit this dead-end minister job for ages. I just want to fight." He leaned in close to Lin Yuan. "And for the record, the name's Yan Wang, not this guy." Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes. "If that's how it is." He stood up and shook Death Sentence's hand. "A pleasure doing business with you." A look of satisfaction flashed in Death Sentence's eyes. Seeing this, Yan Wang spoke up. "Boss, the newbie probably has some questions for you. I'm gonna go grab a drink." Death Sentence nodded. "Go on." With just the 2 of them left, Lin Yuan got straight to the point. "I'll be direct. I'm looking for someone, and I hope the guild can help me investigate." He opened his system panel and shared 2 photos. A system notification popped up, 2 screenshots shared. Death Sentence accepted the transfer. He looked at the images and his eyes widened in surprise. "So that's it, the watch. This was your goal all along." He shook his head. "But I'm sorry. Members are absolutely forbidden from investigating each other. That is the fundamental principle that keeps our guild running." Lin Yuan frowned. "So this minister title didn't come with much real authority, did it?" "No, that's not exactly true," Death Sentence quickly clarified, a calculating look appearing in his eyes. "Rules are static, but people are flexible. As long as he wants to take on missions, he can't bypass you, the branch minister. He added with a sly grin. You can easily assign him to multi-person contracts, and if he goes dark for too long without taking a job, he'll be automatically removed from the guild. So really, he has no other choice. That sounded promising. Lin Yuan nodded slowly and patted the other man's shoulder. All right, that's good enough. Death Sentence smiled. A talent like you is a treasured guest. Rest assured, I'll share all the latest in-game intel with you first. Even in other countries, all you have to do is ask, and you'll receive support from our branches. His objective achieved, Lin Yuan decisively turned to leave. Then I'll be on my way. Death Sentence quickly called out after him. Wait, I at least need to know your ID. I have to inform the West Desert branch about the change in leadership. A ding sound echoed as a familiar notification popped up on the system panel. The player had temporarily revealed their hidden ID. Lin Yuan turned his head slightly, giving Chaojia a two-fingered salute and a smirk. You can call me Qing Ming. The man who delivered the death notice was left standing there alone, rubbing his chin and analyzing. This Qing Ming was a master at hiding his true strength. If a guy like this didn't hide his ID, he'd probably hold the #1 rank in the entire Western Desert. The scene shifts to a desolate area where Lin Yuan, now in a black cloak, is walking calmly towards some massive, crumbling ruins deep in a forest. As he walked, he rubbed his chin and thought to himself that he'd been slacking on leveling up for a while. He began to hatch a plan. With the Black Tree Guild problem finally dealt with, it was the perfect time to find a nearby dungeon and grind for some experience. He hadn't even noticed, but the proficiency of his basic skills had automatically increased by a good amount. He immediately opened his skill panel to check his toolkit. Stealth Art, Black Iron rank at level 4, was still plenty effective. It allowed him to enter stealth for 5 minutes, cost 80 mana, and had a 1-minute cooldown. Proficiency, 8 out of 400. Then there was his ace in the hole, Soulfire Art, a Black Iron rank at level 7, dealing 300% magic damage for just 10 mana on a 4-second cooldown. Proficiency, 10 out of 700. Lin Yuan sized up his new skills. Corpse Explosion? Yeah, that one was decent enough. But Dark Ancient Curse? Not nearly as amazing as he'd hoped for. The skill window detailed Gold Tier Corpse Explosion, level 5. Effect, detonate 1 corpse, dealing fire damage equal to a massive 110% of his health to nearby enemies. Mana cost, 140. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Proficiency, 21 out of 500. Lin Yuan visibly scoffed at this. A measly 20% single target heal? For his massive army of undead, that was practically useless. A complete waste of a skill slot. He glanced at the next skill, Gold Tier Dark Ancient Curse, level 3. It could deal damage equal to 20% of the target's max health, or heal one of his corpses for the same amount. Cost, 60 mana. Cooldown, 6 seconds. Proficiency, 220 of 300. He clicked his tongue in disappointment. This whole percent-based damage thing? It was only really good for bullying monsters weaker than him. He recalled those frustrating fights where his damage was nerfed, breaking into a nervous sweat as he mumbled. When used on higher-level monsters and bosses, the system drastically cuts down the percentage-based damage. It becomes totally useless. He pulled out 2 precious skill scrolls, and Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. A plan was forming. From all his grinding experience in his past life, he knew low-tier skills could be upgraded simply by maxing out their proficiency. He drew his sword, fired up, and ready to go. Only high-level skills required these special scrolls for an upgrade. The 2 scrolls he'd been saving for so long had to be used perfectly. Best case? Straight on a dark gold tier skill. He checked his status screen. Name, Lin Yuan, level 16. Class, Necro Hunter. Taboo talent, Dark Summoning. Gate of the Underworld capacity, 107 out of 160. He analyzed his stats. The other stats were fine. But the core problem? His Gate of the Underworld needed to be filled with stronger, tankier zombies. Now that his level was climbing, his starter undead like the Ghost Wolf zombies were starting to feel weak. He sighed. Worse, the zombies couldn't level up on their own. The stat difference would just keep getting bigger. He decided to summon fewer of these weaklings from now on, so they wouldn't just clutter up his formation. Just then, a system notification popped up. He had arrived at the elite dungeon entrance. Dungeon name, the Relic Laboratory. Without hesitating, Lin Yuan stepped right through the dark, hazy gate of the ancient ruin. What greeted him inside was a scene of pure desolation. Giant, rusted suits of armor lay shattered and scattered across the path. He stopped in his tracks, looking up at a massive suit of black armor sitting motionless before him. A Death Knight? He wondered aloud. Suddenly, the monster roared to life. A massive crackling with blue energy ripped through the air, heading straight for him. A powerful aura erupted as all the surrounding knights awakened, their menacing presence pressing down on the intruder. A red alert flashed on his system screen. Elite Death Knight, level 18. Health, 4600 health, 220 attack, 290 defense. Skills included Decay Roar and Guard Break. In a flash, Lin Yuan slid out of the way, summoning his undead beetle to intercept. A smug grin appeared on his face. He knew the weakness of these hollow beings. They might be ridiculously tough to take down, but the experience they gave out was the best you could get from monsters at this level. The undead beetle immediately countered, firing a brilliant green energy beam that pierced straight through the Death Knight's chest plate. Taking a direct hit, the knight roared in pure rage, leaping high and smashing its massive greatsword down onto the ground. The impact sent out a shockwave, splitting the stone floor. Not about to let his summon get hurt, Lin Yuan gathered a green flame in his hand and dashed in front of the beetle. "Get back, little guy," he commanded. "This monster resists control effects and its armor is way too thick. Let me handle it personally." The moment he finished speaking, he swung his glowing hand through the air. The system kicked off the fight, launching a skill that amplified all incoming damage. Just as the magic circle lit up, the Death Knight let out a roar, raising its massive sword for a ground-shattering strike. But, quick as a shadow, Lin Yuan gracefully dodged backward, avoiding the cold steel blades, leaving the three massive monsters swinging at nothing but empty air. While the monsters were still off balance, he smirked and slipped silently into the shadows. The system screen flashed, stealth skill activated. And then, from behind the giant knight, a spectral serpent emerged, its fanged mouth wide open. The system coldly announced a death sentence. Activating skill. Corpse explosion. The serpent let out a terrifying shriek as its body swelled with brilliant green energy, preparing for a devastating blast. A horrifying shockwave ripped through the area, wiping out everything nearby, and sending rusted armor fragments flying into the air. At the same time, a shower of incredible rewards began to drop. He'd just received a recipe for a fatal poison. A beginner recipe for mana potions and an intermediate recipe for a high-grade solvent also appeared. As he collected his loot, Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. You had to grab items from these armored husks immediately, or they'd vanish with the corpse. He reappeared, his stealth skill now deactivated. He thoughtfully considered his next move. These potion recipes would be a great way to diversify his shop's inventory. But just as he was feeling pleased, Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with a cold, sharp light as he saw the armor fragments on the ground begin to twitch. Without a moment's hesitation, he shot a blast of green magic straight into the pile of scrap metal. "If it weren't for my past life experience, I almost would have been fooled by you, little rats." He then summoned his most reliable subordinate, Zombie Wolf. "Get out here and tear them apart for me." The giant wolf leaped forward majestically, its fanged mouth opening wide to unleash a massive sonic attack. The skill, Howl of the Evil Wolf. The furious sound wave pulverized the reassembling wreckage as Lin Yuan watched with a cold, decisive expression. Turned to dust. The notification panel instantly lit up like a slot machine jackpot. Elite Death Knight defeated. ×7. Experience gained. The rewards just kept pouring in. ×5. Elite Death Knight defeated. As the EXP rolled in, Lin Yuan landed lightly on his feet, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. Not bad. I leveled up. The cleanup notifications continued to flood his screen ×9. Elite Death Knight defeated. Experience gained. And finally, the grand prize. Congratulations, you have reached level 17. He immediately opened his glowing personal stats page to check his progress. Player, Lin Yuan, level 17. Class, Necromancer. Talent, Dark Summoning. Strength 77. Stamina 205. Agility 119. Spirit 354. But even after leveling up, Lin Yuan analyzed his team's weaknesses. The Death Knight's defense was way too high. His zombie wolf could barely even scratch them anymore. Even though it was technically a boss-level monster, its own level was just falling way too far behind. Still, he was a little hesitant to just get rid of it. That area of effect Howl was just too satisfying to use. A tough call. He looked at his pet stats. Death Wolf, Overlord, level 6, with 2400 health and 360 attack. 48 defense. Its skills were impressive, but Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with a longing for more. Man, if only there was a way to power level these undead. He then glanced over his other, more disposable summons. A common lightning zombie, level 6, only 400 health, pretty pathetic. Lin Yuan shook his head, annoyed. These weak zombies were completely useless now, good for nothing but being sacrificed for his corpse explosion skill. It was the same story for the rest of them, like the level 10 serpent demon larva or the level 5 kobold miner, utterly worthless. Even his supposed elite summons like the zombie thief weren't much better. A level 12 elite and a level 6 kobold foreman, all just waiting to be used as explosive fuel. But then, he looked at the tiny undead beetle on his fingertip, and a smug smile crept across his face. Yeah, little guys like this with such unique skills, they were priceless, the kind of rare find that money just can't buy. He waved his hand, casting a magic circle to implant green energy into the small creature. Time to get back to work, little guy. But as the beetle approached the Death Knight's armor, the system threw a bucket of cold water on his plans. Target is an undead creature and cannot be reanimated. Lin Yuan clicked his tongue, putting the pieces together. So these monsters were never really armored skeletons, just spirits bound to the metal. No wonder his reanimation spell failed. Shaking his head, he turned away with a new plan. Looks like it's time to start cleaning out the trash. He needed to manage his low-level undead and start hunting tougher monsters. But just as he was getting fired up, a blue light flashed, cutting off his train of thought. An urgent notification on his system screen. A call from the real world. Mom is calling you. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's face showed a flicker of surprise and worry. That's weird. Ever since he decided to focus on gaming to earn money, his mom rarely ever bothered him mid-session. Something must be wrong. The moment he answered the call, his mother's worried voice echoed through the system interface. Yuan, have you heard from Xiao Dan lately? Lin Yuan's expression turned serious in an instant. Frowning, he asked urgently, Mom, what happened to Xiao Dan? The scene cuts to the real world. An image of his blonde sister appears as his mom explains through her tears. She hasn't been home for 2 days now. Realizing something was seriously wrong, Lin Yuan tried to stay calm for his mother's sake. Don't worry, Mom. I'm coming over right now. He ripped off his VR headset and rushed downstairs to the living room. Mom, he demanded, his face creased with worry. What exactly happened? In their lavish living room, his mother was sobbing uncontrollably. His father just sat there, head in his hands, looking utterly defeated. Yuan? His mother clutched his sleeve, her face completely pale with fear as she started to explain. A few days ago, Xiao Dan had left for a summer training camp. At first, her messages were spotty, but for the last 2 days, complete radio silence. Her father quickly pulls his wife into a hug, trying to find the most optimistic excuse. Hey now, don't just jump to the worst-case scenario. Maybe Xiao Dan is just having too much fun to even look at her phone. Hearing this, Lin Yuan lets out a quiet sigh of relief as his brain kicks into overdrive, digging through his memories. He remembers that around this time in his past life, Xiao Dan had made contact with the Order. He smiles and waves a hand, confidently reassuring his worried parents. I heard Xiao Dan mention that training course before. They're not allowed to use their phones at all until it's officially over. So please, don't worry. Xiao Dan is totally fine. She's just taking part in some intense, closed-door combat training. His mother blinks, the heavy weight on her shoulders seemingly lifting just a little. Is that true? Oh, that girl. Even if she's busy, she could have sent one text to let us know. His father also exhales in relief. Well, that's good then. While he appeared calm on the surface, a deep sense of unease was rising in Lin Yuan as he recalled those fanatics in the glowing red masks. Even though he still doesn't fully trust the Order, he knows he has to respect Xiao Dan's own choices. He breaks out in a sweat, muttering to himself. Some members of the Order from his past life had more than a few screws loose. His expression darkens, his gaze growing sharp and incredibly cautious. The moment Xiao Dan gets back, he'll have to watch her very closely to see if she's been harmed in any way. But while her older brother is worrying himself sick, Xiao Dan is in a state-of-the-art simulation room, clad in a skin-tight combat suit, cutting down waves of attacking white robots with her blade. She immediately leaps high into the air. Quick as a flash, Xiao Dan brings her flaming sword down in a thunderous strike against one robot. But just as she does, another one lunges from behind. She's completely surrounded. Xiao Dan takes her stance, her sword erupting in a brilliant blue flame that forces the army of machines back. She pours all of her strength into one final blow, her eyes widening as she lets out a powerful roar. Ah! A swirling vortex of blue energy explodes outward, scattering the robots in every direction. The battle is over. Xiao Dan drops to one knee, sword planted in the floor, panting for breath. Just then, from the observation deck above, 2 young men stride over, looking down at her with smug smiles. So, what do you think? Training with us is way more effective than just fumbling around blindly on your own, right? The curly-haired guy says with a cocky smirk. You can leave whenever you want. We already got the green light from the big boss. We're treating this as an official training exercise for the organization, so we're giving your situation special consideration." Still catching her breath below, Xiaodan looks up, her eyes filled with determination. "Thank you." The man in the long coat waves a hand and calls out, "Rest up a bit. The boss wants us to assemble." At that exact moment, in the grand main hall of the Order's headquarters, dozens of individuals with extraordinary powers are gathering, creating an almost suffocating pressure in the air. A rookie in the crowd breaks into a cold sweat. So this is the inner circle of the Order? Every single person here looks incredibly dangerous. But to become stronger, he knows there's no other path for him. Murmurs and astonished whispers ripple through the crowd. It seems like everyone has already heard the news. The 10th ranked guild in the Western Desert was completely annihilated by a single solo player. Suddenly, the commanding voice of the female leader, Mei Miao, cuts through the noise. "Even our organization couldn't possibly take on an entire guild with just one person." She raises her hand, projecting a three-dimensional hologram. This is a recording of his battle. "Everyone, open your eyes and study this carefully." The screen flashes to life, showing the all-too-familiar face of Lin Yuan. The crowd explodes. Isn't that the god-tier player who's been trending online? He's absurdly strong. The whispers immediately start up again. Rumor has it that the only reason that God player went on such a bloody rampage was for a woman. Just as she steps into the hall, Xiaodan sees her brother's face on the screen. Her eyes go wide, her jaw dropping as she starts sweating bullets. That's him? How is that possible? Ignoring the chatter, the leader turns to a girl with a black ponytail standing beside her. "Young lady, I'm very curious. The person in this video." The black-haired girl steps forward, cutting her off with an icy expression. "You're going to ask if he's one of the chosen, aren't you?" She closes her eyes and explains calmly. "I've already tried to sense him. His path of fate is in constant flux, making it impossible to gather any intel, but I focused my perception carefully. There is absolutely no aura of a chosen. He is definitely not one of them." The leader's golden eyes narrow with cold calculation, her next question sharp. "Do you know him? If possible, I want you to try and recruit him. A powerhouse like that is someone we absolutely cannot afford to make an enemy of." Faced with the leader's direct question, the black-haired girl quickly waves her hands to refuse, a flustered look flashing across her face. "I'm sorry, we're not particularly close." But the moment she says it, her inner voice is screaming as a cold sweat breaks out. "Oh my god, why on earth did I just instinctively deny it like that?" The sharp, silver-haired leader simply nods, not pressing the issue as she turns and walks away. As he walked, he gave instructions. "All right, please explain the operations in the video to the newcomer." The guy's skills were unbelievably refined. Just how was that even possible? Meanwhile, in another corner of the hall, Xiaodan was eavesdropping on some members gossiping. Did he really get that ruthless over some woman? Hearing this, Xiaodan's face went pale with shock, her protective instincts kicking in. She clenched her fists, muttering through gritted teeth. "This is bad. My dopey brother only knows games. He's clueless about the real world. What if some vixen is trying to trick him? I have to go and get the story straight from him." Seeing Xiaodan looking dazed, two friendly trainers approached her. "Hey, that guy's video was insane, right? Want to spar a few rounds later?" Lost in thought, Xiaodan stammered a refusal. I think I need to go home and rest a bit." The curly-haired guy just cheerfully waved her off with a super easygoing attitude. "Okay, you're always welcome to join us. Let us give you a ride home." The scene then shifts to the Lin family's quiet, luxurious villa. On a phone screen, the message interface between the two siblings is displayed. Xiaodan had replied to her brother's text, saying she'd be there soon. Lounging on the sofa, Lin Yuan's face was grim as his mind started racing. Xiaodan said she's almost home. I need to find a way to probe her indirectly, to see if she's been hurt or influenced in any way. His eyes darkened as chilling memories from his past life flooded back. The biggest trait of the abnormal chosen ones from his past life was how their deepest memories became hazy. Giving completely unrelated answers was the most obvious sign. As he was calculating, a soft creak was heard. The door opened slightly, and his sister Xiaodan poked her bright blonde head in with a sunny smile. I'm home." Lin Yuan looked up at his sister, safe and sound. The guarded look in his eyes instantly softened, and he let out a quiet sigh of relief. The second she walked in, Xiaodan tossed her brother a water bottle, demanding, "Why aren't you glued to your game today? Mom said you haven't been home in days, so I came to check on you." Though she sounded bossy, inside she was a nervous wreck. Damn it. How am I supposed to bring up that woman? If only Qian were here. Seizing the opening, Lin Yuan calmly caught the bottle and began his little psychological test. "Do you remember the first time we went to the amusement park? The weather was a lot like today." Xiaodan stared, looking at her brother like he was some kind of alien. What amusement park? That was ages ago. Who'd remember that? Why bring that up all of a sudden? Lin Yuan's gaze dropped, his expression turning serious as he pretended to brush it off. It's nothing. Just suddenly remembered it. But out of sight. Lin Yuan's crimson eyes narrowed sharply. She really doesn't remember? Could it be? They've already brainwashed her? Just as her brother was breaking into a cold sweat, Xiao Dan tapped her lips as if she just remembered something. Hey, you're not talking about that time, are you? A childhood memory filled with fireflies flashed through both their minds. Xiao Dan continued excitedly. The time the park had a blackout, and we stayed out all night playing, waiting for the fireflies to come out. Hearing the perfect answer, Lin Yuan could finally breathe a real sigh of relief. His eyes drifted to his sister's hands, a pang of sorrow in his heart. It seems she's safe for now, but she must have suffered a lot. The calluses on her hands are so obvious. His suspicions settled. Lin Yuan turned away, his hand tightening around the water bottle. It's nothing. I sent you an item box in Immortality. Don't forget to grab it. Xiao Dan immediately went into full tsundere mode, pouting with puffed cheeks. I don't want your stupid stuff. Lin Yuan turned back with a smug smirk, delivering the killing blow. If you refuse, next time you sneak out, I won't cover for you with Mom and Dad. He had her cornered, his sister instantly puffed up like a porcupine, transforming into a giant chibi version of herself and screaming at him. So, what about you? The internet is buzzing with rumors that you wiped out the Black Hand Guild for a woman. Of course, I don't care what you do, but please, try not to make our parents worry. Bombarded by these absurd rumors, Lin Yuan shot back with a completely deadpan expression. You actually believe that trash online? The truth is, the Black Hand Guild dared to target his shop. Understand? Hearing her brother's purely capitalist reason, Xiao Dan flushed red with embarrassment. She quickly snatched the water bottle from Lin Yuan's hand, blurting out a quick goodbye before taking off. Anyway, just be careful. I'm done talking to you, I'm going to bed. But Lin Yuan called out his sister's name with a serious look. Xiao Dan, he continued, his voice dropping low, I won't ask what you've been doing these past few days, but you have to be extremely careful. Some people are not nearly as simple as they look. Xiao Dan turned back and quietly answered, Okay. Lin Yuan stood watching his sister's shadow disappear behind the door, when an orange notification icon suddenly flashed in the air. A faint beep sounded from his communication device. A virtual screen appeared, displaying an S-rank mission request. West Desert Branch Manager, please handle this immediately. He frowned, unable to hide his astonishment. An S-rank mission, isn't this a task reserved only for branch managers? Could this be a welcome gift from the guildmaster? Elsewhere, in a dark room, a small silver dragon was asking a question. How did it go? A hooded girl replied coldly. Your information was flawed, she continued with obvious irritation. That guy joined the Death Apostle Guild and has apparently become a high-ranking member. Do you have any idea how much it costs to hire an assassin of his caliber for a mission? The girl ground her teeth, her face twisted in a scowl. 200 gold coins, my entire savings, completely wiped out. The hooded man with a scar over his eye asked, So you've set the mission location to Death Island? The girl flinched, quickly waving her hand. Nonsense. I don't know what the master sees in you. Being a player is such a hassle. The hooded man began to reminisce. I still remember when the master ordered us to capture high-level monsters. Images of gigantic, ferocious serpent monsters flashed on screen. However, at this stage, the monsters they could encounter were all low-level. Only the snake person civilization was hiding high-level serpent monsters. He continued his story. The snake person civilization and the West Desert are mortal enemies. So, to win favor with the snake people, he was sent to frame the nobles of the ancient West Desert Kingdom. The cloaked girl recounted, her face still showing a hint of bitterness. My original plan was to build a snake person altar to frame Count Callow for colluding with the enemy. I had just finished setting up the sewers. I hadn't even started on the house when he appeared, almost ruining my entire plan. Luckily, that fool Kalo was already working with the enemy, so the plan backfired on him, and he exposed himself in the end. After that, she continued to grind reputation with the snake people, and was about to get a monster even stronger than the Netherworld Serpent. Another voice cut in. And you still haven't managed to eliminate him? The man roared back. Do you ever pay attention to the outside world from inside the snake territory? Only a lunatic could make the Black Hand Guild send 3 of its top experts, only for every single one of them to retreat. Is this my fault? The cloaked girl was stunned. Wait, you mean he's that expert? I thought he and that expert just looked alike. But you're saying they're the same person? The two-toned hair guy confirmed it. That's right, this guy's getting stronger at an alarming rate. If it wasn't for taming this little iron golem, this mutated flying serpent, I really wouldn't dare face him head on. The girl sighed, her expression conflicted. TSK, sounds like you've had a rough time. Let's go. He's already accepted the mission. A notification board appears. Anonymous Death Apostle Guild. The executor has accepted the mission and is en route to the location. The scene shifts to a desolate, gloomy island. Monstrous birds circle high up in the hazy sky. Lin Yuan sets foot on the island, white bones crumbling under his boot heels. He thinks to himself, if I didn't have a flying mount, I'd have had to find a boat to get to this death island. He scanned his surroundings at the skeletal monsters lurking everywhere. This death island is teeming with undead creatures that can't be reanimated into zombies using dark magic. They give low experience and have no unique features. Would the mission target really come here to level up? Suddenly, a skeleton lunged from the ground, raising its arm to attack. An entire army of skeletons rose from the earth, swarming towards him like ants. Lin Yuan calmly observed, this is going to be endless. A system window appeared, showing a level 14 skeleton guard. 2000 HP, 150 attack, 30 defense. Skills, Deathly Perception, Summoning Slash, and Heavy Strike. Standing in the center of the swarm, Lin Yuan spoke with a cold voice. His summoned ghost wolves and divine beetles were already at his side, ready for battle. There are too many skeletons. Dealing with them one by one is just inefficient. Green energy erupted around Lin Yuan, his eyes glowing with deadly intent. Time to wipe them all out. He unleashed the corpse explosion technique. The corpse explosion skill activated. Following an earth-shattering blast, a stream of green system notifications began to flood Lin Yuan's vision. This was going to be a massive harvest of experience points. 7 elite skeleton guards obliterated. Experience gained. 8 elite skeleton guards killed. More experience. 11 elite skeleton guards defeated, and the XP just kept pouring in. As the dust finally began to settle, his divine beetle scouted the island before returning to give its report. A mechanical voice confirmed the patrol was complete. It appeared that there was no one else on the island. Lin Yuan crossed his arms, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Just as he thought this was another trap laid specifically for him, his eyes flashed with a calculating light as he pictured a gleaming treasure chest. Why not just play along? Use their own bait to lure the real mastermind out. Besides, the boss here was known for dropping a legendary treasure bone. That bone could unlock a random new skill for his class, and since he was already here, he might as well claim his prize. The moment the thought crossed his mind, the ground trembled violently. A colossal figure slammed down from above, creating a powerful shockwave. The remaining skeletons instantly went into a frenzy, brandishing their weapons and charging straight for him with a new, terrifying rage. But Lin Yuan didn't even flinch. One of his summons transformed, becoming a surging wave of green, dragon-shaped energy. It let out a mighty roar and swept across the battlefield, clearing a path through the minions. Lin Yuan moved like a ghost, effortlessly dodging a crushing blow from a massive skeleton. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, the sword in his hand beginning to pulse with light. All the information he had on this boss from his past life came flooding back to him. He remembered when its health drops below 35%, it sacrifices minions to heal itself. To win this, he had to clear out the trash first. With that realization, he dove straight into the horde of skeletons. His slashes were swift and brutally precise. Every swing of his sword shattered more skeletons to dust, and the system notifications just kept popping up. 4 elite skeleton guards killed, experience gained. 12 elite skeleton guards defeated, experience gained. Lin Yuan cleared the field at an insane speed, moving like a true machine of destruction. 15 elite skeleton soldiers had been defeated, earning him even more experience. As the final skeleton crumbled at his feet, his sword's glow faded. He coldly stated, "Not a single one left." He lifted his blazing red eyes, staring into the deep darkness ahead. His voice was pure, killing intent. Now, for the boss. His determined silhouette moved steadily towards an ancient, crumbling ruin that radiated a thick aura of death. The moment he stepped through the gate, a system window appeared. He had reached the heroic dungeon, the castle of the Dead Sea King. Now entering. Inside was a massive throne room, and in the very center sat a grand, imposing throne. A giant, armored figure sat motionless upon it. Facing the creature, a ghastly green fireball erupted in Lin Yuan's palm, lighting up the oppressive darkness. He casually walked up the steps, his voice dripping with pure sarcasm and provocation. "Aren't you going to stand up and welcome your guest?" In response, the heavy armor began to creak. The boss was moving. System: Dead Sea King. Monarch. Grade: Level 24. HP 13,500. Attack 1,250. Defense 550. Skills: Summoning Roar, Calamity Descent, King's Ritual, and Royal Greatsword. It rose slowly, sharp claws scraping sparks against the stone. The boss finally rose to its full, imposing height. Its colossal frame nearly scraped the ceiling, radiating an immense pressure. Lin Yuan looked up, genuinely taken aback by its sheer size. The boss lifted its greatsword, and dark purple energy began to swirl and crackle around the massive blade. System: Dead Sea King activates the skill, Calamity Descent. It let out a roar that shook the entire hall. Lin Yuan frowned, a flicker of doubt on his face. Calamity Descent? A massive wave of purple energy crashed down, forcing him to leap back to safety. And just as he dodged the devastating attack, he realized with a shock that its skill set was completely different. He had never seen this Calamity Descent skill in his past life. He desperately dodged the boss's relentless attacks while racking his brain. He was certain that skill was supposed to be King's Intimidation. Where the sword energy struck, the ground itself began to bubble. Toxic purple smoke rose up, corroding the very stone floor. Lin Yuan watched with caution. So this skill can even damage the environment around it? He wondered. His red eyes flashed as he stared at the fractured ground. Instantly, a shadow monster erupted from the corrupted earth, charging straight toward the boss. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded another one of his powerful summons to move. Go. Test the effects of this special terrain for me. The ghost wolf obeyed, stomping onto the corrupted ground, and a blast of dark energy erupted. The moment it made contact, the wolf was caught in a swirling vortex of corrosive energy. Damage numbers flashed relentlessly: -100, -100. The system announced continuous health loss. In a flash, the poor spectral wolf evaporated into a cloud of purple smoke. Health bar, completely drained. Lin Yuan broke into a cold sweat, his face pale. This was a damage-dealing terrain? If this kept up, he'd soon have nowhere left to stand. Before he could even think, another slash of purple sword energy shot towards him, forcing a desperate roll to dodge. The Sea King swung its enormous greatsword, creating an attack that radiated pure power. It came crashing down right where Lin Yuan stood. While dodging, his eyes flashed. He remembered something critical. I remember now. In his past life, this boss's treasure chest was hidden right inside its own throne. He glanced at the lizard monster beside him as a bold plan took shape. Only the boss's own greatsword could destroy that throne. He immediately put his plan into action. The zombie salamander system activated its skill. With flame provocation, the salamander burst into blue fire, shooting towards the Sea King like a flaming arrow. It opened its massive mouth, unleashing an endless torrent of energy that created a fiery, spectacular collision. Amidst the chaos, he eyed the Sea King, his mind racing. The poison gas hadn't cleared. Can't summon the Undead Legion for cannon fodder. In this environment, they would just corrode away instantly. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed, his brain firing on all cylinders. I have to bait the boss's attacks into one area, then trick it into destroying its own throne. Otherwise, there's no way he was getting that treasure chest. The boss swung its sword wildly, launching chaotic blasts of dark energy and green gas. But then, the purple energy suddenly vanished. Lin Yuan smirked, just as he'd thought. The ability wasn't unlimited, it looked like a skill with a cooldown. Well, that makes things simple, he shouted, pointing right at the boss. Focus your target right here. He tossed out a series of ghostly skulls. They flew around and exploded near the boss, completely obscuring its vision. Lin Yuan moved like a ghost, appearing right behind the boss, too slow. The Sea King let out a furious roar. Once again, it began to gather energy. System: The Sea King is activating its Apocalypse skill. Just then, the Divine Scarab flew up, blocking the attack. Lin Yuan calmly calculated a 15-second cooldown. You have no more secrets from me now. A brilliant, jade-colored energy attack shot out towards the boss. Instantly, he triggered a special skill. System: Activate Hate Transfer. The Sea King's full attention immediately snapped to the tiny Divine Scarab. It slashed madly at the shield, but the beetle was completely unharmed. The eyes of both Lin Yuan and the Divine Scarab flashed in sync. He gave the command. Now, activate Corpse Explosion. The corpses of the fallen skeleton soldiers suddenly detonated with incredible force. The blast sent the Sea King flying, its entire body bathed in blue light. It roared, swinging its greatsword to activate another skill, the Royal Greatsword technique. The entire hall shook violently. Huge stone pillars erupted from the ground. Lin Yuan simply leaped onto one, calmly looking down at the raging boss. This Royal Greatsword technique. I've experienced it before in my past life. Suddenly, the Sea King turned its head, staring him down as a voice echoed in its mind. In 15 seconds, you will become a wooden post. Lin Yuan immediately ordered the divine scarab. Go, my pet. The beetle roared and charged in, attacking the boss relentlessly. It nimbly weaved through the Sea King's heavy slashes. From afar, Lin Yuan explained the scene like a professional commentator. With its immortality skill activated, all damage the divine scarab takes is reduced to just 1 point. Not that you'd understand that. A stream of -1s kept popping up over the beetle. The Sea King roared in absolute helplessness. It couldn't do anything to this ridiculously annoying bug. It was kited by the beetle until it went berserk, swinging its sword wildly. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly threw a potion down. Now, it's my turn. The potion shattered, and the ground beneath the boss's feet instantly transformed into solid rock. System: Thorn potion used. Target's feet are encased in ultra-hard rock for 5 seconds. The Sea King was trapped on the spot. The Sea King's eyes widened in sheer panic as it found its feet completely locked down by jagged stone spikes. Lin Yuan smirked, thinking he still hadn't used up all the potions Luo Qingyan had given him. This was the perfect opportunity to test out the concoctions she had crafted as an alchemist. While its feet were trapped, the boss tried to use a summoning skill. But alas, a cruelly ironic system notification popped up. System: The Sea King attempted to use Summoning Roar. No targets available to summon. Skill activation failed. Lin Yuan stood across from it, arms crossed like a king, and dropped the ultimate taunt. Trying to heal, are we? Too bad, you're all out of snacks. He raises his hand, and a green serpent dragon appears beside him as he smirks. But don't worry, I've prepared a little something for you instead. The Dead Sea King instinctively snatches the lunging serpent dragon out of the air. The moment the beast is in its grasp, the boss instantly activates a skill. The Dead Sea King system activates Royal Ceremony. The serpent dragon dissolves into a massive torrent of green energy, blasting straight into the monster's mouth. This raw green energy erupts, completely engulfing the Dead Sea King's entire upper body. But instead of a power-up, it lets out a roar of pure agony, its body convulsing like it's being electrocuted. From a distance, Lin Yuan smirks, calling out with fake concern. Having trouble swallowing? The Dead Sea King frantically drives its massive sword into the ground just to stay upright. Its power erupts, and violent streams of purple energy shake the entire chamber to its core. Lin Yuan lightly leaps onto a stone pillar, his voice dripping with defiance. Trying to pin me down? Too bad. He grips his sword, his eyes blazing with the will to fight. Let's bring this little show to a close. Instantly, his entire summoned army, glowing with green energy, charges the weakened Dead Sea King. He then activates his corpse explosion skill. A horrifying explosion of green energy completely swallows the boss, shaking the grand hall itself. In the background, Lin Yuan watches the show, casually sitting on a rock with his chin in his hand. Then, he stands and raises his sword to the sky. And now, let's welcome the arrival of the true king. As the smoke clears, a glittering object reveals itself in the wreckage of the throne. The boss materializes, unleashing a powerful cleave aimed straight at its enemy. But its target is standing right on its own throne. A satisfied smile spreads across Lin Yuan's face. His strategy worked perfectly. He lands gracefully from above, taking a seat on the ruins of the throne the boss just destroyed. At that moment, his ghost wolves and gargoyles all swarm forward, pouncing on the dying boss. They rip and tear, relentlessly attacking the Dead Sea King. Lin Yuan steps forward, reaching for the glowing treasure chest. In that case, I'll gladly take this off your hands. The moment he gestures, all of his remaining summons detonate at once, activating the corpse explosion technique again. With a final, deafening boom, the Dead Sea King collapses, its massive body crashing to the floor. Its greatsword clatters from its grasp, ending the fight. Standing on the wreckage, Lin Yuan looks down at the corpse and says coldly, "And now, farewell." Without hesitation, he swings his sword, taking the boss's head clean off. A brilliant blue system window pops up, confirming Lin Yuan's absolute victory. System notification. The Dead Sea King has been defeated. 11,000 experience points acquired. He ignores the massive EXP gain. Lin Yuan's eyes are locked on the treasure chest, sitting alone in the ruined hall. He slowly approaches, whispering a silent prayer, hoping his infamous bad luck takes a break for once. He remembers in his past life, after a massive struggle, all he got was a pathetic, silver-grade skill book. He cautiously places a hand on the lid. A brilliant golden light seeps through the cracks, and suddenly it bursts open. A blinding pillar of black and gold light shoots to the ceiling, revealing a single, floating book. Lin Yuan's eyes go wide. unable to hide his absolute shock and astonishment. What in the world is this? Dark gold grade. He holds the book, muttering to himself in sheer disbelief. In the world of immortals, item quality is ranked from lowest to highest. White, iron, and bronze. Then silver, gold, dark gold, epic, legendary, and mythical. At this stage of the game, a dark gold drop is practically impossible. An item like this could only come from a special, random quality treasure chest. Even in the endgame, an item like this would be more than enough to dominate everyone. He eagerly inspects the item's details. System reads, Calamity, unique, level 1. Effect. Infuses the user's weapon with Calamity Aura, making attacks deal an additional 70% magic damage for 8 seconds. Further upgrades require a skill upgrade scroll, cost 170 mana, and have a 15-second cooldown. A proficiency note adds that this skill can only be leveled up by using skill scrolls. Lin Yuan strokes his chin, putting the pieces together. Could this be it? The reason the boss was mutated in the first place. That corrosive mist it was spewing must have been the Calamity Aura. A system window pops up. You have learned the skill, Calamity. Without a second thought, he pulls out his stash 2 skill upgrade scrolls he fought tooth and nail for in the arena. Finally, a worthy skill to use them on. System, Calamity upgraded to level 2. New effect unlocked. It can be cast on allies to boost all their stats by 20, and if the target is an allied Necromancer, it forces them into an uncontrollable rampage for 5 seconds. He grins. This is a buy one get 3 free deal, unlocking brand new synergies. He immediately uses his last scroll. System, skill upgrade scroll consumed. Calamity has been upgraded to level 3. New effect unlocked. Release Calamity Aura. Inflicts Calamity status on enemy units within range. Deals magic damage plus 15% corrosion damage per second for 12 seconds. Lin Yuan casually spun the sword in his hand as a dark purple aura began to swirl around the blade, emitting a terrifying pressure. Just as he predicted, this was the effect that came with Calamity. System activating Calamity skill. He strode out of the purple-filled hall. He thought to himself, if he hadn't known its mechanics from his past life, fighting this boss would have been a massive headache. Could this also be part of the mastermind's grand scheme from behind the scenes? He immediately raised his hand, summoning the boss he had just defeated. System, Undead Sea King, a level 24 zombie. HP 13,500, attack 1,250, defense 550. Skills, Summoning Roar, Royal Ritual. The boss clawed its way out of the ground, its greatsword radiating a horrifying deathly aura. Lin Yuan turned back, his eyes narrowed as he observed it. The Calamity skill is gone? It seems it's because I already snatched the skill book hidden under the throne. He stood face to face with it. The zombie version of the boss smirked mockingly. Hey, big guy. You feel like reenacting that little scene from earlier for me one more time? A moment later, Lin Yuan stepped out from the ruined castle. He raised a hand, and dark purple magic began to pool in his palm. The system window appeared, activating the skill Disaster Level 3, which unleashes a wave of cataclysmic energy. It inflicts a disaster status on enemies within range, dealing continuous corrosive damage, plus 15% magic damage per second for 12 seconds. Instantly, a blast of purple energy erupted outward, sweeping over the entire castle. Far in the distance, Anna couldn't help but tremble at the sight. She let out a smug chuckle, scoffing with total confidence. That right there is obviously the boss's ultimate finishing move. An area of effect attack that wide, there's no way to dodge it. Barring some kind of miracle, that idiot is definitely dead. She eagerly relayed the message to her accomplice. The boss is low on health and has entered its rage state. You can go in and steal the kill now. The snake tamer stepped into the ruined hall, gripping a serpent-headed staff and smiling like a maniac. Great work, Anna. His purple eyes gleamed with pure malice and satisfaction. That little brat must be on his last breath by now. Heh. Even though my master told me to recruit him, I think I'll use this staff to run him through the chest first. Then I'll make him get on his knees, crying and begging me to spare his miserable life. He strode forward with absolute confidence, until he spotted a familiar hand sticking out from the rubble, a piece of the boss's armor still attached. And then he froze for 5 whole seconds, seeing the zombie Sea King sitting obediently on its broken throne. The assassin smirked, making a fatally confident guess. So, after you crippled the boss, its low health rage mode ended up taking you out, huh? That damn bastard finally fell into my hands. He scanned the rubble, looking for Lin Yuan's body. Seeing him just sitting there, the assassin's cold, murderous voice echoed from behind. Just to be safe, you'd better lie still and let me tie you up. 2 shadowy serpents shot out and coiled tightly around Lin Yuan. He laughed smugly, sending his two evil snakes flying at the boss. You stole my secret sewer dungeon, so this boss you weakened? Yeah, it's mine now. But at that very moment, the boss's hand twitched around its sword. The Sea King brought the colossal greatsword down with terrifying force. The snake-masked assassin's eyes shot wide open, realizing the danger too late. Suddenly, a massive blast of green energy erupted from under his feet, shattering the ground where he stood. Thick smoke and dust billowed out, completely blanketing the entire battle zone. From inside the dust cloud, the snake tamer struggled, using his staff to stand, panting in utter disbelief. How? How can this be? This boss still has a full health bar? Just then, a green-fanged creature appeared and clamped down hard on his leg. The assassin pointed forward, anger and fear mixing together as he finally grasped the horrifying truth. This is the work of the one who started all this, isn't it? At that moment, Lin Yuan shot up to his feet. He was surrounded by his summoned beasts, their glowing eyes locked onto their prey. All the while, Lin Yuan casually stroked the Dark Snake King on his arm, smirking in disgust. An ambush just full of holes. He stepped out of the shadows, his entire body radiating a terrifying, dark purple aura of death. So in the end, you were the one who orchestrated this entire mess. Seeing this, the assassin gritted his teeth, a reckless glare in his eyes. You think these pathetic creatures are enough to stop me? Lin Yuan waved a hand, sending a mechanical bug flying forward as he spoke coldly. Still want to struggle in your final moments? The snake tamer's lips curled into a sly smirk. Ha! At that same instant, his giant snake lunged forward. Seizing his chance, the assassin leaped high into the air, mocking them. They're just low-level creatures who can only walk. No matter how many, they're useless. Watching the snake tamer trying to make a run for it, Lin Yuan simply flicked his hand and gave the order. Lizard King, shoot him down for me. The flying lizard opened its massive, fanged jaw and unleashed a colossal beam of green laser energy, destroying everything in its path. A system panel appears. The Lizard King system activates flame provocation, but he dodges with ease before breaking into a maniacal laugh. Is that all? Its speed is nothing compared to his pet. Seeing his chance, Lin Yuan swings his arm, unleashing a blast of black light. You're not getting away. Riding a flying serpent, the man parries the attack with his weapon and boasts, I came prepared for your sword energy. The serpent opens its mouth, inhaling the purple energy whole. The Snake Master grins victoriously. Surprised? He laughs, explaining they're a mutated species that specializes in devouring sword energy attacks. Lin Yuan looks up, his red eyes glinting with pure contempt. Oh? And who said I was using sword energy? The serpent's stomach suddenly explodes with dark purple necrotic energy. It rears its head back, letting out a terrible, agonizing scream. The assassin watches in horror as his pet writhes. Is it poison or a burn? As the mutated serpent falls, its master lets out a desperate howl. My masterpiece. My perfect mutated creation. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan leaps onto a manticore, soaring into the sky and pointing his sword at the enemy. You're not the only one who can fly. He rides the beast, tearing through the air to chase down the assassin who's desperately trying to flee. The Snake Master glances back, his forehead drenched in a cold sweat of pure terror. It's over. His manticore is even faster. At this rate, he'll be caught in no time. His last mutated beast didn't even survive for 5 seconds. That black energy, I can't let it touch me. Lin Yuan gives a cold command, shoot him down. The system panel glows. The Zombie Vulture King system activates its blade launch skill. Razor-sharp wind blades immediately slice through the air. The assassin desperately weaves and dodges the wind blades as they graze past him. He grits his teeth, watching as his own snakes are sliced in half. My precious flying snakes. Furious, he whips around, glaring and roaring. You think you've already won this? Lin Yuan remains perfectly calm behind him, his ice-cold eyes seeming to see right through his enemy's soul. The Snake Master lets out a savage laugh and releases a tiny, winged, silver snake. Go on then. Try and beat this little pet of mine. The silver snake emits invisible sound waves, and the system panel flashes with a sonic disturbance warning. The assassin smirks, thinking his enemy has more than one trick up his sleeve. The system adds another notification. Due to skill effect, mental stats are temporarily reduced. Unable to withstand the sonic attack, the manticore falters and begins to plummet. Lin Yuan holds on tight, frowning and muttering. My mental power. Why is it dropping so fast? He grinds his teeth, his eyes flashing with anger and surprise. So that was the snake's real purpose. The system interface shows his stats dropping like a rock. Player Lin Yuan, level 17. Mental power, down from 354 to 154. and falling fast as he plummets through the air. Lin Yuan points his sword defiantly, shouting, "Is that all you've got? Go, take him down for me." A giant, glowing beetle streaks up to intercept the foe. The beetle unleashes a blinding blue bolt of electricity, zapping the assassin, who convulses violently while letting out a piercing scream. Not these damned bugs again. He's completely lost control. The Snake Master and his mount fall straight to the ground like a stone, his terrible screams echoing across the sky. Lin Yuan clutches his own faltering manticore, thinking to himself, "Forget it, I just need to land first." He decisively lets go, leaping from the manticore's back and diving towards the ground with his sword ready. While still in mid-air, two zombie vultures swoop down and grab him by the shoulders. They set him down gently, like royal guards escorting their master. The moment his feet touch the ground, he immediately takes aim at the falling Snake Master. He mutters his calculations. From this height, let's test the damage amplification skill first. A ball of cursed purple-black energy gathers in his palm. The system activates the damage amplification skill. A massive purple energy explosion erupts, completely engulfing the free-falling assassin. Through the smoke, the assassin grits his teeth, activating his final skill. Damn it, he actually forced me to use my life-saving skill. The system activates the snake molting substitute skill. Suddenly, a stream of dark aura flies in from the distance, striking him directly as the system registers the skill's effect. He looks down, confused by the purple energy now wrapping around him. A curse technique? Lin Yuan rushes forward like lightning, his sword glowing with a deadly light amidst swirling, ghostly skulls. "I'll cripple you first, then we'll have a chat." The assassin frantically raises his staff to block, laughing like a madman. "Haha, let me show you just how pathetic your attacks are now." Lin Yuan swings his sword, and a blast of blue energy collides with the staff, causing a small explosion. The Snake Master cries out in pain. "Arg!" He stumbles back, clutching his chest and screaming in total disbelief. "Damn it, your mental power was cut by at least half. How can you still deal this much damage, model?" Lin Yuan smirked confidently as a notification panel appeared right beside him. System Amplified Damage Level 1. This skill curses a group of enemies, increasing the damage they take by 50%. It costs 40 mana, has an 8-second cooldown, and cannot be upgraded through proficiency. The system demands he find the next cursed book to level up. Lin Yuan coolly states, "Even with my stats nerfed, I'm still more than enough to handle you." Lin Yuan continues his assault, unleashing waves of ghostly, skull-shaped sword energy that bombard the Necromancer. He moves at blinding speed, appearing in different spots to launch a series of vicious attacks. The Snake Tamer backs away in a panic, one thought racing through his mind: this guy is a madman. He absolutely cannot fight him in close quarters again. But suddenly, he just lets out a mysterious, sly grin. "You think I'd actually say that?" He throws out a magic scroll, which immediately glows right in front of Lin Yuan. A huge, yellow magic circle appears right under our hero's feet. And just like that, the force-binding scroll activates, its magic instantly draining away his agility. A blinding golden aura wraps around Lin Yuan, locking him in place. From a distance, the snake charmer smirks, staff in hand, mocking his trapped opponent. Getting hit with this move is like being stuck in a swamp, slow as a turtle. The charmer then hurls a blue flying snake straight at Lin Yuan, taunting, "Enjoy the torture." Suddenly, a crimson light flashes in Lin Yuan's eyes. System notification. The spell storage equipment skill has activated, purging all control effects. The golden binding aura shatters instantly. He raises his sword. A single slash of blue sword energy slices the snake clean in two. He summons a divine beetle, asking coldly, "Are these all your new tricks?" The snake charmer is visibly shaken, screaming in absolute fury. "Not those damn beetles again." The beetle fires off relentless blue lasers, pinning the snake charmer down. He pulls out another scroll, frantically waving his weapon to defend himself. He manages to land a single strike on the beetle. The divine beetle glows with a blinding yellow electricity, a threatening sizzle filling the air. Lin Yuan stands calmly, hands clasped behind his back. His red eyes glow with absolute coldness as he declares, "It's useless." And sure enough, the snake charmer tries to fire a blast from his staff, but the beetle's electricity completely disintegrates the attack. Giving him no time to recover, Lin Yuan immediately activates a skill on his own beetle. System window pops up. Calamity Skill Level 2. It can be cast on an allied unit for a massive boost, plus 20 to all stats. And if that ally is undead, it also sends it into a 5-second berserk rage. The assassin's eyes go wide. He screams in absolute panic. "What?" he yells, as the powered-up beetle shoots toward him like a cannonball. A terrifying explosion of green energy erupts, blasting the snake charmer backwards. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan pushes off and darts forward like a shadow, issuing a command. Release the rest of your snakes. The snake charmer staggers to his feet, legs trembling, but tries to act tough. Don't think I'm that scared of close combat. With a roar, giant pythons slither from his arms, coiling around his body to form a suit of living armor. I came prepared too, you bastard, he yells, charging straight at Lin Yuan. The snakes on his body morph into sharp weapons, kicking off a fierce close-quarters battle. But despite his efforts, he's completely overpowered by Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan easily parries the attacks while dropping a casual taunt. Looks like even with my stats lowered, you're still no match for me. The snake charmer suddenly bursts into a manic laugh, as if he's just revealed his trump card. Oh, I've prepared so many things for today. And then, the small silver snake from before suddenly reappears. It positions itself right behind Lin Yuan, completely unnoticed. The charmer gestures wildly, screaming in triumph. I won't make the same mistake twice. Go to hell. He commands his python to lunge down, attempting to swallow Lin Yuan whole. But Lin Yuan doesn't even move. A protective green energy erupts from his body, throwing the python back. Then, a massive foot descends, crushing the snake instantly. He stands there, and behind him, a massive bone dragon materializes from nothing. Too bad, he says coldly. You're still just too weak. He points at the assassin. Behind him, the zombie sea king raises its greatsword. The respawn point is way outside the palace. I'll kill you all the way back to level 1. Then slowly torture you for information. But just as the final blow was about to land, dark chains suddenly shot out, wrapping tightly around the snake charmer. It's Anna, his accomplice. She dives from above, snaring him with the chains and yanking him away. She doesn't forget to curse at him, calling him a disgrace. As she pulls him away, she yells, "You lost to a snake handler? Is he really that good?" The snake charmer grinds his teeth and argues back, "All right, just shut up. You weren't the one fighting him." The two glare at each other, the tension thick in the air. But suddenly, two massive lizards appear out of nowhere, blocking their escape route. Lin Yuan slowly emerges, his crimson eyes burning with a sinister light. The maid from last time, is it? She even managed to lure an NPC here? He scoffs. Well, you can just stay here with her. Anna frantically looks around, telling her partner, "We need a plan. Now. I'm not a fighter. I'm trying to figure this out." A frigid energy descends as she screams, "It's here!" The giant lizard lunges, its fanged mouth wide open, ready to devour them both. But instead, it swings its massive tail, shattering the ground beneath them. Both Anna and the Snake Master are flung into the air, letting out a single, pathetic scream before they crash down. Anna immediately turns on her accomplice. What the hell was that? If this keeps up, everything's going to spin completely out of control. You just told me to help test him, she ranted. If this turns into a real deathmatch, how are you going to explain it? Hearing this, Lin Yuan narrows his eyes, his mind racing. A test? What in the world could their true objective be? Ignoring her completely, the Snake Master looks up at Lin Yuan, a fanatical grin spreading across his face. You're lucky to even have this chance to join us. Our master himself sent the invitation. To serve him and witness his miracles is the greatest honor you could ever receive. Lin Yuan coldly gestures with his chin, a silent command to keep talking. The Snake Master smugly replies, "Ha, if our master hadn't spoken, trash like you would never be worthy of contacting our organization. Let me tell you the truth." He throws his arms wide, his eyes gleaming with absolute, unquestioning worship. In 3 years, a god will descend upon this earth. And our master, he is that god's chosen messenger. Lin Yuan's expression darkens as he processes the information. Divine power? Is he saying that First Believer already has the power of an evil god? This whole situation just got a lot more complicated. The Snake Master stands, reaching a hand out as if to tempt him. Just agree to join, and you'll have access to endless resources. His manic laughter echoes through the ruins. Even if you leave the Western Desert, whether it's the Southern Empire, the Tidal Archipelago, or the Northern Underworld Empire, our people are everywhere. Lin Yuan just smirks, deciding to play along with this little charade. Sounds interesting, he says. How do I join? In his mind, though, he's analyzing the situation. This First Believer definitely doesn't know his secret about being reborn. So, are they really just trying to recruit him? Seeing his target take the bait, the assassin looks triumphant. It seems you've thought this through. Joining us is simple. Later, just log out of Immortal. When you return to reality, I will send you an address. Our master will personally perform the ritual for you. Once you accept the god's grace, you will officially be one of us. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's voice turns ice cold as a system panel appears, his personal information completely hidden. But before that, The man demands. You need to show your sincerity. Unhide your information and let me see what you're really made of. Lin Yuan's face is shrouded in shadow, a faint killing intent leaking out. What a pity. The Snake Master blinks, confused. Pity what? His answer is a beautiful arc of sword energy that tears through space, slashing down without a shred of mercy. Fresh blood sprays through the air as the assassin stumbles back, clutching his chest in pure disbelief. He grinds his teeth, roaring in absolute fury. You bastard, you dare ambush me. With that, the Snake Master turns and flees for his life, shouting back over his shoulder. Ungrateful fool, Anna, come with me. But the maid, Anna, is frozen to the spot in terror. Her system panel clearly displays her status, a weak, level 15 NPC. With a flash of red, Lin Yuan turns his cold gaze on her. Then I suppose I'll deal with you first. But the next second, she's booking it, running for her life. The Snake Master's mission failed, so I'm leaving too. I was only here for support. Don't expect anything more from me. Suddenly, the colossal zombie Sea King blocks her path, crushing all hope. From the distance, the Snake Master screams at her. You coward! Sensing the overwhelming danger, his face twists in horror, sweat pouring down as he realizes something has gone horribly wrong. Immediately, the Sea King brings its massive sword down on him in a thunderous strike, but he manages to block it with his staff. You again? The impact creates a blinding blue explosion, ripping the very ground apart. The Snake Master is thrown back by the shockwave, landing pathetically in a pile of rubble. Lin Yuan advances coolly, the tip of his sword aimed at the enemy's chest while his scarab beetle buzzes overhead. I'm going to pry your mouth open, piece by piece. The assassin clutches his wounded arm, his mind racing with bitter thoughts. Even though this punk refused him, what if the master refuses to give up on him? Does that mean he really has to share the western desert with this guy? A vicious light flashes in his purple eyes. No, absolutely not, he spits. Did you really think I lured this boss out just to kill you, you stupid little brat? Just as he says that, he tenses, moving to pull something from his hip with all his might. But Lin Yuan is already one step ahead. He flashes forward, almost teleporting, and instantly lands a powerful kick to his stomach. At the same time, Lin Yuan's blade pierces straight through the snake charmer's hand, pinning it down. The man falls backwards, screaming in agony as he clutches his ruined hand. My hand! He screams. Lin Yuan just gives him a look mixed with pity and utter contempt. Your little escape tricks won't work anymore. But despite the pain, the assassin looks up, a twisted and insane smile spreading across his face. Escape? Why would I need to escape? I've already achieved my goal. The absolute bastard. His blood pools on the ground, seeping into the stone base of the throne and glowing brightly. He roars, enjoy it. This is a secret that only I know. The throne reacts to the blood. Cracks of blood-red lightning begin to split the stone base apart. A massive pillar of red energy erupts from the ground, completely shattering the castle's foundations. The floor gives way, and Lin Yuan plummets into the abyss below. Thinking fast, he yells out for his manticore. The beast dives down, catching him just in time amidst a rain of giant rubble falling towards a magic vortex below. He looks down at the massive, swirling green vortex, swallowing everything in sight. Lin Yuan frowns, wondering if this is a dungeon entrance. Below, the snake tamer is in freefall, holding up a glowing teleportation scroll with an arrogant, taunting smile. Bye-bye. The system coldly announces the teleportation scroll is activating, but the snake tamer's hope is instantly crushed. Lin Yuan throws the skull forward. It bites down on his hand as another notification pops up. Teleportation failed. The man only manages a desperate, empty scream. Unlike his panicked enemy, Lin Yuan and his Mantigo dive straight into the vortex without hesitation. Only now does the snake tamer realize he's just dug his own grave. Oh no, this dungeon is way too high level. A place he never dared to enter before. The snake tamer's face twists in pure terror, letting out a blood-curdling scream as the magical current swallows him whole. The next second, Lin Yuan is also pulled into the chaotic spatial flow. He squints his eyes as a sudden thought hits him. Turns out this is a hidden dungeon he'd never even heard of in his past life. The massive energy vortex plunges everything into absolute darkness. A moment later, Lin Yuan's hands touch a cold, hard surface. He slowly gets to his feet as orange-yellow energy ripples around him. He opens his eyes, taking in the strange new scenery. Standing on a bizarre cliff, Lin Yuan mutters, so it's here. At the same time, a system window appears. Entered hidden dungeon, Eye of Defeat. He stands tall, assessing his power and the situation. A hidden dungeon, and a massive one at that? His temporarily reduced stats had already been restored. Right in front of him, several giant crab-like monsters with tough shells suddenly appear. their info panel pops up. Level 22 Elite Dead Sea Giant Crabs, with 5500 HP, 570 attack, 420 defense, and a whole list of nasty skills. Lin Yuan couldn't care less about the crabs. He rides his Mantigo high into the gloomy sky, wondering where the exit to this dungeon could be. The creature flies at insane speeds through the hazy space. Suddenly, it crashes headfirst into something invisible. Hexagonal energy ripples spread out from the point of impact. Lin Yuan frowns. An invisible wall? Does this mean they can't leave this area for now? A system notification confirms his suspicion. You cannot leave this instance before completing it. Looking down at the water below, filled with giant, lurking tentacles, Lin Yuan comes to a conclusion. Looks like they need to find that snake tamer to get out. First, a search of the surrounding area. After a while, they spot a dilapidated ghost ship drifting on the sea. The snake tamer was already on board. His face is twisted with resentment as he stares into space. That bastard. He walks toward a slumped-over pirate skeleton, which is wearing a glowing blue cloak. He growls, "I'll make sure you get a taste of this, too." He approaches the pirate skeleton in the cloak, reaching out his hand while muttering smugly. "So it really is here. Seems the information I got from that NPC about the dungeon was accurate after all." As he touches it, a panel appears. Mermaid's Cloak. A special item. This is the only quest item in this entire dungeon. It can block the senses of mermaids, allowing you to leave the dungeon on a full moon night. Without it, there is no way to leave before completion. Even death will only send you back to the instance's respawn point. A sinister smile spreads across the snake tamer's face as he drapes the cloak over himself. And as for clearing the dungeon, even he doesn't know the conditions to finish it. If he can trap him here forever, he'll never have to worry again. Just then, the pirate skeleton suddenly comes to life, raising its curved sword and roaring, "Put my head down." The snake tamer jumps back, shocked, but he quickly regains his composure and scoffs. "Humph, a mere skeleton dares to touch me?" He summons a magic snake that coils tightly around the skeleton's arm. Then it squeezes hard, shattering the bone to pieces. It roars furiously, "You bastard, you will pay for this." 30 minutes later, steady footsteps echo across the deck. Seeing Lin Yuan, the pirate skeleton with fiery eyes charges forward, screaming, "Go to hell!" But Lin Yuan just leans aside slightly. The sword in his hand flashes in a beautiful arc of light, effortlessly parrying the skeleton's attack. Lin Yuan gives him zero chance, crushing the pirate's bony hand under his boot. His cold steel points right at the skeleton's skull, making it scream in terror. "Stop, stop right now, it's all a misunderstanding." The blade halts, inches from the skeleton's terrified eye socket. Lin Yuan narrows his eyes, a thought flashing through his mind. It can talk? This must be a quest NPC. The skeleton stammers an explanation, pointing frantically where the snake charmer had fled. "It's all a misunderstanding. I thought you were with that snake-wielding bastard who stole my cloak, but he's long gone." Lin Yuan sheathes his sword, his voice ice cold. "Tell me everything you know." The skeleton sits up, letting out a breath it doesn't really have, and gazes out at the storm-racked sea. "You new here? Man, you've got some seriously bad luck," he continues, his voice heavy with dread. "When night falls, every single creature here loses its mind and just starts fighting." Lin Yuan glances toward where the snake charmer vanished. He murmurs his analysis aloud. The one key item for leaving, the mermaid cloak, was taken. "It seems that bastard wants to trap me here for good." He turns back to the skeleton, asking bluntly, "Do you have any other useful items on you?" The skeleton hesitates, trembling as it holds something out. This is all I have left. If you promise not to kill me, it's yours." With that, Lin Yuan ventures deeper into the ship, entering a massive hall. He sees rows of humanoid creatures with goat horns, all kneeling in one direction. He pauses. Are they bowing to him? But he quickly realizes his mistake, his expression shifting to surprise. Nope, they weren't bowing to him at all. Lin Yuan's gaze travels up to a giant stone wall at the end of the hall, where a colossal mural is carved. Could it be depicting sea monsters? Or maybe even gods? He moves closer, recognizing the familiar shapes of tentacles and powerful bodies kneeling. No, this was definitely not some sea god. The mural depicted a single, giant, fiery eye staring down from a star-filled sky. Lin Yuan is completely stunned as a name suddenly surfaces from the depths of his subconscious. The Starry Evil God. He wonders in absolute horror, how could a carving of the Starry Evil God be here? In his past life, that thing descended from outer space, but only after the immortal world had fully materialized in reality. He remembers the horrific scene from his past. It was summoned by the very first believer. His red eyes flash as he forces himself to calm down and analyze. No, there's another possibility. I can't be biased. He remembers what the snake charmer mentioned before, that the first believer had already obtained divine power. So why didn't he summon the evil god then? A storm of questions floods his mind. Why wait until the immortal world became real, just like in his past life? Or maybe, the starry evil god was never part of this reality to begin with. Images of the real and virtual worlds overlap, a visual representation of his theories on how they're connected. Lin Yuan stands before an old map, his gaze sharpening with determination. He has to clear this dungeon to get more answers. And right now, that temple seems like the most suspicious place to start. Time passes, and night finally descends upon the dungeon. Suddenly, a massive, horrifying sea monster erupts from the water, roaring directly at Lin Yuan. Blasphemer, die! Lin Yuan glances back at the creature with a look of pure, cold disgust. Just getting in the way. He raises his sword as the system announces it. Calamity skill, activated. A massive blast of green energy explodes. From within the light, two magic dragons materialize, roaring ferociously. Lin Yuan gives the simple command, deal with them. The twin dragons dive, creating a blinding explosion of light that obliterates everything in their destructive path. With the monster blocking his path taken care of, Lin Yuan continues his advance toward the mysterious temple. Lin Yuan stands on a cliff edge, his sword reflecting the cold moonlight. He cautiously observes the gloomy forest ahead. He squints, muttering under his breath. Just as he suspected, there's a problem. A solid mass of darkness emerges from the trees, surrounded by countless glowing blue eyes. Blasphemer, a hateful voice echoes. And just like that, hordes of blue tentacle monsters burst from the ground, letting out a terrifying roar. Die! Lin Yuan's brow furrows as he quickly assesses the situation. So they've mobilized their entire force, have they? He thinks. Then I don't need to hold back either. He raises his sword to the sky, and a colossal death gate crackling with green lightning materializes behind him. From the gate, his undead army emerged, skeletal wolves, griffins, and immortal warriors marching out in force. Lin Yuan gave the order for his legion to assemble. A cold smirk played across Lin Yuan's face. He swung his sword forward, ready to crush them all. His undead legion charged into the fray, viciously tearing into the tentacled monsters. Ghost wolves pounced, pinning down their enemies, while giant tentacles coiled around them in a chaotic frenzy. The battle was absolutely brutal. Both sides clashed relentlessly, and the ground quickly became littered with the corpses of friend and foe. Lin Yuan watched the battle, analyzing the situation. This dungeon's level was clearly too high. His low-level undead were practically useless here. It was time for a new strategy. He gave the command, and his scorpion and snake summons dove between 7 of the monsters. They latched onto the bodies of the Tide Mermen, preparing for the final, decisive blow. A phantom snake coiled tightly around an enemy, opened its maw, and let out one final, piercing roar. He activated Corpse Explosion. A destructive blast of green energy erupted, swallowing the entire battlefield. Notifications for experience points flooded his system window. After that devastating attack, only the soulless corpses of the mermen remained scattered on the ground. Lin Yuan raised his hand to cast another skill, saying, "That attack cost too many low-level spirits. We need to replenish our numbers." But then, something totally unexpected happened. A surge of green energy wrapped around the monster corpses, but it failed to revive them. The system announced, "Target does not meet activation conditions. Talent activation failed." Lin Yuan whipped his head around, completely shocked. His resurrection skill was useless here. At that exact moment, a colossal beam of green light shot straight into the sky from the ancient temple in the distance. Lin Yuan ventured inside the temple. He looked up at the brightly glowing altar and wondered if this was what controlled the mermen. He summoned a magical scout bird, ordering it to fly ahead and investigate the area. The magic bird circled the altar, triggering a hidden mechanism that made the altar glow even brighter. From the water below, a figure slowly rose amidst the ripples of energy. The creature stood up, facing the scout bird. An intense pressure immediately filled the entire hall. Lin Yuan's red eyes flashed as he sensed an incredible surge of power approaching. A humanoid monster appeared, its lower body a snake's tail. It held a scepter and wore a crown, its voice booming with authority. "How dare you desecrate the Sea King's domain?" Its info panel appeared. Merman Priest, a level 26 lord with 16,500 HP, 1,750 attack, and 400 defense. His skills were Soul Disorder, Merman Assembly, Intelligent Control, and Light Feather. The Merman Priest swung its scepter, firing a blast of dark energy straight at Lin Yuan while roaring, "Die!" Lin Yuan reacted in a split second, leaping into the air to dodge the attack while giving a command. Go, sacred scarab! The beetle flew out to block the hit. Meanwhile, the priest began chanting for another skill, sacrificial crystal clasping its hands together to focus a massive amount of magic energy. The system announced the activation of Merman Assembly, and an eye symbol on a statue behind him began to glow. A gigantic pillar of light shot from the altar straight to the ceiling, gathering immense power. From within the light, countless muscular mermen with glowing eyes appeared, roaring ferociously. Seeing this, Lin Yuan confirmed his theory: this altar was the key. Without a moment's hesitation, he waved his hand, ordering his remaining undead army to intercept them. The giant ghost wolves and skeletal bears roared, charging forward to block the path of the newly summoned mermen. They attacked with absolute fury, firing vortexes of green energy directly at the merman army. A skeletal bear let out a massive roar, using its huge body to slam directly into the altar itself. Immediately, the mermen lost control and began chaotically attacking each other in the confusion. A phantom scorpion detonated itself, creating a terrifying explosion of blue energy that wiped out everything around it. The aftershock of the blast even sent the merman priest staggering backward. Lin Yuan landed gracefully beside a ghost wolf. He smirked and said, "Now you can't summon any more mermen, can you?" The merman priest gritted its teeth, clutching its scepter tightly as its eyes burned with killing intent. But then, Lin Yuan sensed something was wrong, his brow furrowing slightly. Without hesitating, the priest pulled out several pink potions from its side. It tilted its head back and drank them all in one go. Green streams of energy quickly healed all the wounds on its body. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, a little surprised. A recovery potion? Its strength restored, the merman priest immediately launched an attack on one of Lin Yuan's summons. A blinding attack made of light energy was unleashed, completely destroying everything in its path. Standing amidst the wreckage of the altar, the priest roared in pure rage, "Blasphemer! How dare you destroy the altar of the mermen?" Lin Yuan coolly analyzed the situation. So, it couldn't tell friend from foe anymore? With their leader down, the rest of these crazed mermen wouldn't be a threat at all. Instantly, Lin Yuan's blade sang, weaving arcs of jade-green sword energy into a perfect, deadly attack. He activated his cataclysm skill. A wave of screaming, ghostly green skulls shot toward the merman priest. Seizing the moment, he yelled, "This is my chance!" lunging forward for a decisive slash. The priest couldn't react in time, as green sword energy pierced straight through his body in a flash. He froze completely, then roared in a mix of pure agony and absolute rage. "You damn humans!" he shrieked, firing back with his own skill, a massive, purple beam of energy that shot straight for Lin Yuan. The system flashed a warning. User affected by the intelligent control technique. It was a hallucinatory attack, initiating a mental status check. Another sound-based skill, Lin Yuan thought. Suddenly, the world around Lin Yuan shifted, transforming into a desolate, ruined city under a dying sun. Amid the rubble lay his fallen comrades and the ghost of his weaker self. Across from him, his sister whispered, "Brother, save me." Lin Yuan's eyes shrank in horror as the traumatic memories flooded back. Was this a replay of his previous life's terrible end? The faces of his fallen friends were crystal clear, along with the unbearable image of himself, powerless, bloody, and broken. But just as quickly, his cold, detached expression returned. He figured it out. The sound waves were designed to amplify his deepest fears. He thrust his sword through the phantom of his past self, shattering the illusion. As the mirage dissolved, Lin Yuan spoke with unshakable resolve. "I was never afraid of death. Only the pain of losing those I love, and the pure rage of watching humanity fall." With those words, the entire illusion before him shattered into a million pieces like a broken mirror. Back in reality, the system coldly announced, "Mental assessment passed. The intelligent control technique has been dispelled." The merman priest's weak voice cut through. "You've returned." The battlefield was pure chaos now. His undead legion was tearing through the frenzied mermen without mercy. Even more shocking, the merman monsters had completely lost their minds. They were swarming their own leader, frantically biting and tearing at his fresh wounds. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lin Yuan advanced slowly, each step radiating a bone-chilling killing intent. He raised his sword, his red eyes burning with contempt, and snarled, "Die, you useless trash." The system chimed in. Activating Cataclysm, Level 3. A storm of ghostly skulls flew out, aimed directly at the priest being devoured by his own men. The attack shot forward like an arrow, ripping through the air and leaving a deadly trail of green light. With no resistance, the priest took a direct hit. Dark energy and green light erupted in a massive, violent explosion. Through the fading smoke, Lin Yuan calmly approached his dying foe. The priest clutched his chest, trembling in silent agony, completely spent and unable to speak. Lin Yuan stood over him, his voice dripping with mockery, like a king passing sentence on a defeated enemy. "So, where is your god now?" The taunt ignited the priest's last bit of fury, and he let out a final, desperate roar. "Let's sink into despair together." Focusing his remaining power, his body erupted in red light as he screamed one last word, "Blasphemer." Lin Yuan readied his sword, prepared for the final move. A cold smirk played on his lips. "Looks like you finally snapped." He then exploded forward like a bolt of lightning, leaving an afterimage behind him. He leaped high into the air, his body carving a perfect arc against the sky. Aiming straight for an opening, he unleashed a powerful downward slash. For a moment, time seemed to freeze as he declared coldly, "It's over." A razor-sharp line of sword energy hit its mark, sending the priest's body flying violently backward. After the attack landed, Lin Yuan gave a signal to his remaining undead. "Everyone, return to me." The surviving mermen just stared, stunned, as their leader fell. Their minds were blank except for one thought, our comrade. Then, as if waking from a trance, they let out a collective, savage roar of pure, wild fury. But instead of charging Lin Yuan, they screamed in denial and turned on their own dying leader, tearing him to absolute shreds. Lin Yuan watched the gruesome scene from a distance, a cold smile forming on his face. Literally digging your own grave. With that, he activated his stealth skill and vanished. The frenzied mermen continued to reduce their leader to a bloody, unrecognizable mess. In the priest's final moments, his eyes held nothing but absolute despair and unimaginable pain. This was truly the end. With one last burst of strength, he threw his followers off him. Just then, Lin Yuan reappeared from thin air like a ghost. He delivered the final strike, a flash of brilliant purple light. With his sword blazing, he lunged forward to end the priest once and for all. Immediately after, a flood of system notifications filled his vision. Merman Monk defeated. You have received 20,300 experience. Congratulations on reaching level 18. And just like that, his personal stats updated. As the merman monk disintegrated, a glowing soul escaped its body, whispering with a voice full of relief. "At last, I am free." From that endless horror. Then, the dungeon space suddenly erupted with light, replacing the grim darkness with a brilliant dawn. The light stunned the remaining mermen, their growls fading as they calmed. Lin Yuan stood in the middle of the hall, the green demonic energy around him slowly vanishing as the battle concluded. From the boss's corpse, a few items dropped with a glittering flash of light. Among them were a shoulder plate and a strange orb. The system displayed the loot info. Fragment, advanced meteorite, iron. A detailed description appeared for the fragment 1 of 3. Part of an unknown item, collecting all 3 would forge advanced black gold meteorite iron. When used in forging, it could upgrade gold quality equipment to the legendary black gold tier. Lin Yuan picked up the items, his eyes flashing with shock and delight. Advanced meteorite iron. This was an item that should only be appearing in the mid-game stages. And with it, he could craft the very first unique item in the entire game, even designating it as a class-specific weapon. He pondered for a moment, hand on his chin, but remembered needing one more material to guarantee a 100% success rate. He picked up the strange shoulder armor, asking curiously, "What is this?" As Lin Yuan inspected it, he realized the item's name was hidden. It seemed this was a puzzle item for this very dungeon. He suddenly recalled the boss's last words and the mural of the Void God. A talking boss, what was it so afraid of? Could it be? In an instant, Lin Yuan turned and walked toward the massive mural. He stood among the kneeling mermen, deep in thought. When it came to fear, that mural was the most suspicious thing here. He narrowed his eyes, staring at the eye on the wall. Was there something inside the wall? Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his sword, sending a giant crescent of energy slashing into the stone. The wall shattered completely, revealing a secret chamber. Inside, a golden chest sat on a pedestal, a purple magic eye hovering above it. Lin Yuan stepped in, reaching for the chest. As he opened the chest, the magic eye floated beside him, whispering, "Really?" Inside was a fragment identical to the shoulder piece he'd just found. System notification. Unknown fragment. 1 of 3. A piece of an unknown item. Collect 3 to combine. Lin Yuan picked it up, a theory clicking into place. It's a horn. It looked like he had finally found the clue to completing this place. He glanced at the floating purple magic eye. And as for this, suddenly, a strange feeling washed over him. Lin Yuan whipped his head around, hearing the roars of the mermen from outside. He frowned. What was attracting them out there? Lin Yuan quickly stepped out of the temple. Below, the mermen were craning their necks toward the sky. He followed their gaze upward. A perfectly round, brilliant full moon hung in the night sky. Lin Yuan was stunned. The moon, he muttered, analyzing the sudden shift from day to night. Could it have triggered some kind of special story event? He watched the mermen below. Even at night, they showed no signs of losing their minds. Something was definitely wrong with this moon. Meanwhile, in another location, a figure emerged from beneath the water. The system coldly notified the snake tamer. Merman cloak has taken effect. You are now exiting the instance. He let out a smug grin, but just as he surfaced, a massive shadow swooped down from the sky, snatching him up completely. Lin Yuan's familiar voice echoed. Got you. The snake tamer was yanked into the air, his face twisting with shock and terror. Is that you? Lin Yuan stared down at his struggling enemy, his eyes as sharp as daggers. The snake tamer roared in pure rage. You persistent ghost! How did I run into you even hiding here? This is the worst luck. Lin Yuan smirked, his voice laced with certainty. The item to leave this place. I knew you had it all along. He swung his sword, and a summoned beast lunged forward, blocking any chance of escape. Don't even think about running. Panicked, the snake tamer instantly summoned 3 magical sea serpents to block the path. Damn it, we were so close. Hold him back. But Lin Yuan didn't even flinch. He charged forward at blinding speed, casually slicing the snakes to pieces. The snakes' bodies dissolved into motes of light and rained down on the water. Now the snake tamer hovered in the air, a green light surrounding him. He said confidently, As long as I wear this cloak under the light of the full moon, I can leave. Right, that's what the information says. But Lin Yuan wasn't about to let him go so easily. He swung his sword, unleashing a massive wave of energy. A blinding light enveloped the snake tamer. The system chimed with a notification. The mermaid's cloak activated, letting him phase right through the table. Believing he'd escaped, the man let out a crazed, triumphant laugh. Stay here forever, you piece of trash. Ha ha ha. But suddenly, Lin Yuan was on his tail, riding a winged lion with a mocking tone. Trying to run? Not so easy. A hexagonal energy wall materialized, but the snake tamer passed right through it, screaming in pure frustration. Damn it! The next second, Lin Yuan and his mount were stopped cold by the invisible wall. He frowned, touching the barrier. It was another one. Seeing this, the snake tamer flew off, letting out a loud, arrogant laugh. Haha, your ride stops here, you fool. Even God can't help you now. Just then, a small magic snake popped into existence right beside him. But Lin Yuan just smirked, a cunning light flashing in his eyes for a split second. Instantly, the summoned snake right next to the tamer exploded violently. He only had time for one horrifying scream before being blasted away by his own creature. He roared in pure agony. You dare use my own snake to blow me up, you bastard. After handling that nuisance, Lin Yuan took a moment to observe the changing environment around him. First, there were the mysterious murals, then the bizarre moon. He looked down at the crowd below the merfolk had gone completely insane as the sky bled a terrifying red, enveloping the moon. Lin Yuan gasped in shock. The moon had already turned completely red. Down below, all the merfolk stared upwards, as if they were performing some ancient ritual. Lin Yuan squinted. The full moon was covered by dark clouds, so where was this moonlight coming from? His mount shifted slightly, making Lin Yuan look down at the water in utter shock. In the lake, the reflection of the moon was glowing a deep, blood red. He was stunned. Could the real moon actually be underwater? The surface began to boil as a huge, crimson whirlpool started to form and grow. A cold sweat ran down Lin Yuan's back as a horrifying theory popped into his head. The Eye of the Evil God. The whirlpool slowly formed into a gigantic, bloodshot eye, staring straight up at the sky. From the center of that eye, a bloody arm emerged. It started pulling a bizarre creature out from the swirling red depths. From within the bloody vortex, a terrifying monster with countless tentacles and glaring red eyes began to slowly rise. Immediately, a system notification popped up with alarming stats. Mermaid's Nightmare. Its HP, attack, defense, and skills were all just question marks. As the notification panel appeared, Lin Yuan frowned, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Mermaid's Nightmare, he couldn't even see its specific stats. The level difference had to be massive. He had thought he was still at a safe distance. But the monster suddenly turned its headless body, and dozens of glowing red eyes all locked onto Lin Yuan at once. Its gaze was fixed on him, making Lin Yuan's heart nearly stop. There was only one thought in his mind: it's noticed me. Without any warning, a giant tentacle whipped out, sending a slash of blue energy tearing through the air, straight for him. Lin Yuan frantically controlled his mount, dodging by a hair's breadth. The energy slash flew past, slicing off one of the monster's own tentacles. While dodging, a tactical question sparked in his mind. If the target has no head, can it even aim properly? He controlled his mount, soaring through the air and skillfully dodging the giant monster's chaotic attacks. Then, he quickly chanted a spell, and a massive bolt of purple lightning slammed into the monster. The system announced the activation of the Calamity V3 skill. A hilariously pathetic -300 damage number appeared. Lin Yuan immediately made his mount fly off, avoiding another terrifying horizontal swipe. Realizing that direct attacks were completely useless, he began to analyze the situation. For this thing to show up in a low-level dungeon like this, there must be some kind of mechanic to exploit. We have to test it. The monster roared, chasing him without pause, smashing every rock in its path. Lin Yuan glanced back, his expression thoughtful. The damage from his Calamity skill barely touched its health bar. He took a deep breath. If that's how it's going to be, then let's play for real. A whole legion of spirit warriors and hellhounds materialized, roaring all around him. He clenched his fist, his eyes filled with resolve. Time to face it head on. The monster seemed to sense the threat. It braced itself for an all-out assault. Lin Yuan's army of spirits immediately charged in, frantically attacking its disgusting tentacles. Countless magical skulls flew out, gnawing away at the monster's massive body. A brutal, chaotic battle raged between the army of darkness and the colossal beast. Suddenly, the monster swung an arm made of blue energy, grabbing a warrior spirit. The hand squeezed tight, crushing the spirit into nothing but energy fragments. After fighting for a while, Lin Yuan noticed something important. This monster seemed to be acting purely on instinct. He lightly patted his mount's neck, giving it the command to conserve its strength. Then, he smirks. A mindless monster, after all, is still just prey. As if sensing his contempt, the monster lets out a wordless roar. Its body begins to glow, gathering a huge amount of energy. Lin Yuan's eyes widen in disbelief. It doesn't have a head, but it can make sound waves? A terrifying shockwave radiates outward, wiping out a huge portion of his undead army. Lin Yuan holds his ground on his mount, his gaze sharp as a razor. I'm not falling for that cheap trick again. As the monster unleashes a second sonic blast, the rest of Lin Yuan's undead minions are instantly crushed into dust. The shockwave slammed into the barrier, cracking it but failing to shatter it instantly. A massive green energy beam from the monster's tentacle shot down to obliterate everything, and for a second, Lam Vien thought he was done for. But in that critical moment, his personal inventory panel suddenly glowed and popped open all by itself, completely stunning him. Lam Vien's eyes widened, sweat beading on his forehead as a strange purple magic eye suddenly flew out. He yelled out in pure confusion. My inventory opened on its own. Still unable to process what was happening, he took a step back, his face a perfect mix of shock and alarm. The magic eye wasted no time, firing a blinding purple beam that collided head-on with the monster's attack. It created a massive explosion of light, blasting everything back. Hiding behind a large rock, Lam Vien peeked out, his expression thoughtful. Was this related to those other shapes on the stone from the secret room? The magic eye now hovered in midair, emitting a strange purple glow and sending out gentle waves of energy. No one could have predicted it, but the massive nightmare merman reacted like a terrified child. It cowered, using its tentacles to shield itself in absolute panic. Seeing this hilarious sight, Lam Vien looked up at the eye, a small smirk forming as he finally understood the truth. This stone carving apparently had the power to repel the nightmare merman. Seizing this golden opportunity, he ordered his spirit eagle to grab the eye and fly straight towards the enemy, his voice filled with excitement. Why not give it a try? Just as he thought, the monster panicked and fled, with text literally appearing over its head saying fleeing in panic. At the same time, the system generously displayed the Nightmare Merman stats. 30,000 HP, 3,100 attack, and only 100 defense. Lam Vien's eyes narrowed, a sharp and cunning smirk spreading across his face. For real? He thought, perched on his winged lion. He followed the eagle holding the eye, certain this was a special mechanism item. He didn't waste a single second. He threw out his hand to summon a skill, shouting, Activate Disaster Skill 43. Instantly, screaming green flame skulls shot forward. The skulls mercilessly tore into the monster's shredded flesh, causing it to flinch in agony. Damage numbers -390, -420, -450 danced in the air. While watching the battle, Lam Vien analyzed aloud. Does the damage increase with its fear level? Right after, the system reported, damage taken increased 30%. Damage taken increased 40%. He found it hilarious, wondering, can a nightmare actually be scared to death? Victory was now completely within his grasp. He drew his sword, blazing with a brilliant blue light. ready for the final blow. His red eyes burned with chilling confidence as a cold smile formed on his face. He thought, I just need to press my advantage now. Locked onto his mount, Lam Vian became a green shooting star, diving down from the sky at a wind-tearing speed. He unleashed a perfect sword slash, cutting through the monster's hideous tentacles and creating brilliant flashes of blue lightning. Against such overwhelming power, the Nightmare Merman's enormous body cracked apart, shattering into pieces that rained down to the ground. The system window flashed with great news. You have defeated the Nightmare Merman, receiving 50,000 experience points. Level up, level 19. As Lam Vian glided down, he thought with satisfaction, this boss gives a ton of experience. I leveled up instantly. I'm probably the highest ranked immortal player right now. With a feather-light touch, his boots landed elegantly on the stone floor. Lam Vian stood tall, surrounded by swirling green demonic energy. He looked triumphant as his new level 19 stats appeared behind him. From the monster's remains, a floating item fragment materialized one of three. Not only that, the system also announced drops of a deep blue energy orb and a golden nightmare core armor piece. Pulled by an invisible force, the fragments automatically flew together and reassembled in midair. A system message explained that the fragments could be combined by collecting all three pieces. The nightmare core was a rare material condensed from nightmares, used to forge equipment with mental attributes as the main stat. Lam Vian rubbed his chin and nodded. I've almost finished the blacksmith's reputation quests anyway. This core was perfect. Just what was needed to craft a top-tier gold-quality item. Lin Yuan held the newly forged horn, its dazzling golden light pulsing in his hands. He stared at it, his mind racing. Was this a quest item for the Sunken Ruins dungeon? Just then, a shimmering info panel appeared. Siren's Lament. A key quest item, a relic of the Siren race, and the only thing capable of awakening the Siren King. The horn's call heralds the coming of the Siren remnants. Whoever holds it becomes their honored guest. Blowing the horn on the night of a full moon will reveal something unexpected. Standing on a cliff beneath a colossal blood-red moon, he sighed. With no other clues, his only choice was to blow this thing and see what happened. He didn't hesitate. He raised the horn to his lips and blew, sending pink sonic waves echoing through the air. The moment the sound faded, the merfolk below, who'd been tearing each other apart, suddenly froze solid. Every single one of them slowly turned, their glowing eyes locking onto Lin Yuan high up on the cliff. But then, the world itself began to glitch violently around him. Colors warped and shattered like an old television losing its signal. Lin Yuan lowered the horn, sensing that something was deeply wrong. In the middle of the sky, a purple vortex of light exploded, threatening to swallow everything in its path. Lin Yuan's face went pale, his eyes wide with horror as he stared up at the impossible sight. His pupils shrank as he realized what loomed above. An eldritch god. Before he could even think to run, a terrifying force grabbed him, yanking him into the fractured space. The moment he was dragged into the rift, Lin Yuan felt reality itself twisting around him. He just smirked, realizing space itself was being distorted. In a blink, the terrifying chaos vanished. He was on a calm beach under a full moon, the silence so complete it was chilling. Lin Yuan's feet drifted down, landing softly in the shallow water along the shore. But as he looked down at his own body, he was stunned to find it was a translucent, glowing form, like a stream of pure data. He frowned. An illusion? Before he could even begin to investigate this strange new form, his attention was snapped to a brilliant purple light that tore across the distant sky. The scene erupted into chaos as a massive tentacle suddenly swung through the air. Another beast slammed into the sea monster, sending its grotesque, eye-covered head reeling. Lin Yuan could only watch, a stunned spectator to the battle. He muttered to himself, finally understanding. Has the main storyline of the game been activated? Up above, the giant eye rained down bolts of purple lightning on the monsters. Is the eldritch god attacking the sirens? He wondered. As they absorbed the fury from above, the ocean below began to boil, erupting into colossal waves that scraped the sky. And from the churning depths, a massive entity with countless tentacles rose, its presence soul-crushingly powerful. A system window flashed. Siren King. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes. So this is the king of the sea demons? Floating in midair, a cloaked figure radiated dark magic, taunting the king with a simple, foolish creature. The moment he heard that voice, Lin Yuan's expression changed. He's the first apostle, he realized, but then confusion hit. Wait a minute, isn't he a player? How could a player possibly appear in the main storyline alongside an eldritch god? The Siren King wasn't about to be mocked. It whipped its razor-sharp tentacles through the air, aiming straight for the cloaked man. But with a casual flick of his wrist, the mysterious figure unleashed a purple shockwave, batting away every single one of the king's attacks. The first apostle raised a hand, dark energy crackling around it as he took aim. His eyes behind the mask were sharp as knives. "You dare oppose a god?" And with that, he hurled a massive orb of destructive, dark energy straight at the Siren King. Beneath that twisted mask, a sinister smile spread across his face as he uttered a cruel curse. "Even your own flesh and blood will betray you." At those words, the Siren King's pupils shrank in terror. The unholy light began to eat away at its very mind. From the sky, pillars of dark energy rained down like black spears, pinning the deep sea monsters right where they stood, now bound by massive chains of pure darkness. The Siren King struggled desperately amidst the towering waves, but it was completely helpless. The masked man looked on, his game over, a satisfied smile on his face. He declared coldly, drawing power from the massive eldritch god looming behind him. He pointed down at the ocean and passed his final judgment. "Let me show you the price for defying a god." A strange gravitational force appeared instantly, lifting countless fish monsters into the air as they let out horrified screams. While they were being pulled into the sky, the masked figure slowly clenched his fist, and the purple magic compressed until the very space around him warped and cracked. A second later, the sky unleashed a destructive storm of crimson aurora beams. It tore apart and completely vaporized the giant tentacles in the blink of an eye. Witnessing the divine-level massacre, Lin Yuan's face was covered in sweat, his red eyes wide with speechless terror. The historical vision shattered, and he slowly regained his senses. He stood dazed on the shoreline. Reality was a glowing blood moon. Holding the golden conch, he frowned as his mind raced to analyze the insane truth he had just witnessed. The void heretic god. A being who shouldn't have appeared for another 3 years, was he really part of this game's dungeon lore so long ago? His eyes revealed a deep suspicion of a world-shaking conspiracy. And then there was the matter of the first follower. That man definitely had to be one of the chosen in the previous life. But why would a player appear in the backstory of the immortal world? Still in shock from what he'd just seen, Lin Yuan decided he couldn't stop there. He raised the conch to his mouth once again, his eyes filled with determination, wondering what else he could possibly see. Right after, the historical illusion reappeared. This time, it showed the merfolk king standing in the sea, facing his subjects who were being corrupted by dark power. The Sea King's voice was deep and majestic, full of authority, yet tinged with a deep sorrow. "The heretic god's power is too immense. It's throwing my consciousness into chaos." He raised a hand, a small but pure orb of light hovering above it, and told his most trusted subordinate, "I will fall into a deep slumber here. Once this calamity is over, use this to awaken me." The merfolk priest, with tentacles wrapped around his head, respectfully accepted the orb, his own tendrils gently cradling the treasure. "Yes, my lord." He then turned back to face his entire clan, raised the conch high, and declared with a powerful voice, "The merfolk people will return to our homeland." The vision vanished, leaving Lin Yuan with the conch glowing brightly in his hand. The item's info panel updated to the merfolk's lament. A special item, a token of the merfolk tribe and the only thing that can awaken their king. A sub-window appeared, noting that the conch's call also marked the birth of the merfolk's descendants. A few of them would even become honored guests of the tribe. Clutching the horn, Lin Yuan finally understood everything. He glanced at the crimson space around him, muttering, "So that's it. The reason this dungeon has such a bizarre setup is because it's all a dream." The moment he spoke, the dream began to shatter, the red space cracking apart like glass. Lin Yuan was startled as the scene before him changed in an instant. He found himself standing in a blood-red sea, and from below the surface, the colossal merfolk king slowly began to rise, letting out an earth-shattering roar. Lin Yuan looked up at the great being before him, his eyes sharp. "The king of the merfolk." The king looked down, his voice deep but weary. "Thank you for granting me a moment of clarity from the endless chaos. The heretic god's power has seeped into my bones, and I have not yet recovered, but first, I can get you out of here." The merfolk king gently wrapped a tentacle around Lin Yuan. The suction-cupped appendages held his body with surprising softness. The king continued with a sincere request. "I hope that in the future, you can look after the remnants of the merfolk people." With that, he used his tentacle to hurl Lin Yuan high into the sky, launching him right out of the dreamscape. Finally free from the dungeon, Lin Yuan's mind was still reeling from the countless mysteries, each one piling onto the last. He had to find a way to discover the first follower's true identity as soon as possible, and stop the heretic god's arrival. As he was lost in thought, a blue notification panel appeared. "You have completed Doomsday and received the following rewards: 10,000 experience points, the Doomsday boots, and the drifting blade of Doomsday." At that same moment, by a stream, the snake tamer who'd been blasted out of the dungeon was groaning in agony. So painful. That bastard. It hurts like hell. He pushed himself up, struggling to stand. The man gritted his teeth, his face twisted with resentment, but he tried to console himself. Enduring a little hardship is nothing. He looked down at the water and let out a sinister smile. After all, that guy would never get in his way for the rest of his life. Huh? Suddenly his eyes flew open, sensing something was terribly wrong. What in the world is happening? From under the water, a massive tentacle emerged, with Lin Yuan standing calmly on top of it. The snake tamer's jaw dropped as he stammered in absolute terror. You? How the hell are you still out here? Did that damn sea monster bring you out? Another tentacle shot up from the water as the merfolk king roared. Silence! I am the king of the merfolk. With that, he smashed a devastating blow right onto the snake tamer. Blasted away for the second time that day, the snake tamer was knocked completely unconscious. The merman king gently placed Lam Vien on the shore, bringing an end to this unexpected adventure. Standing on the cliff, Lam Vien made a promise to the merman king, who was slowly drifting into a deep sleep below the water. If I get the chance, I will protect the remnants of your merman lineage. The merman king replied, his voice weak but grateful. Thank you. The merman race will never forget your kindness. After everything was settled, Lam Vien turned around as a reward screen popped up. He casually scrolled through the items he'd received. Looking at the sword, he dismisses it as nothing special. But when he sees the boots, a smile finally appears. Turns out, these boots were exactly what he needed. The item details pop up. Wandering Twin Blades. Silver-tiered effects. Attack, power, plus 35. Critical damage, plus 30. And stamina, plus 10. For the Golden Submersion boots, stamina plus 50. Movement speed, plus 35. Attack speed gets a 30-point bump, and they come with the skill Endless Pursuit, which activates after damaging a target. Moving towards a target activates Pursuit mode, boosting movement speed by 20% and damage by 5%. With his new boots equipped, Lin Yuan stood on the peak, gazing down at the unconscious Snake Master below. His mind was racing, connecting all the dots with sharp analysis. It seemed the first believer wasn't just a player. He likely had a deep connection to the evil god from long ago, making it useless to stop him from communicating. The only way forward was to suppress the first believer's entire faction inside the game. He figured he'd find another chance to finish him in the real world. But then, a rustle. A tiny snake slithered out from the Snake Master's robe. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes and summoned his sentinel beetle. Were they seriously trying the same old trick again? The next second, the beetle shot forward, slamming right into the snake. The Snake Master suddenly jumped up, his face a mask of crazed determination. You bastard! Today, either you die or I live. He charged forward with incredible speed, like an arrow splitting the wind. Lin Yuan stood calmly as the system announced. Shadow gloves equipped. He raised his hand, unleashing a massive torrent of green energy. The resulting explosion was earth-shattering, making nearby players shout in awe. Whoa! The power of that attack is insane. A huge boulder was blasted into the air before crashing down, crushing the Snake Master. Pinned beneath the rock, the Snake Master wheezed with pure hatred. I surrender. When I revive, I'll show you what it's like to be devoured by 10,000 snakes. Lin Yuan stepped forward, planting a foot on him. Don't worry, he said coldly. You're not dying until you tell me where the first believer is. The Snake Master could only groan. Seeing his stubbornness, Lin Yuan smirked and pulled out a vial of poison. You can't even do that. A system notification popped up. A recovery potion was used. He poured the potion right into the man's mouth, the green liquid making him convulse as plus signs for healing appeared. The Snake Master stammered through the pain and fear. Okay, I'll talk. But it was just a bluff. He quickly grabbed a teleportation scroll. He roared, I'm not telling you anything. You'll pay for what you did today. The system announced the use of a teleportation scroll. Teleportation in progress. The Snake Master raised the scroll high, but in a flash, Lin Yuan's sword swung, slicing his arm clean off. The teleportation light died instantly. A cold system message. Teleportation failed. The man turned, his face completely twisted in horror. Lin Yuan stood there, sentinel beetle in hand, his voice laced with menace. Now, your master isn't here. None of your snakes are here. It's just you and me. And no one knows about your betrayal. The Snake Master, terrified, fell to his knees and begged. Stop, please stop. I'll talk. My master, he's in the Serpent Man civilization, he screamed, utterly hopeless. He wants to conquer the Serpent Man civilization. Just get that beetle away from me. Lin Yuan looked down at him, his voice demanding. First, Give me the coordinates to the Serpent Man's hidden location. The Snake Master, terrified, quickly agreed. Okay, I'll give them to you. I'll give you everything. The system announced that coordinates 9742, 365, 4-7 had been shared. Lin Yuan looked at the coordinate notification, thinking this guy was cunning and deceitful. He'd better preview the coordinates to make sure the guy wasn't lying. The system previewed the terrain, revealing a map located in the Western Desert Empire. While Lin Yuan was studying the map, the Snake Master whispered to the small snake on his shoulder. Hurry, you're my last unrefined snake. Poison me now. Kill me. The snake immediately spat a stream of purple venom. System notification. Snake venom skill activated. Lin Yuan spun around, his sword slashing through the poison mist. But it was too late. The Snake Master dissolved into particles of light. System update. Health points have reached 0. Before vanishing, he glared. You really want to find my master? You must have a death wish. Lin Yuan stared at the orb containing the Snake Master's items and sighed. I still let him kill himself. He sank into thought, realizing the first disciple's main goal was to establish the Snake Man civilization in the Western Desert. If that was the case, all he had to do was attack their base and the disciple's whole plan would crumble. With that, he summoned his Scorpion Lion mount. Besides, attacking them directly would lure the disciple out of hiding much faster than searching for him. Flying toward a nearby city, he observed the area and confirmed his theory. The first disciple from his past life really did have ties to the Snake Men. Riding on his summoned beast, he continued to formulate a plan. Although the Snake Men were weak, they weren't something he could handle alone at his current level. A calculating glint flashed in his eyes. But if the first disciple could use his influence, then Lin Yuan could use the royal power of the Western Desert Kingdom to crush them. An image of his two former teammates flashed through his mind. He decided it was best to be cautious and find some trustworthy allies first. The problem? Most current players were nowhere near strong enough. For an average player to get stronger, they had to group up for monster grinding and quests, all to earn gold and equipment, but the rewards each person received from that were pathetically small. On top of that, running dungeons burns through a huge amount of consumable items. Repairing or upgrading gear also costs a small fortune, and their need for skill books and scrolls completely drained whatever was left of their finances. To make matters worse, low-level monsters have terrible drop rates and almost never give high-rarity gear, so you can't make much gold. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan had been soloing this entire time, using far fewer resources than any normal player. And yet, his monster-killing efficiency was already leagues beyond most veteran players. He sat calmly on his flying skull-headed mount. Lin Yuan's eyes were fixed forward, filled with strategy, his whole demeanor radiating the confidence of someone with overwhelming power. As he soared over the village rooftops on his fierce Scorpion Lion, he continued to run the numbers in his head. But the real gold sinks, enchanting and gem socketing, only started after level 20, and that's exactly where the power gap between players would explode. Just as he finished his thought, he dived down and landed softly. His boots hit the cracked earth in a picture-perfect landing. He glanced back with a sly, scheming smirk on his face. He finalized the plan. The blacksmith's affinity should be high enough by now. He would get that gold-grade equipment first, then conquer the lightning attribute dungeon. He had to seize this chance to get ahead. He quickly walked into the forge, and a system panel immediately showed his current affinity with the Fireplume blacksmith was 5,000. The burly, bald blacksmith saw him, and immediately ran out with open arms, welcoming him like family. My friend, it's been too long. I can't thank you enough for the ore you sent. My forging skills have definitely improved because of it. That's great to hear. In response, Lin Yuan opened his inventory, and the system displayed the precious items from his last battle, a black gold-grade high-level forging meteorite fragment. The description read that when used in forging, it could upgrade a gold-quality item to black gold, especially when paired with a nightmare core. A rare material condensed from nightmares, it was perfect for forging equipment with spirit-based attributes as its main component. Without another word, he tossed the glowing materials to the blacksmith, whose eyes went wide as he started sweating in pure shock. Just like we agreed, forge me one piece of equipment. Here are the materials for it. The blacksmith stammered out a reply. Unique materials? If my master were here, creating a unique item would be no problem. But with my skills, the absolute best I can forge for you is a gold-grade item. Hearing this, Lin Yuan just blinked, his response cold and decisive. No problem. Holding the precious materials, the blacksmith's expression turned dead serious. He stated his final requirement to complete the masterpiece. To craft gold-grade equipment, I'll also need the main body of a treant. The objective was clear. Lin Yuan turned to leave, his cape fluttering behind him, leaving only a short, guaranteed promise. Wait for me. Moments later, he was already deep inside a dense forest under the daylight sun. His feet stepped silently over dry leaves and twigs, his movements filled with extreme caution. Moving deeper onto the desolate hillside, his silhouette gave off a deadly stillness as he scented the air for any danger. Suddenly, the giant surrounding trees lit up with a strange green light and awoke. A system alert immediately flashed before his eyes. Earth Trant, Level 20 Elite. HP, 4300. Attack, 450. Defense, 400. Skills, Binding Branch, Camouflage, and Piercing Branch. The moment it spotted its prey, a treant viciously swung a massive branch, trying to crush him into paste. Quick as lightning, Lin Yuan shot backwards, effortlessly dodging the fatal blow with an almost artistic grace, while taunting the monsters with a smirk. If I didn't lure you all out, finding you would have been a real pain. He launched an immediate counterattack, dashing through the thicket and unleashing a brilliant sword slash that tore through the root's defenses. The battle ended in an instant, with severed logs and branches flying everywhere. He stood with his back turned, coolly dusting off his hands. This should be more than enough source material. System notifications chimed in. You have defeated 14 Earth-type Savage Treants, gaining 1,200 experience points. Just as he was about to clean up the battlefield, his ears caught a distant scream. It was enough to make Lin Yuan glance over, curious. Looking towards the source of the noise, a familiar player was running for his life, arms flailing as he screamed his lungs out. Get out of the way. Right on his heels was a hulking boss, an Earth-type Savage Treant spirit, destroying everything in its path. A level 25 boss with 6,000 HP, 500 attack, and 450 defense. Skills, Binding Branches, Camouflage and Invisibility, Piercing Branches, and Force of Nature. Seeing this ridiculous chase scene, Lin Yuan was speechless. He shot the guy an incredibly tired look. Seriously? You're getting chased by a boss again? Annoyed, he still let out a sigh and drew his sword to help. Instantly, a massive green dragon made of pure magic roared to life behind him, its fire breath skill ready to go. The giant magic dragon head let out a roar, its glowing mouth opening wide before unleashing a column of green fire, incinerating everything. The other player dropped to the ground in absolute terror, clamping his hands over his head and screaming as the horrifying wave of heat passed right by. Once the flames completely wiped out the monster, Lin Yuan casually approached, his silhouette framed by the burning embers. He smirked. Well, my friend. What are you up to out here? The guy immediately shot to his feet, flailing his arms and legs around in a burst of pure excitement. My dude, when you soloed the entire Black Tree Guild the other day, that was legendary. Lin Yuan just shrugged. Pure coincidence. But the guy kept gushing, his eyes shining. He explained that the Black Tree Guild was totally bankrupt and had just vanished. Man, that was just unbelievably cool. He clenched his fist and laughed, totally satisfied, just imagining the horrible fate of his enemies, especially the father and son, He Ye and He Xuan, who always stole whatever they wanted. Now they're being hounded by creditors every single day, and some are even threatening to end it all. No doubt they're regretting every last thing. Then, grinning with pride, his friend added that now every major guild was wary of him. They say his power is on par with any top-tier guild, so nobody dares to provoke him lightly anymore. Huh. Lin Yuan just raised an eyebrow, a thoughtful glint appearing in his eyes. He figured if they were going to deal with the serpent folk civilization, the Jinghua Shui Yue Guild might just be of some use. He then turned and got straight to the point. Anyway, why is a priest like you trying to solo monsters again? Hearing this, the guy scratched his head and sighed. Ugh, don't remind me. A special dungeon is opening up, but my guild is short-staffed. Xiao Yue could only send me to form a random party to gather potion-making materials, but my so-called teammates all took off, acting like they suddenly remembered something super important to do. His face turned serious as he explained that once the hidden dungeon opens, a new power-enhancing item is rumored to drop. However, the dungeon requires a special potion to complete, or else it's nearly impossible. It's called an anti-static potion. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan pointed to the leftover magic wood from the fight and said, "You need this? Then take it." The guy's eyes went wide with shock as he stammered, "You're giving it to me? But don't you need it too, my friend?" Lin Yuan turned to leave, his figure as mysterious as ever, leaving a cold reply just as a system notification confirmed he'd collected 30 boss wood pieces. "I don't need it. This is more than enough for me." Watching Lin Yuan's retreating back, the priest couldn't hide his admiration, his eyes literally sparkling as he exclaimed, "He is truly the man I admire." Back at the forge, The old blacksmith held the rare materials, his eyes filled with awe. He clicked his tongue, his voice carrying a hidden meaning. Tesk. Who knows? Maybe one day your adventures will lead you to the Southern Empire, where you can find my master and upgrade your weapon to legendary. At that exact moment, a system window popped up. The master-disciple quest had been triggered and automatically accepted. Lin Yuan frowned, thinking to himself that maybe he really should take this chance to visit the Southern Empire after all. The old blacksmith smiled and explained, "This item lets you specify the attributes and skills you want during forging. So, what do you want?" Lin Yuan crossed his arms, analyzing his skills. He already had damage amplification and Great Flood, so he definitely wasn't lacking in offense. He also had the Scarab for crowd control. His only real weakness at this point was his lack of recovery. Typically, weapons provide healing through some sort of lifesteal effect, whether it's physical or magical. He continued to reason that usually only melee classes chose lifesteal, since ranged classes were too squishy and would die before they could heal. But then, an idea sparked in his mind. He remembered he gained 2 physique points per level, meaning his base damage and health were already sky high. Plus, the damage dealt by his summoned undead counted as magic damage, which would perfectly cover that weakness. Lin Yuan made his decision, telling the old man to forge him an item with magic lifesteal. The blacksmith nodded firmly, no problem. He tossed the materials into the roaring forge, then turned back, handing Lin Yuan another item. And this, too, by adding the item known as the recording eye to the process, he could create gear perfectly suited for himself. The system immediately announced the recording eye was detected, activating the custom forging mode. Did he want to forge a professional exclusive weapon? Lin Yuan grabbed the crystal orb, a question burning in his thoughts. An exclusive weapon just for a necromancer? He tapped the system panel, selecting yes. In his past life, he wasn't a necromancer, so his weapon choice was trivial, but now, a dedicated weapon was essential. Green energy surged from Lin Yuan's hand, enveloping the orb as the system confirmed. All components confirmed for crafting. The old blacksmith rubbed his hands confidently. Just leave the rest to me. The flames in the forge erupted, swallowing the magic orb whole. The wondrous crafting process had begun. The blacksmith placed the forming weapon into the furnace and said, "You can come get it tomorrow, my friend." Lin Yuan just grunted in acknowledgement before turning to leave. As he stepped out of the forge, his cloak billowing, he knew the Death Island mission was clearly aimed at him. It was time to visit the King of Hell and demand an explanation. Soon, he was inside a dark room. A mysterious cloaked figure sat across from him, speaking with a careless tone. "Tsk, I really don't know anything about what you just said." But then he propped his chin on his hand, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. He had to admit, the Death Island mission was indeed suspicious. Lin Yuan's voice was grim as he delivered his sharp judgment. The snake handler is also a death apostle, so issuing the mission himself would be inconvenient. He had to have an accomplice. "Do you have any information on the client?" The mysterious figure fell into thought, tapping his mask lightly. "Let me think." A moment later, a hologram appeared, showing a girl with short hair and a black dress. Lin Yuan stared at it, wondering, is it her? Instantly, the hidden figure waved his hands, frantically dismissing the image. No, it definitely wasn't a little girl. It was a man. He was wearing a hat, so I couldn't see his face. At that, Lin Yuan stood up to leave, tossing back a simple, "Inform me when you have news." But the man quickly called out to stop him. "Are you angry? Wait a second." Suddenly, the masked man snuck up behind him, draping an arm over Lin Yuan's shoulder and whispering mysteriously, "I know you're upset, so I'll give you a top-secret inside tip. The next event is a special dungeon, and most people who enter will just be cannon fodder." He continued smugly, his eyes glinting with greedy ambition. "But we've already stocked up on a crucial batch of items, and we're going to use this chance to make a huge profit." Lin Yuan coolly pushed the arm off his shoulder, answering indifferently, "I hope so." But inside, he was smiling to himself. The Death Apostle's intelligence network was pretty reliable, after all, but the most important item, the powerful electric resistance potion, was a secret that only he currently possessed. As he turned to go, the masked man stopped as if remembering something. He pulled out a magic tablet and exclaimed, "Wait, I almost forgot about this." He held out his hand, offering Lin Yuan a strange emblem and explaining, "This is our guild's badge. We use it to hide our identities during shady jobs. That way, we can push all the blame onto this empty shell of a guild." The moment he saw the badge resting in his palm, Lin Yuan's pupils shrank, his face a mask of pure shock. Staring at the symbol carved on it, memories from his past life flooded back, forcing him to ask himself a critical question. "Isn't this the exact same badge the first apostle wore in my previous life?" Lin Yuan clenched his fist around the emblem, his eyes turning ice cold as he connected the dots. It turned out this guild never even existed. This guy hid his tracks too well. It seems he still needed to target the snake person civilization to turn the tables and force the first apostle to reveal himself. With his plan set, he decisively walked away down the stone corridor, leaving behind only a calm, "I understand." After leaving the dark, secret meeting place, Lin Yuan casually strolled right into a bustling tavern. As soon as he entered, he heard the familiar complaints of a fiery, red-haired girl sitting at the bar. "I've worked myself to the bone for this shop." Meanwhile, the person he calls his little brother was out partying. Already looking tipsy, she angrily slammed her beer mug on the table, sending foam flying everywhere. Without even looking back, she continued to loudly vent her frustrations. All the while, Lin Yuan was standing right behind her. "Not at the shop today, I see. I've been working my butt off watching the shops for days. Can't a girl treat herself to a little fun?" But the second she turned around and met Lin Yuan's perfectly calm expression, she jumped. Sweat started pouring down her guilty face as she stammered. "Huh? Little brother? When did you get here?" "I just snuck out for one drink. Just for today. That's it."